to fly with me? Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting, ain't no tapping out. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. In his soul, and he's come far, living alone, and stood proud. He's gonna show the world. He's got cold down in his bones, and he don't care, warming his hands up, a big deal, king of his own domain. And he's not giving up without a war. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting, ain't no stopping now. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. It's all change, flowers and bloom as he moves on. People are rooting from a full turn, nobody's shooting now. Times fly, building his home, and a new wife, showing him true love. A made man, living his dream for real. And he's not giving up without a war. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting, ain't no stopping now. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting, ain't no topping out. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. Down, 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 you can knock me down, but I will get up fighting, ain't no stopping now. Hit me with another, and I won't make a sound, 'cause I keep getting stronger with every single round. You can knock me down, can't get me down. You won't take me down, you won't take me down. Every single round. Out of this world, you got me twisting, got me churning inside tonight, like a fly on the wall, and I'm feeling so small in my skin, in my skin. I bet you feel good with your bravado, like you came from the herd to junk, like a mean battle axe, and you're standing so tall in the clouds, in the clouds. We should have, we could have, we did, now we don't. It doesn't mean I we got the goods, but have we lost our self-respect? Do I need you to make me be the man? I'm losing my cool again, like a soldier alone with no army behind to be bold. I'm so cold all alone. We should have, we could have, we did, now we don't. It doesn't mean I won't, no baby. Woohoo! I promise you the best. We got the goods, but baby all I got's regrets. Woohoo! I promise you the best. We got the goods, but have we lost our self-respect? I don't want to be alone, standing in the pouring rain. And I don't want to lose my mind. Life will never be the same. I will never be the same. Like a fly on the wall, and I'm feeling so small in my skin. In my skin. Woohoo! I promise you the best. We got the goods, but baby all I got's regrets. Woohoo! I promise you the best. We got the goods, but have we lost our self-respect? Woohoo! I promise you the best. We got the goods, but baby all I got's regrets. Woohoo! I promise you the best. We got the goods, but have we lost our self-respect? Hands up, generation, Nintendo education, other kinds of wealth. We found this animation, thought was a conversation, pictures on a shelf. People say we are just what we do. It's just a stage. So we go on, and the lights are so strong. Just have to make this sound. We've broken ground, it's a countdown. We go on. Go on, oh, oh. Life is an invitation, a soapbox imagination. Use it while you can. A handheld illumination, LCD appellation. Show up is the plan. Oh, they say we are just what we do, and it's all a stage. So we go on, and the lights are so strong. Just have to make this sound. We've broken ground, it's a countdown. We go on. Oh, wish I could forget the things you said, but you're in my head. What's that all about? We can figure it out. I'm up if you're down. I'll wait around the other side of town. Stay up through the night. I'll drive if you ride. I'm up if you're down on the other side. High tops laced up. You're on the run. High tops laced up. What are you afraid? What are you afraid of? We can figure it out. I'm up if you're down. I'll wait around the other side of town. Stay up through the night. I'll drive if you ride. I'm up if you're down on the other side. High tops laced up, and I bet you wanna get around. It's all too much. Can we try to make it better now? You only call me when it's Saturday night, and you're already high. What's that all about? We can figure it out. I'm up if you're down. I'll wait around on the other side of town. Stay up through the night. I'll drive if you ride. I'm up if you're down on the other side. We can figure it out. I'm up if you're down. I'll wait around the other side of town. Stay up through the night. I'll drive if you ride. I'm up if you're down on the other side of town.
When the sun goes down on Friday, and the air is getting vibey, meeting buddies down the corner. Way to go, let's get this party started, and everybody go, oh yeah. Say oh yeah. Feel the rhythm of the dance floor. Oh yeah. Say oh yeah.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
DreamLeague Season 15 Western Europe DPC is brought to you by Intel, DHL, and DreamHack.
I am Rasmus, and I play for Hellbear Smashers.
Hello, my name is Aiden, also known as Insania. I am the team captain of Team Liquid.
My name is Skylark, and I play for Team Brame.
My name is Adrian, my nickname is Fata, and I play for Thunder Esport.
My name is Johan Sunstein, people know me as Snowtail, and I play for Team OG.
I'm Limp, I play mid for Team Alliance.
My name is Xentek, I'm from the United Kingdom. I play position 2 for Into the Bridge for my creep wave.
Hello everyone, I'm Milan from Team Ghost Rocks.
Hello, my nickname is Sydney and I'm the position 5 for Czech Team Romania.
Hello, I am Daki, I am 21 years old and I play mid for No Bounty Hunt.
My name is Miroslav Buktan, you probably know me by my nickname Boom. I play for Team Viking GG and I play mid.
Ghost Rocks are ready for the DreamLeague. Guys, come watch us, let's have fun together.
The Vikings are ready for DreamLeague.
They're currently dealing damage to the Hellbear Smashers Industries. Oh, nice tossback.
Does have the BKB, so he's going to be okay, and it is going to cause Gilger perhaps to fly the Laguna plate, but they do manage to get a really nice swallow out. Couple illusions, but a nice jump forward from Spartan. You see that one. Using the shards to hop over the base walls there. Folks is still going to be caught here. He does have the cheese. Turns on the Eclipse. Stormstormer, he's got the BKB, and with the Spirit Siphon, he's trying to stay alive against Wish. Wish, who's stuck in the trees right now, does manage to actually get the kill before his first life falls. Meanwhile, the Troll is caught here. He's going to be kited around pretty heavily. Spartan rolling through the enemy, catches Rasmus as well as Gilger, and that's going to be 4 dead on the side of Hellbear Smasher.
Baby, just making fast work of it though. They're all here. Can they stun out fast enough? The cookie out forward here. Skeeter, they managed to just hold him into place. He doesn't have the time to even go for the time loss. He's just immediately murdered on the back lines here. They're focusing down Fonte. He's got those kisses. They've got the stun though. They'll leap them up together. Plus the silence, plus the ravage coming out from Alliance. They're shredding them over here. Another LSA getting dropped, and that's going to be the Aegis. As Snake King hides in the tree line, up comes Nine, and into the ground he's going to go again as they get the kill.
That's it. That's just the game right there.
They want Snake King so bad too. The infamous cookie out from Fada. Can Snake King make it back into the base in time? No, he's not. That's another kill for Nico, baby.
The damage from Nico, baby. His physical damage has just been absolutely absurd. They're going to scout him, though. And Hustler's blocking the path, too. Look at where he's standing. The usual cheeky spot to hook from.
Let's see. He's going to spot it pretty low. He might get a good time.
Hustler's trying to block him.
Straight in.
Oh, he tossed him into it.
He tosses him in and he gives it to him. He picks up the Aegis. What the heck? Hustler. Is he if he gets out as well?
No, he's not. There's no way he gets out.
I mean, I get the idea, right? He's like, okay, let's toss him in so we can kill him. He tosses him in, he picks up the...
It was an absolute mix of great plays and questionable plays yesterday, making the day all the more exciting here of the Western European DPC League. You're watching DreamLeague Season 15, powered by Intel, and today we have 2 lower division series sandwiching in an upper division series that everybody's been waiting for. We got Secret versus Team Liquid, but first, got to go through Bald versus Hippomaniacs, and at the end of the day, it's Viking versus Ghost Frogs. There is a lot to talk about. Not all is going to be series related, but we're going to talk about all the things. So let's get started, and welcome. Good Wednesday here today. We're gonna have some fantastic series, and we're gonna have some good talks here on the panel as well. Good talks are made better by the right people, and it happens to be that I've got the right people right here. It's Cap and Fog, and I was really not sure if you both were gonna be here.
Well, thank you.
She said Cap and Fog, so I'd let Cap go first.
Okay,
well, she's just being alphabetical.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was doing.
I'm 1.
All right. I mean,
that
I'm over
one?
here.
I actually don't know which one.
Well, there's a number on there. 1 is next to me.
I'm 1, okay.
Yes, here we go.
Hello.
We're in our correct spots. Oh, I'm ready, Shiver.
Okay.
Hit me with the drama.
Let's go. Right. Well, as everybody was going to expect, we're going to talk about coaches here on the panel. But first, just need to reiterate that some of you might have already seen, there's been an update on the rule set, and that this is it. Basically saying from here on out, coaches are no longer allowed during the game, as the previous rules stated that anybody was going to be allowed during the game, meaning, you know, the series that we had yesterday and series before this, Alliance did not break any rules, and they just followed the rules. Mm-hmm. Question is, rules were maybe a little bit
not
inconsistent.
A great rule.
Yeah, not communicated clearly.
Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah.
But I want to talk about Sixth Man in general, because Cap, there's been a lot of talk about having coaches in the game, and the reaction to that was very heavy from a lot of players. Could you shine some light on why it would be so heavy? It's just another person talking.
So I know Fogged is going to go the other side of this, so I will attempt to argue for 6-man Dota, which is that I think adding a 6-person, adding a coach would actually elevate the gameplay across the board. Teams would be fundamentally better, and therefore you would have better competition.
I can agree with that. I mean, I can't disagree with that point. However,
here it comes.
After playing, you know, multiple times and stuff like that, the game is about the overall game, and it's about the 5 players also being able to read the map, seeing all these little things. That's why everything is so important about Dota, you know. Your eyes are darting. That's always one of the things we always talk about in Dota. If you look at, like, the eye movement of a player, you're not just staring at
literally their camera movement.
Your camera movement, etc. You're looking everywhere over the map.
Yeah.
Mini-map, timers, etc. There's so many different elements that do have the miraculous thing for Dota, why it's so hard to make this game, you know, to play for this game.
Yeah.
If you have a 6th player that's just, you know, kind of, who can just be controlling the macro game, it completely changes the game. You might as well be playing League of Legends.
Wow, okay. Do they allow a coach behind the scenes? I know that they allowed a coach during the draft as well.
No, I was just saying that it'll be easier, so.
I mean, it would simplify the game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
It would allow you to be able to focus more on clicking your buttons and less so on what is Roshan's timer, what is their cooldown timers currently going on. Is there you don't have to pay attention to the map.
Yep.
Your coach could entirely do that for you. He could just be literally sitting there watching the map, keeping track of cooldown timings, and that would be his entire job. He'd be like, there's 3 missing off the map right now. We lost them over here. They'd be on top of you in about 5 seconds if they're rotating to you right now.
Now, if you would have 6 players well, 5 players plus coach in game. Does that mean that 6 players gets a? Do they get a computer? Like, are you now gonna have 12 computers up on the stage?
Well, now we don't have to worry.
That's the next step, right?
Well, now we don't have to worry about it since they said you can't do it anymore.
That's true.
Right?
That is true.
In this theoretical make-believe land,
would they have their own computer?
I think you would probably you would do it like CS:GO, where the coaches just sit directly behind the players. But yes, in order to make them, in my whole argument that if you wanted to elevate the gameplay to be as high as possible, then yes, they would need to be at the computer because their whole job is entirely information at that point.
Yes.
And Fogged, if we're drawing parallels for CS:GO, how do you feel about the timeouts?
I don't really know anything about CS:GO, to be honest with you.
But they have timeouts. You can, as a coach, you can say, pause, guys, wait a second. I want to talk about what's happening here and what we should do going forward.
Well, there was situations, I believe, that teams did do that, right? I think, was it Boston Major? You know, I don't want to, like, say Kyle, but I remember Complexity was a team that did use they did use the pause time at some point, right? They were just like, okay, we have this allocated time. We're actually allowed to pause. You know, damn, we just lost the fight.
They were allowed to pause for strategical reasons?
It didn't. I don't know if it said specifically they were allowed to, but it didn't say they weren't allowed to.
Okay.
So I don't want to like just say it was.
I think
Kyle,
it was one of those rules where you have like you have 5 minutes of pause time.
Yes.
That's it.
So some teams would use it to like, oh god, we lost a fight. Everybody, we need to pause. Take a second. Hey, we're still in a fine position. We just messed up. This is what we need to do. Blah blah blah. Unpause. Go. I think was it Boston? It was one of these tournaments.
Yeah,
I remember Complexity doing one, but
right.
yeah. So.
I think it would ruin, because Dota is very much, part of why a 6-person wouldn't work is that Dota is very much about being able to keep track of everything and also about momentum. And being able to pause completely stalls out the momentum. It's very different where CSGO is naturally a round-based game.
Yes,
so
true.
there is already a pause between momentum moments, and there's natural breaks where you would be able to fit in a timeout. A timeout in Dota is nearly impossible to be able to throw in because teams don't have each other's information to know they're not about to fight us right now, guys. Ooh, this is a good time for a timeout. And if you time out in the middle right as a team fight starts or something like that, that's obviously broken as well. So all around, these are just bad ideas for Dota. And if you know Dota, then you don't employ these ideas, flat out.
Okay, so you both are happy with the reverting of the rules. Because this was a rule already in place for Season 1. It was just changed for Season 2.
Yep.
But you're happy to change back?
Yep. 5 players only.
5 players. And the coach during the draft.
During the draft, that's fine. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I like that. That's actually always been a good addition.
If you want to read the full statement, it's on the DreamHack Dota Twitter, so you can head over there and read the full statement of the rule change, basically. But yeah, it was an exciting time, wasn't it? So though everybody clubbed
it was a fun 12 hours.
Twitter feeds.
Yeah. I loved not sleeping great last night because I was like, who's going to post what next? Okay, got to stay up for a little bit longer. I'm like, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I was like, I'm kind of tired, but ooh, another post and another one.
And then they put out the fan bundles.
Yeah.
There's the lion stickers out there. I had some fun memes with that.
Oh, you want to give a quick opinion on the fan bundles and the TI dates and maybe for some people lack a battle pass?
Do you want the Valve shill response or do you want the real response?
I want your personal Dota capitalist, Capcast, whatever it is at the moment.
I think fan bundles are a really cool idea and super fun.
Yes.
Also, they're crazy expensive.
They're pretty expensive.
And how long do they last?
I feel like you don't actually get that much.
They don't last. They last for the season.
That's the thing. Why wouldn't they last until like August, September? Make them last a little bit longer. Then the incentive for the price actually is a little bit better. But you know, you're paying $20. It's what, 3-4 weeks that you're going to get the lines. I think.
Yeah. Honestly, looking at most teams, I feel like it's not really worth the price you're going to pay. Now, I may be a little biased, but I think there are certain teams who have done a good enough job where it's actually worth the $20, such as Arkosh. I think they did a great job with their fan bundle, and I think the content is definitely worth checking out. It's worth every single dollar.
Great unbiased opinion here too. All right, yeah, we have those fan bundles in the game. We'll see if we have some voice lines used today because players can get them as well. Do players get their own just by default?
No. I think they have to buy them. I saw Crit using it in pubs last night, but I'm assuming that he bought.
They do not get them.
Okay.
They have to buy them.
Okay.
I see.
We'll see if any of the players today will have bought their own fan packs and will use some of the voice lines. I don't know. We also tried to do a good job, obviously, of updating you of all the things in Dota 2. We updated you on the drama already. We updated you on a little bit on the opinion of the lack of battle pass and the fan bundles. We're also going to update you on the Chinese region today, as T-Gov is standing at the ready to talk about why Aster is so good.
Hello, this is my update on China, a region that doesn't allow 6-man rosters. Most picked heroes, the entire region. China, ooh, lovely stuff. Key ones to start with, Legion Commander. 14 games. In EU, only 2 games. Why, you ask? Well, of course, China loves picking heroes like Skywrath Mage, Lion, Shaman, and, you know, Legion does a pretty good job against this, especially with the Shard as well. That extra little bit of BKB, very cheeky. Other than that, we gotta go with Grimstroke, 12 games, 75% win rate. In EU, it's like 31%, so we're really bad at the hero. China's really good. We probably should look at that a little bit more and investigate why they're better than us. And of course, Leshrac Big win the 15 games, just very explosive, very active in the kind of greed department. Liquid's running it really well, and of course, China is equally. We look at Aster. They are the big winners though of the region. They are taking Leshrac to new levels, 75% win rate. And I think the key thing is simply kind of this middle pack 3. All kind of do the same thing, healer, enabler type cores. And it's not in the top heroes from other teams, but for Aster, they're running it and they're #1 in the region. So maybe we should look at that a little bit deeper again. Upper division standings, Aster 5-0, pretty clean, but the disparity between 1 to, second, quite a big gap, just like in EU a little bit. But just the fact that between 2 and 7, it's 1 game in it. So the final weeks, we won't know who's going up, who's going down. Tiebreakers galore could be occurring here. And the big one is number 6, IG, sitting at a 2 and 3. They could be eliminated. Secret, same position in EU. What happens if they're in the lower division? Guess it doesn't matter though, because if they get to TI already because of Major, this placement really means nothing. And then here's the schedule. Aster playing up against eHome, going to be pretty easy there for them. And again, what else? Elephant. This is going to be a big series to end it. Most likely 1st and 2nd seed. So yeah, Aster looking pretty clean and everything to play for because they're all so damn close.
They really are. And yeah, there are... Oh, okay. Are we doing this? Yeah.
Well done, Robson. Well done.
Go
hey!
team. Go team.
Bravo. Bravo.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Encore.
Much appreciated. And I mean, it is an absolute bloodbath. Obviously, Aster stepping above the rest at the moment. But yeah, I think there's a lot of regions, especially upper divisions, where a lot of things are still left undecided. Same thing goes for the Western European region. And today, we're going to have some great series in the upper division. I mean, that's our highlight for the day. I'm not going to, sugarcoat it. Bald versus Hippomaniacs will probably be a little one-sided. Viking versus Ghost Frogs might be a little one-sided, but this! Oh, I can't. That! Secret versus Team Liquid is, that's our highlight of the day. I'm looking very much forward to it. We got a little bit of an appetizer, of course, before that, so let's get started with that straight away. Bald versus Hippomaniacs. We're going to start talking about these two teams very shortly, as we will be right back
after the break.
So connected, even though oceans apart. You are the person I call home. Need to be near you to feel closer to your heart. Without you, there's no place to go. I don't know where I end or where you start, because I just want to be one. I need for you to know that from the start you weren't alone, cause you're the one. Give me wings to fly, to lift you up and away. time I feel I want you by my side so you can feel it too. I want you to see the things I see, and when you smile, I'm smiling too. Give me wings to fly, to lift you up and away, to save us from this pain. Oh, let us both be swept away, swept away. Your wings to fly, no more chasing the day. There's some hiding away, and let us both be swept away, swept away, swept away. Your wings to fly, no more chasing the day. There's some hiding away, and let us both be swept away, swept away, swept away.
Our first series of the day is in the lower division of the Western European DPC League. We got Team Bald Reborn going up against Hippomaniacs, and Hippomaniacs at the moment 0-5 in series. Team Bald is 2-3, so for all means and purposes, this should be an easy victory for them, but we won't count Hippomaniacs out just yet. Let's take a quick look at the standings. Obviously still here with Cap and Fogged. And when we look at these standings, Fogged, it's looking pretty grim for the Hippos.
Yeah, their games have been quite painful, to be honest with you. I want it to be nice, but their games have been really brutal to watch. It's like every game, they die so much, and it's in the lanes too. And then the mid game, you know, sometimes we do say they're able to make up for the fact that maybe lanes can be problematic, and when you are like a team that's been working together, your mid game plays get better, but they just haven't. They just haven't really shown that at all. I like Team Bald, you know, we talked about a lot for them where they don't really practice a whole lot, but when I watch them as a team, they look much more unified overall. Hippomaniacs is kind of just all over the place.
Look, it's not their fault, okay? This is entirely on Metaphor Pro and Bourgeois, all right?
True.
Because of those teams, they have prolonged Hippomaniacs' suffering. And they've had to go 2 seasons without winning a series. And that's just... I mean, I don't know what else to say. Pick Broodmother. They won a game against Viking GG with that.
They did.
Pick Batrider. They won a game against Hellbear Smashers with that.
Not
I think that's
last season. Last season.
Yeah, I think that's the only 2 games they've won over the course of 2 seasons.
Yeah.
It's not great. And like I'm saying this, I think it's funny and stuff, but like I don't have any ill will towards those guys.
No.
They have to be in school and stuff. Like, that stuff is hard.
It is.
It sucks. But unfortunately, they're not good enough to be competing against most of these teams, it looks like. And they just haven't showed otherwise either.
And they do need to change the formula. Every time I watch, I feel like I see them picking the same heroes, and they just don't make them work. And then they pick them again, and then they do it again and again. So yeah, I think they should definitely just completely deviate the plan if you want to just get at least one series win.
Yeah, let's see if they can deviate the plan today. They're going to go up against Team Bald, and Team Bald is a team that doesn't scrim. We know this. They've talked about this. However, they do seem to be improving, which is very important during the league. I think they started out a lot rougher than they are right now, Fog.
Yeah.
Actually looking somewhat decent.
Yeah, I mean, their individual skill is very high, so that's what we've always seen. So lanes, lanes are always looking pretty decent. It's mid-game where you start to fall apart because you don't practice, you don't really know where you're supposed to be going, but their individual skill is actually just carrying them inside of these team fights, and they do understand how to draft. They play a ton of Dota. These guys know which heroes to pick versus certain stuff, and they play like everything. Like Radix is just playing any hero, 5-up plays whatever. His Rubik is like the Hoodwinks as well that they play. Very solid. So.
I've been super impressed by 5-up and his play so far on Team Bald. He looks fantastic.
Yep.
Well, speaking of 5-up, we will get to know him a little better as we sat down with him earlier to talk about streaming.
Laguna Blades online. Bottom lane. Look for the setup here onto Radix. Ratchets, he's ready to turn. He's going to try and run down J4 here with the help of 5UP. They'll get the kill here. Team Bold.
I just started streaming actively again. I also did a schedule on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, 14 CST. And before that I was just like randomly streaming whenever I wanted to, but I didn't like that because you're not really growing out of that and you're not really achieving something in streaming.
Over onto Excalibur, Blink, Soulblind coming out over on the side, but they managed to take down 5UP. Taki and Khan just chasing after over here on the side. Gork finds the kill over onto Blink. There's now Excalibur, he just has those...
I'm pretty sure Gork is making more money out of his streaming than any tier 1 player right now because no TI. And even if you play TI, you're not winning TI, I'm pretty sure Gork is making more money than the other. He's just knowing his value and he's using it. So I'm pretty sure if you are like as big as Gork, as big as Bulldog, anyone else, I'm pretty sure you make more money consistently out of streaming than competitive Dota.
Going in for more, he would love to finish them off here as they do have the vision. They've got the Nimbus Pablo. You can see Gork, he's so swift, he just wants to scale. There it is, there's the rampage.
A successful streamer definitely makes quite a bit of money, I would imagine, with the subs and the donations. But to get there is a whole different point. That is the road that 5UP is also trying to make. But it's a pretty hard road to get there. But I think playing in this team, Cap, he's already got a lot more recognition than what he did beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I think like the previous time you would know 5UP is bait.
Yeah.
Right? And that's not a name that really instills a whole lot of confidence. You know, they're a bit better than they have been for a year, that team. But 5UP, like, I think he looks... I think I remember watching a couple games on Bait, and he did kind of stand out to me, but on Team Bald, much more so. And I think he's making some fantastic plays, and hopefully if he wants to be able to fully pursue a professional career outside of streaming, then hopefully this will elevate him into a team that is a little bit more full-time, because I think he's got what it takes.
Agreed. Yeah, and he's putting on a good showing. And on the side of Hippomaniacs, we sat down with Mambos. He's not talking about streaming, but he is talking about the match ahead of us and about the game that they won against Viking.
Starting to poke at the barracks. Curry wants to go in for this, but Boom is going to commit straight away, looking for the baglines. Kezu jumps in, they take down Mupp.
You have game versus Team Bold, right, on Wednesday. So, of course, we're gonna put up a fight. I think they're a team, like us, they don't scream as much. So I think that's like our plus. We won one map versus Team Viking GG. It was kind of a clowny game. I think like anyone who would watch it would really enjoy it. We won basically by picking Broodmother. I don't know if it was cheese, like the game went on into the late game. I don't think they had a good heroes to deal with, Brute or even like our other heroes, so we just won.
Boom's down! Can Shad and Aramis hold this? I don't think they can. Corey takes down Celery, Aramis will fall. As they're running out of buybacks, Viking GG is called as Hippomaniacs take game 2.
Damn! I think the win against Viking gave us a hope. And we know that we have some cheese strategies that we can use, even against other teams.
It is an uphill battle for Hippomaniacs, and it has been for this entire season, but the battle is a little easier when they get their hands on the T-Pack Brood. Will they get that, though? Because it's been first phase ban material against Hippomaniacs ever since that win. We're going to find out if Bolt lets it through, or if Hippomaniacs will manage to snatch it up. We're going to be ready and back with the draft
after the break.
When this is over, I will come to you, come back to you. When this is over, we'll be free. When this is over, we will touch just like we did before. When this this is over, you will see. Yeah, when this is over, I will run to you, I'll run to you. When this is over, we'll be free. Yeah, when this is over, I will hold your hand, I'll hold your hand. When this is over, when this is over, no more hide behind a wall. Can hear the voice of freedom call. When this is over, I will run to you, I'll run to you. When this is over, we'll be free. Ooh. When this is over, I will hold your hand, I'll hold your hand. When this is over, when this is over. When this is over, I will run to you, I'll run to you. When this is over, we'll be free. When this is over, I will hold your hand, I'll hold your hand. When this is over, when this is over.
It is playtime for Hippomaniacs and Team Bald Reborn. We got a best of 3 ahead of us between these two teams. Hippomaniacs sitting at a 0-5 score at the moment. Not the greatest, but they just want to get some wins in, and we're going to see if they can do that against the streamer stack Team Bald Reborn. Now, they have been looking good, but they're also a team that does not scrim, and perhaps that is just the edge that Hippomaniacs needs, but they need to pull something out in the draft where they can thrive on, and hopefully, maybe, if they don't scrim, Team Bald, will they ban out the Brood, Fogged?
I don't think they will.
Ooh.
They love Pango.
Yeah.
They played versus it. That's where we saw the 1,000 last hit Pango last time, right? I think they have a lot of solutions for it, and they're probably, they saw the game. They're like, well, that's Hippo's only win. We can just bait them into it and pick something to completely counteract it. So I think that they wouldn't be afraid. Yeah.
Particularly since when they beat Viking GG, they went into game 3 and picked Broodmother 1-2 and then got slaughtered in 20 minutes. So it does mean that they kind of caught Viking GG unawares in some way. And then game 3, they were much more prepared for it. It's a big difference between 2nd pick Brood and 4th pick Brood.
Yeah.
That's why I was a big Brood hater when it was first showing up. And I'm just like, people are telling me, like, you know, the Dota hipsters of the world, oh, well, you think it sucks, but you don't watch the hidden region. China, it's very good in China. They know all the secret Broodmother tricks over there. You guys just don't understand. This hero's really good. Look at Chinese win rate, 50%.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, like what? And part of the reason I hated it so much is we kept seeing it picked in the first 1-2.
Yeah, but Hippomaniacs are already preparing.
Banning the Pango.
They are banning the Pango. Is there any other? Grimstroke was another one, right? Which one was the other?
Grimstroke, okay, so let me just say, I've been spamming Broodmother a whole bunch because, in part, I didn't like the hero, so I wanted to know why people were picking it and wanted to prove to myself it was good or bad. Troll, as a laning phase carry, is super hard. As a 5 position, Grimstroke just ruins your day all the time. and then Pango. Those are like the hard 3 counters.
Okay,
Yeah,
well...
I love watching Grim vs. Brood. You just get one-shotted, or you provide vision with Stroke, or you get him leashed and you can't move, you can't go up and do all shenanigans and stuff like I love...
Yeah, you go the Chinese pipe build and it doesn't matter. The Stroke of Fate is still doing so much damage, it's killing half your spiders.
Okay, well, we won't see either. We won't see that Pango or the Brewmother get a nice first pick Earth Spirit. Nice, active, fun hero.
Yeah, but it does mean that... I mean, I guess you wanted to ban the Pango anyway because Regix is so good on it, right?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think they've shown so much prowess, and I think they've played it as not only on Regix, right? They played it as 4 position as well. One of the games that they did play, or am I confusing myself?
You're confusing yourself.
Okay, well, used to see some 4 Pango.
We did.
All right, Fogged.
Yo.
Hippomaniacs, are they gonna do it?
Don't tell me they like. If they lifesteal or Snapfire, and I'm gonna be so upset. That's always what they do.
I see a lot of Snapfire Centaur, Snapfire Slardar.
I'm fine with that.
Snapfire Lifestealer.
Snapfire Centaur is that's a stable opener. I'm fine with that.
Snapfire Timbersaw. I feel like the common denominator here is they really like Snapfire.
Yeah.
Maybe they pick, they tried Warlock. It seems like their general drafting mentions. Oh, Ancient Apparition.
They've changed
I like that.
Yes.
I like that. Let's go.
Okay, Hippos. Already happy. Really strong lane. And I think they've shown a couple times where they do suffer in their lanes. This is an easy one. You stun, you cold feet, you just play the lane. Just got to watch out for contesting pulls. That's the biggest problem I've seen a lot of times with Senny. He plays in these lanes. They actually do have a decent lane setup, and then he goes and contests pulls and dies. He has to just play in the lane with his carry.
Is there a stat to see how many times he's given first blood?
We actually checked.
Jesus,
we
I
actually
thought
did
I
check
was flaming.
because I thought it was a lot more than it was. It wasn't every single. It was. He did die a lot still as this 5 position. It's always when he contests pulls. I just want to ward the pull. Just get a sentry. Make sure to double ward the pulls. I want to just see him play the lane with his Wraith King. Set up Curry for success. Because Curry, a lot of these times he just gets put in a tough situation where it's like, what the hell can you do as these carries when everyone's dying so much? So this is a much better approach. I like Wraith King versus Earth Spirit also, just overall throughout the entirety of the game. It's really, really nice.
And let me say, as somebody who's played a couple of pub games with Curry, his default mode seems to, when the game is hard, is just to constantly split push, rather than try and make team moves. So I agree with Fogg that I think you should set him up for more success here. And I like the fact that Ancient Apparition Wraith King is really good from what I'm seeing of this Earth Spirit opener, because that's naturally a support that wants to be able to rotate around, and it leaves as your offlaner alone. And Ancient Apparition Wraith King is one of the most deadly single target combos in the game right now. So
absolutely.
That will really abuse an Earth Spirit that ever leaves the lane.
Do get the puck pick, as when you see the AA, you see Wraith King, you can play around the disables. There's no disable on AA. Easy to get in a backline. Tons of team fight already for Team Bald. I like it.
Sick combo with Earth Spirit. Anytime somebody does Earth Spirit or Tiny plus Puck, I'm like, damn, that's a broken combo.
Big fan.
So you just need your own Taiga. That's all you need.
Yes.
Somebody who's very proficient on those 4 positions.
Jug ban.
All right, well,
okay. I mean, that doesn't really. I guess the Jug's a little annoying, but.
Yeah, I kind of feel like you already had Ancient Apparition. So you had Ice Blast against Healing Ward, and you have Wraith King, who's very good at surviving through burst-oriented heroes, which Juggernaut is to some extent.
Yeah. I mean, it's just really safe hero, so, I mean, sure.
Is there something they could be having in mind for the offlane that would be extra good against the Jug? Or where Jug would be extra good against that offlaner?
I guess it would have been the Tidehunter, right? Tide is one of those that doesn't really enjoy playing versus Jug so much. So if they did want to go for it, we see Bald, they do ban it out. Tide pretty good for just like combo breaking. So I do see like the big combo coming out for Team Bald. If this Tidehunter just sets himself up in the front, you know, they have to deal with getting around him since you can't really initiate him on with these 2. Okay, fine with that.
I think very likely they're going to want some sort of big team fight AoE disable, whether it's Tidehunter or Mars or something, to be able to allow the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast to feel a bit better in team fights. You've already got some very mobile heroes on Team Bald, so you're going to need some good lockdown.
I like that ban, the Nyx ban. Very good versus both Earth Spirit Puck. Great setup for AA. Active hero that can move around. I actually do like that one.
And Hippomaniacs, they played Invoker.
They have
I feel like
not
I remember
played
seeing
Invoker
last season or something. I could be wrong.
Not this season, then, at least.
They banned the gyro. I don't like the gyro ban. The PL ban I was fine with. Gyro ban I'm not a fan of. They have Wraith King and AA. Excellent heroes versus Gyrocopter throughout like all stages. Gyrocopter, I think we've said it so many times now. A lot of these carries just hate playing versus AA, but Gyro especially. Your itemization just gets kind of weird. Because it's AA, you're standing still and flacking, and you're just always going to be a prime target for that AA blast. Lion pick up.
Timbersaw's ban. I was like, is something about the offlaner? Like, okay, they must have wanting to pick some offlaner that is really abused by Gyrocopter. Yeah. But Timber's already banned. Like, I don't know.
Not a fan of that ban at all, actually.
I mean, we still also have the Axe and the Slardar. The Mars still in the pool. Very popular picks for both the teams. Also, Rajix is one of the few offlaners that picks Hoodwink, by the way. Just want to point that out as well.
I mean, I actually hope we get a Hoodwink. I've been watching a lot more of this hero. I think there's some untapped potential. I've been testing some fun numbers and stuff like that. You can get some ridiculous damage on Sharpshooter with under the right conditions.
Yeah, I heard Aoi said Veil of Discord. It was a really good build. I have not tried that build yet, but it makes some sense to me because one of my biggest misgivings about that hero is the fact that it does not clear creep waves 100% with 2 nukes. Yeah. Right? It'll only kill like 1 or 2, maybe a 3rd creep, depending on the bounces, and that just annoys you as a 4 position, because that means you have to spend more time in lane. It means you're getting less farm, possibly. It's just like, as a 4 position, if you're doing any kind of wave clear, you want to be able to go, boom, boom, I killed the wave, I'm out, I'm moving, I'm looking for kills now.
I think Veil's an underpurchased item, period, across the board. It got
yeah.
huge buffs. The cast range is ridiculous. It persists through spell immunity. It's actually pretty insane. Like, you can stay so far back now. It's 1,200 cast range. It builds off of Bassi. It stacks with Bassi, the aura, the mana regen aura. It's an awesome, awesome item.
Well, you get your Invoker. It is for its caliber, though.
Look at that. So, I mean, Quaswex is always quite valuable if he does want to go for it versus the Wraith King.
I was curious. I was like, you know, looking at that Puck, like, I bet Puck is really good, would be really good against Wraith King Ancient Apparition.
That is fair.
Right? It's like, cool. You don't have to worry about the nuke that comes in from the Wraith King. You should always dodge that with Phase Shift. You have Orb if you really need to be able to get out of Cold Feet radius. But we just haven't seen an offlane Puck in so long that wasn't really expecting it.
It goes back to what you were saying before, too. You know, Wraith King AA, this is a kill combo. If you get left alone in the offlane, you're dead. What's a hero that can evade it pretty easily, right? If Earth Spirit does start making moves around, Puck can actually stay up there as long as you're careful. You can make moves around to dodge the Wraith. But yeah, you'll actually survive. So that actually is really cool. I do like it.
And you prefer that over Invoker 4? Invoker, like, we've seen that sometimes, but not this patch so far.
That would mean a lot of things are weird because then they've got Earth Spirit who's already sitting in the 4 position. So you move the Earth Spirit to what? Like 2, 5, but then then where did the Puck go from there?
Well, normally it is 5 up playing the Earth Spirit.
Oh, okay.
Because they do play 2 4s,
They do
right?
play 2 4s, that's true.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess. It's possible, for sure. And that would make that would be kind of annoying for that lane because they are, kill combos are heavily disrupted by things like Tornado and EMP. They find those spells very annoying.
Tried some for Invoker. Feels absolutely terrible right now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've tried it like several times as well, too, and I've seen a couple players, too. It just feels really awkward. You're so
What feels
fragile.
bad about it now compared to before?
Honestly, I didn't think it was the best before. I think it was just like this flexible pick just because Invoker was so popular. When people were doing it at TI, right, when the baby Invoker got added, you saw like people flexing it around, but it just, it doesn't really do anything to threaten the lane whatsoever, and I would never want to just give Wraith King a full free farm lane.
So we saw a Doom matchup that I remember BSN and I were talking about. He was like, I'm not sure about this Doom matchup against something. It was a big physical damage dealer. And part of the reason that the Doom matchup is better than it used to be is because he now has armor. He has, what, 2 more armor than he used to? Where he used to have 0.
Yeah,
so matchups that are very physical damage dependent, like perhaps this Chaos Knight. I don't know if this is 3 position or 1 position or what is it, but it is a little bit better than it used to be.
I would imagine this is going to be the Gork hero. We saw him play it before, and traditionally, the way that Ball's been playing, they put Gork on more of the... He plays more of the sturdy carries, if you will.
It's nice this game, too, because they have no way to deal Phantasm, really. Strong Illusions, don't really care about Lion. The AA focus is going to be... they're not going to have the control for these illusions. They're actually going to be pretty problematic. They actually have nothing to deal with them.
One of my favorite ways to deal with Wraith King is to get this kind of overwhelming team fight that it doesn't matter if he has a second life. And Chaos Knight is one of those. We rarely see it, but I feel like he is a hard counter to Wraith King because he pops Phantasm, he goes on the Wraith King, you kill him, it's like, all right, I got more where that came from. My illusions are still here. I'm going to Blink Strike you again once you come back up. Like, you're just going to get blown up again. So I'm always a big fan of that, particularly if it's, I'm still okay with it if it's like Monkey King Wukong's command, but it does require you to be able to stay in a certain area. Chaos Knight's even better in that it's mobile.
Yeah, I think CK is a hero that's also kind of undervalued. I feel like it's just tough to make work. It's such a risk some of the times because if you don't pick it in a position like this, they're gonna have ways to set up some type of AOE control for the Phantasms later on, or just pressure them really hard in that lane, or you just gets countered fully. But I like it when you do get it to open up like this and you do see Wraith King. I do love that.
What do we want to see Mambos play? Because we don't really know what is being picked mid. I guess there's still also the last pick potential to be the mid hero, which would be slightly awkward, but it could definitely be the case.
Just some sort of run around catch hero. So any of your spirits is kind of fine with me. Void Spirit probably the best.
And now they pick Shadow Fiend.
Oh.
Wait, this is a support invoker then?
Or a support puck. One of the two. They're the 3 and the 4 for sure, right?
Okay. Wow, that is we got a lot of mid heroes, Cap.
Yeah. What if they just swerve and put Chaos Knight, the only non-mid hero, into the mid lane?
I'd like it.
That would be interesting.
The ultimate swerve.
Mind games. What lanes well against Shadow Fiend nowadays?
Still, your Lina is pretty good.
Yeah.
That was a TA matchup. I've been really big fan of TA lately.
Yeah, and Mambos plays TA.
I'd be a bit concerned that TA is a bit too greedy because Wraith King and Doom already take some, like, a decent amount of farm off the map. I want something that's pretty active.
Something that can deal with Phantasm.
Yeah, your Lina, Quaps, Wind Ranger actually would have been kind of nice. Which of the spirits deals best with Shadow Fiend? I'm not a mid laner, Fogged.
Ooh, probably just, what, Storm?
Yeah.
Maybe.
But even then, it's like you're playing until this double silences coming out from Earth Spirit Puck.
And you're gonna get your mana burned by the Invoker, potentially.
Active, ranged hero.
Well, they're out of time.
They're out of time. Zeus.
It's not control for the illusions, it's ways to kill, but there's so many ways to get on top of him.
And there are still silences, and the mana burn thing is still a problem too.
They're trying to find answers to Chaos Knight, right? And Zeus has always been really good against illusion heroes. Chaos Knight, I think Zeus is worse against Chaos Knight than he is against, like, Terrorblade, for example. TB likes to be able to sit back there and throw damage out, and Zeus is like, I do that too, but mine's actually farther range than yours, and my magic damage is super effective against your high armor. Chaos Knight, he's a different kind of illusion hero. His illusions are very tanky, and he goes in on you, you know? I wouldn't be surprised to see if Gorp win like a Blink Tagger this game.
And we have our answer, by the way. It is Invoker and Earth Spirit are the support duo. You can call them 4 and 5. Like, they kind of are interchangeable in terms of who takes on which role. But generally, it's 5 up that takes a little bit of a backseat to Pablo in terms of farm. So the Invoker 5 in this case.
I'm always a fan of mixing ranged and melee. So I'd like to see Invoker with the Chaos Knight and then Earth Spirit Puck, especially since Puck is one of those off-laners that we talked about, mobile enough and evasive enough that the Earth Spirit can roam if he wants to. And he's got a great hero to roam into. Oh, Zeus is so fun to pick on as a 4 position. You love Zeus. You're like, I'm going to get behind that guy's tower, and he's done. He's done so.
Definitely some weakness in the safe lane of the Invoker CK. This is not a very strong lane. CK can be a bit independent because you can get all that lifesteal and all that, but I do think Doom line, if they play aggressive, they could take advantage of the game. However, I'm probably just siding with Baldyborn. They've got a lot of comfort heroes, and looks like a fun draft to play.
All right, well, let's see if Hippomaniacs can pull out a win based on their, maybe their offlane will pop off. We're going to find out together with Odie Pixel and T-Gov.
Thank you very much. Yes, game 1 ready to go here between the Hippos and Team Bold. T, what do you make of this? I think we're going to have a fun game on our hands. A lot of exciting stuff. Well, coming out from both teams, some sort of new rare picks here from Hippos, ending with the Zeus, something we don't see a lot. But of course, over on the side of Team Bold, some interesting heroes on some interesting positions.
Yeah, I think both teams approached this series with a kind of a new take on drafting. Hippomaniacs, they've really struggled with kind of unlocking the fight potential most of their drafts, having underwhelming stuns. In this game, they've got plenty. They've got a nice front line, they've got nice laning combos, so I like how Hippomaniacs have developed. And then, you know, Team Bald, it feels like they've taken a page out of Arkosh's book. You know, last night they just played a series against, I think it was Picardo Gaming, yep. And we had heroes like Kunkka 5 and then Leshrac Carry, and, you know, it was all round the shop, Pudge Sniper offlane. And this is kind of what it feels like Bald's doing as well. You pick so many heroes, you don't know where they're going. It's really hard to draft into that. But yeah, it's a lot of comfort here. And I kind of like Bald leaning more on individual comfort rather than trying to have this kind of beautiful construct of a draft. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see if it works. A lot of fight, a lot of aggression.
Well, yeah, so it's just from both teams, what do you like the most? You know, what are you looking forward to seeing from some of these setups? As we're already, of course, see some heavy skirmishing here around the bounty room. Curry trying to get some hits in onto Excalibur, but even though both teams had quite a bit of stun and catch, neither side able to really lock down completely onto one hero, so both teams will be able to walk away.
So in regards to Bald, to your question about what we're looking forward to, it's mainly, I think, Excalibur. He's going to be the X factor in regards to damage. A lot of heroes on board are kind of damage enablers. CK, when he gets to 2-3 items, he's going to rip through heroes, but it's going to be how Excalibur enters the early game and makes rotations with this setup of the puck, the setup of the Earth Spirit. And of course, we could maybe show a little bit of attention to the support Invoker. What's a Quaswex 5 or 4.5 Invoker really going to bring? Most likely Earn Vessel, playing around the fact that you have EMP. It's very disruptive, this game, but you need levels to be super effective, and early kills will help that a lot.
Nice bit of aggression there onto Muff. We'll see what sort of potential it has early on in the lane, and if this 5-up support Invoker is going to be enough to secure Gorg, a safe place to farm down here.
Would you like a nice stat about Gorg in the lower division?
What have we got about Gorg? What's he done for us?
Here's the stat. He is the carry player in lower division with the most amount of deaths on average.
Aye, and he's been winning some games. So
and he has.
I think that's an impressive stat.
It is a pretty good stat. If you'd like to know the number, it is a meaty 5.18 deaths per game average. The next carry player...
Who's behind him?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, Mambus is at 5. Then we scroll a lot further down, quite a bit further down. A lot further, yeah, to 2.75 of Lil Pleb. So, yeah. Of course, a little bit of disparity in number of games played, but still Thugido's on 2.7. But yeah, Gorg's technically number 1 at something.
I mean, and there he is, number 1.
And getting kills in the game.
First blood. Can't have it any better there for Gorg, getting the first bit of action.
Yeah, but this is exactly what you need from this type of lineup, and it's why I enjoy seeing these heroes, because it's all about killing in the early phase. The strength of Hippomaniac's draft is the ability to cushion this Zeus behind a wall of frontline damage.
Senny. He could be in trouble here. They've got the chase down with the orb, as Pablo is able to set up onto him.
Okay.
Bring down the AA.
Yeah, nice early kills, especially when the lane's that pushed in. When the AA steps up, going onto the Wraith King will always be a bit difficult, but if the AA's there as well, that's pressure. Now, roll after roll, they're going to keep trying to get Curry to be a little bit disgruntled here. And in the draft, they picked the puck knowing it's an AA Wraith King lane, because like they mentioned on the panel, it's the idea of you have the phase shift to disjoint the Wraith King stun, completely offsetting the kind of the strength of what a Wraith King AA lane is. It's about stun, layering the cold feet on top.
Look at this aggression as well. Pablo in under the tower onto Curry. As Curry's trying to hide, but they've got it. Rajix and Pablo. Yeah, as you said, the combination as well, just this idea of what you want to put as the duo against the Wraith King AA. It's looking pretty good. This is some smart stuff from Team Bold on the draft.
Yeah, the difficulty there is AA is a killer, and when you can't find kills, you feel really bad.
No.
So Senny, what happened is...
Got to be careful.
He should be fine here under the tower. He's good. The issue there is, when he dies, he goes to the jungle, and he makes a couple stacks. You see them now in the dire jungle there. He's made 2 double stacks, but he wasn't helping his Wraith King. So it's the stack here and then one to the right. There we go. And that's what kills the Wraith King. And then he comes back in. It's just unfortunately, this is a lane where you have to play the lane. And I think unfortunately for Senny, he left it a little bit too early, trying to utilize more kind of the Zeus game potentially. But yeah, you have to play the lane together. You have to find kills. Already level 4 on puck. This is looking very good for Bald.
Pretty scary here. Yeah. Rajix with a fantastic start.
The key thing for Hippomaniacs, they need to make sure they don't die a lot in lane so that they have this kind of front line of a Doom and a Wraith King.
See the setup. Excalibur's going to be able to step in with the raises, take down Mambos. As Muff can have a stun in a few seconds, but won't be soon enough to do anything about Excalibur, as Excalibur's able to keep the distance, gets in as well with another nice raise, as Muff has to hold back Pablo. Pablo isn't going to go for the over-aggression. They also bring 5 up over as well with the cold snap. The rest of Hippos will be able to step away. 6 Caliber also able to get the ball refill. Sunny not able to put a stop to it in time.
Oh, and then SF gets the runes as well. Yeah, this is one happy Excalibur. Level 5 to level 4 of Zeus.
Oh, it's looking like a hot start here on all the lanes. I mean, farm still to be had for Hippos. We see both in the mid and the off lane. Yeah, Tipek getting the same amount really out of this as Gorg is on his CK. So we're going to see a pretty farm Doom and Zeus coming into the mid game. It's just going to be a question of how these heroes are able to start the fight against all the jump that Team Bold's lineup brings.
Yeah, Team Bold, they're going to be looking for active fights. They're going to be utilizing the puck, the Earth Spirit to set up that engagement. CK playing around the Shadow Fiend, and they're going to be very disruptive. It's about having vision advantage is the key thing, because for Hypomaniacs, if they plonk the Wraith King in front of the fight, Zeus will get all his spells off. Doom should be able to always get the Doom onto Shadow Fiend, and then he's removed. And that's, I think, the key thing is a lot of damage from Bald into the mid game will be around Shadow Fiend, and he needs to itemize around that. Is he going to go for the right-click build, so it's just more layered damage, or is he going to go for magic damage and potentially get like a Lincoln or something to deal with this this Doom threat? Because right now, I believe he's got Yules in his quick buy, so he is leaning more into just, let's have diverse damage types, have CK for physical, me for magical, and off we go. Yeah, they can't zone a Doom out, CK out, sorry, in this bot lane.
Oh, for sure, yeah, 3 points now in the passive, and it's got that one good to go, so Gorg feeling pretty safe down here. And it's shown. We see there on the net worth, all 3 cores of Team Bold Reborn. Slight step ahead of that of their counterparts here.
The importance of this series, though, for Team Bold is if they lose, they're going to be tied with no bounty hunters going 2 and 4, and both of these teams will be playing up against pretty high seed teams in the final kind of end. So tiebreakers most likely will be forced out, and if they win this series, completely different story.
Bottom rotation comes in. Radix, he's hit the 6. He has the Dream Core ready to set things up. Mambos is going to come in with the counterplay. They've lost 2. See if Mambos can get a good bit of a cleanup here, and he will. Takes down both Gorg and Radix. So a good response there from the Hippos. Will manage to take back a little bit of what Team Bold was taking from them. They get themselves 2 core kills with that cleanup.
Yeah,
Mambos.
Really, really good rotation from the Zeus. Again, it's kind of like a recovery move where, luckily because he had the haste, he was able to get in, get out quite quickly, already back to mid and farming up. But yeah, they needed to find something, because when they were 6-0 down, they needed, or at least 4-0 down, some kills were needing to go their way. And now 3k net worth for Zeus, and it's kind of that game where if Zeus gets like Ags Octarine type of deal, and he can play super far behind, this should be a pretty chill game, because Team Bold, even if they get kills, they can never go high ground. And that's why I like to see Bold's done really well in laning phase. How can they start collapsing up? How can they start being proactive? An issue they had in their previous series against Viking. Again, it was Viking though, a very, very good team. Bold lacked proactive moves. They were very reactionary, and in the team fights, they were phenomenal in reactive. But this time, this is the type of lineup where they need to start going, okay, we've got this timing on this item, let's cross the river and apply the pressure. And that'll be the kind of the key thing. Have they kind of identified that and improved since their previous series?
I mean, and what sort of timing will that be this game? Like, which core? You're looking at Gorg. What sort of, which item will be the item that they sort of say, right, we're going to go, we're going to get active with the CK?
I'd love to see, Puck Blink Dagger, CK with an armlet.
Yep.
And then that alone is a good enough timing, because every fight for Bold is, have we locked down the Zeus? Then we can win the fight, because Hypomaniacs do lack damage outside of Zeus kind of poking them down and then the big spell, so yeah.
We'll see them make a move here onto Tipek. They're bringing an additional backup. They've got the damage here with the raises to bring him down low. The EMP takes his life.
5 up found Muff as well.
And they've got a way to stop him. Tries to TP out, but the tornado comes in. It's Team Bold. They bring the fight, they bring the action. As they bring the numbers in down bottom, the 4 of them turn up. They're able to take down 2 of Hypomaniacs and start to push this wave into the tower.
Yeah, not that bad of a showing, especially from the support invoker. Just before you start spamming it in your pubs, the idea of this is simply he's with a carry that is independent, that can lane alone, be it, for example, like Lifestealer, CK Bloodseeker, they have their inbuilt sustain, so it does unlock you to pick quirkier heroes, and that's why we are seeing Invoker not having the hardest entry to the game.
And it's looking very, very good here so far for the Invoker. As they've got the setup here onto Seni, it's going to be another one. 5 up on a killing spree. We'll see this Earth Spirit go down in return as Muff and Tipek are able to come in for the cleanup on Pablo. But so far, so good here for 5UP. 3-0-3. Having a great impact here from the support Invoker role.
Yeah, they're just the kind of the double threat of Earth Spirit and Invoker is really helping them out here because they're connecting onto mid together. They are just playing together. And then just kind of that partnership fundamentally just helps you apply so much more pressure. And for Hippomaniacs, they don't really have cores to play around right now. Doom's a bit more of like a farm-hungry offlaner. Same with Wraith King wants to unlock jungle. So Hippomaniacs are locked into just either bringing everyone or just reacting. And now they're trying to be a little bit proactive here. AA potentially going to be hitting 6 as the 10-minute mark hits. Oh, no, he won't actually. So this is just an under-leveled support rotation. Should get the kill, though.
Nicely done.
Yeah, Excalibur won't mind this. He's like, cheers, mate. Thanks for tanking the death for me.
At the same time, though, down bottom, 5UP. He's getting another catch here onto Tipek. Now bringing the TP, see if Manboss and Muff can do anything about this, but the stun doesn't quite catch Gorg. He's away. So just more action here that 5UP's getting away with.
And Radix, he's 400 gold away from this Blink Dagger. All this kind of chaos being brought to mid and bot lane. It's just unlocked him just to farm top freely. Wraith King has no kill threat on him. Pretty solid game so far. And an instant smoke actually, potentially trying to utilize the EMP on Invoker to apply pressure to a level 8 Wraith King. Bringing up Earth Spirit as well. They have the damage to kill him. If he has no mana, that is. He does have a 12-1 though. Oh, doesn't use it. Okay, just dies.
Didn't get it off.
I guess.
Or do you think he was maybe opting to just let it go there?
Exactly. Yeah. Like if you look at the mana of the heroes right now, Zeus can't really TP and be a threat. He's on, you know, a quarter mana. AA has no ult. So, you know, I respect not using the one there, but just very good moves from Team Board. Again, it's the supports really unlocking this game. Yeah, it does show that Board, from series to series, they are at least kind of truly understanding what their strengths and weaknesses are, because, you know, Gorg as a carry, he's not TPing to another lane at minute 7, minute 6. He's not applying this map pressure. He's more of a static farmer. So I like how they've picked him heroes that play into that, allow him to AFK in this lane, and then it gives the support duo that are naturally both 4 players the ability to play the map like they're used to. So no, yeah, I like the, honestly like the adaptations that the team has made into this series. And it's proving to be pretty effective. 3k up now.
There we go. Muff and Senny looking to get the catch on Excalibur mid. Skari start things off with a Ray Fire Blast. As they're in with the finger, they've got enough damage. A good move here from the supports of Hippos. As they may even look for more Pablo. Okay, he's trying to roll in and get involved with Gorg. Senny, a very bold TP immediately put to a stop there. Tornado also coming out to catch the 2, and then the Magnetize doing a hell of a lot of damage as well. Is it enough to take down Senny? It is. As they take down one, now with the control on Muff, they'll pick up another. Gorg getting turned upon it by the 3 of them. They drop down the Doom, and they get a deny in. Oh, a little early there. As they will get the kill, deny unsuccessful. As Gorg will fall to the damage of the Doom. Radix. Manboss is able to reach him, not quite.
He's got another orb up. How will he live there?
Oh. It's just out of distance. He's going to have to blink back up. Radix is going to be able to make it away.
All right, he has no TP. Zeus ult in 100 seconds.
We'll see this again. 5UP, just a little early on the attempt.
He tried, though. A for effort.
How close was he on the damage? What was it after the hit? Let's have a look at the numbers.
17.
Very close.
Yeah, 15. Wait, here we go. 14. I saw a 14 there, Owen. It wasn't a 1, though. It wasn't a 1, so...
Didn't hit. He's got to hit Gorg harder.
He's got to slap him harder in the face.
Slap him harder.
Yeah. Take his viewers, take his subs, slap him.
Slap him. There we go. Smoke up now from the Team Bold. As soon as we've just got Tipek pushing down bottom. See which way they want to go with this smoke.
Yeah, and this is the thing, when Hippos don't have this, have the Doom available, their big team fight presence is more kind of existing and prolonging the fight, and that's why we will be seeing Team Board try and be a bit more active and try and apply this pressure.
So they get the catch on Senny. Tippy coming in from Tipek, but a nicely timed Tornado from 5UP will stop Tipek getting the catch on anyone.
You can just see the nature of this Shadow Fiend, Earthspirit both trying to rush the BKBs, just identifying they want to take the fight at 20-25 minutes, and this will kind of be the window. The poke and the prod, but trying to utilize the farm as well.
Good stun here from Muff.
Not too bad.
The Hex as well. They're bringing 5 up pretty low. 5 up and pop the stick charges. Ghostwalk as well. 5 ups out to the side. Mambos, has he got enough damage? Not quite. It's 5 up. He's away. The blast from AA will also be off the mark.
Unfortunately for Hippomaniac, Zeusalt was on cooldown about 11 seconds, now sitting at 4 with the TP out. He won't be using that. Yeah, Hippomaniac's very much a cooldown-driven team, locked into both items as well to be able to frontline, and they actually did a pretty okay job at mitigating the pressure Bald was trying to apply. With only 3 heroes, they're still able to defend this mid tower. I think that's kind of what Bald's going to be kicking themselves at. They want to be able to break down the map a little bit quicker because Curry is just farming now, well on the way to Radiance.
Like you feel that they are slowing down the game enough at the moment, Hippos.
Yeah, they're utilizing the Zeus to a pretty good effect because it's kind of easy, right? When you're around a tower, as long as you play behind that tower, behind a Doom, behind someone else, then you are naturally going to be pretty good. But these are the pickoffs that aren't going to look too good on your scoreboard.
Yeah, very nice setup there from Pablo. Lovely kick back into Excalibur.
Next time, I'd like to see them do the roll into kick with the pre-use of the Requiem.
So the perfect time slides in.
Exactly. I don't want to see the Yules. I think it's a bit too easy.
Sure, you want to see the flashy stuff.
Yeah, exactly that. As you see here, of course, it was a bit of an early roll. That wouldn't have synced up, so I fully respect this one. But, just make it harder next time. Because Shadow Fiend, the Requiem, it's a bit bonkers. Why should you have to delete a hero like that?
Well, it used to be a lot worse, right? Because at least now, you can't do it directly under, right? Because you can't stand straight under yours, correct?
That's a little bit. It still blows you up, though. It's still.
You still hit every soul?
You still get slapped out the game.
Sure, still a lot of damage, yeah.
I don't know the exact numbers here, mate, but
I know it's a lot.
As a 5 player,
I think that change stopped you from actually connecting every soul.
Well, I can tell you,
still a lot of the souls.
As a 5 player here, I die no matter what to this bloody spell. All right, I don't have items to be able to feel the difference. And also, I like the fact that Excalibur, he is just going straight Yules BKB, not like in pubs where you go blink Yules and your Requiem gets cancelled and you're just feeding to these stuns, these cheap stuns of Hippomaniacs.
Sure, yeah, BKB is
simple yet effective. Go for it. And BKB nowadays, it feels so good. It's honestly a buff in my opinion. When you go from 9 down to 6, that 6-second BKB, it is absolutely amazing, the feeling when you have that extra little bit of something going into late game.
Oh, what we got going on here? It's 5 up, a bit of a poke onto Muff.
Nice D-ward though. Nice D-ward. You can see the position of Hippomaniacs. They identify like they need to be able to keep the Zeus alive. So they're just keeping him in the tree line and playing on the side that's protected. Like they have the sentries, they have the vision on this kind of the southern side of this mid tower, and it's why they've been able to hold it for so long. And Curry getting quite aggressive here.
He's got the team behind him. A good wraparound from Hippos, actually. Coming in from the side. See if Team Bolt's prepared for this.
I just don't think they care. Pablo's hitting top. You've got Puck in the jungle. They're just farming the entire map. So sure, if you want to kill 5 up right now, please do it. We're farming, extra 2/3 of the map right now.
Oh, down bottom. They find Excalibur. They're able to get him with the Doom. Excalibur not standing a chance there.
Yeah, and that's just Bald being a bit greedy. Like I just said, they're hitting top, hitting mid jungle, they're hitting everything.
He wants to make a go around to Curry. Get him the once. Can they do it again? Backup's on its way. The stun from the side. Tipex over on towards Gorg. He'll be disarmed for now by the Deafening Blast, but he's still able to block Gorg off. Gorg will turn, destroy Muff, but Gorg is surrounded. Let's see if we can bring it out anything more with him. Curry's so low. There's the jump. Raditz will be able to make sure that Curry does still go down. But they lose Gorg after losing Excalibur as well. So Hippos bringing some good action. Sunstrike. That's not going to come in anywhere big. And
crazy amount of damage that would have done.
Was it 162?
2 points? Yeah, 2 points. I think Bald, they'll be, after that engagement, they're going to be thinking, wait a second, we need to try and start taking fights here because just the damage that they're bringing into the fight, of course, Shadow Fiend was dead straight away. Are they going to get Pablo? Nope.
Whoa!
Sure, wait,
he got fingered in the fountain!
He got fingered in the bloody fountain, Owen!
He got fingered in the fountain!
Oh, mate. I've not seen that in a long time.
I've never seen that.
Oh.
The global finger.
Just the distance on that bad boy.
That.
Wait.
Look at that. A cross-map finger. Oh.
Yeah, you see that once in a lifetime, Owen, honestly.
My goodness, I bet he has trouble buying gloves with a finger that long.
It's humongous.
Look at that.
Hey, look at him, he knows. He should have done a little finger flick, shouldn't he, on camera?
That was brilliant, yeah.
That's what he needed.
That was lovely.
We need more showboating.
More,
we got webcams, use them, lads. You get a kill, start doing some like fist pumps and whatever.
Yeah.
Get like a whiteboard, you can write some little insults or something, you know, noob. Show it up to the camera. Curry might be dying after this.
Yeah, his reincarnation still on cooldown.
He was laughing too much about the finger, that was his issue.
He was enjoying that. And they all were.
He was looking at his own finger. I wish I had bigger fingers.
Yeah, that was wild. I mean, because it's just one of the... A TP, it doesn't disjoint.
No?
It doesn't disjoint, and a finger, so obviously has that delayed damage. I imagine we can see the same with, like, Lagunas, right? Laguna works the same way?
Yeah, I think
you can...
There's a lot of cutes, but mate, that was such a scuffed game, right? Like, let's be real.
Well, here we have it. Roshan time here for Team Bold.
Yeah, it's a beautiful move from Bold. You know, after they do trade a finger, instantly get a Wraith King kill. That's now Roshan. And like, Bold is doing really well at punishing the big spells being used and understanding that objectives come for free. You know, when one of these spells is gone, you can just flood the map and apply pressure. Bold just needs a little bit more conviction, though, when taking the fight, because every time they get a pick off, they aren't really turning that into an effective smoke. We're not seeing them find the Zeus, find the kill. Like, they're doing great in terms of net worth, but in terms of breaking down the game and making Hippomaniacs feel bad, they're not really doing that right now. But, you know, they have 5 minutes of kind of freedom to try and find that specific engagement. Less farm now, more fight. That's what I want to see from Bold.
Oh. I mean, yeah, that lead's still there, but if they like lose Excalibur on those sort of solo pushes out, it's going to hurt. But they're playing much more as a team once again. Excalibur at the front of the move here, but backed up by the rest of them.
Yeah, the key thing for Excalibur now, he has the Aegis, and he is the big Doom threat, right? If you Doom Excalibur, he can't get Requiem. Half of their damage is now gone, pretty much. So, yeah, pretty effective use of the Aegis here.
Nice use of the Sunstrike as well. Yeah. Scouting out Tipek in the trees. Fiverr providing the vision.
And they have the damage now.
They certainly do. Gorg's turned up. Oh, but the stun! And they've got the Dream Coil. Do they have detection? I'm sure they do. They don't?
They don't?
They don't.
Oh,
they still get it. It doesn't matter. A little sloppy, but he's still dead. They're going to lose heroes for this, though. Ragic's getting taken down. Pablo did get hit by the Ice Blast. Is that enough to pop him? I think it is.
I think
Pablo's
it is. Wait, 3, 2, 1. There it is.
That was an ambitious TP. He did not do the math.
I hope. Yeah, that was detection wins games.
They could have had that a little cleaner, but they didn't.
But still, I love the smaller play there from 5UP using that Sunstrike just to kind of scout the kind of defensive positioning that you get at this top tier 2. And yeah, initial setup was great, but just lacked a little bit of something to clean out that kill.
Can the two of them do this down here? Curry, is he? You have 5 of them in Excalibur. I guess that.
Yeah, Curry's a pretty tanky lad now. Armlet, 11 charge wand. The main thing about Wraith King is if you gank him and he has no 1 charges, that's going to feel like a nice kill. But when he's sitting already on like 11, 12, that's all he needs to get the reincarnation off. Plus a couple spells used. Mass checks out, I promise.
And yeah, so Tipek, very close to having his BKB done. I mean, who's the prime target in these fights? Who's he jumping and dooming in a dream situation? Excalibur.
I think, yeah, the main thing here is if Seiki doesn't get ult off, you can easily ult him, kill him, remove him from the game.
Yeah.
If you have BKBs. If your team isn't able to deal with the magic damage, you doom the Shadow Fiend, and then you blow up the CK with the Zeus and kind of that type of damage.
Sure. Yeah.
But right now, both teams, they have their BKBs coming out, Doom soon to be have, but Bold, they have Shadow Fiend, CK, BKB right now. It is extremely scary timing for Hippomaniacs.
And I guess for Excalibur, you want to blink BKB, Requiem, the Zeus.
Yeah, he has to die. Yeah, for sure.
Get the Zeus.
The full wraparound.
What?
They are deep in enemy lines.
Supports are not what they want here.
They would love to kill Tipek.
Tipek, he's not quite got the BKB, so Excalibur is going to drop the combo. He's still pretty tanky, but with the razors laid down, they'll take him down. Tipek will fall. Gorg trying to keep the fight going. They've got the tornado set up onto the Wraith King. See if they can bring down Curry a couple of times. Here, Curry turning. They've got the control into Excalibur. Excalibur's going to fall as he loses the Aegis. Doom has been dropped down onto Gorg as Gorg continues to fight through it, trying to chase down Tipek, but now he's got to run. The Doom damage becoming too much for Gorg as Gorg will fall. They've lost 4. As that was not the Aegis fight that Team Bold were looking for there.
Yeah, just A little bit of miscommunication there from Board. You have to start that fight. The Doom in a, not a bad position, but he just wasn't respecting the smoke and that great wraparound. He dies pretty quickly, but on the kind of flip side, you have the Puck diving the tier 2, a little bit of disconnect on who they were trying to kill, and in the kind of that brief moment, you get two different calls happening at the same time, and Hippomaniac's able to punish that.
I like this from Muff as well. Straight Ags after the Seed to Lens.
I mean, he did kill that guy back in base. Like, he's feeling it.
Yeah, it's going to be nice.
Yeah, boy, I think they overplayed themselves a little bit there.
Sure, it's just looking a little shaky. You're seeing some of the things that they've struggled with in other games start to show a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. It's just like that smoke was beautiful. Yeah. It's just kind of when you get to the end part of the smoke where you're taking that engagement, you kind of need to identify who are we going on, why are we smoking, and they had that kind of put down to a perfect point. It was just when they started that fight, two guys said two different things, and they both fully lent into that play, and that's kind of the disparity of kind of the teams that are able to practice and not, because yeah, you don't often see these types of mistakes, unfortunately. And we saw how effective Doom was. You slap it on CK. SF after Requiem doesn't really provide much, and that is, I guess, one of the big weaknesses of a magic damage Requiem. It's you need, or magic SF, you have to get an effective kill and then restart the fight, because when you have buybacks come into play, it's like, what do we do now? Because of course, Doom in that fight, he did buyback as well to help offset the fact he did get blown up at the start. And he should have his BKB now, so these type of pickoffs, Tipek should be pretty good. He now only dies to the CK army slapping him down. But he is buying Shivas to try and deal with that.
And then so for Hippos in this situation, do they still continue to just sort of play the stalling game? Like, when do they sort of have to get proactive themselves against Team Bold?
I think when they're cushioned by defensive items, because Team Bold is all about the explosive jump. The CK pops ult, he kills someone. The Puck calls someone, they die within it. And I think Wraith King having his own BKB, Zeus having some type of positional advantage, that's when they're going to be looking to make the play. But right now, they're going to be happy to take this at another 20-25 minutes of just defending towers and making those plays. But I guess when they have the BKB on Tipek, they're seeing it a bit differently. They want to take the fight, and I can respect that as well if they have the vision to cushion that type of play. And Bold, they've been farming a lot on the map. Like when the game gets to kind of a lull, they are really just farming every lane, showing everywhere, and that's where Hippomaniacs can potentially pick that off. But this time, Gorg, he's not really over farming bottom. He's instantly moving to the top side of the map where his team's positioned, and where a couple of their wards are placed. Good thing for Hippomaniacs, they are able to get some aggressive vision out. You see on the mini-map right now, they had 3 wards basically on their side, and this smoke netted 2 aggressive wards. So even though they didn't get kills, it is going to allow them to make another play in the next, 6 or 7 minutes. BKB now on Wraith King as well. Whew.
I mean, they're ready to fight.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, he's going to be a happy chap. He's going to want to get involved.
And Team Bold on the high ground here. Wars down there. Tipek is in.
Oh, he
sees the opportunity immediately. Sees Gorg, gets the jump, Doom down, and Gorg will fall.
Running for their lives now. Unable to fight. Honestly, that pickoff is instrumental. And Team Bold, they're trying to play in an aggressive position, but their vision doesn't really allow that. They've got very defensive wards in an area that's meant to be aggressive. You think about high ground vision, that's why they had it. The entry to the jungle, they had that dire ward that allowed Doom to get that free initiation. So, yeah, Bold being a bit too comfortable with hitting creeps, not respecting the potential plays that you can make on Hippomaniacs.
Hippo's having some nice moves here in the mid-game to really slow down that early pace and early timings that Team Bold were able to hit this game.
They're not stopping now. They saw SF TP bottom. They know he has no TP. On his own. They're just playing in vision.
Is it BKB still on cooldown?
Exactly.
He's pushing out on his own without the BKB available. Excalibur's got to be careful.
Yeah. Muff's now feeling the ramifications of having Aether Lens Ags build online. A blink there would have just been an instant SF kill. And that's why you don't see a lot of players often go for this type of build.
Well, they might find Rajix though.
Do they have enough control though? He's got a bloody pipe.
Yeah, this pipe. God. He is more than fine.
Yeah. Yeah, Muff, unfortunately, not really connecting on his Earth Spikes. Couple whiffed ones. And now Pablo's like, all right, this is why you died, Gorg. Let me sort that out for you, Chief. Let me get that out of the game. Bull just needs to do one decisive play where they kill Zeus. It's now been like 90 minutes of mid-game where Zeus has been untouched.
Oh, Tipek, he's ready to go as well. He's in on a Pablo. Forces the BKB out of Pablo. Gorg's coming in from the side, though. He's managed to get the catch on them. Mambos, did he have the damage with the Sunstrike coming in from 5 up? They do.
There it is. They got him.
They got the big one. See what more they can get out of this. There's Tipek starting to back away. They've got a bit of control onto Curry. Gorg, can he go in and get another grab? He's playing careful now with the BKB unavailable. Knows that Hippomaniacs are still around and ready to fight. Reincarnation and BKB available on Curry.
Yeah, no BKBs up on Hippomaniacs with no Zeus. There's no way they should be looking to take this fight. Retreat, accept the fact that Zeus was a little bit out of position there. And that's kind of exactly what Bull needed. Roshan's up. Yeah, okay.
They can get away with taking this, you think?
Yeah, 2 for 2.
Can't go for the steal.
They've got Solar Crest, they've got Alacrity, they've got CK. This is so easy to take this Roshan.
Hippo's going to try and do something about it, but 5 up, he's in position to stop the play. And there's the jump. Excalibur is in with the BKB. They've got the Wrecker and the core combo as well as it comes out, pushes back the AA, takes them down. The snap there straight onto the Doom, sets up for a kill onto Tipek. Muff is trying to run, but Pablo and Radix are forcing him away. Radix is in with the jump. They take him out. And now Curry, he needs back up. He's been left alone. Mambos, he's trying to come in and help, but immediately the control comes out from Pablo. He TPs into his death, Mambos. As Curry will finish up 5 up. But Curry, he'll get taken down. The ones with Gorg, Radix, and Pablo surrounding him. They should be able to find him a second time here as he'll try and run. Actually, maybe they do lack the catch here. Curry might be able to walks away from this. So Curry does get out, but all in all, a lot of death there on the side of Hippomaniacs as Team Bold hit a fantastic Dream Coil Requiem combo to start things off with 5 up, scouting things here.
Yeah, silver linings here. The Wraith King lives, but yeah, the start of this fight, when you get the coil killing off the supports, it is devastating. Doom didn't have a beacon up, wasn't quite up for 17 seconds, and then Pablo Puck. This is what they did in that previous fight at the tier 2. Yeah. That they tried doing this kind of double play, but this time way more effective outside of tower range. And then kind of my highlight of the fight was Zeus brazenly TPing him, and 3 were dead, bless him.
He just wanted to help.
He just wanted to get involved.
He wanted to help.
Yeah, and yeah, that kind of sealed the deal for the fight. But I think, yeah, if Hippomaniacs, potentially, you could have maybe delayed that fight a little bit longer. Play off of AA ult, connect the ult, but don't pressure. Zeus respawns, maybe you have a window to take the fight, but oh my God, he's so bloody focused.
Oh, the Viper shaking the table there. Gorg, that's some intense stuff there.
Mate, you're playing in CK, it's like 3 buttons.
I mean, it's a bit of micro as well. That micro always gets...
Select tool and right click, Owen.
I struggle.
Thank you. Thanks for confessing. This is the confessional, the Dota confessional.
Gorg, he's getting into it. That's what you want to see.
I love that passion. He breathes Dota.
He's playing at, he's playing at 11 here out of 10. This is some maximum stuff here from Gorg. And he's got the blink now as well, so further catch. Another button press. Gorg's got to keep it up.
APM through the roof. Surprisingly, for all that meme, Hippomaniac's another one inside Roshan.
But Gorg's going to be ready to put a stop to this. He's got the ult ready to pop, and he's in. Tipek is going to try and jump in and find the Doom target, but Gorg is causing distraction. I think he got, it stopped the whole play here with the Doom. And now Gorg's still got the army up. He's able to take down Curry the once. Finger comes out, and Gorg, the stun follow up as well. The rest of Team Bold are trying to take down Rosh as Gorg will die, but they get the Roshan and Aegis on Excalibur. Excalibur will quickly fall the first time. Mambos actually able to step in and pick up the cheese for himself. Over to the side, they get the jump on a 5 up. Excalibur able to blink out though. They were sort of looking elsewhere. They didn't have anything to stop Excalibur getting the blink off after he respawns with the Aegis.
I really hope Lion buys a blink after this.
You're missing the...
Yeah, the catch. That's the key. They're missing the extra stun, and yeah, I think... How did they not go Roshan? After they wiped him, I thought they'd just be able to just walk in there with a Solar Crest, a couple raises, a right click, and off they go, but...
Yeah. And now, as we see, Excalibur did get the kill. He got the Aegis, but by the looks of it, Senny got the Shard. And as we saw, Mambos able to take the cheese away, having that ready for the next fight. So Hippomaniac still able to take away something Something significant there from the Roshan.
Honestly, that's a big win for Hippos.
Or maybe the shard, it went to Mambos or Steny. One of them bought it, one of them picked it up.
But the main thing here is the fact that they are playing at such a disadvantage. They got wiped. Roshan was available, prolonged.
Yeah.
Hippos then went in, got it, like pressured it themselves, instantly took away the Aegis on the SF, and then now they're aware of the Lincolns. Like, that was a one-time fight where Doom's going to be wasting his Doom like that. I think
True. Don't think that's happening again.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening again. No. He's going to either pivot towards dooming CK pre-ultimate, or he's going to try and pick up, or at least play more patient, where it's like Lion, when he eventually does buy a Blink Dagger 40 minutes into the game, Hex break Lincolns, then Doom on top, and there's going to be some combo plays. Yeah, this game is very even, where Board, they're the ones that they need to find that connection. They kind of got given like the beautiful engagement of picking off the Zeus at the top side of jungle. That fight was like given to them. And then Zeus again TPing in on the tail end of that death, dying again. Like, that doesn't happen that often. And I think Zeus, if he just adjusts his positioning, this is a pretty hard game for Board now, because they need to locate him, they need to kill him. It is critical. Yeah, thank you. I was gonna say, I want to see like a Blink Dagger on CK, and he does pick that up. It is pretty critical for just getting onto the back line.
Going for that Sage Sonic next. Ags now done on 5-up. So, you know, they do have this little lineup Bold where they've got a lot of heroes that do turn into pretty sizable cores, effectively.
It is a pub draft. They're all playing for themselves, and eventually there will be one big fight where it's going to see the wombo combo. The Axe Coil, the Cataclysm, Pablo just rolling through.
Well, I'm going to have to deal with this Wraith, you know. Curry, level 25. Looking very strong right now. They have struggled to really take him down twice in the last few fights.
Yeah, it's the CKV racing matchup is so unfortunate for CK to play, because early on you can pressure him a lot. You can quickly kill him. But when he gets the Radiance, if he's lucky and gets the RNG of a Cloak of Flames, he's going to be pretty happy playing into any illusion type damage, and CK falls off pretty heavily there, and that's why it's so important for Gorg to kind of ignore the Wraith King, allow the support invoker, allow this Earth Spirit to play into that, kite the Wraith King away, and then you can eat through. Like, CK thrives on killing Zeus, AA Lion, and sometimes Doom depend, like pre-Shivas, that is. Mambos, he is stepping up. This is where the Blink Dagger might come into play.
He gets the slow off, but Gorg can't quite get in with the follow-up. That's all they found. They found him.
Oh, all right.
So picks able to get in, drop down the Doom, but Excalibur's here to help out. Still very tanky, but with Curry coming in with a stun. Gorg is dead and gone.
Confidence.
I mean, they really went in there with that attempt, diving in pretty deep here to try and catch Mambos.
Are we able to get a reaction of Gorg during that? He was very focused in the fights he was winning. I want to see what his focus was like after. But Lion actually getting caught up in the bot lane. He looks pretty dead to me. Yeah,
he does. And with the setup.
Oh, Zeus is here too?
Oh,
I had the cheese.
He had the cheese. The cheese might... Yeah, it's going to save him. It's going to save him, and now they've got to back off.
He is a quick little lad with the boots of travel and the ball whip.
A good escape here from Mambos.
Look at that, 507 move speed. Zoom, zoom.
Oh, he's going to be tanky as well.
Oh, we're going to have a reaction, yeah, to top. Nice, here we go. Oh, he's actually hands off keyboard.
He knows.
He's like, I'm a lot. Oh, bless him.
I think he'd accepted his fate. Yeah. There's very little ways you can get out of something.
Here we go. Yeah, he's like, oh no. Oh, guys, what have we done? Bloody hell.
No, he's keeping it cool. He's keeping it chill.
No, I rate that. I do. And I think that play.
The PMA up.
No, you have to in these games. This is a very skirmishing game, and if you ever get a little bit sad, then it's doom and gloom. But no, yeah, that play on top. If they kill the Zeus there, that's the type of play that suddenly unlocks the game for you. Zeus might have the buyback, you can get a Rax. Like, I rate that play. Like, even though it kind of failed miserably, I can respect the attempt of making such a one. Maybe if you want to improve it for next time, CK is the one that initiates with the clean stun, blink into stun illusions, and then Earth Spirit follows up. That would be mainly the only difference potentially in the setup to that play. Alright, board smoked up.
They're trying to see what they can catch with this. Or do get the illusionist cape for Mr. Gorg.
Alright, so Doom's going for a refresher.
Nice.
Do you think Doom's going to go for double Doom on SF just to eat through the Lincolns? or do you think he's going to use his teammates to help him out?
I don't think you want to drop the double doom to break a Lincoln's, do you?
I'm mainly saying, do you think he trusts his non-blink dagger line to help him out?
I think so.
You think so? All right, all right. We'll see. No, I take it. He's got the blink. He's going for an arc. Oh my god, this guy's bloody
The arcane blink. I love it for the finger.
He had one good finger this game, and he's now been, getting carried away.
Getting the Ags, getting the cooldown down. So here we have to jump. Excalibur quick with the BKB. Able to step away, and Team Bold will just back off from this fight. So if they can get everyone safely out. I don't know if they can, because up to the top.
They caught the scan.
They've caught 5 up. Everyone else will make it away. I mean, if someone was going to die there, that's definitely probably the choice that Team Bold would make to let the support invoker go. Everybody else is able to escape.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. You see, during that fight, Rajix, he doesn't TP out. He stays in top to skip this wave, making sure that Hippomaniacs can't make any pressure. And he also drew onto mid and bot. He made the calls like, guys, I'll skip top wave, you take mid bot, Gorg's automatically mid, SF's automatically bottom. Like, they're doing a very good job at, if they are out of position, they're pushing the waves quickly. And that's what's basically keeping them in this game.
Well, Senny?
He gets a clean pick. This is the damage we're looking for.
He was not ready for that. He weren't ready for Gorg.
He's all by himself.
He put Gorg.
Good BKB.
The frame perfect BKB there from Gorg. It might not matter though. We'll see if his teammates can help him out. The Dream Core's down. Gorg's still on the run. He's going to be able to get out of there.
Saving Private Gorg here. Rajix, a noble soldier. You've gone down for your CK's aggression.
We got to see that BKB timing again.
Yeah.
That was...
Can we include AA dying as well, please? I want to see AA die into BKB. Is that acceptable?
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see what we get given.
We have the technology.
I mean, I hope so.
Big items here for Manboss. Has the Octarine done. Lots of money on Curry. 5.5k gold ready to spend up. But starting to run out of slots. He's going to have to get rid of something. What is he going to get rid of for the AC? Just get rid of the armlet at this stage?
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah. Or Pablo, BKB and a TP out. Doesn't want to mess around with Tipek.
Yeah, pretty much for Wraith King, his itemization is just complete AC and they go for Swiftly. Oh, there we go. There's the AA dead.
Look
I love
at
to
this
see
BKB.
it.
Look, watch this.
Bam. Woo. Clean. Oh, we can go back. We can watch the frame.
When does it come out? Is it like the same frame?
It's the same.
Is it the same
It's
frame?
the same. Wait. It's bloody close there. That's just woof.
I don't think it gets closer than that, Gorg. And of course, just getting it off beforehand, making sure that there wasn't any chance for follow. He did it one-handed as well.
Mate, it doesn't even.
He
Look
did
at
it
him.
one-handed. He clicked the item. He didn't even press the key.
He just looked at it.
He mouse clicked the BK.
He
Amazing.
whispered.
I love it.
Activate.
Cataclysm's down. They found the catch on Tipek.
All right, now this is looking better. Team, but they're playing around what their draft is. It's like CK is the initiator. Right now they've been trying to set up kills with Earth Spirit. They've been trying to find kills with like this invoker movement. But when CK is the one starting the fight, it simplifies the process, and they're getting a couple kills. They're getting cleaner at it. Each fight they're improving.
Yes.
They try Zeus top, they fail. They kill an AA mid, they trade off Rajix.
No, it's coming together.
It's coming together. Exactly, it's coming together.
And now they've Senny. I was able to just dodge the tornado. They've got DD on Excalibur, so have to give this man a little bit of respect, a little bit of space. Gorg sweeping over as well. See if Excalibur can find any sort of setup of this. 40 seconds, no Doom, no Tipek. As Gorg's in. He goes in, he's ready to fight. Straight in he goes. As Excalibur's up to the high ground. Senny will get taken out. Curry is being focused here as Gorg will keep the illusion upon him. The buybacks are starting to spook them a little bit. We'll see if Team Bolt want to keep fighting, as there have been 2 buybacks coming out from Tipek and Senny. Tipek is in on top of Excalibur. The Lincolns, it's going to get popped. Doom to follow up. They'll bring down Excalibur. No hope, an escape chance for him. There's Gorg. He's on the run.
He's got ult in too.
Can they do anything here? He's getting burst a little low. He's going to get the ult out. He's thinking about turning.
Oh, he wants his Zeus.
Oh, Gorg's in. He's in. Oh, he's looking for Manboss, but he doesn't find him. Oh. As Gorg, he can't quite find the target. He's standing still. He's in trouble. He's turning. He's trying to lifesteal, but he's gone. An ambitious attempt there from Gorg to get back in and find the Zeus, but he couldn't quite find the target.
Yep, another fight where buybacks have enabled Hippomaniacs to really get into the fight. The start of that, Doom gets picked off, Aya gets picked off, Lion just dies, doesn't even enter the fight. And when you use all your explosive damage, that's what Board's about. Explosive damage.
Pablo.
Sweeping through the map now, trying to find their pickoffs. Another BKB. He doesn't care.
He's away. Closing in on the Ags as well. Like this choice here from Pablo to get the Ags.
Yeah, I guess they need some way to...
We don't see a lot.
Well, this is the play now. They're looking more at... We can't really take fights anymore. Like, yeah. That fight, they didn't even touch Wraith King. So what now if you turn him to stone and just boot him to oblivion?
You think that's going to be the goal?
I think that, yeah.
Putting Curry out of the fight.
Like a shitty Tusk, basically.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking for, yeah. And then
work.
we can also kick him into Fountain. It's looking good.
The Fountain kicking could be very real.
It's
you gotta watch
instrumental
out
right
for
now.
that.
Yeah, it's instrumental in the in this comeback. It is very refreshing watching a CK blow up supports. It is an issue when you can't blow up the Wraith King.
Yeah, the core is definitely a bit of a challenge here for Team Bold to deal with right now. Curry in particular is incredibly big here on a Wraith King. We see there 10k net worth ahead of anybody else in the game right now, Curry.
Zeus just go out.
And there's the catch buff. He's got detection. I don't want to keep chasing.
But his own muff now. Curry's here.
Rajix is coming in deep. He'll be out to the orb, but they got any way to get on top of him. Rajix. He's out, and he's away into the trees. Another good dodge there, Tippett. Trying to come in with a stomp, but Rajix is out. A loose muff. As Excalibur, he's actually coming in with the BKB. He's able to get the Red Grim off as they've been able to push back the AA. Now Gorg, he's got the chance to lock down on a Curry. Can he take him down a couple of times? Curry's trying to run, but he's pulled back. They bring down Curry the once. Gorg's going to live for round 2. Tippett trying to help out. He's got the Doom down onto Gorg. Pops the Refresher. He's going to have a second round to do if Excalibur tries to come in on this Gorg. Trying to keep the fight going with the illusions. Turns over towards Curry, but Curry with the BKB pop can take down Gorg. Gorg will fall. The 5 up. He's getting bashed. Curry is on top of the Invoker, but they've got him. They've brought down Curry. Whew. As Gorg will die for the good of the team here. As Team Bold, they come out on top of this fight.
Yeah, and Zeus, when he's got no Nimbus, because he uses it to scout the puck escaping, he uses the ult to check for the Roshan fight. His damage is kind of non-existent. Does get to use at the tail end. And yeah, whew, Christ, what the sacrificial carry that is Gorg. We said the stat average deaths this game. He's got 9 deaths.
It's work. He just sort of throws his body in on these heroes, doing easily the most damage by far.
They need to kill these illusions. They need this line. They need Zeus. They need them to be alive to kill off the illusions to mitigate this damage. And when they don't do that, when they allow him to just kind of slowly, get through the fight, chipping away, then yeah, this is devastating. Great recovery from Board. Honestly, I thought this was one Roshan away from Hippomaniacs just having a commanding lead, but no, they just keep going for it. They keep going for the fight.
Got Refresher on the puck, ready for the next fight. With this Aghanim, Spell Prism, they're all... I mean, we're seeing at 46 minutes in, a lot of heroes starting to sort of max out. We're getting to that crazy late game. High-level Dota.
This is where the draft comes online. I mean, like Invoker, he's looking like a core now. Earth Spirit, very much is a core.
Oh, Excalibur.
Just dodged it, mate.
He's blinking in aggressively. They've got the Cataclysm coming down, but with a quick dodge, Senny will be able to avoid it. He's actually going to be able to live as well. Buyback comes out from Curry because Manboss is getting over the tower. That's Manboss out for 100 seconds. Pablo, can he get out of this? He's ready to kick himself out of the base. Some moves there from Pablo.
Absolute surf, and then an all chat as well just to seal the deal. Forcing out the Wraith King, buyback. Zeus not having buybacks of gold.
They've now got the net worth lead once again here, Team Board. Up 3k.
Yeah, just Manboss, he didn't really respect the Blink Daggers and the catch there. And when you have heroes like Puck, Earth Spirit, and even Shadow Fiend with the Blink Yours, as soon as you step away from the towers, you are dead. You rely heavily on Wraith King and Doom to be kind of that front line for you.
Yeah. Now, fortune moves there as well. Senny did have the Stormcrafter. He would have been dead as well.
Oh, here we go.
Beautiful. A beautiful slide out of the base.
And then look just perfectly to the low ground. Oh, he's happy. He knows he's a surfer.
That escape. Lovely moves here from Pablo.
Can you surf, Owen? You ever been surfing?
I've never been surfing, no. I used to have like one of the little ones, as a kid. Like
the little boogie board.
The little boards you could sort of sit on, but no. I can barely walk. I just sit down and play video games all day.
That's fair. I'm afraid of fish.
I can't surf. Fish? There's no fish when you surf, is there?
I mean, they're below you.
Yeah, but not... Well, I mean, I guess there's some fish.
Yeah, there's enough.
Hey, look at this dodge again. He's out, Pablo. Just avoids the whole combo as he slides out with the Ags. Curry in a whole lot of trouble as Gorg surrounds him, takes him down once. A finger comes out, but it's nowhere near enough damage. They don't care. They're going to push on, take down Curry again. Take out Muff as well, and there's a lack of buyback. I think it might be here.
No buyback on Wraith King. Of course, he used it in the previous fight, and that Zeus death in mid Ball perfectly punished that, where they just kept taking fights to Hypomaniacs, leaving the base. This CK finally is able to just rip through them because of the lack of illusion clear that they have now.
Tipek is trying to go for some last attempt here to defend the base. He gets the Doom down onto Gorg. As if they've got enough damage, they can Doom as well onto them. But these are some top Dooms here from Tipek. But is it enough? It brings down Gorg, but Tipek will die. Gorg knows with the buyback here, he's going to still have a big window to try and end the game. They're getting brought very low by Mambos. Mambos doing a hell of a lot of damage. The setup's there. They get into him underneath the tower. Pots the Bloodstone heal. Not enough to keep him alive. Everybody dead on Hypomaniacs as Team Bold will resume, finishing the game off. Gorg with the buyback, able to bring in that extra potential to siege, take the tier 4s onto the Ancient. Game 1, will go the way here of Team Bold.
They did it. Look at that little stretch. Another day in the office.
Yeah, keeping it chill.
Yeah, it's respectable.
It was a lot of action and a game as well where Team Bold, they were tested because they had the strong early game. Mid-game, though, we saw Hypomaniacs really being able to, as you say, sort of abuse the weaknesses that Team Bold have had in previous series that we've seen them. Today, though, Team Bold, they were able to clean it up. They were able to address the problems that they were having in the mid-game and be able to bring things together by the end of it all.
Yeah, I think the early game from Borg was really enjoyable. The pressure they applied. I think the main talking point for me would be that Roshan, how they gave it away to Hypomaniacs, how they allowed them back into the game. But then it's the recovery after that, the constant fight. It just that kind of pub-esque gameplay of we're going to run at you non-stop. We're going to be diving your base trying to find kills. It's so deep that even if Hypomaniacs win the fight, they can't go and pressure them up after. So, you know, respectable stuff from Team Bold. Yeah. It was great skirmishing Dota, and I hope to see more fight and more kind of tenacity in that game too.
Absolutely, yeah. I can't wait for more of this from these two. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. A high-octane fight here between Team Bold and Hypomaniacs. But as for Game 1, Team Bold, they will be the team to come out on top.
They came out on top. It was a battle, though, and they almost didn't come out on top. Hypomaniacs putting up quite a fight. We're going to talk about that and prepare for game number 2 after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I know you're not happy there. You ain't happy anywhere. Tell me, did you even care? In case you didn't know it, maybe you should go and read between the lines. I'm doing just fine without you in my life. The way you did me, baby, is right. What you give is what you get. You ain't gave me no respect. Tell me, what did you expect? I had to keep my heart in check. Karma can be ruthless. Careful what you do when you do it. Playing all these games, I might lose it. Now I'm through it, so I'm chucking up the deuces. So I'm chucking up the bye-bye. So I'm chucking up the deuces. So I'm chucking up the bye-bye. So I'm chucking up the deuces. You disrespect my name. There just can't be no way. You love her the same way you love me. You must be insane. We got game 2! Is what you get. You ain't gave me no respect. Tell me, I'm chucking up the bye-bye. So I'm chucking up the deuces. So I'm chucking up the bye-bye. So I'm chucking up the deuces. No more lies, baby, no more. No more time, baby, no more. No more crying, baby, no more. No more. Come and kill me ruthless. Careful what you do when you do it. Playing all these games, I'ma lose it. Now I'm through it. So I'm chucking up the deuces. So I'm chucking up the bye-bye. So I'm chucking up the deuces. So I'm chucking up the bye-bye. So I'm chucking up the deuces.
It looked like for a second that Bald was going to get a massive lead on the lanes, and then it didn't, and then it stayed even. Hippomaniacs had a good shot this game. Also great finger coming out here, of course, as well. All the way to the fountain. Pablo, very sad. But this was actually a really fun game to watch. I'm here with Fogged and Cap, and yes, Bald won like we expected them to, but it was a lot more even Fogged than what we thought.
Yes, I think they started realizing at some point that they were starting to lose Gork a lot of times, and then they got on the Zeus. They kept getting on top of the Zeus, the Earth Spirit, the Puck. They were just relying on getting onto him every time, and Gork was able to focus fire the Wraith King pretty decently. It's close though. I actually like the constant battles we have, and that's the dream about these lower divisions. It's great battles.
One of the first fights that I saw Hippomaniacs won, I'm literally just watching Mambos, and I'm watching his mana pool go from like 100 to like maybe a sixth of what it was. Like he burned through almost in his entire mana pool, just being able to sit there, cast spells over and over again. And I like the fact that Team Ball was able to make the adjustment mid-game. I don't like the fact that Hippomaniacs lost though, because I was very hopeful that they were finally going to be able to win this game and maybe get the momentum to win the series. They were in such a good position.
They were in a good position. They had the tools, but it gives hope for the next game as well, of course. We're gonna have a little bit of a learning segment coming your way, because we have none other than the coach for Arkosh that led them to victory yesterday in the game. We got him talking about some of the laning that happened during this game. Hey, Brian.
Thank you, Shiver. That was a very well done introduction. As today we're going to be talking about some laning fundamentals. We have a pretty typical scenario where the 4 position for Team Bald Pablo here has drag creeps behind his tower. So we're going to talk about a couple dynamics that happen most of the time you do this. So what happens is the carry is going to get zoned away from this CS. As you see on the mini-map, the carry is not even here. And what's going to happen, though, is the Puck's going to get a small level advantage because he's splitting XP with Pablo, and there's more Radiant creeps left over than there are Dire creeps. So let's see how all of this is going to play out in the next clip. So now we're going to talk about common factors that lead to favorable trading. The closer the lane is to your tower, the more favorable the trades are. You got to consider levels, and you also have to consider how many creeps there are for each team. The more creeps you have, the better. So there's 5 Radiant creeps to 4 Dire creeps. It's closer to the offlaner's tower than you would usually like it to be as a carry, and Puck's level 3 while Curry's level 2. So all these things combined would say on paper that this is not a good time to go for a trade. But yet, Cine as well as Curry are going to try to go on Radix, and you see Pablo immediately ready to capitalize on this. All of this is because of the level advantage that Puck got from the early creep drag that Pablo did, as well as the fact that they had more creeps left over. Now that he's gone down, this is about 30 seconds, 20 seconds later, Curry is now facing let's see, 7 enemy creeps, which means that it's likely going to get pushed into his tower. And this is where a normal carry would be saying, help me, I'm about to get dove. They're looking very aggressive right now. And what does Cindy do? He's going to TP mid to fill the bottle of his Zeus. And so at this point, since he's all on his own little island here, Curry has to respect them. He has to be really far back in the trees to make sure he doesn't get gone on. But he's going to walk back down and get rolled on by the Pablo here. And this is a complete disaster in the early laning phase that can all be avoided with some good fundamentals. And we could just count all the creeps that are dying underneath tower. These are double denies, because usually you get 50%, but these creeps are dying for no XP to anybody. And it ends up being 5 creeps that go down outside of XP range while AA and Wraith King are both gone. So you can't get away with that. Usually Team Ball did make it a little more interesting, but they do end up taking it in the end.
They do take it in the end, indeed. The question is, what did Hippomaniacs learn from this first game? What can they thrive on? Because they were very close. Is there any aspect in particular that they, can exploit on the side of Ball that was a weakness?
I think they should just do the same thing, actually. I think they had a really good shot in this game if they didn't mess up at the start so badly. Like the later team fights, if they were at had a higher net worth, especially on that Wraith King or something, Curry was owning. Like he was already, 10K ahead or something of the next carry. Let's say he was even more ahead because his laning went well. So I think they should go for something very similar. I think it looked good.
Yeah, I do agree. I like their opener especially, and I feel like the Zeus was an interesting, unique hero to pick up given the scenario. It's one of those rare times where Zeus was actually a good pick. So, drafting-wise, I think they did better than they've done many times in these series. So it's getting better.
It is getting better. Let's see if it's getting better for the second game as well. We are having the draft of that game right around the corner, so stay tuned. We will be right back after the break. After the break.
Hey there, heartbreaker, you can fall asleep on window panes as you're driven to distraction by all the colors passing by. Hey there, subtlety, you got lost before you knew you could afford to tell the world exactly what you thought needed to be done.
Game 2 of Hippomaniacs versus Team Bald Reborn coming your way here in the lower division of the Western European DPC League. You're watching DreamLeague Season 15 powered by Intel. And Hippomaniacs are the biggest underdogs that we've seen, not just this season, but the entire DPC season of this current year. Can they win a series? If they do want to win a series, they got to win the Game 2 first, because they are one game down against Team Bald, but it was very close. And that's why we were excited to see what's coming our way here for this Game 2. We got Cap and Fog, and they are going to talk Dota. We liked the draft of Game 1 for Hippomaniacs. This time around, they open up with an Enchantress. Bans, by the way, are the exact same of previous game.
Slightly concerned that Team Bald's... I felt like Team Bald's drafting got a little too cute.
It did.
Right? And Hippomaniacs did a good job drafting-wise of exploiting that and still being able to deal with the curveballs, right? Like, how many times have you faced up against Chaos Knight in this patch, or last patch, or the patch before that, or the last 10 patches? Probably not very many, but they still came up with a Zeus idea, which spawns from a certain kind of creativity.
Yeah.
So I like that. The problem is you should have smashed them, because they did get too cute with their draft, and you had the game. And now I'm a bit concerned Team Bald might just scale that back a bit and be like, okay, that game was kind of close. Let's make sure that, you know, we only have 1 or 2 cute things, not 4. And this already looks like a very normal
Much
opener.
stronger, yeah. Countering the Enchantress kind of in a way with the arrow, sure.
Yeah.
Enchantress still quite strong anyway, even into Moran in a lot of ways, but yeah, just not crazy 5 mid heroes already. We already see clear path of what they're going to do. They might still be able to flex the Marana in some situation, but I don't think they will. I think this is our off lane. That's our 4.
Enchantress is such a crazy good versatile opening because it can be ran as 4 or 5.
Yes.
It can go 4 levels Impetus and 2 levels Enchant, 4 levels of Nature's Attendance. If that's like the rarest one you probably see with 2 levels of Enchant. It can max out Enchant in certain rare scenarios as well. It's like you can always adjust this hero to what the enemy team has picked. So if you feel like the Marana counters you, okay, let's make it a 4 position. Or let's make it an Impetus build.
Absolutely.
Enchantress instead.
Yeah, I like that quite a lot. And they're going to cover themselves. They picked the Lifestealer. They're tried and tested. That hasn't worked so well for them, of course. Tried and tested hero, though, versus Centaur.
Tried and tested, but not true.
Yes. Versus the Centaur, right? You know, they can see why they're grabbing it up, kind of like an independent hero. But Centaur usually seems to do kind of decent anyway in the matchup.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Stats. Curry, this season, 100% win rate on the Lifestealer. Got him.
Oh.
Wow.
Damn.
Look at that.
How many games?
1. I mean, they only won 1 game. It was their Brood game.
You can only win as many games as you pick, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Lifestealer is always a pretty good response when you see a Centaur +1 kill lane. The Centaur Lina, Centaur Marana, even Centaur Shadow Demon. In certain situations, I feel like Lifestealer does respond well to. Though I didn't know that Shadow Poison didn't get dispelled. That was surprising to me the last time we saw that last night. I was like, oh dear, that actually is not good for the Lifestealer at all.
That was a
huge buff for
fairly recent change, yeah?
Yeah,
728.
Yeah.
Okay.
So not this patch, but
the one before this.
And then Shadow Demon got buffed even more. Illusions, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, super strong hero for sure. As I, messed up yesterday. Not Over Corrosion applied on Illusions. I felt like an idiot afterwards.
Yeah, these Dota mechanics
I was like,
either
oh,
always changing, or there's some new hidden mechanic into it, or just never know.
They can still put a lot of harassment onto Lifestealer. I've been seeing people when they are playing Centaur versus Lifestealer now, I've seen the approach of getting like, you go 1-2 rather than 1-0-2. Because if you're getting hit by Lifestealer, Lifestealer doesn't really care. He heals up through the retaliate. Instead, you actually go to just pose kill threat constantly by poking him, chipping him down, forcing him to use salves rather than relying on feast. So I actually like that approach.
That is the concern, right? Is that like for Marana is one of the better heroes to sit there and just right-click the carry over and over again. So if the Enchantress is in this lane, they do need to like make sure they brought enough regen that Lifestealer can actually play the lane.
Yeah, just bring, honestly, you just have your 5 position, bring like double tango salve, like bring absolutely the most possible, because Lifestealer is just going to get chipped constantly. They're setting up Lifestealer for success. Look at these bans. Razor, hard counter, Morphling, hard counter, PL, pretty hard counter. So I do like the bans this time from Hippomaniacs a little bit better in these 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, much better than their last bans when they banned, or they picked up Lifestealer. They banned Storm, Dark Willow, and Puck. So they banned the mobile mid laners, thinking that was Lifestealer's problem. But I feel like Lifestealer's biggest problem is actually the core to core matchup, the carry to carry matchup rather.
Agreed. Absolutely. Team Bald banning out. Okay, Medusa ban. It's interesting when they already see the Slardar, or when they already see the Lifestealer. That's a bit of a interesting one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also not a hero that Hippomaniacs have played before. No, they've played it once, but on Curry as well. It's
Yeah.
like, it's the same player.
Very interesting. And ooh, okay. See an opportunity to pick a Enigma. Really like this hero right now. I think in some situations it's been getting banned as a respect, especially toward like snaking. It's had some really good games on it.
Yeah, and this is we're looking at a 5 position Enigma, which again, Team Bald with their double 4s, I guess, still kind of works.
They're greedy with their. They're super greedy, right? They ran an Invoker 5, so it's similar kind of concept. Hippos.
You're gonna want a pretty self-sufficient carry in this case.
Yeah.
Especially since it's looking like Hippomaniacs is gonna have one of those pressure lanes, you know, those Rubik Mars or something like that, or something that has a decent amount of kill power. It's usually, I think, the best way to couple Rubik.
Well, they're taking their time. We already got some great team fight potential. We're gonna lean into that. We're gonna have the double bubble.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, there's like no way Hippomaniacs can draft themselves a draft now that can counteract all this team fight. Sure, they've got the Rubik who can get the steals perhaps and turn the fights, but with the Void Spirit or the Void there also, they can actually cover really nicely versus that Rubik as well.
So their goal has to then be split push and pickoffs and skirmish, right? Low cooldowns.
Also, hard winning lanes.
Hard
is
winning
like
lanes, yeah, exactly.
One way. I would actually, if they hadn't had the Rubik, then I would say like, oh, dude, I think you should go like a Venomancer or a Necrophos type hero. Really try and abuse this Faceless Void in lane, but the Rubik pick kind of limits them in that regard.
Yeah, they need some other like beefer, someone to start fights for themselves, because otherwise they have to draft in the mid, and then it's awkward because you're picking a beef starter into Enigma.
Yeah.
So
they got to get one of those like, oh, okay, they're gonna go their mid first Void Spirit.
Nice elusive hero. Is one that's going to be able to move around the map constantly, not playing around long cooldowns. And also, they just got to play fast. That's already what we're seeing. Like they know that they're not going to be able to match that team fight that's coming out from Team Bald, so they're just looking to make plays around the side of the map. And it's a hero that can be pretty safe, especially like versus like Mirana rotations and whatnot.
Yeah, you like Mirana, Enigma, and then Faceless Void. Like all 3 of those heroes do not like your Void Spirits, Storms, Puck type heroes where they have a disable mixed with a lot of burst damage.
Yeah.
And especially that mobility to help them get to that back line in the first place. You do not want to allow this Enigma to be able to have a free game of walking into team fights.
Generally, isn't Ball generally, they pick their last hero mid, they pick Excalibur's heroes mid. That means that their support duo is Mirana and Enigma. Isn't that very, very greedy?
Yeah, I mean, their last draft was also incredibly greedy. They also have Void too. It's like a super greedy draft approach again here from Team Brawl. So Hippos, they gotta just set the tempo. They gotta pick it up. And this Void Spirit pick is actually cool too, because they actually could still put it as off lane too, right? They could still put something else in the mid lane if they see the matchups too impossible. A little bit of a flexible one there.
Yeah.
I like the Huskar ban. Look at that.
So what does lane well against Huskar? What would Excalibur go for?
I mean, if he's banning Huskar, he wants like Templar Assassin or like Ember Spirit or something like that. Usually, those are the 2 that get really crushed by Huskar in lane.
Man, TA would be.
TA looks nice.
Nice against their lineup, but
ban.
Weird
So
with their own lineup.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like we have TA and Faceless Void. They don't work together at all.
Yeah. They banned it though.
I would prefer the Ember in these 2 situations. Is Tiny's banned? I just wanted one of those playmaking type mids.
Okay.
Kind of goes in there.
I was thinking for like objective taking, right? Rosh and tower hitting and stuff like that, and just overall lane domination. I'm just seeing a lot more TA. I don't know. That hero's actually looking like it's really on the rise. I think we're going to see it a bit more with that level 10 talent being so strong.
Puck is still in the pool.
Those heroes, the Death Prophet and Leshrac sort of heroes. Hippomaniacs ban Leshrac. Ranged heroes typically benefit more from Chronosphere because they can pump damage in there. I would like something that, just takes objectives, or at least takes tempo of the match in some way. don't want to let this. My biggest fear is if you take a greedy mid, then you're just giving the game on a silver platter to the Void Spirit and saying, like, you can totally determine how this game goes because you have no contest whatsoever. You'll just run around and get kills.
I'm just worried so much because Hippomaniac's lanes they fell apart so badly last game. So I'm like, will they be able to take advantage of the greed? Because they have to. You have to be able to pressure these lanes super hard on their side. Otherwise, the greed is going to pay off for Team Bald eventually. And right now, they don't have great ways to take buildings.
So which offlaner covers all of that? Ticks all the boxes? Because it looks like we are still looking for a T-Pack hero. He generally does play.
Yeah.
None of the heroes picked so far. The usual suspects still in the pool. The Axe. Timber Subband, Center. Slardar is still in the pool. Doom's still in the pool.
I mean,
Slardar
ban,
yeah.
I was going to say Slardar would be really good, but yeah, it's not available for them.
No.
Doom's not great because they have 2 reset abilities out of their first 2 heroes, right? Moonlight Shadow and Stampede. A lot of these strength heroes, I'm looking at like Tidehunter, for example. It doesn't work at all here because you have Faceless Void, Chrono, and
they'll just do the Axe, okay.
Axe is probably for the best tier because it is a hero that pressures lanes. Rubik plus Axe is kind of a nice duo in the fact that you lower somebody's damage, so it's harder for them to get last hits, so the Battle Hunger is more effective in lane.
Gives them a good way. I mean, it's very fast lineup. 0 cooldown reliant heroes really on the side of Hippomaniacs when there's just tons of cooldown reliant on the side of Bald. So
potential BKB piercing disable against Enigma is a nice little cherry on top of all of this. But yeah, the biggest part is just like you have to win this lane. You have to be able to punish the Faceless Void, make them regret being greedy with their double support pickups, and then, you know, just run at them constantly and limit their map control. You have to kill them because they have very little objective taking, right? It's Enchantress with an enchant creep, is it? So basically it means they have to kill people a lot before they go forward. A Meepo.
Meepo.
This is very greedy.
Hey.
Unbelievably greedy.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, is it? But is it good greedy? Like, is this a decent Meepo game?
The net is annoying for Void Spirit to deal with.
Yes, very much so. And I think I think this game is going to be a lot on Tipek, because not only does he now have to like shut down this Faceless Void and do a good job in that lane, but he could also be a good contender for dealing with Meepo. I don't know, but I imagine the Manta Shard build is pretty decent against Meepo.
It should be. I think he can actually carry this game. I do feel if they're off to a good start, if they're able to pressure lanes, set tempo, literally just to keep running at them. Do not stop. You have to smash the lanes, though. If you even give up like 1 or 2 kills to this Void Enigma lane, you probably already just lose the game. You cannot mess up your lanes, and you can't make too many mistakes in this game because you will inevitably lose to all this big team fight and late game scaling.
Let's go Hippos.
Go Hippos. Set the tempo. Set the pace. See if they can do it.
All right. And is this the Axe that goes to Manta style? Is Manta style Axe shard?
I think he should. I think versus the Meepo, it's very good damage.
All right, well, I can't
Helps
wait.
give them more wave clear, so Void Spirit can play off map for longer.
Okay,
that's nice.
Let's see if T-Pack can carry his team. That seems to be a little bit of the case here. If he can carry his team, this is the game. He's going to play the Axe. We're going to find out if he can, together with OD Pixel and T-Gov.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 now between Hippomaniacs and Team Bold Reborn. We have the Meepo coming out, T, and I've got to be honest with you. As a man that's dabbled in the hero a little bit, I feel that this does look like a pretty free Meepo game.
Yeah, when you have no real laning pressure, it does unlock a Meepo. Of course, a lot of the Meepo spammers nowadays will say the hero is pretty dead, but I think if you can get the correct game for it, it can look pretty devastating.
And I think this is what is the biggest, what threatens Meepo this game?
Pretty much like maybe an Axe with a
I mean, does it though? You're striking.
Exactly.
I don't think you care. As long as you got enough stats, which you're going to have. I mean, hey, if anything was going to bring back Meepo in some of the games we're seeing, you know, Dragon Lance being buffed. You know, in the past we've seen some sort of, you know, multiple Dragon Lances being picked up on the Meepo. I'm not too sure what Excalibur's build is, but I have seen he has been still picking it up recently in pubs.
Yeah.
It's something that he's still been bringing out in pubs, and of course, you know, he's just one of the best Meepo players in the game. So we'll see here. So some good stats, and I think that'll be the remedy to that. And once you've got that sort of early game progress on the Meepo, I don't know how they stop him. It looks pretty good for him here.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Hippos is like they really need to try and apply some laning pressure and at least collapse down the side lanes. Make sure that there isn't a game where Bald is suddenly ahead in both side lanes, Meepo is with zero pressure mid and free farming the jungle, and then you have to deal with this timing of like some double Dragon Lance Meepo with Blink Dagger running at you, Axe trying to still farm Vanguard Blink. Like there's a lot of pressure right now because Hippomaniacs, their lineup, it is very slow. Like even though they need to play fast, Lifestealer AFKs in a lane, Axe AFKs in a lane, Void Spirit, he can set up rotations, but yeah, there's a lot of lack of damage, there's a lot of map pressure, and that's what unlocks this Meepo game. So yeah, you know, you spoke about Excalibur playing it. He is actually the only kind of pro player within like kind of the European region actually playing it. He's played it, I think, you know, maybe 8 or 9 times recently, and he's going treads, he's going for a Dragon Lance.
Just the one.
Just the one.
Just the one Dragon Lance. Okay.
Some games he does go for 2.
He does?
It's more of a rough game though.
Okay,
but ideally
so,
it is basically treads, Dragon Lance, Blink, into E-Blade, Hex, Scardy, and you're basically being a killer and a threat. But again, like we've not seen any Meepo recently. Like it's kind of a dead hero, but I'm excited to see in what looks like to be a kind of a free game how he can kind of perform on a hero that again, it's not picked in any upper division. Like it is a untouched hero in DPC.
Well, we've just never seen it. And this is literally the first game.
Yeah, I checked in all upper division though. Of course, this is lower division game, but it might have been in a lower division game for another region. But in regards to upper division games across all regions, there has been 0 Meepo picks. So yeah, this is interesting stuff. We get to see a brand new hero.
Yeah, and sort of outside of the Meepo, I mean, what do you make of the rest of the drafts here, Pablo? Oh, he was trying to maybe deny himself as the neutrals, but Seni is able to get the hit in. So first blood for Hippos.
Yeah, so in regards to Bald, you have some really nice laning setups because you have Mirana dealing with the Enchantress, enabling the Centaur to play, but of course you have Lifestealer, who is one of the natural counters to Centaur because you have the ability to eat through him with the Feast, the percentage damage, helps with the tankier heroes. So this offlane it should be okay for Lifestealer to find farm, and it is critical that he gets his farm as quick as possible. A really nice arrow, actually, killing off that Wild Wind. And then in regards to bot lane, Void Enigma. It's already pretty hard to kill a Void, but now when the lane's been denied, you're never really going to kill him either. So yeah, Bald actually have really nice laning setups. A lot of poke and prod in top lane.
Oh, it is, yeah, correct. He's going to take quite a bit of damage here from the two of them. As Team Bold definitely winning the trade here.
And they actually have... Okay, they have 1 south that they give to Curry, but no more region left in this safe lane. I guess this is the key lane for Hippomaniacs, is the bot lane that we're just looking at. It's the fact that if you can at least give Axe a decent enough game, maybe if he buys like Phase Vanguard and starts invading the jungle, stealing the Meepo stacks, applying that pressure in terms of kind of the efficiency of the map, that could offset Meepo's timings and give you some type of skirmishing time where you waste a chrono on Gorg potentially, and now they have no big team fight. Black Hole's never really coming online because they don't have Blink Dagger. Like, there are ways to play around it, but it is about how much pressure can Ench apply top and how much can Axe get from bottom to feel like he can invade the jungle. Because right now, Meepo is having, you know, 0 pressure mid, 19 for 2.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to push out a little easier than the Void Spirit is. And of course, you have Void Spirit in the lane. It's just not going to offer any sort of threat against the Meepo. I'm interested to see what sort of build-up Gorg wants to do this game. If he's going to go for something creative, a bit different, maybe a bit greedier.
We have seen some Voids trying to go as like minimal as possible on items to get the Morbid Mask as quick as possible.
Yes, yeah.
And I wouldn't be opposed to that because Axe will eventually start skipping behind tower, and you would like to have some type of sustain on your character. Yeah, Morbid Mask Rush on the Void would be pretty nice.
It's just very hard for Curry and Seni to make a move onto Rajix up top. Excalibur doing a good job here of the micros, pushing out the lane as well as keeping tabs on Manboss's movements.
Oh, Manboss actually got the water rune as well.
The prize is mine.
But again, a slow start. Bald's lineup, it comes online when Excalibur says he wants to play Dota. Until then, they're going to be very passive. And this is the key window for Hippomaniacs, is what can they get from the laning phase? What pressure can they apply?
I mean, who's moving? Who's making moves? Is it possible with sort of the Rubik and the Ench? Like, where are you looking to play?
Yeah, I think realistically, it's bringing that Ench into the safe lane, taking away that tower to unlock the jungle. But already with an early point in net, layered into an arrow, this is not enough damage.
Yeah, the Resonant Pulse giving him just enough protection to save him from the right clicks. And the magic damage alone was not enough to burst him, so Manboss able to walk away there.
I guess for Manboss, he just identifies, okay, I'm going to live now, but maybe in 2-3 levels time, that will be a completely different story. And he'll have to respect how he can survive in the moment, but 3-4 minutes, it's going to be a little bit different. Honestly, I feel like this is the type of game where you want to see Senny also invade the jungle right now. That early pressure that you can apply on a Mirana, on an Enchantress, that could potentially annoy this Meepo, because he is playing pretty greedy. Like, he's trying to farm the camps, he's contesting every rune. Some type of support needs to apply there, but the real issue is the strength of these dual lanes from board. It doesn't allow Hippomaniacs to kind of move. You can't leave independent heroes against Mirana.
Well, this time around, Manboss.
Woo! Very close. Very, very close.
Living on the edge there.
It's min-maxing at this point. Is Senny looking to block any camps? He has one ward and one sentry as he invades here. Chucks down a cheeky ward to see what's happening. This is the type of game where, honestly, blocking the small camp on Radiant side is just critical.
Look, it makes a big difference.
It does. It really does.
Yeah.
And I look forward to seeing more teams do that, honestly. Just like there are certain mid-heroes who can just really utilize that camp. And when we see the type of positioning that you get at bounty rooms, it's so easy to bring 5 heroes out and get that sentry out. But now Senny is preventing Excalibur having that kind of rhythm of farming, and it's why Meepo, if uncontested, can be just devastating to play against. But also why he fell off. Just the aggression of heroes naturally does align for that.
And Tipak looking pretty dead down here as Excalibur comes in with a rotation. Getting some good spins off, but not enough.
Yeah, really nice active plays. Senny stops him from farming jungle, so what does he do? He farms heroes instead.
Also able to bring the Mirana around to mid, soak up some XP so nothing's getting lost here with Manboss pushing the wave in under the tower.
Yeah, really nice kind of map movement right now for board. There's like the perfect pairing of Radix, Pablo, and Excalibur. Excalibur comes to kill bottom, Pablo kills Catapult mid, and then Radix goes deep tier 2 tower dive. So if they're to ever pressure anyone, it's going to be so kind of pointless to kill these people because they're so deep in making the moves. So yeah, just a nice entry to the game right now to just enable the greediness of their heroes. He's got the jump. He's all good.
Always Courier though.
Ah, that's not good. That's dead. Yep.
Did get the delivery out, so Mask of Madness is there for him before the Courier gets taken down by Muff. Trying to deal with Radix. Very hard now though. He's got the Vanguard and of course level 6 Stampede's at the ready.
Radix getting a little bit tickled in top lane, trying to bait out the rage. Doesn't care.
Yeah,
he gets hit by it.
These two can't kill him.
So much damage here. Watch out, he's going to die real quick.
I mean, this is just space. It's space it's just never going to end with him dying.
I'd love to see Senny use the impetus here.
There we go. A lot of space. He was, just never in any sort of trouble there, Radix.
Just got tickled a lot.
There.
I do love a Vanguard. Do you like Vanguard?
It's one of those, when we had that most recent patch, one of those items that was a little bit of a surprise that it didn't get nerfed.
Yeah, that's true. It was a little bit Senny juking and jiving. Poor Roshan, innocent bystander. Gone.
Give him a slap.
Slap it. Oh. Yes!
There we go.
Yes. Beautiful stuff.
It's one of those situations, he doesn't know who threw the arrow in.
Yeah.
He's like, who threw that arrow? Was
get out of it.
Get out of here.
Oh, I wish it was a bash, though. That's all. As a Barrow player, I live for the bash. Yeah. I really hope Senny was TPing and then he got bashed.
Wow.
We have to see it again. Oh, here we go.
There we
what are you doing,
Who threw that arrow at me? Was it you? Get out of here.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some EastEnders lines we could use there.
What's happening up here, Gorg? He's got the chrono. He is going to drop it here. Lock down the life stealer.
He's dead.
He's very dead. Gets the kill on Curry. And now Muff is in trouble as well. He's going to try and run, but Gorg's in with a chase. Team Bold take down the 2 of them. And now can look towards the tier 1 tower top with the 4 of them up here.
Yeah, really nice rotation from Ball, just bringing everyone to that top lane, and there's the Dragon Lance as expected. He is going for the double Dragon Lance.
He's going for the double. I like it. This is what I'm talking about. You want to stack the Dragon Lances when you play Meepo. Now, it was something that we saw Meepo players do before. Dragon Lance, it's been buffed, so more reason and more expectation why you are going to see Meepo players run with at least a couple of the items.
Yeah, the key thing is the change was just an extra 2 agility when you pick up the Lance.
True. But when you buy 2, that's an extra 4 agility.
That's some quick maths there.
UK
and
education. When you times it by the amount of Meepos you have, that's an extra... I didn't get that far in maths.
No, yeah, I was going to say that.
Multiplication.
Oh my God.
4 times table. What, 4, 7, 9...
We can barely do 3 for the bounty runes.
Yeah. Excalibur, though, he knows.
He can do it.
He is a smart kid. He knows.
Coaches aren't allowed in the game, but are calculators allowed?
Maybe, actually. I think you probably could get away with a calculator.
I mean, is a notepad allowed? That's actually real quick. Am I allowed to scribble down notes?
Yes, I think so. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, wow, okay.
If I was a pro player, I would have a notepad by my side and I'd be writing down timings.
Well, 5 players, we've got a lot of things to do. There are some pros who only play badly,
You could have,
for example,
having a notepad, I think is... There's no rules against notepads. I'd have a notepad.
I'd love a notepad.
Notepad's game-changing.
What colour pen, though?
I'd
have the little clicky one with the 4 options.
Yeah, the clicky. You know, the clicky ones you get with the, that one kid would have at school, and you'd be like, oh, he'd be some sort of. He'd be some sort of king of the class.
But he'd never get good grades, though.
The pen that has all the different colours.
They'd have all the stationery, but nothing to show for it.
That's true. Yeah, they wouldn't get. They'd
not speaking from experience, I promise. Yeah.
3-1. Not a lot of kills this game. I think, if anything, Team Bold's going to be happy with that. They're farming away. They've got a Void to sit back on. And not only is it a very good Meepo game, it's also, of course, a very good Void game. You've got that matchup against the Lifestealer, and it's one of those games that I don't think Curry's going to be too happy at any stage of this playing Lifestealer. It's just not. It's not a fun Lifestealer game when you look at what he's up against. Up against Black Hole, up against Chronosphere, up against Stampede, up against Amiipo, up against Moonlight Shadow. This is probably one of the Lifestealer's worst nightmares.
It's terrible because for him, like right now, when there's no chrono, you go, okay, maybe we can fight, but I think the key winner, and there's just throwing it for the
ruthless. I mean, there's only been 4 kills in 12 minutes. The fights aren't coming frequently. You see an opportunity, you take it.
Yep,
Drop the chrono, get the kill, no messing around. I like it.
This is just the old school strategy, right? The double bubble. You use chrono for any kill, you back yourself up with the Black Hole. And there's that threat of 2 big teamfight spells. It's so hard to deal with. And yeah, just they identify, like, we don't really need to take any big teamfights right now. We need to be efficient on the map. So they find kills with the Void, unlocking the jungle for Meepo. And now Hippomaniacs, they're trying to find something with the Blink Dagger.
Oh. He did get one of the leaps off in time. They're diving in. They're underneath the tower here. Excalibur, he's ready with a counterplay. The root comes out onto the 3 of them. He's taken down Manboss. He's taken down Tipek. They've got to run Hippomaniacs. They've got no fight to be had here. The bash is coming out onto Curry. He's not got rage as well. The time dilation slowing him up. As Curry, can he toggle his way out of this?
Oh, he can. That was a nice God.
Not quite able to find the hit. So Curry actually able to escape after it all. But as we saw there, a bit of a disastrous dive there from Hippomaniacs. A little too close to the tower. And Excalibur very easily able to have the cleanup.
Yeah, the key thing there is they had the blink reveal on the axe. They tried to get onto the Mirana, but the Mirana got a quick leap off the disconnect from the call. Therefore, the fight wasn't as clean as expected. They started reaching, trying to go, okay, we're still here. Maybe we should still take the fight. And then Excalibur comes in, and it was very clear. How do you kill this guy? He is so tanky.
Yeah, these early stats, as we say, so the double Dragon Lance and just the 2 circlets,
Yeah, it makes me happy.
It's not, because it's one of those items, especially nowadays with the constant nerfs things like Wraith Bands braces have had, right? You buy these little items and you don't build them up because it doesn't feel anywhere near as good as it used to with the previous things. So the most stat efficient build up here from Excalibur by far.
And then you slap a Blink Dagger as your final item there and you're pretty much online.
You're good to go. You're good to turn up to any fight that they bring you.
But yeah, the MVPs right now of this game, honestly, it's the Midnight Pulse laid on the control that they have and then just the innate tankiness of this Meepo. It's so refreshing, actually, seeing Meepo pick like this because so many people have said that this hero is so dead. But I feel like
there's still good games for it.
It's still good games. It's like 1 in 100 maybe, but when it comes through, it is refreshing to see it really being displayed.
And you've got to have that player, right? That confidence.
Oh, you do, yeah.
Nowhere near all the teams have a player that's Excalibur when it comes to proficiency on the Meepo. So just something that a lot a lot of people don't want to dabble with, and a lot of mids just aren't going to really play as part of their hero pool because because of the fact it is that hero that you're just not going to use that much.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of maybe what we potentially this game could, you know, motivate some draft changes in the up division, and maybe Nisha, maybe Miracle.
Nisha Meepo is
like, did Miracle ever play it, really? I know Weeha was the main Meepo guy.
I think Miracle has.
He's dabbled, but then no one else really comes to mind. So yeah, this is, again, a rare showing.
There we go. Can they burst him, though? He's pretty tanky.
He's very tanky.
The Black Hole comes in, 5 up, gets the jump on the 3 of them. And he barely took about 25% of his HP.
It doesn't even look like he got ganked.
It's tough. It is a tough one. I do think this game has just been a solid outcome. Then again, poor old Muff. Gorg.
He just hates him.
I mean, he's avenging Pablo from last game. You know, Muff, the man to get Pablo with that fountain finger. Gorg's, he's getting him back this game. He's not having any funny business. Dropping the chronos, getting the kills. It's 10-1. And in a game where it really just seemed very hard for Hippomaniacs to do much with what they've got here hero-wise.
Yeah, and now we get to see the initiation. A beautiful arrow to lay onto the axe, but then the Moonlight Shadow initiation, enabling Enigma to get in close, and there was no damage. This is a 3-man gank, to be very clear. The minimap there showed Rubik farming middle, Lifestealer farming top. So this is Gorg's message like, yo, bro, if you're going to come gank my Meepo and do 2 damage, I'm going to kill you for this. And Excalibur's chuckling.
I mean,
he's
yeah.
Is this a match?
What's this? He's just like, I've got the Meepo, and I think this is probably one of the best Meepo games in terms of what he's playing against that he's probably ever had in competitive Dota. And we've seen him quite a lot of times. I think this has got to be up there as one of the games that I bet you during the draft, Excalibur in a heartbeat was like, Meepo. Absolutely. Give me Meepo, the game's over.
I think it's maybe Gorg asking for it. He's like, can I play Meepo? So like, what?
Gorg? I've never seen Gorg Meepo.
I mean, after this game,
does he play it? I'll do some research.
You do some research. No, I think
me. Okay, I'll do.
Do you want me? I'll do it. You're the small talker.
Let's have a look.
You can do it together. I think that's the main thing.
Has Gorg played much Meepo?
Or you check his Dota buff. But I feel like after such an emphatic win, maybe his community would be like, Excalibur gave you the Meepo win. How about you show us your Meepo? Maybe one game only. Not asking for much.
I reckon he's going to have about like 10 games.
I think it's unplayed. I'd even argue.
Think he's done a single game on his
probably never played a Meepo game.
12 games, 50% win rate.
Well,
That's not bad. Last played January of 2018.
So
it's been a long time coming, but
he needs to break the 50-50.
We got to see it.
He needs to play one game, break the 50-50.
Oh, yeah, to decide. And then he can, if he wins that game and breaks it positively, then he can say, hey, my Meepo's great.
Yeah.
And if he loses it, then he's been losing more games than he's winning with.
Exactly.
So it's been a hindrance. Yeah. So could have something to prove there with that 13th game of Meepo from Gorg.
That aside, Board, they've played a very, very clean game so far. And the unsung hero, I feel, of Team Board is Radix. To kind of the stability that he brings to the team. In the puck game, he was always wave clearing or is keeping that map pressure up. And in this Centaur game, he's just been a thorn in their side, always just being present. He hasn't fed to any kind of laning rotations. And I think, Radix for sure is the unsung hero of this team. Double tanky build with the Hood and the Vanguard as well. Like, damages Hippomaniacs.
Tipek's going to try it. Oh.
Right, he's just
just grabbing creeps, Doesn't see a chance to jump Gorg.
You know it's a bit doom and gloom when he's going for a Crimson Guard rush on the axe. You don't see that often, and that's simply because he's trying to mitigate the damage of Meepo.
Which will a little bit.
Alive, and prolong. Hippomaniacs are a lineup now where they only need items to get back into the game. There is nothing they can do. There's no smoke move they can make. There is no pick-off they can find that will make them feel happy. They just need to continue farming the map, having vision to dodge the ganks, and then maybe in 10, 15k items time, that's when Hippos can come back into the game. But it's, that's very optimistic. And Radix, unsung hero, with an invisible stomp.
He's got the setup. Bring them in with the Stampede. Tipek, he's not getting out of this. Excalibur able to close the gap. Very scary map for them to step out too. And of course, Excalibur with his insane item timings, E-Blade done, and getting involved in kills like that, going to push him very close to what's probably going to be like this 20-minute double Dragon Lance E-Blade Blink Dagger Meepo, which is that's pretty terrifying.
It's disgusting. I'm trying to run the numbers. I got my calculator out, and I'm just seeing no damage. There is no variation of kill that Hippomaniacs can find that will put Meepo to the grave. They basically need him to miss micro and a meepo to the other side of the map under tier 3s. Actually, that's it. I didn't factor in tier 3s.
Oh, Gorg, he's found a beautiful catch there. The chrono lasting just long enough for the arrow to come in.
Look at the tease. Rajic's teasing him with the double edge too. It's like, am I going to steal this from you? Am I? Wasn't there for the content, didn't take it.
Here we go. Muff, he's got the chrono. Obviously won't do anything against Gorg, and he has got a blink.
All right.
But they don't really have any follow-up.
Yeah, no, yeah. So, they need fortification is basically their biggest damage source right now.
Yes, they need them to dive tier 4s and chrono them under the tier 4s with fortification.
Correct, yes. And it sounds like a meme, but honestly, that is literally their best play. That is their play they can make right now, because their only job is to play deep on the map and skip waves, because they're down so far. 9k lead for Team Bald at 20 minutes. 12 for 1.
Setting up with the Moonlight Rajix. Oh, he's trying to bait some action. They've got the follow-up, they get the jump in onto Manboss. Stolen Chrono comes in, but it doesn't catch Excalibur, and it just picks up the axe for Excalibur to start going to work. I mean, it's 3 dead. It was never going to be very impressive, the Chrono.
It is cool, GG, that's it, Owen.
Yeah, there we have it. I mean, Team Bold, honestly, the ending of this draft, it couldn't be any better. This Void, this Meepo, they were the perfect picks. And the Meepo in particular, there was just no answer.
You know what, Owen? I'm not just saying this, but I actually think that was the best game that I've seen in the low division for a team and their performance. The draft was beautiful. The execution was pretty beautiful. The way that they moved around the map. Excalibur,
there was no mistakes from
the Shining Light, but I think that was very impressive.
Yeah, 15 to 1. Good. 20 minutes in. Only person to die was Pablo.
Oh, I mean, you got to have one feeder on the team. That's acceptable.
And Pablo doing his job. That's nice. Fine. Yeah. I mean, you know, he actually makes up with it because he was also the man who was involved in the most kills. Yeah. So, you know, he gets away with tanking the 1 death there for the team. But, yeah, an incredibly impressive showing. And, you know, the Meepo I said was huge here. I guess you can't... I mean, can you really blame the Hippomaniacs for forgetting about the Meepo in this situation? Because they haven't picked it, but it is Excalibur. There's always going to be that chance, right, when you're drafting against Team Bold that a Meepo is going to be on their minds, right?
I feel like, yeah, they probably just forgot about Meepo existing. Yeah. And unfortunately for Hippo, they never looked that good in this season. And Bull just kind of, you know, sealed the deal. It's like, no, yeah, you aren't that good. And they just...
rough, this one.
Yeah, get out of our league. Yeah, and this is Bull's important game. They're now, you know, 3-3.
Yeah.
Getting themselves out of that bottom 2. And, yeah, impressive game. Honestly, it was fun to watch that.
Yeah, no, it's very some of the cleanest stuff we've seen here this game for Team Bold. Exactly what they need to propel them towards the future games. You know, a great game to continue off the back off. With that, Team Bold, they'll take the series against Hippomaniacs 2-0.
So clean that game 2. Indeed, Bold takes a series 2-0. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk to one of the winners after the break. Sorry.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Side of town. I bet you wanna get around. It's all too much. Can we try to make it better now? You only call me when it's Saturday night and you're already high. What's that all about? We can figure it out. I'm up if you're down. I'll wait around on the other side of town. Stay up through the night. I'll drive if you ride. I'm up if you're down on the other side. We can figure it out. I'm up if you're down. I'll wait around the other side of town. Stay up through the night. I'll drive if you ride. I'm up if you're down on the other side of town.
We said there was one chance for Hippomaniacs for taking this game, and that was off the back of T-Pack, the Axe. He had to build Mantis Town and get a shard at minute 20, and that is when Hippomaniacs was gonna get their stride. It turns out, though, T-Pack didn't want to build any of that, and before the game reached minute 20, it already looked very grim for the side of Hippomaniacs. It was a very clean game from Team Bald, and they take the series 2-0. I'm here with Cap and with Fogged, and I mean, how do you want to try to analyze this game? It's great meepo last, Big Cap.
Yeah, it certainly was, and felt like Hippomaniacs weren't really quite sure what to do about that kind of pressure. I mean, we were talking about, we saying the Axe, he needs to be able to go this Manta build because he can push in all the waves. It allows his Void Spirit to play off map more. It'll give them a damage source, particularly against the Meepo. Like, we talked about why those things needed to happen, and it seems like they didn't come to the same conclusion. Instead, they go this Blink Dagger, and it wasn't impactful at all for them.
Yeah, he has no follow-up. That's like we were talking in the back. It's just like when you blink and you try to go for somebody, like what's your follow-up going to be? Like an Impetus, Fade Bolts. You know, this is... I feel like they also got baited into a situation where they're like, oh, Rubik looks great, there's an Enigma, but besides the Enigma Black Hole, there's actually nothing else for this Rubik to do. It doesn't pose this aggression inside the lane. Actually ends up hurting and crippling the Axe more than anything it felt. And I mean, the game was over like 8 minutes. When they go for that move on the Meepo, they don't bring all 5 heroes. If they get the kill and then they die, I mean, maybe they at least get a kill, but they just lose the game right there.
Yeah, maybe they stopped the momentum, but because they didn't, it was a clean-cut victory for Team Balt here for sure. And we're going to hear Brian talk about that game as well, and he talks specifically about the dynamic between a support and a carry.
Thank you, Shiver. I believe there's too much negativity in Dota about how cores get incompetent supports and the supports never get carried. And I'm going to show you a beautiful symbiotic relationship between 5UP and Gork here. So we're going to see, we were talking about in the back, why is 5UP holding on to this salve? He's so low HP. Look at this. Doesn't he need his HP in order to contribute to this lane? And that's just me being a noob when I was thinking that in the back, as we're going to go to the next clip where they are going to then call for a TP from Excalibur, which is a great rotation to bring down T-Pack early on when he starts to cut the creeps. And notice how Gork, as a carry, contributing to the gank, contributing to the kill behind their own tower. But notice how much damage he takes from a spin. And your job as support is to enable your carry to stay in lane at all times. Look at that. Salving his carry immediately after and going back to base. Perfect synergy between these two. And if you do that, you enable your cores, you get out to a 6-1 lead. It's always going to go perfect. It's going to be beautiful. And you're going to get the opportunity to shine later on in the game, as 5UP's going to get a beautiful black hole in order to counter-initiate the gank that was done on Excalibur. Pretty much Hippomaniac's last chance of the game. And just remember, guys, if you're up by this much because you did such an amazing job supporting your carry, no carry is ever going to be upset with just making sure you secure his kills later on in the game, as Gork solo chronos the Rubik, and 5UP makes sure that the Rubik dies right before he gets any spells off. And just, there's too much hate in the Dota scene. Love each other, carries and supports. We can all work together to have more fun and enjoy and win more games of Dota 10-1 at 15 minutes.
Teamwork wins games, positive attitude wins games, and Excalibur's Meepo also definitely wins quite a few games. And we have none other than Excalibur joining us for the interview. Congratulations, Excalibur, on the series.
Hello, thank you.
Hello. I have a question. Oh, I first have a comment from Brian from BSJ. He says, "Thank you for the host yesterday."
He's welcome. He helps me a lot as well. I want to thank him for the host as well.
I think he hears that in the background, so yeah, that thank is passed on. I want to also ask, how do you feel streaming is or would affect your ability to be a pro? Is it affecting your ability to be a pro?
For me, I just play. Maybe I play too many games because, like, as for streaming, you kind of just the more you play, the longer you stream, and the better it is for your stream.
Yeah.
So I actually don't have much time outside of my stream, and I don't reflect as much on my games. I kind of just chain queue. So, when you stream, you can also have to chain queue because otherwise viewers just leave when you don't chain queue.
Yeah. And
so you kind of just chain queue for like 12 hours in a day, and it's actually not that good for your brain. Probably.
It's good for your stream though, so that's important as well. You have made a little bit of the jump from professional to streamer, and obviously now you're combining both. But we of course got to know you as a pure professional player at the start. Are you planning on going back to that style professional? Does this playing in this team makes you want to go back fully into the scrims, the professional side of Dota 2?
I don't really miss like what place I was at, like making it to qualifiers but not making it to LANs. So honestly, like no matter how good your team is, losing to Secret feels the same as losing to whatever team.
Okay.
Like, it just feels terrible to lose, no matter who you lose to, especially if you just don't make it to any LANs. So it's very stressful to be at that tier actually. I like how it is right now. Like, for example, playing the lower division and not getting farmed by Secret and OG.
So you're enjoying a little bit of the less stress life while combining it with still playing, obviously, professionally in the lower division here.
Yeah, it's definitely fun to compete, but it's fun to not lose to Secret or OG 2-0 every time.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Thank you.
Steve, I just have... hey, by the way, long time no chat. I just have Meepo kind of questions. How do you think Meepo is fitting right now into the meta? Do you think there's more opportunities for it to be picked early on? Do you think it's just a last pick and then just a secondary one? I saw you do the stats build. Do you think that's something for every game, or do you think that you want to like adjust game to game? Or
from what I've seen, what I was told by my chat, actually, they were the one who told me to try the stats build. And it's actually really strong because it makes the Meepo clones get double the stats. So the Meepo clones get 4 Agi and 4 Strength for each point you take. They just become really tanky. As you could see also, when they jumped me on my Meepo when I was jungling, I had 2k HP at what minute? Like 14 minutes?
Yeah.
They just can't burst it. And it's I would still say that there's a lot of counters to a hero because it cannot buy the item BKB, right? And it can't just don't just balance around BKB, so you kind of need a good game for it. The game we just played was the perfect game for it, though, which is why it looked so good.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, it sounds like to me, Excalibur. Thank you also for the host. I feel awkward now that everyone's thanking him, but I want to know. So it sounds like to me you almost don't want to go into the upper division, right? Because then very likely you guys are just going to get farmed out by your Team Secrets and Liquids. Is there any chance that, I mean, you guys have had a successful lower division here. You guys have a legitimate chance to go to tiebreakers to be in the upper division. Is there any chance you guys would take Team Bald to the next level in some way and you know, scrim a little bit more and really try to go into the upper division and compete there? Or are you guys just happy being in the lower division and streaming?
I mean, if it made it to upper division, then I would at least want to try hard.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you're pretty close, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that it's pretty stressful.
Yeah. Would you?
I mean, I don't really. I don't know how to put it. I don't think I would mind the stress, but I also don't mind where I'm at right now. Like, I'm pretty happy with where I am right now.
I've heard that a lot about people who no longer are playing professionally. When they're not at that like tier 1 where they're making loads and loads of money, they oftentimes say that their life afterwards is much happier, whether it's being a streamer or being an analyst or something like that. Do you kind of agree with that sentiment?
Yeah. So the thing is, after a qualifier, right, what happens is not yo, we can chill, we can go on vacation. It's actually you prepare for the next qualifier. And also after a major, like let's say you win the major, you're not like, okay, I can just chill and watch movies or whatever. You're practicing for the next qualifier for the major. So you can't just constantly thinking about Dota and you're never relaxing. So it's just very stressful. But
fair enough.
It depends on how you deal with the stress.
Yeah.
It can be okay as well.
Well, I am very happy that you are in a good spot right now. I mean, the team looks good. It looks like you guys are having a lot of fun, so I'm very happy to see that and also to hear that from you as well. Congratulations once again, Excalibur, and I'm sure we're going to talk to you a lot more.
Yeah, see ya.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
I mean, I think if I mean, I don't have the competitive drive, but I would want to be in his position. You know, he gets the best of both worlds.
Yeah, you get to chill. You don't have to super try hard, but you're also still winning some games, which gives you some positivity. And then you go back to your stream, and your stream's like, look at you, you guys played great.
Yeah.
But that's definitely just a positive outlook. I like it.
Yeah, I think our pregame interview where they were talking about Gorp making more money than every other pro player,
unless you win TI.
Yeah, like because TI is not happening, right? That's a serious source of income. Like that's a constant source of income that you can actually grow purely off of your own efforts as well. It's very tempting, I think, to be a streamer in the fact that it is a less stressful life that you feel like you have more control over.
Yeah. And definitely, if you have a solid base, it is more stable. And yeah, the need and the stress to play every qualifiers, to have to qualify, to have to do well, to even get a roof over your head is not there as much, and that just makes you a lot happier. Because having a roof over your head is quite nice most of the times. But yeah, that was Team Ball winning. We take a look at the standings. It does also mean the Hippomaniacs still doesn't have a win under their belt here. They're 0-6 and are guaranteed to get eliminated here from the lower division unless there are some teams that I don't know. Last season it was what they just they didn't want to play anymore, and they might have had some chance of match fixing or something. I don't know. They were just out. This time around, Hippomaniacs, I don't think they're gonna get that chance here because all these teams I mean, they legit try.
Yeah, I mean, no Bounty Hunter is like the second bottom of that list, right? But they managed to bring down Ghost Frogs, who was like, I think, a really legit team in this group. As it stands right now, Level Up, Team Bald actually do kind of hold their own fate a bit. Level Up needs to lose to Chicken Fighters, which is entirely possible.
Yeah.
And then you've got Team Bald versus Level Up to potentially get them into a tie-breaking situation against Level Up and maybe even Ghost Frogs. So there's a decent chance that we can have something like that.
Tough matchup for sure, though. Level Up has shown, you know, they practice. It's a team that practices a lot. They've been looking like on the up and up, so that's going to be a tough matchup for sure for Team Bald.
It definitely will be, but it will be a fun one, especially if they play like they did today. Now, we're going to give you guys a wait, but it's going to all be worth the wait. Our time of start is about 30 minutes from now in terms of when we're going to start talking about the matchup. You guys all know which matchups I'm talking about. We're going to watch Team Secret versus Team Liquid. So get some rest, get some snacks, get everything in there so you don't have to get up from your chair while the series is going on, and we'll see you after the break. Oh, sorry. We will see you
after the break.
Thank you.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I think I love her, she's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her, she's always going out and I tag along. I wait in the cold at her instigation, freezing but full of big ideas. A little laugh, a little look, songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always going out and I tag along. I hold her hand at her instigation, praying that it will never end. A little miss, a little kiss, a little equation. Upon this my happiness depends. And I wanna shout, I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always going out and I tag along. It makes me wanna shout, I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always going out and I tag along. Now she wears a ring at my instigation. Happy that I finally asked. A little yes, a little dress, a nice occasion. And that is where my little story ends.
Just a night of letting go. A night I can't forget. Get back to how it felt. And it all feels possible. Now that you are here, I was running in the night, remembering myself again, moving to my own rhythm, running, just running. I was shaking up the pain, standing in the light again. Some words doesn't need speak, running, just running. Now I'm back to how it felt, and it all feels possible. Now that you are here, I was running in the night, remembering myself again, moving to my own rhythm, running, just running. I was shaking up the pain, standing in the light again. Some words doesn't need speak, running, just running. Broken stories, fallen glories again. Lost angels, this is how the story ends. Again. They're creeping in the corners, in your shadows and your dreams. They're hiding in the mirrors, yeah, they're looking back at me. They're painting you a picture of the lies you wanna see. I'm pretending to be me, I'm pretending to be me. But you secret is safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse?
Sometimes it's a rush, yeah, it's exciting. Dining with the devil, you'll know inside my soul it grows and grows. But your secret is safe, lies are rehearsed. What came first, the devil or the curse?
Could you love me again? 'Cause you're the memory that I can't forget. Something more than regret. If we go back in time, can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. We've always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You said it's over for a reason. If only words give me that meaning. You wanted never to believe it. Think we're addicted to that feeling. Lately I'm dreaming about you and how you can take me right back to where we started. 'Cause I'm going crazy without you. I need you. Just let me right back to where you are. Can we go back in time? Can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. It's always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learn to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. So I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? So you can't let go, 'cause I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this.
Waves don't carry away my feeling about you. Trains don't go to the place I'm feeling without you. Days fly by and the more I'm thinking that I don't wanna be alone. And I wait for something new. I wait for something new. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Days you're missing the star, I'll point and direct you. Days you stumble and fall, I'll be there to catch you. I'm still crazy, but now I'm crazy about the only one I love. So I'm waiting up for you. I'm waiting up for you. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. Hey, I really want you. I want you again. I'll be the somebody when there's nobody. Say the words that I never say. Hey, I really want you. I want you again.
to my heart. The sky will turn pink as waves bring us back to the shore. Here once again, sailing on the light of the dawn. Seasons they come and go much faster than before. I've realized I've always had the one that I'd been looking for. Home, we are home. Wherever your heart is, I'm home. Home, we are home. Whenever I'm with you, I'm home. You and I are trees. The wind blows and scatters our leaves. Another year has gone. The sun will restore all our dreams. Seasons they come and go much faster than before. I've realized I've always had the one that I've been searching for. Home, we are home. Wherever your heart is, I'm home. Home, we are home. Whenever I'm with you, I'm Seasons they come and go much faster than before. I've realized I've always had the one that I'd been longing for. Home, we are home. Wherever life takes us, we're home. Home, we are home. Whenever I'm with you, I'm home.
Upper Division time here for the Western European DPC League, powered by Intel's DreamLeague Season 15, and we have Team Secret taking on Team Liquid. And I'm petting a dog, that's why it sounded weird.
We've been ganked.
But we have been ganked by the cutest fluff ball of them all. Saga finally no longer afraid of the studio floor.
Going the wrong way. No, okay. In a second, the grand reveal.
We look
very silly right now.
Very stupid right now.
Hello, those are not.
We promised there is a dog.
I mean, this is definitely the most exciting side of the panel. Let's be real.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Ta-da!
Bye-bye, princess. Bye-bye. She's checking out the
No, it's a wrong sound. It's a dog.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Team Secret versus Team Liquid. It's going to be actually super exciting, and we can take a look at the standings and see exactly why it's exciting, T-Gov.
I mean, we got Secret up, down in the bottom.
Yep.
What happens if Secret lose this series? Because first of all, Liquid, they're still chasing to potentially get some type of tiebreaker situation, playing up against Alliance again. Both going to potentially finish 6-1. And then we have Secret. If they lose this series, that's Tundra's lifeline, pretty much, to try and stay in the upper division.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's exciting stuff.
It is super exciting stuff, Fogged. I want to just ask straight off the bat, do you have a favorite?
From the way that we've been seeing recently, Liquid would be my favorite. I think Secret's been showing a lot of struggle. In particular, Zai has had some rough games. Even though, like, I say rough games, he's had a lot of deaths. He's actually had some good plays even with those
normally
deaths,
that's the case, right? They sacrifice Zai. I'm getting ahead of myself. But sacrifice Zai, and then the rest of the game goes well.
Yep.
This time it's been sacrificing without what?
Yeah, but that series, he played 2 Mars games and it was like double-digit deaths and there wasn't really much behind it. But yeah, Secret, it's just a little bit, not lost, but like, it's not like the Secret putting in the 110 it feels. Maybe they're just sitting at like an 85 type of feel.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely just looks a little bit different. They're a little bit more all over the place with their drafting, like every time. You know, we always talk about Puppy. He has some games where it's this, you know, sometimes you're like, what the hell is Puppy pipping? That's usually in the second series, you know, or the second game of the series. Lately, it's just been like, even some of these openers are a little bit more wonky. They're definitely going for some type of style. Liquid, stability, definitely finding some really powerhouse heroes that are really strong that they like to play, like their Slardars. Also some sneaky picks like Lone Druid. Me and T actually have, we're talking about a bunch of heroes that could be really cool this matchup. So,
well, I'm excited to see if any of that is going to come out. Although, of course, one of the biggest things when talking about drafting is the influence outside of the players is the coaching. And today is all in the theme of coaching, as we have sat down with Heen, and he is going to talk about his coaching style with Secret.
Well, usually my working days are basically when the player is active, like it goes hand in hand. So if we're playing scrims, then I'm there to spectate every scrim. And post-game, pre-game, we try to have a lot of talks about the game in a way that understanding of the game, like how do you get more than just some of your players, comes from just casually talking about. And then preparation for the matches, I'd say I try to get a very solid profile on a team that we're to play.
He's cleaning up, he's found 3, he's ready to run down Seb. Seb can't escape this, Matsu chasing.
You can be prepared for what they will do in the draft, but the play is like a different kind of matter where, you know, you have no control over how they will play. You just are ready for what they're capable of doing. And then you just have to match it in game, which is once the game starts, out of my hands in a lot of cases. In an ideal world, I would like to have like a blueprint of every player's like knowledge or what they prefer in the game. In a lot of cases, it's hard to really extract all that information from the players.
Stacks is going to get cleaned up as well. Triple kill for
Now he is trying to extract information from his players, and if he's having problems with that, imagine how we feel when trying to learn more about Team Secret as well. A lot of insightful stuff. I mean, it is pretty crazy. Obviously, what a coach does. There's normally very limited time, especially on LAN. I remember talking to Heen after it was Leipzig Major, or was it Leipzig Major? I think that was the last one they won, right? Secret versus EG, best of 5.
Yes.
Yes? Leipzig Major?
I'm just putting Fogged under pressure. It's more fun this way.
Oh, but it was that, yes. I remember it was a very back and forth game, and we talked, like, he had a very tough job at trying to, have the conversations between each game be very, well, useful. I think that's one of the easiest. As a coach, T, How much pressure is there on you?
I mean, there's a lot, right? Like, pretty much everything you bring to the table is like the pre-match stuff. You put it in, you'll put in that practice, you get into the draft, and then pretty much everything that you thought about, it's either comes to fruition when it's like the picks come into play, you're like, ah, nice, I've prepped here.
That's
or
what you did, yeah.
Something else comes in, and then your reserve time ticking down, you're like, oh no, what's happening? But yeah, no, there's a lot of pressure on the coach, but I think for Secret, so far, they're in a season or a league where they don't need to win anything, right? They're already at TI, and TI is, that's the $40 million, that's the Sweden, that's already announced. You know, for them, this is just going to be, they don't have to perform at the highest level, so it's a bit more casual. Of course, they're putting in the effort, but the results are showing.
That's true.
Definitely.
But at what point, because they are doing, I mean, they don't necessarily need to go to the major, let's put it that way. But surely they don't want to get relegated. There is a chance that Team Secret will be relegated to lower division Fogged, and the next season round after TI, you know, they might have gone first at TI even. You know, if they do really well, win TI, straight to the lower division with you.
That'd be funny.
I mean, we don't know exactly how that's going to go.
That'd be amazing.
That would be really funny for, you know, for the whole like storyline. Not for the lower division teams though.
No.
That would be quite miserable for them.
Yeah.
So they're probably looking at this and hoping like, okay, Secret, come on, start picking some more meta heroes. Start looking you know, and they will probably do something more like that. You know, he learns a lot throughout these seasons, and as we said, you know, there's some experimentation that has been coming out from Secret.
There has been for sure. On the other side, on Team Liquid, they have not one, but two coaches. One of them is Jabs, and we are going to listen to him talk about his role in the team.
So I started playing Dota in 2008, and I ended up playing most of my professional career during 2017 and 18 for some Tier 2 teams in Europe. I originally didn't really plan on becoming a coach, analyst type of person in Dota, but I just somehow ended up here. I talked to Blitz, and he just thought I would be a good fit for this role. So I ended up being here, and now I really enjoy it. The biggest thing I do is prepare our team for the next opponent always. We talk about their playstyles, their drafts, all the different things you can talk about. And then the other thing I do is I talk to the team. I'm like a sixth voice to the team, just giving an opinion that's usually as objective as possible. An analyst is more like, it's more direct. You do all the theoretical stuff, you do the game-related stuff, you do everything that has to do directly with the game itself and not necessarly mentality. Coaches are not portrayed as very important in Dota yet. I think coaches have a big impact. How often do you hear about him? Like, he's like an amazing coach. He won TI with his team. And how often do you really see him or hear about him? It's kind of crazy. But I have huge respect to all the coaches. And I just hope that one day I'll be one of them as well, you know, a TI winner.
That's the goal. TI winning as a coach or as a player, the goal is always TI. I have to say this. The topic of coaches today that we have going, it was already planned way before today. So maybe a little bit fortunate, or for some people unfortunate, you know, situations here, but he is definitely also Jabs very instrumental to Team Liquid, yes. And the team is also very vocal about his input and about his help, especially when they did very well, for example, the first day of the Major Fogged.
Yes, I think that he's been a great addition, because Blitz, as we've said like a lot of times, he's not all about like the in-game. Yeah. You know, he's about just like keeping the team feeling good, making sure the players are you know, feeling confident in what they're looking to do. This is definitely a big help. He's going to be able to rein them in a little bit out of the craze, which I think is perfect, because at times we do see Liquid going for some of these like very bold plays, and I've seen them just so much more reliant on just like sticking to what they're good at. We're gonna get our stacks our line, we're gonna pick our confident heroes, we're gonna get Boxy Slaughter, we're gonna get Koik for comfortable, blah blah blah. Sure, now they don't have Boxy, but similar kind of style. They're making everybody feel even more comfortable in these games.
I think it's a good thing to have two coaches in terms of, you know, one is making sure that everybody's feeling happy, you know, everybody's good, everybody wants to win today, and on the other side there's more a person all about the practicality of it. He doesn't need to be nice.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that sounds really mean, and because I know Jabs, and he's actually really nice. But you know, just the idea that you don't have to wear two hats.
And psychology is super important, as we saw, like the whole OG thing.
Exactly.
The sports psychologist, just keeping yourselves in the right momentum, keeping yourselves like happy, even if you lose. You know, going into the next game with that type of just like clear conscious, clear head.
You stole my point, Fogged, but it's fine. I was holding on to that entire. I was like, oh, I'm going to talk about OG and how. But no, for sure. Liquid is also a step ahead, because it feels like they've elevated what OG did before in regards to the coaching. Because you have both the psychology and in-game, but both players have like a super, like a finger on the pulse of Dota as well. So that always adds that extra layer. And you know, they look very hungry, especially when Sumo comes in. They're looking pretty scary, that's for sure.
They are.
Yeah, they looked very scary last week, Saturday, I want to say, when they played against Tundra. So far, though, I mean, they did 2-0 smashers, but they still go for the third game every single time.
They do.
They do drop a game every single time is what and normally it's game 2. It is actually, I'm not just saying normally, the only time they didn't drop a game 2 was against Hellbear Smashers. It's I mean, if
They've
you're
always
talking
won the
about
first game,
mentality,
right?
they've always won the first game.
So
every
what happens if they
time.
lose the first game? We're gonna have to think that one through.
Mm.
Do you think they've got that plan? They got 2 coaches. I hope they got a plan for when they lose the first. If they lose the first game, that is.
Yeah.
I just think about Insania's interview. You know, we're like, so what happened? And he's just like, I don't know. He's just like, I don't know what goes on with us the second game for some reason. There's no explanation.
Yeah.
We just.
Sometimes you get comfortable. Sometimes you'll chit chat after a game. You can talk about just something that's so off Dodo. You come back, you pick it. Oh, whoop, too late. Off we go.
We're in now.
Yeah.
When we talk about this matchup, I think for a lot of people, one of the lanes to watch out for is, of course, the mid matchup. Yes, Sumail is a stand-in, but he still has got it, and he's going up against Anisha. And I want to hear you. We got a little bit more time, and we'll also say that straight up. We got a little bit of a computer problem with one of the players. Of course, we will soon have the game, and then we will have a break and everything. But I first want to talk about that mid lane now that we have some time, because this is a very exciting lane. Fuck, I know you're excited to see this.
Yes, I mean, Sumail's always been, everyone knows, just very king of aggression in the mid lane. I'm wondering if they do try to maybe slip him up a little bit, maybe make some rotations. I know that Taiga really likes to move around the map. Even though this isn't so much of a roaming meta, he still does like to make those moves around.
Yeah.
Maybe tries to help a little bit for Sumail. But on the side of Nisha, he's been struggling. I think it might be a bit of a tough one for him this time around, because he's not been this monster. Like, I've actually, like, in the past, I've been like, oh my god, Nisha is just... Who is this guy? This guy's just like a god.
Yeah.
He doesn't make these mistakes. Lately, he's been bleeding a lot.
Yeah, and we looked at the research last time Sumo and Nisha played. It's like 6 months ago when Sumo was playing on ping with Just Error, the solo stack. That was it, and they did lose 2-0. So it's like, we haven't really seen this matchup in a long time, and I'm just excited to see what they're like. You know, is Nisha, he was voted best mid or best player last year. Sumo, Kyle gives him a lot of praise. So this is it. Prove himself.
Let's see if he can prove himself here. The problems are solved, and that means the draft is just moments away. I'm gonna be ready for this. You are too, and the teams are too, so let's go to a break. We'll be right back. Secret versus Liquid. After the break. We got Team Secret and Team Liquid going head-to-head here in the upper division of the Western European DPC League. You are watching DreamLeague Season 15, powered by Intel. And Team Secret at the moment is 2 and 3. Not doing too hot on the old ranking. Better yet, they still are very much having a chance of being relegated down. On the other side, Team Liquid is 4 and 1. Now, if they want to be tied with the top of the group at the moment, which is Alliance, they need to win this one and probably also need to win the next one, which, by the way, is OG. Is a tough ask, but Team Liquid still have a chance of making it to that top and force out a tiebreakers with Alliance for the top spot at the group. But we are in the draft here. Tiga, Fogged.
Ooh. Slardar's gone.
Slardar's gone.
And, Axe and Morphling. Look at that.
Yeah.
So targeting specific players, taking out Zai, seen him struggle. His Axe has been dominant, seen him struggle, as we said, a little bit on the Mars. Nisha Morphling's been something that's been tried and tested, and he wins the majority of those games on it. So, okay, putting them on the back foot. Let's see what we got. Even though we were talking in the back, AA is probably going to be a very popular pick. They still look to ban out Morphling. And
there they pick it. There it is.
Yeah, as we figured.
Yeah, like you look at Secret's previous games, out of like 8 or 9, the 3 wins that they've obtained have been off the back of Axe and Morphling. So this is Liquid very much putting them in a position of your only success has come from these combinations. Show us something new. Please open up your playbook a little bit more. But honestly, watching Liquid is so exciting right now because they're kind of Sumo just adds that extra layer to the team right now, and it is really just I don't know. Hard to put into words.
I think they've found some like really amazing dynamic too with Koikfa and Taiga now laning together instead of like Boxy and Taiga. Like, Koikfa is actually very good in this offlane. It's very comfortable here.
Very smooth transition.
It is exactly. And now Taiga, I feel like he's actually thriving a little bit better off of that because I feel like Koikfa is sacrificing himself a little bit more, just like Boxy does, but in a bit of a cleaner manner.
What are we hearing?
Is that that's the lines? That's the team.
Oh my!
Team
I legit thought we like had Liquid comms on Discord, and we're like,
I'm like, wow, there's been a mistake.
Because Blitz, Blitz was saying about push. I was like, when you bought push, I was like, brother, you've only picked a snap. Calm down. You got 4 more picks.
I was a little worried there too, but yeah, there's definitely been Liquid been buying their own voice lines. Then I mean, I would too, to be fair.
So I played up against Blitz in an unranked game the other day. He played a mid Snapfire.
He did.
And that alone might give me a reason to believe that this is... No, it's not.
Well, to be totally honest, I've even seen Mikke play safe lane Snapfire.
And I love that.
It's a super flexible pick. We've seen Liquid do all kind of crazy stuff. However, I actually do think that there's some cool stuff just coming out from the opener here. Strong laner, if it is, let's say, Koikfa going to be the Magnus, ways to play around it. Cold Feet. If you get cold feeded, you got a cookie, you got a skewer to break it. So 2 different types of mechanics to at least avoid the chain stun combo that couldn't come out, which we've seen so often with these AAs, like Wraith King, Svens, even Trolls at times.
Also, I like this as well because it puts a little bit of pressure on Secret to think about like PA. There we go. Okay, they pick it straight away. I was going to say, because if they don't pick PA now, they're most likely going to have to ban it because you're just giving away such an easy draft with Lil Shredder minus armor, Empower, some PA running at you, and instead they just take it away. Which it's quite nice because when you think about the type of stuns Liquid has, you can easily disconnect yourself from this. And yeah, just solid opening so far, nothing too revealing. This is where the ban phase will be a bigger indicator.
Wonder if we do see something maybe like a Wyvern come into play here for Insania. He loves playing save heroes. You see PA, you know it's going to be a physical draft, but you're into AA, which always is a little bit scary at times, but it does do its job. You know, it does do that work and get you some nice setup, which is a potential. And people are liking Wyvern more. I thought the hero was not going to see as much play, but I'm seeing it a bit more than I thought.
Yeah, it really depends on the type of team you're playing against, where if they're playing more for laning pressure than picking Wyvern, you're enabling that and it's going to hurt your draft. But when you see a little like slow rotation heroes who can't really be active on the map, they just play static lanes, then you can just AFK in the lane, get quick levels. That's when it can thrive. But I would be a little bit put off just because of the AA matchup.
Just because of the AA,
it just, like you never happily cold embrace someone. It's as if you're giving away the free ultimate.
Banning out the Tide, combo breaker, strong hero as well. Zai, I think, is going to get some limited hero pool.
No, yeah, for sure. He's going to be targeted pretty hardcore now. And like the reason why I like Secret having PA here is because the heroes that Insania plays naturally are heroes that don't want to be jumped on the backlines, right? You think of some Grim, some Oracle, and you don't want to really pick teamfight like a Warlock because now you're going to have a Mag RP, a Warlock Golem, and a Snapfire. Lots of big damage, but not enough like smaller stuns. So I like the fact that this PA pick, it also breaks down the type of hero that Insania play, unless he just plays a casual Mag 5, for example.
I mean, they could flex. They could flex so many things here on Liquid. In the bans. Wind Ranger ban makes sense. We saw Sumiel the other day.
Yep.
Straight up builder for MKB can be a counter pretty hard versus both of these. You're elusive. AA Blast can be hard to hit sometimes on these win runs. You're good versus PA in the matchup. Seeing a Legion ban coming out.
Ooh, do you think Secret will be looking at Void as another potential ban? The idea of just the easy enabler of Magnus and the layered damage of Snapfire. PA can never be too happy in these engagements. But of course, PA into Mag does, Void does feel pretty nice much later into the game if you get the jump.
Maybe it would be too cooldown reliant for the side of Liquid, but perhaps. Legion, as we said, Zai, he's going to be very targeted in this one.
Yeah.
Take out that Legion too. And when you see PA in a draft, most of the draft does revolve around that PA. So anything to just kind of protect him is going to be one of those approaches that we would probably see Secret go. So save, gone.
These offlane bans.
Zai's already like, oh god, all right, well, whatever. I play. Zai's like,
He
hit the
plays
random
everything.
button. Hit the random
Yeah.
button. So he's still got those opportunities for Britney.
So what are some of the heroes that you guys were talking about that you really wanted to see this this series? Lone Druid was one of them?
Lone Druid was one. We were talking about AA Slardars a lot, so those were taken.
Lone Druid does fall off because of PA. I think when you play Lone Druid into PA, you always just feel like you're going to get blown up, and when you go high ground, you're just going to get jumped, and it's going to be a bit too hard. But Liquid, their bans, it makes me feel that maybe the Mag could just be some casual 5 because they're banning more independent offlanes that easily deal with enabled carries and physical damage, and yeah, Timber as well. So
okay, yeah, that actually does make a lot of sense. Zai's gonna.
Oh, they just go for Oracle. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Also, I guess the flip side to that is if they do Mag in a core role, if they go for a defensive 5, there's no rotation potential, so it's also just taken away the offlane is that forced rotation. So yeah, Liquid very much playing solid lanes, but not really wanting to move too quickly on the map. A farm game is what Liquid are looking for right now.
And it can't just be that straight counter, of course, versus the AA. As we figured, Insania is going to look for one of those saves. Yeah.
Considering it is Team Liquid and they have done this before, even in tiebreakers from the previous season, is there a chance of a Huskar, or is that not really in the books today?
I think with the role swap scenario, I think it's less likely.
Oh, they go for
and
the
it's just
they go
of
for
course,
the
Leshrac,
Lesh,
yeah. It's just the go-to. They picked it last time they played up against PA, against Smashers. It was the same concept of draft. It was Snapfire, Slardar, Oracle, Leshrac. This time, swapping out the Slardar for the Magnus.
Yeah, I'm actually quite a big fan of Lesh right now, especially like 10 times more if you have any type of way to protect him. Extra protection, even with like RP to cover him. The Oracle makes a lot of sense here. Sand King.
The only caveat to this type of draft now is Liquid doesn't have that frontliner, and also when you have Magnus plus Leshrac, whoever's being empowered also wants access to the jungle. So Liquid are going to have to do a really good job at enabling Leshrac to farm the topside jungle away from Ancients, whilst also stacking the Ancients for whoever's going to get empowered. So they're going to have to be really efficient on the jungle. And in Secret, they're now looking at that 4 pairing to play with the Sand King. Of course, like Willow, Morana come to mind, a casual Rubik as well, but yeah, just any ranged hero to apply some pressure. Wow, they actually just go for a puck.
Okay, seeing some limited catch for him in particular.
Yep.
Lots of team fight. Secret really doubling down on it. Oracle looks quite good. Like this, just Fate's Edict in general looks really detrimental toward the side of Secret. But Secret's looking to battle. That's what we did see.
A lot of fight.
OG Secret, that was 37 to 37. Like this crazy type of battle coming out from them. So
yeah, the key thing here is they're not looking to battle head on. They're having the wave clear. They're having the tower defense, and then they'll take the fight after when PA jumps in after.
And ways to swoop around to the back line here to catch onto the Oracle here. Nice silence for coverage too. Both teams.
And they picked the puck here because like I mentioned pods 4s, but realistically I listed like 3 or 4, right?
Yeah.
And there's not enough bans to cover that. So they instantly snap up the mid hero that can at least play into Leshrac and not instantly die. We've seen Sumo dominate quite a lot of lanes on this Lesh so far.
And there's, for Nisha, this will be the first puck for the season, actually.
Okay.
Okay. And I mean, I don't want to put it out completely just yet, but we used to see Puppy play puck.
Yes.
We have seen Yapsor play AA. If they do some crazy aggressive sanking AA, it's not great, but thanks. Dave. I mean, it still could be flexible. It's not likely. It's probably just going to be the more standard, but...
The real question for Liquid is what is going to be their empowered core? We've mentioned like Void already. I think that's still pretty good, especially into the type of lane that Secret are presenting. It helps with the enabled damage of Leshrac as well.
They could just go for something really safe like a Jug.
Okay. Yeah, true.
Right?
In my mind, I'm thinking like
it's not
Void,
a core matchup, but
Jug, true. Core matchup's kind of awkward, but the rest of the game, it's really good. And then also they could just double down on passive nature and just go for like a Spectre. And just be like,
Jug.
we're going to win the late game hardcore.
They banned the Jug. I like the Jug just because like you can't get ganked. Like you see a puck get coiled, you just see spin TP out. You have like so many different ways to play around it. The lane, you actually can pose kill threat pretty nicely here too.
Oh yeah, give Sand King, that's the key thing, right? It
shuts him
You
down.
need to give Sand King a game, and Troll Jug are the more dominant cores.
Yes.
The carries that I just mentioned are less lane winners, so that would actually enable a Sand King. So yeah, these bans are very much tailored toward giving Yapzor and Zai some pressure in the lane.
Do we like a Faceless Void for Team Liquid still? I mean, in terms of what's still in the pool and what Mickey has been recently playing.
I still don't mind it. We'll see what pick Secret go for. It's Willow or Rubik is the 4s, unless they're doing some roll swap shenanigans, and this is, you know, a bit of flexibility here.
I like these two bans, the Nyx and the Mirana. Mirana, even though you're into Oracle, your Oracle has to commit.
Well, he'll die in the lane.
Dispel, and yeah, he'll die in the lane, so I do like that ban. Nyx also makes a lot of sense when you're playing with the AA, or versus the AA. Great way to scout, great way to get information in back lines versus like Oracle, so good bans.
So
on both sides, I like both of them actually.
Yes, what's Secret flexing here though? Are they being creative, or is it just a puck mid? Oh, they go for a beast mod, okay.
Oh.
So it is going to be some, most likely...
5 puck, right?
5 puck, yeah, 5
You think
puck
Nisha
and AA.
Beastmaster still?
Yeah.
Yep, looks like it.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, Insane just scooting around. Beep, beep, need to pick my hero. And what's left? They need... Most likely, yeah, they're carrying.
I've not seen a Beastmaster since the nerf.
Yeah, I
definitely not seen a whole bunch of them. Not in the mid lane for sure.
No, so when the nerf... and into dispels too. You're into Oracle, who can dispel the buff, debuff. You actually just pop a Fate's Edict onto somebody, protect versus Axis too. So, bit of an interesting choice coming out from Secret.
But it gives them that grouping, like when they play their laning phase, PA with 1 active item, Sand King Blink, and then the Beastmaster Ags, they'll instantly get an Aegis for the PA. It takes around 30 seconds now compared to the 20 before the nerf.
True.
And that will give PA enough time to run into what Liquid have. They don't have cheap stuns. They can't lock down this PA. And if she has an Aegis, it's going to be a big threat. So I like the idea of Beastmaster just for giving that Aegis potential.
And they do have ways to
push. Yeah,
and they do have ways to at least get onto Oracle. Like Puck's job is going to have to be just to disrupt this Oracle, because otherwise, Beastmaster Roar, that's one that you feel very good about just false promising right on top of. So I'm a little bit skeptical on this Beast pick. I got to be honest. I feel like you could suffer in lane.
The voice lines, are those going out to the?
And they do just go for void.
Are they go out to the enemy team as well, or is it all chat?
It's
or
all chat. So basically, for a fine price of nearly 20 quid, you get all chat for like a couple weeks.
Okay, I was just curious, considering it was pretty funny hearing. Let's just constantly say let's push or whatever.
Yeah, I think teams could have been a little bit better with their all chats, knowing that their team has access to it. But yeah, as expected, the Liquid does eventually go for the Void.
Look at Secret, who's playing what? They're just doing it a little bit more standard. Nisha is going to play Puck. Zai's actually going to play Beastmaster. So they're going to play like the normal, I guess, roles. And Yapzor playing Sand King. This lane looks weak though.
Which is
Beastmaster
interesting.
Sand King.
Beastmaster is technically the old age counter to the Void.
It is.
In terms of laning phase. Of course, not buying Necro might offset that slightly and give Void some better presence. But if you just go for a Dominator, still will have the same impact. But dude, I like the skirmishing, the fight from Secret. But yeah, Liquid just doubled down on saying we will be able to win this late game.
Yeah, I quite like what Liquid's got going for them. They've looked really comfortable with when they can fight around towers with this Void plus this Snapfire early on. They can still look to take fights in that early time of the game. And
what's up, T?
I want to see the upgraded Dominator. It's very expensive.
It is very expensive.
But like, why not? Why
you gotta
not?
get the money. Why not? It might make you lose.
Zai done it before.
That's true.
If the game's going
when they
well,
were crushing it, exactly.
If they're losing the game, don't grief. But if the game's going well, get a cheeky Golem in the mix. Why
Quick
not?
question: Puck versus Lesh. Who's supposed to win? You guys were mentioning the mid lane.
Trade a farm.
Trade a farm.
Trade a farm. Okay, that's not that exciting, but the game itself will definitely be exciting and made even extra exciting by our commentary duo of Cap and Kyle.
You're too kind, Sheever. We'll try our best anyway. But yeah, this is going to be the first real test for Liquid with the new Sumail lineup, right? They've managed to face up against Brame, Hellbear Smashers, Tundra, all teams that are expected to be bottom 4. But now they're facing up against Team Secret, who are supposed to be, anyway, the top dogs of the group. Not actually the reality for this season, though, Kyle.
Indeed, they're actually still part of that bottom 4, at least as the standings appear now.
They certainly are.
And the scuffed spray coming out, Arteezy's beautiful face. This is the first time I've seen him streaming in a while. If you're watching, please feel free.
Yeah, so just for everybody knows, yeah, if you could tell right there, Secret are supporting evil geniuses. As I have no doubt that Zai was probably leading that charge, as yes, they were spamming that one earlier. Stop jungling, let's push. And then Insania was spamming his own line, which is, I know we probably lost, but let's try anyway.
That's a great life motto. We're going to see this all
day. Probably all week, all year perhaps, depends on how long these last. But yeah, to set the stage, you know, Liquid, they're in a scenario, they can still come out first of this group and put themselves in a great place to qualify, but they would need to beat Secret, beat OG, and then win a tiebreaker against Alliance. So must win. And Secret, they're just trying to get to the major. They're qualified to TI, but would probably like to spare themselves the embarrassment of possibly being relegated, which is in the cards if they were to lose here today.
Can you imagine some insane scenario? We're going to TI, but we're also a lower division team.
See you after TI. What would happen? You know, you win TI. Does that help you? Is there a provision that you get upgraded, or would you
I mean, that
would
would be common sense, but at the same time, I mean, rules are rules.
Rules are rules, Cap. Rules are rules.
Nice D-ward there by Secret. Of course, you saw the nice ward bro being spammed by Liquid as they do get D-warded. All right, so our top lane matchup, they Secret did do a bit of a swerve. They picked up the Sand King. They're like, here's our offlaner, here's our offlaner. Boom, it's a 4 position. We're actually at Beastmaster instead. Do you like this? Do you think that swerve is actually going to be good for Secret?
I mean, I love Beastmaster. I think it's underpicked. Yes, we removed Necro. Yes, the Ags was nerfed, but the hero itself got a ton of buffs. Look at that base damage with the Bracer, 68 damage. You are one of the only offlaners that is actually like more base damage than a Void. That's insanity. They are going to initiate on him.
It is pretty crazy.
Yeah. The hero just lanes super well. I think the HOD, the Vlads, the Solar Crest, all these items are still built quite nicely. It's just a question of how well can you do in lane. I think Fogged was correct. You should have a little bit of concern. A Sandstorm level 1 Sand King, not exactly the ideal laning partner as a 4 position?
Yeah, I was going to transition to that. You're talking about how Beastmaster's so good. His stats are great. Look at his damage. It's amazing. But Sand King as a 4 position is the downside, right? That is not a good laning support for you at all, and it is beginning to cost Zai a bit as he is constantly being forced away from the creep wave.
Yeah, bottom lane as well. Secret should have an edge. Just the AIPA spam is quite tough to deal with, although I expect Koifa's wand will certainly pay dividends. He's really disciplined about that. All the Liquid guys are. If it's a lane that's good for a stick, almost all of them are going to pick one up. In fact, Taiga even started the game with one. My concern in the top lane is when you think about Beastmaster dominating lanes, it was with a more aggressive partner, you know, like the Dazzle Beastmaster of old. Sand King, this isn't really what you're looking to have him, your partner, do. You want to be trading hits against this Void. Beastmaster can't do it by himself. But I guess he can at least kind of poke Insania.
And if it's going okay now, it should get better as time goes on, right? Like Sand King, the problem with Sand King as a support is he just sucks level 1. But you get him to level 3, level 5, and his power spikes start helping win the lane a little bit. What about our mid lane matchup? This is going to be a fun one.
That's the one I've been watching.
Nisha versus Sumail. Puck versus Leshrac.
Yeah, it's again we've seen this a few times. Puck has a tough time manning up on runes because if you get caught in Edict range with no orb, you just feed. You have such limited base armor, but you have more base damage and you have a much more effective time hitting your opponent with your nuke. And 10 damage in the mid lane is a pretty significant add. And you also obviously can juke the auto attack. Lesh stun is pretty easy to dodge as well with the phase shift. So expect Nisha to pull ahead. But then Sumail should have an easier time accelerating, farming stacks, pushing the lane later on.
And it's a bit like a DK is, Sumail.
Yeah.
Getting a bit low. It's a bit like the DK versus Puck matchup, right? Whereas Puck wants to be able to rotate anywhere, he's going to find that his tower may die very quickly. So that is going to be something that Secret are going to have to solve.
Just got to be careful. Yeah, you can see you're forced to spend more mana than you may like just because Puck is always hitting you with the Q. You have a hard time doing the same.
Our first blood still open in the air here, trying to go for the skewer back. Does manage to get him. Taiga very low, so he's unable to assist that attempted kill onto Puppey. He'll take last hits while Koifa is away. How do you feel Koifa has transitioned to back to the off lane?
Oh, very well. I love what he's been doing. I think his hero pool is still a bit limited. We haven't really seen him play much outside of maybe Slardar and Mag, but I do like the way he's adjusted. Even if you look at his skill build, 2 points in Q, that was changed in that last patch. Empower got a slight nerf, or a buff rather, but more importantly, the Shockwave had a mana cost reduction, so super valuable, especially when you rush this stick against 2 heroes that are always spamming spells.
Too bad, Taiga. If he had gone for that suicide in the tower 5 seconds later, then he would have found a courier kill to go with it, but as it is. He just wants to be able to reset, come back in the lane, ferry a bunch of regen for Koifa, who is kind of needing it due to, as you said, all the spam of the daggers from the PA. Top lane still going at it. But now the boar is getting tough to be able to nuke down, and Mickey is having a harder and harder time being able to push Zai out of lane.
Zai also going for the stats build, you know, double bracer. I'm curious to see how he's going to itemize up here. Now a raindrop in boots, because there's a lot of arguments here. You can go for the aura build, you can still try to play with creep army and just get the early HOD, but typically when we saw HODs picked up, they were rushed. So I expect him to go for maybe just a first item Solar Crest, more of a battle build. Who knows? He has nothing queued up.
Here comes Mickey. He's going to time walk into this one and manage to get a lucky first hit bash here, which will allow him to do a lot more damage onto Zai as he chases him down, but the boar will allow him to disengage, and that is part of the problem. Bottom lane, Koifa going in for a deep dive here to try and finish off Puppey.
Wow, he even has the 2 points in Skewer. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Typically, you'll see Empower skilled up earlier just because at a point he'll be moving around Mickey and giving him that free Battle Fury, but more of the laning pressure build.
Was tripping out for a moment there. I was like, wait, when did we get a kill?
Yeah.
It was just a suicide earlier. That first blood is still available, and they're going to go for it on the side of Liquid. A two-man Shockwave Skewer combination, and Puppey is going to be left behind, while Matumba Man is able to use his mobility, jump away to safety. First blood going to Taiga.
So you're saying, how is he adjusting? Well, what was that, a two-person Shockwave and just Skewer back combo? You're typically going to find it challenging to do that onto just one target. But both mid laners like to watch this. Sumail, you know, we remove luck from the first couple of runes, but 6 minutes he grabs an arcane rune. That's money in the bank right there. And now he's top net worth because of his ability to then farm out the jungle with ease.
Did he have stacks available, or was that just...
I believe there was a double on the hard camp by Ancient Stack. I could be incorrect.
That would do it. Sumail stacking for himself there. So if I had to guess, probably stack the easy camp once and then stack the hard camp when he made that rotation over.
But this is nice. Yapsor, you see him, he's finding the stacks that were placed up top.
Nice.
There is a ward, defensive ward place, because they wanted to protect
Mickey over and everything. They really want to punish Yapsor for this, and they're going to go for it. He's going to be stuck here, taking a lot of damage, but does have the Burrow Strike onto 2, going the other direction, away from Mickey, but is too slow to be able to stay ahead of them. Should be dying here. Insania gets the kill. It's remarkable that they actually, it's not many times you'd see a carry be willing to leave his lane to protect that stack like he did.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the Liquid style, especially now with Sumail in the mid lane, playing around his Leshrac, especially in this game as more of the carry. I love Sumail's itemization. He grabbed an early cloak. Expect that to become an eternal shroud at a point. I've been talking with Tigov about this. You don't get the spell amplification stack if you were to say go Bloodstone, an extra shroud, but the lifesteal from spells does stack.
Taking advantage of the death, Yapsor gonna make a Sandstorm Burrow Strike play, but he's taking too much damage. They did not estimate their damage correctly as Sumail was able to tank through it in part, Kyle, because the 15%.
15% bonus magic resistance cap.
Pretty crazy. Now Matumba Man's in a bit of trouble here. So they're going to give him the cookie. Hops right on over. He's got a dagger, and I thought maybe he would go for the kill onto Taiga, but instead Matumba Man trying to value his own life and his own escape out of here. But there's not a ton of places he can run to here. The Shockwave's going to catch up to him. It's going to take a long time for Liquid to chase him down. But Insania's looking to be able to cut him off, and Taiga's there with the cookie. So eventually they find the kill.
Yeah, really nice job from Liquid so far. Just playing fast around the map. We just see the supports consistently finding space. This is the trouble, again, with the Sand King as a hero. You sort of fill the same role in a game as a Tusk, as an Earth Spirit, but you don't really roam. The Sandstorm's nice for pushing lanes, but you can't do that against heroes like Leshrac.
Yeah.
And it's just underwhelming as a hero concept. And now he might be dead.
It's one of the most valuable things is being able to protect your towers with Sandstorm, but he just cannot do this underleveled against Leshrac, who's very strong. Matumba Man rotating like that, but it does leave Puppey alone, trying to get solo experience, trying to get to his level 6, but is instead found and killed. 2-7 Liquid off to a decent start. Obviously, numbers are very high for them, but just a 1K gold lead for now. What do you think is the difference between Secret this season and last season?
Oh, I thought they might go for that there. I mean, perhaps a little bit is complacency. We even heard in the interview, Yaps were saying how he's very serious, but of course Zai was, you know, just, he was, I don't know what he's doing in quarantine, to be honest, but apparently he'd been playing too much backgammon and didn't focus enough on his Dota studies. They are pretty much qualified for TI, so not as much pressure, maybe draft experimenting, or perhaps just the other teams got their asses in gear because, you know, it's put up or shut up time now in the DPC.
Do you feel like the new patch hurt Secret in any specific way, or is it just a general change is going to hurt a team that was super dominant before?
A bit of both. I also think all the competition got better, right? We've discussed, I feel like this Liquid lineup is certainly playing better than the last seasons.
Yeah.
Miracle.
Alliance looks top-notch again, like they did last season.
Miracle back to mid for Nigma, I think, is also definitely impactful.
True.
OG, you know, started trying again. Good to see.
Brought Anna back into the page. They're going to go for the kill onto Mickey here, and they certainly have enough disables to kill him. It's 4 different heroes to the top lane. The 5th one is Puppy sitting mid, but he just cannot stay in lane for long, constantly being hunted down.
I love this Eternal Shroud item. I'm surprised we haven't seen it in so long on a Leshrac, on a hero like Death Prophet, because it removes the negative mana effects from popping a hood.
Yeah.
You get the increased survivability, but you actually get more mana back if you get the full spell absorption, which is quite easy when you look at the raw amount of magical power on Team Secret. You can't turn it off, and if you're going to kill Lesh, it's going to be through magic damage. So it's a way to increase your damage output in fights, but dramatically increase your survivability as well, which is something I'm always a fan of.
It feels a little antithetical to how you want to deal with a Leshrac. He shows up, he's just raw damage. You want to focus that guy down, but if you do that, you're actually giving him mana.
Indeed.
More power to be able to keep his nukes going.
And Leshrac is a hero that if he is able to run in, that is when the hero is effective. They also have, of course, an Oracle, so the more resistance, there's this age-old discussion about what's better, just raw HP versus resistance in the form of physical or magical. Whenever the more EHP, the more HP you have through healing, through sustain, the better resistance becomes. So it's even more valid here because you have an Oracle that's going to represent so much healing behind you.
And it's beginning to show its effect here with Liquid building a bit more of a net worth lead. But
it takes the mana cost on activating the hood down to just 60, but you can get restored 400. Which is the block that would then be absorbed. So it actually turns his mana pool into close to 1,300.
Now, one problem Liquid may have is, well, they won't have a problem killing Yapzor. It's looking like he's just nuked down. I was going to say the Beastmaster. Beastmaster did take his tower, is beginning to assert some control over this side of the map, and may even be able to find a pick-off, but Koifa...
Spidey senses.
Yeah, wise to a potential gank here. Managed to get away from the Ice Blast and the Primal Roar combination. Now Sumail give it a heal that allows him to feel good about going back in. Puppy's here as well, but they don't have the Ice Blast. Nisha really trying to gun for this kill as they have the rotation coming over from Zai, but Sumail just charges forward and he's like, okay, you've got your boars? Not anymore. Zapzor finds an opening. Nice play by Insani with the Fate's Edict before he came down from the Burrow Strike, so he didn't take any damage there.
Insani's doing a great job stacking whenever he has free time, consistently playing around his course properly. And Liquid have adjusted quite nicely into this 3 Protect 2 style. Sumail and Mickey all farm happy. Koifa is pretty content. He's got his Blink Dagger Arcanes. He's ready to either make moves or become an Empower bot. Meanwhile, Secret, kind of in this 3-core style, the PA needs some more time to come online. Also going for a slower build. Has to buy the Battle Fury. He doesn't get the built-in Empower. Nice RP.
Straight up RP. They also had the Fortune Den to be able to lock Nisha in place a little bit longer, but it wasn't quite what Koifa was hoping for because he didn't get the skewer. May not matter though. Time dilation. That puck's not going anywhere.
Yeah, they brought plenty of heroes, but not the greatest synergy there. They didn't have the skewer. Not quite sure. They just messed up a little bit there. I think that was a Fortune's End pre-channeled on the mag that then didn't land, so.
Oh, trying to catch up to him to get the lightning slow, to get the follow-up, but not quite there. You can see Liquid's have an understanding. They feel much stronger than Team Secret right now, and they're just running at heroes wherever they show up on the map.
Yeah. And it's just tough for Secret to do anything about this. The limitations of their draft, right? PA, he's just going to farm. This hero can't really do anything in a fight till post BKB. Nisha is attempting to make plays, but he has a Witchblade, no Blink Dagger. And YapzOr is Sand King.
So what does Secret's lineup do well then? If it's not this period of time, when are they going to be strong?
It's going to be PA versus the world. You're going to need to see Matumba Man at the top of the net worth chart, not second place, preferably with an Aegis, and utilizing their global vision advantage. You know, a bird scout into a roar, maybe an AA blast on top if necessary. And later on in the game, the power of the Liquid support duo was going to be negated because suddenly there's this insanely farm PA who kills off the Oracle in a crit or two. Until you get to that point, it's way too difficult to position properly because Insania is always going to be there. He's always going to save his cores. There's not really much you're going to be able to do about it as Team Secret.
So a combination of the... Because when you're drafting, you're not trying to make it PA versus the world, right? Yeah. Like, Secret obviously had a different idea of what was going to happen here, but you're saying the Oracle and the five-man nature of Liquid, they're grouping up so much that it's hard for the Puck and Sand King to do anything offensively.
At best, you're going to have like Mickey or Koifa playing this bottom lane. Sure, you could maybe make a move on him, but Sumail is... There's nothing you can do about it. I talked with, I think it was either Fog to BSJ backstage, just about how important pushing this mid lane is. So you've got enemy tower down as Liquid, and the Leshrac is free. Whenever it gets even close to the river, you're pushing it across. Insania is keeping you safe. It's not a place you can make a move. YapzOr in trouble. He'll be fine. But, I mean, Secret are not necessarily falling behind, right? They're still stacking Ancients. PA has a Battle Fury. But there's really no moves they can make. They're content to just sort of sit down. Matu's farming now his 6th or 7th stack this minute. And just kind of see what plays out.
Basically, they managed to stem the bleeding. They've kept it at a 2K net worth lead for Liquid, and that's mostly thanks to the efficiency of Battle Fury PA and farming those Ancients. And that's like kind of a hallmark of PA lineups, right? Is that like you're never out of the game as long as you're still holding your triangle.
Indeed. And Liquid want to deny that.
He's with the Haste Rune, finding an opportunity, does manage to get the silence, and they're going to quickly take out the Primal Roar, but now there's the Coil there as well, and that'll hold Sumail in place long enough for them to be able to retreat. Now an Ice Blast is going to nick Insania here, and Matumba Man is hoping to throw one more dagger to catch him. Maybe the Puck. Nisha didn't want to jump for it. And maybe it's for the best. He didn't have his Blink Dagger just yet.
You can see how the draft can work, though, for Secret. They had a vision advantage there. They had the high ground. Sure, you trade Roar for Insania's ultimate, but then the Coil for control. And then later, with the Bird Vision, it's going to be really easy for them to poke and prod. They've got very low CDs on the Puck Sand King. AA can throw out a Blast. PA, of course, with the Dagger and Jump Spam. But the team fight of Liquid, that's the key. They have hard save and then a Chronosphere and an RP. But it's about playing around those cooldowns as Secret and potentially even using buybacks if it's necessary to turn a fight.
Well, a team fight that may just be good enough for Secret to take is one around the Roshan pit. The nice Ice Blast like that. It is dwindling, though. Nisha's just kind of poking at it. YapzOr going to go for the kill, though. Mickey is going to survive ever so barely. Meanwhile, we've got Zai, who's going to be run down by Sumail. Doesn't have an out here. YapzOr is being nailed by Taiga. Shot after shot. A Chronosphere catching Matumba Man and saving Taiga's life for the time being. With a follow-up stun from Sumail, they'll chain lock him to death. And Nisha couldn't even get in there to finish off Taiga or any of the other low heroes. They're going to still have their RP. They blow that on Nisha to ensure the 4th kill and a Roshan.
Wow, I mean, credit to Mickey, and again, just the way the Liquid's itemization is working out. He had a Sange there, otherwise he dies. He went for the more defensive style, because you can see, he's going to get jumped. A lot of damage comes out. The full epi from YapzOr. Watch Insania. He's not even looking at his Void. He's trying to help Sumail, and Mickey leaps away with under 150 HP. If he dies there, totally different fight. The Chronosphere secured the PA kill, and then Puck, of course, chased down at the end, but all comes down to they can't kill this Void, sitting at over 2,000 HP on Strength Treads, which, of course, was what he had toggled when he got jumped.
And that entire, like, that so fits Mickey's playstyle, right? Because he doesn't do that thing where he's off AFK farming without the rest of his team. They're not. He's always seeming to join them. So him going a very stat-focused build does allow him a little bit more leeway. in that regard. 300 health talent there included. Now, as a reward, he's got himself a secondary life in Aegis and a 5,000 net worth.
It's the whole team with this concept, right? Insania, sure, he doesn't have any real HP items, but check out the mag. He's going pipe right after blink. We already talked about the shroud on Sumail. Taiga sitting on a fluffy hat. Snapfire has way more strength gain than I realized. Of course, it is primary, but nearly 2,000 HP in a solar crest. So
yeah, fluffy hat helping it a little bit there as well.
Yeah, Secret just aren't really in a position to take team fights with Chronosphere and RP active. You can even see there, Liquid, so long as they have their heroes alive, both of those spells represent kills on course.
It's like they're using, Ice Blast. It's going to come in. They're going to finish off Koifa, using the 3 heroes to do so, but Mikke is not a target they can go for. They just need to try and get out if they can. Yaps are being spotted by the blobs of fire. Look at him. He's changing the Mortimer's Kisses over to where he thinks Nisha is because he knows Yapster's already dead.
Taiga's so sick with those kisses.
He really is. He spots out Nisha.
Man, is a problem on
Sumail is still trying to catch him here. Is that a haste rune? It is.
Another one.
Found another big power rune. He's going to use it to try and chase down. No.
Yeah, but that sequence was a lot better for Secret. Sure, they trade bottom, but that whole time, they're farming PA mid. The Beastmaster was top, now shoving a lane, also dragging this one away.
That's a cute play.
Yeah, free damage. And this is how you want to play this if you're Secret. You got to split the map. Team fighting into Liquid right now with their cooldowns and Aegis, it's just not possible.
Like we talk about all these early game items they're going for. They're heavily focusing on the magic damage aspect of Team Secret. It does mean that if they don't continue this ball rolling, eventually the PA is going to come in and start taking over the game, right?
Yeah. They got to stay ahead. I mean, at a point, you have a void, right? You're not exactly going to fall off, but PA, I think, is always a little spooky. Oh, nice TP.
Smooth move there from Liquid as they take that bottom tier 2 tower, but also use it to subtly move. Whoa. They left Sumail behind, though, and Sumail actually getting caught gives away a dominating kill streak.
Looks like they interrupted his TP on the way out. Got a little greedy there, trying to both push and then get out. He does take the tier 2, so the outpost will be available. Surprised that really both players died there because Zai also had a bird above tower top. Not sure how Koifa was able to sneak in and get the RP. But Sumail certainly should not die there. It makes that move top not even worth it. You can see the reflected in the net worth. Only a 3,000 gold lead now for Liquid. More importantly, check the top. Matumba Man, first time in the game, I believe, is now #1.
And once you get to BKB, that'll be real dangerous. There goes a lot of the damage of Liquid.
And we've discussed the itemization. It's all magical focused because they weren't counting on PA being a problem for some time.
Cookie lands on a Yapsor, but Taiga is already dead. They're going to skewer on out before the Ice Blast could land, but here comes the reinforcements. Mikke and Sumail going for different targets here. Mikke really wanting the kill on the Phantom Assassin, throws down the Chronosphere for it. Koifa on a sliver of HP, while Mikke trying to focus on Matumba Man, but he's got to go back. He's got to help out Sumail, who's currently caught by Yapsor with the epicenter. They throw out the ultimate. Insania is going to be able to give him that false promise to keep him alive, but Sumail, they're struggling to be able to stay on top of Team Secret. They're being kited around here constantly. The Cold Feet's going to be able to latch Sumail down. Now they can try and focus him down with a stun burrow strike and the Matumba Man damage. They are looking to be able to wipe Liquid here as Mikke's going to go for a high ground. TP out, just doesn't get it off in time. The Primal Roar, and now there's going to be a burrow strike. Mikke very likely to die here a second time. Oop, gets popped down to low ground, but it doesn't matter. A team wipe, Team Secret turning the whole game around.
Yeah, they're playing flawlessly there. Secret, they want to make sure that this fight takes place on as many screens as possible. The spacing was insane. You have no synergy in the damage output from the Lesh and the Void. Mikke did get a full chrono on Matumba Man, but alone. There was no damage. Yeah. No one was even in the vicinity. Nobody was even on that same high ground. We can watch it on the replay here. Good stun in from Yapsor. He will die, but he just buys back immediately, which is the right trade. Hey, Blast might miss, but they split the fight.
Yeah, different motivations there. They could have both gone for Zai, or maybe everyone chased after Matumba Man.
Yeah, good boar micro from Zai. You saw him hit all 3 heroes in the vicinity to apply the slow. So yeah, now there's no chrono. Look at the spacing. Yapsor, he's bought back now. He's in with the Epi, forces the Insania ultimate. Mikke still lost, still hasn't hit anybody really in this entire team fight, and everyone just runs away from him as they then kite the Mag and the Lesh. Nisha, he's going out of mana. He's used so many spells in this fight. Roar not even used yet, and Yapsor got, I believe, 3 or 4 stuns. of course, including the need of a buyback. But either way, that's how you want to play it if you're Team Secret. Liquid, you got to have more coordination. You cannot afford to be caught on different targets.
A rare smile from Puppy, as he knows they totally just worked Liquid in that last team fight. And now we're beginning to speed up that timeline that we were talking about, Kyle, where now, hey, Matumba Man's going to have BKB. You are mostly focused on magic damage.
Exactly.
You've also been mostly focusing on Pipe and Eternal Shroud. You don't have a whole lot of things to deal with the physical damage of Matumba Man.
You don't. You were planning on getting way further ahead as Liquid here. Because, to your point, you itemized for the mid game. You did not do anything to deal with PA. Mickey is a full item away from an MKB. You have no plus armor on your other 2 cores, any of your cores, really. So suddenly Matumba Man is king of the game, and Liquid are now what feels like an item behind. And timing-wise, yeah, Secret definitely feeling confident.
Does the game turn at any point later on for Liquid, or is it very much like they really got to get a good team fight and take control of the game right now?
It can always turn. It's RP, it's Chronosphere. You know,
that many big team fight spells, you always have an out.
Yeah. Same way you can never count out a team with an Enigma. Same deal here. It's just trying to do, I think, a better job. You got to bait more onto Sumail. Whenever we see this, when our Observer has to work this hard, it is not good for Team Liquid.
Yeah. No, it means Secret is doing their job. They are super spread, poking constantly at the edges of the team fight, trying to find some exposed weakness right now. Maybe it's Sumail chasing after him.
Love how they're playing this. Just throwing off spells, trying to bait. You want to get these big cooldowns spent. You want to force Liquid out of position. And if you hard initiate onto this Leshrac, it's the really only thing that can happen where you would end up punished.
Level 20 for the Phantom Assassin. Very big, very scary. Getting lots of good vision off of the Hawk. Mickey, trying to find it. Heading up to top lane real quick, seeing if they can find Sumail. Sumail, he's got a Yule Scepter. He can certainly buy himself some time, but he may need to get it off now. Oh, the False Promise barely saving him. The Essence Ring turnaround. Now they're going to be able to blow up Yapstor. Sumail looking okay here for damage, as he's going to be able to get the kill on Puppy as well. Heals up the full. Nisha does manage to catch the backline support in Insania, but they're going to use the Chronosphere to be able to make sure Nisha pays for that kill. Gets a little bit of recompense for their captain dying. RP straight up on Matumba Man, and they're going to have lots of stuns to throw at him. No chance of being able to get off the BKB until perhaps it's too late. He holds on to it.
So you can see right there what happened. They initiated all in on the Leshrac. Insania there with just a moment to spare, and they turn it around. It's the nature of this game. 31 HP. 31 HP he survives, and then the nature of Sand King, once you stun in, you're pretty much left for dead. They blow the roar to interrupt the cookies, but at this point, now that you get the supports killed, they can just chase, blow huge cooldowns for solo kills, and it's going to be worth.
I would just like to say I'd like to formally lodge a complaint against Team Liquid. It's not very nice of them to use their chat wheels to use a legendary commentator to outshine the current commentators. Come on, how am I supposed to get you just throwing in classic LD lines? How am I supposed to compete with that, Kyle?
You gotta come up with some better lines.
All right.
I mean, you are still boys.
Doing it. Mickey, being chased away. They don't have Chronosphere, so this is not a good time to fight, even if they have Aegis and Cheese. So you're gonna retreat.
Oh, there's an idea. Commentator support packs.
Oh.
I'll take your treat.
Yeah, okay.
Support the fans of Dota 2 by
I believe that. I believe that's called the autographs. I believe Valve already gave us that, Kyle.
Take what we can get. Let's see. Outpost reclaimed. The kill lead is a bit misleading, as is the gold advantage. Yes, Liquid are feeling okay. The second age is picked up. Who took the shard? Who'd they give it to? To do Snapfire.
Okay, so they got more stuns, basically.
Yeah. It's actually pretty significant. It's a free 2-second stun.
Yeah.
That's pretty value.
Well, it does require you to be like pretty close to melee range on top of somebody. That can sometimes be bad, but certainly if they catch somebody like Matumba Man, keep him from using his BKB.
Yeah.
Be massive. You can see the win percentage going up and down and up and down.
I actually want to state, I don't think Secret should ever be going for,
Force Staff getting him away. Taiga and his choice of items may have just bailed him out there. And Mickey, almost ready to go with the Chronosphere, is willing to take the fight now. Oh, Taiga still going to be found on the tail edges of the fight. Nisha assassinates him.
Okay, are they going to find Matumba? Yes, they are.
All right. Skewer back. Do they have the stun? Oh, they missed it. Sumail. He was barely off the mark, and now the BKB going off from Matumba Man. He doesn't have any of his team, though. He is all alone. Secret's not even making a move to try and help him out. They're actually gunning for the tier 3s instead.
What?
Yeah, they said, Matumba Man, you're way out of position. We're nowhere close to you. We can't help you, dog. Ice Blast. Oh, Sumail leading the charge, and he's going to regret every bit of that. You thought you could defend with just 2 cores like that? Koifa does manage to get a skewer back onto Nisha. He'll jump away to his orb. Koifa survives, but without Sumail, they are lacking a bit in defense. With no Chronosphere and no Sumail, there's a little something missing.
Indeed, yeah. Insania was not there, did not have teleport active, so he had to do the long walk back to base. That's the second time Sumail gets caught being greedy. Once bottom, when he failed to TP away, and again top, now where he just sort of wanders into no man's land. They even had a ward there, so Secret was prepared. And I want to say, it's all about having Insania behind him. If you look at Sumail, he did what I expected. The Kaya Sanj, 30% spell lifesteal amplification, 25% HP regen amplification, plus the 20% spell lifesteal from Eternal Shroud, plus you have Insania, who's then going to give you double healing during Oracle Ultimate. So if Insania gets ult off, and Leshrac has spells running, he's almost certainly going to survive because of, you know, multiplication and math and all that stuff. Alone, he's just dead. So more discipline will be required. Still a pretty even game. Matumba Man, you know, I guess he was first, so Sumail thought maybe he'd give his friend a freebie. Make sure his death was not so expensive.
14 to 23. Nag's almost done for the puck.
It's going to be huge.
MKB is done for our Faceless Void. Any other big item updates? Basher for the PA, that's decent.
You got the Sliver on Void, that's pretty huge. The status resist stacking with the Sanj and Yasha. The big issue you're going to have against a puck with Ags, just picked up, that BKB Piercing Coil. You can't leap. So suddenly you become susceptible to being jumped, but so much status resist will severely limit the amount of time he'll spend stuck. Top tier 3 is going to be okay, but Liquid got to be cautious. They're playing on top of Secret's vision right now. It's a good time for a smoke, but they got to reclaim their jungle.
I like that point you just made about the status, because especially if they get a coil onto like Sumail and Mickey, right? You can only false promise one of those. So the more that survivable Mickey is by himself, the easier Insania's game is to be able to focus on like, hey, I've got this glass cannon damage dealer. I want to false promise Sumail as much as possible.
Because we saw it already in that fight outside the Roche pit. Mickey, 100 HP from dying because Insania is going to be focused on Sumail. He's the squishier hero, and he does more damage at the moment. Better synergy as well with the Oracle abilities is Taiga. Got to be a little cautious here.
Meanwhile, Team Secret, you could see their synergy, plain as day, amping up the PA as much as possible. The Beastmaster Aura, Solar Crest, giving him a pipe as well, and then they just have a bunch of disables plus an Ice Blast behind that. They are doing everything to make sure Matumba Man can go in with confidence and just blow people up one after the other.
And Liquid, it's a different style. It's all about getting their spells off the team fight win. Koifa's going for a Shadow Blade. He's not worried about amping his carry. He's just trying to ensure that their initiation and their team fights are taken in the optimal way. It's Mickey and Sumail that are going to have to deal all of the damage, but that was the second Aegis we've seen Liquid take and not really utilize. This game doesn't get much easier for them as it continues.
And part of that has got to be what you were talking about very early on. Split push and vision control that Secret has, but it looks like they might just be able to find Yapsor here using the shard, the horn toss. Tossing him up in the air, skewering him on back.
Really nice ability to have, just for the extra stun, the guaranteed skewer. And yeah, exactly that. The later this game goes, the more Insania and Taiga are going to be in trouble, but really more Insania. I mean, even grabbing the Nether Shawl, so outside of tower range, he's currently at 4 armor, so he'll be more than 0 if he takes even a dagger from the PA.
Puppy got to be found first, but Eul's Scepter offensively from Puppy does help him get away. He's going to use this Psychic Headband. Get back, he says. Double damage onto the PA. They need to be able to blow him up now, but Sumail, he actually got stuck inside the Chronosphere. Mataman's able to jump away, and maybe he can re-engage. I'll have to see. A bash comes out from the dagger. Mickey having to use Chronosphere and BKB, but not netting a kill there. Secret. They're going to be hungry for a fight now.
Yeah, they got a big cooldown. That's what's going to be key. No A blast, no coil. We can see there it only lasted, it felt like 4.5, 5 seconds on Mickey, so effectively just taking it to the regular duration rather than the Scepter improved.
Man, I think that was 100% a kill. Sumail wasn't in the Chronosphere, right?
Yep.
Because he just changed the stun and...
Did he miss Blink in?
I think the Chronosphere was down first, but I wasn't paying super close attention. He just walked into it. Oh my god,
no.
He just walked into it.
Oh no.
Oh, he thought he could sneak through on the side there. And that may just be extremely painful, as now they may be losing Koifa on the onset of the team fight or not. Saved by Insania, no magic damage there. Just the dagger.
Whoa,
Nisha in deep. Nisha, he's in very deep and he's dead. Traded out for Taiga so far. Mickey feeling a little bit bold even without the Chronosphere, but there's going to be the buyback immediately as he turns to be able to jump away. Gets bashed up. Coil onto 2. Yapzor in deep. Goes for Insania. They're going to deny a false promise, and now the cores are in trouble of Liquid, but the damage is coming in. Koifa's going to be the first to die. Mickey with his BKB. He's feeling all right. Sumail actually heals himself up to full off of all that spell lifesteal that he's got going on. The back line of both sides are falling, but ultimately Matamaman died, and your entire lineup is predicated on his damage.
Yeah, that was such an awkward fight. I mean, what was Nisha must have just misclicked. He suddenly appears. You could see the stutter step like, wait, what happened? And then he just dies in melee range of the Shrek. Oh, BKB, no BKB. You got to be careful. He might catch the
They don't have to save the Oracle. They're going to buy back immediately on Koifa. They know Mickey's in trouble. Mickey's chain stun. Mickey's ice blast, and Mickey's dead. Sand King may be traded out, but even that is going to be tough to get the kill on. His Koifa, oh, he couldn't get off the shockwave. That allows Yapzor to be able to blink away. He goes for the TP out. They just committed murder and didn't get caught.
Man, this is a little sloppy, Cap.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot on the line here in this game for both these teams. And there's a lot of unforced errors, gotta say. What are you doing there, Mickey? There's no Oracle alive. Enemy heroes are still alive. The magic damage, he's at half HP with no BKB. There's nobody who can save him. Like, well, what's the players? Do you think that Sumail's gonna land the God Stun, hit 3 heroes, and save him? There's no hope the moment he catches that Eul's. But by the way, Puppy, as the hard support, has done a ton of work. If he gets the cold feet into the Eul's off, suddenly a Yapzor stun represents like 6 seconds of disable. You see the giggles, and the amp from the Vortex plus the puck, like, that's it. Like, 2,000 HP to 0.
Sumail, good courier micro, but it wasn't enough. You know, I rarely see the Divine Shield anymore. People just like, oh, my courier's dead.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Not worth. Other thing. Well, I typically don't see this. Look how much gold he has saved. You don't typically see 5,000 plus held on Sumail, and the sheep stick will be a huge item. A ton saved up on Mickey as well. So that gold lead for Secret, it's 2,000, but really it's more like 10 just because of how much Liquid has in the bank right now. They want to make sure they finish those items for a team fight.
I'm surprised Sumail didn't buy a piece of the components, unless, do you think he wanted to hide the scythe? I mean, it's not going to be hidden. He just flew under vision, so.
Not sure. I love the pickup. Not sure if the goal was subterfuge or not. This is a real fast.
Look at that, bossing onto the Hawk here to make sure they're all together before the Roshan does die. Now, look at this PA. He's got an Aegis. He's got Satanic. He's going to have the Aghanim Scepter as well. If he gets level 25, this is like a monstrous power spike that is a huge difference between the last team fight Liquid took against them.
Yeah, the Ags, remember, it turns you into Katarina. You immediately refresh all spells on a kill. It is nuts. It means if he's able to pick off Insania, he can go straight for a core immediately after. You gotta be
And
you got to be careful.
The added time that you're invisible or whatever, I don't know what state you want to call that, but like that is also very deadly when you do so much time.
That's true.
Because even just a half a second is like, oh, hey, the 2 crits, you're dead. Taiga opens with a chain stun combo onto Matumba Man. Matumba Man getting RP'd as well. They need a little bit more, and they've got him. That's going to be the Aegis. It cost them a lot, but now they can go for the Chronosphere and Less Eye. He interrupts it. Managed to get the Primal Roar before the Chrono, but it's going to be saved by the False Promise, and it's even better Chrono than it was before. The BKB is out from Matumba Man, and it's buying him a little bit of time, and he goes for the execution onto Samael. Jumps onto him, barely. Just a little bit of HP. He needed a little bit more, but the stuns are raining in. The BKB is out. Nisha goes for the kill instead, but the Oracle, he saved Samael's life, kept him alive, traded his life for his cores. Matumba Man gets caught in a crazy opening from Taiga. And now they're going to look for a few more kills if possible. A little slowed down here, but they do have the Blink Dagger from Taiga. And eventually they'll catch up. Eventually they'll kill Puppey here. And I'm thinking Zai might want to leave, but he's actually going to turn and fight potentially. Primal Roar goes out. Nisha, he's coming in from the side here.
Insane, do neutral creep after buyback.
Once again, they're trying to do all of this one without Matumba Man, and the Hex comes in clutch for Samael. The Epicenter might just be enough to get the kill to quit, but no! Every single time, Secret, they're so close. But now Zai's dead. He's going to join the rest of his team in the grave. That is going to be 5+ wiped off the map. And Liquid, it's their turn to turn this game right around. Kyle, what's happening?
I have no idea. How the hell Taiga survive? He blinked onto the high ground, shard stunned PA to the face, cookied in, and just walked away. He survives the entire team fight. Meanwhile, Buyback's forced out on Secret side. They're not going to be able to defend at this point. Sumail's 25+, which means this push is insane. Yeah, of course you go throne. You got Super Edict. You force all Buybacks here. Do we have one? PA does not, but it'll be up soon. Puck dead forever.
Time to start checking out those axes. They do have the PA plus Ice Blast. That is very scary. So Liquid may just be content with forcing one buyback and saying, okay, let's just go for barracks now. The Primal Roar, Force Staff getting him away. Cookie as well. Ice Blast is going to clip him, but it doesn't matter. They already undid the damage of Matumba Man. And Mickey, you could tell he's feeling very confident as he pushes forward. They're going to be able to clean up Zaya. Die back for him. Matumba Man all in onto Samael. Almost gets him again, but a Yule Scepter. Samael does end up dying, but it's a 2-man RP. Mickey starts going to work. Already bringing down with a nice chain stun coming out from Taiga. The Cookie and the Shard is on point from this man. Liquid will take the first game against Team Secret.
Oh my God, and credit to the man. We're staring at his stomach right now, but Liquid fans, be thankful that you were able to ride on his back, because Taiga somehow starts off a fight that really they have no business winning. You said Satanic, PA free Ags, 10k gold advantage of the Aegis, and somehow they not just win, they crush the fight. They win the game 2 minutes later. How's that even possible?
That's the kind of shit that I've seen from like Thompson doing in his pubs when he was playing mid Snapfire. I've never seen a support Snapfire start a team fight with that kind of initiation and have it be clutch as all hell.
That straight up wins the game.
Straight up wins the game.
And also credit the way that they itemized. Just gonna say it one last time. Sumail only lives in that last fight because of how much spell life steal. It stacks.
True.
The spell amp does not. The regen amplification, the Esther, all of these things combined. He went from like 100 HP to 1,000 just based on dealing damage.
Yep. No, it was absolutely crazy stuff. It's game 1 of Secret versus Liquid. I think it was kind of everything that we were hoping for. Hope we get even more in game 2 and maybe even a game 3. But for now, head back to the panel.
Thank you, Cap and Kyle and Deep. We'll be back with you for game 2. But what a great game 1. We're going to break that, of course, down and prepare for that game 2 after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
The first game of this best-of-3 series goes the way of Team Liquid, and it was a bit of a struggle. It was a very fun game to watch, of course, here at Best of 3. I'm here with T-Guff and Fogged, and they're going to help break this game down because we need that help, because it started looking very cookie-cutter clear that Team Liquid was going to easily take this game, and then at some point, Team Secret's draft did what it was supposed to, Fogged.
Yes. There was a good amount of, slip-ups from both sides of this game. I think the two things that brought Secret back was just two little missteps with the Chronospheres, right? The Chrono that comes out on the PA down in the Radiant, where it was just Mikke, his rest of his team was cut off. Zai, of course, contributing to that with some Boar Slows. And then the secondary one where Sumail actually walks into the Chronosphere. A little bit of slip-ups there, but then we see at the end there, Taiga, a boss, jumps in, starts the fight for his team, sets up for this three-man beautiful Chrono.
Yeah.
And yeah, some really good execution of team fights in the end there. But yeah, a lot of slip-ups from both sides.
Yeah, I'll say though, for Liquid's draft, it's all about the vision game and positioning. And the fights that they were having issues with early on was because Secret was hitting the timing of skirmish engagement. They were playing into open spaces, which allows for kind of the bad Chronos to come into play because of the disconnect. And then it turned around because their draft scaled nicer. And then they were taking fights where Secret had that confidence to cross the river, playing in front of their tier 2s. And it just allowed for Liquid to have like the best setup to every single engagement. Even when they're playing into top, like unfortunately AA misses a blast on a Leshrac. If they kill Leshrac, we're probably having a different story here. We're talking about how Secret broke down the racks, be able to keep that pressure up, but because of a couple slight miscues in team fights, it allowed Liquid to have the better kind of positioning and overall fight presence.
And getting off to a good start. I think that's the important thing too, right? The top lane, YapzOr having a very tough start in the game there, going mid, dying as well too. Just looks like he was just gonna not be able to do much of anything. Gets a couple clutch epicenters, but I mean, honestly, these two supports on Liquid were the big difference makers for me. They were very clutch with when they did cast their ultimates and get these like spell connections. On the side of Secret, we did see a lot of like missed synergy, right? We'd see an AA blast fly over, we'd see a coil. Then a couple seconds later, we'd see a roar and then an epicenter coming out. Not all coming together at the same time. When I see Liquid, they did have a little bit of better synergy when everything did collapse at the same time.
And most of the fights, at least later on, I mean, they were all on the side of Team Liquid, which normally is a bad sign. But you guys are both saying that that was basically helping Team Liquid set up fights, because otherwise Team Secret wouldn't want to fight, basically.
Yeah, Secret needs to apply pressure to break down the big cooldowns of Liquid, and like fundamentally, it was just that top siege when it's like 26 minutes or so, they're pressuring that tower. If they hit the AO on the Leshrac, they got that kill, the game's different because they're going to have that advantage where they can throw bodies in and be fine. The issue is, when you get to like 35 minutes plus, when your PA jumps in, dies, and there's Chrono still available because of the support saves, because of support initiation, it does unlock a much easier fight. And as you see here in the highlight, it was so close.
Very close.
And like his death, as you see here, does he have buyback? He doesn't have buyback. So that would have just been an advantageous fight. And you know, it's just kind of the same story every time, where they had just enough or just missed it, but not enough to go break down the game. And with their type of draft, it was all about maybe a slow entry to game, but high-paced pressure. And they were always one key spell, like Fog mentioned, the disconnect within Secret did look a bit apparent there because they weren't always perfectly layering their spells like we're used to seeing.
And I think we probably will see Oracle, especially if they're going to go for the AA. I think they're going to put more priority on the Oracle. Insania's he's too good at it.
It's Insania's Oracle.
Really.
We know this too, right? This. I feel like this was also one of those drafts. Oracle Lesh for Team Liquid.
How's that second phase?
It's versus Puppey. He's gonna let it through once because he thinks he has a plan against it. Obviously, it didn't work. It was very close to working, though. You could see where he was going with it. But yeah, there will be a lot of people saying, you know, why do you let that through, right? Because it is their bread and butter. And they proved it here again. So we're going to find out if we're going to have an Oracle this game round, in Game 2, that is, as the Game 2 is right around the corner. So stay tuned. We will be right back.
After the break.
So much.
Just like we planned it. Over and over again. Same thing, different day.
corner here. Team Secret, Team Liquid going head-to-head in the best of 3, and it is game 2, and that means that there's already been a victory taken, and that was for Team Liquid. You're watching Dream League Season 15, powered by Intel, and can Team Secret force out a game 3? That is what we're going to find out. Traditionally, Team Liquid a little bad in game 2s in the best of 3 series. We're going to find out if that is something that they're going to experience here as well. I'm here with T-Gov and Fogged, and the draft is, I promise, moments away. But I want to first ask, what do we want to see changed in the openings?
Ooh.
Is there anything? Because we saw the bans being very player targeted, right? There were none traditionally meta bans. We had a Slaughter Eng ban on the side of Team Secret. We had the Axe Morphling ban on the side of Team Liquid T. Is there anything you want to ban or let through instead and ban maybe an Oracle?
I get. It sounds like you're giving me the answer. Do you want me to? No, but the issue with Liquid is right now they have got strategies that are built around 3 or 4 heroes that are so scary.
Yes.
So the initial 2 bans, the way that drafting is, it's so hard to get those bans and feel that confident, right? Like you ban Slaughter Eng, you're giving them some eventual Oracle potentially. You don't ban that, they're instantly first phasing it. For me, I think in regards to Secret, just having a little bit more laning presence, applying pressure to Mickey is the key thing for me. Like you can't run a Sanking Beastmaster and think that at 15-20 minutes, you're going to run at them and be in the lead. It's going to be an uphill battle from that point where you have to make these big plays. And they just, it doesn't feel like they have that kind of connection of we're hitting our spells perfectly right now, like we're meant to see Secret. So I feel a little bit easier entry to the game should kind of bridge the issues right now that they're suffering in team fights.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, I think if they'd come out, like, if that top lane just goes any better, right? Like, this could be a just completely different game because then YapzOr has earlier blinks, Beastmaster's actually able to use his Hawk more effectively, which something we didn't talk about. The Hawk was actually very instrumental this game to get on the Oracle a lot of the times, but yeah, they were just a little bit too far behind versus what versus this greedy draft. That's the thing too, is it's a Void Magnus. Like, that is a very hard scaling draft, so yeah, do need a little bit better of a start.
But it was them mostly, like, they didn't win any of their lanes, right? So we want them to just focus more on that aspect of the draft.
Yeah, well, I think they played around their vision really well on Secret in the initial part of the game. Like, when they do fall behind because of how poor the lanes went, they played perfectly around the vision, picking off the aggression and forcing Mickey to feel like he needs to use Chrono so sparingly. And that was kind of what gave Secret this entry back into the game. So, like, yeah, it simply is just give yourself an easier way to go. If you make a mistake, we take that mistake and turn it into a big advantage. And that's kind of the big disparity, right? It's punishing and progressing with the punishment.
Yeah, and I do want to see at least, you know, it's Puppy, so sometimes he does just let it happen, but take him out of their comfort zone a little bit. Sure, Liquid still does have a massive hero pool.
Yes, that's true.
But I look at that and that's like an all-star Liquid lineup that they would ask for a million times, right? They'd be like, oh my god, please give me this.
Yeah, the lesser, I'm a bit...
force them to play something else.
Something else, for
like
sure.
Alliance,
and the Void as well, too. Like, Mickey does play like 50 different heroes, plays like mid laners from the carry world too, so that one might be a little bit harder, but yeah, take them out a little bit of discomfort.
You know, I just wanted to say, like, we give Alliance the stick for the tanky boys.
Yeah.
And then we got to also give Liquid the stick for, you know, the annoying boys, you know, the Leshrac. Like,
annoying.
Like, there's so, like, there's the teams that are doing well, it's because they are running, like, the same core strategy.
And they do good very well.
And they're doing very well on it. And that's why I think those teams, they look a little bit, you know, less when the bans come into play in their effect. But of course, you can't really ban a Leshrac first two because it's just pointless. It's a second phase ban if your draft can't deal with it. That's the main thing.
Absolutely.
But there's 3 bans. You have the space to ban that, right?
What were the bans? What were actually also?
I will tell you, for Secret, they banned Tiny, Windranger, and Grimstroke.
Yeah, the only kind of off ban from that previous game, I would say maybe the Grimstroke.
I think the Grimstroke for sure.
From Secret. I think maybe an Oracle ban in place, because right now in that position, they ban Windrunner because of the hard counter to PA, the MKB build, the 1v1 duel that PA will win. And then you think about that next ban, it's like, okay, we need to respect Insania here. He's not going to pick Warlock for the lockdown. He needs an enabling support, be it Oracle or Grim. So it was a 50-50. In the moment they ban one, suddenly they get hit by the other. And
suddenly, like, who would have known?
Like, what happens though? You ban Oracle, and now suddenly they have Grim, and then they might pair it with like some Doom or some
more. It would be more aggressive.
Exactly.
They would go for more of aggressive stuff. So for sure. And you know what? They're actually just going to ban the AA. They're like, they did miss a couple of these ultimates, and they did leave that Oracle. So they change up the whole narrative. They'd take away the Snapfire. You know, that's super popular, super flexible.
But now will Ench be?
Ench is open. Yep. So.
Yeah, they went for Snap for the first one though.
Yep.
Of course, don't want to give that to Taiga again. That looked way too good. And Team Liquid, they will end up going for the Enchantress.
Are they just going to be on the mag train today?
Do you think they'll do the mag? Yeah, I think they might.
Yeah,
Yep,
there it
they
is.
will.
This is the thing about these teams. When you have so long to prepare for series, you come in going, we're playing against X team, and this will be the strategy that we beat them with, or like, it's like the concept. And right now, Magnus is the concept they're using.
I also feel like, and I've been talking with Brian a bunch about it too, and we've been talking back there, that Magnus feels pretty damn strong, honestly. Like, Shockwave just in lane is so threatening, so powerful. We saw some nice double skewers, nice action coming out. You're always a BKB disable that's coming from that off lane too. And you're always enabling your carry. You got Empower, so it's always going to be something excellent scaling into the late game. I like the approach.
I just love how in every single patch, Magnus starts off not being picked. Man. It's either like, so when a patch comes out, this is what happens with Magnus. Oh, he's so broken, we can farm because no one knows what's good or bad. So you go for the guy that can farm.
Yeah.
And then people will find out what's good and they go, we don't want to farm anymore, we want to fight, no mag. And then people go to the tail end of a patch or when it's more discovered and go, wait a second, we can farm again. And it's,
farm and fight.
Exactly, yeah. It's like the beauty of Magnus. Every patch always the same. And
wow, they're really just opening up with these carries this time around. And also now they're not going for PA, and this will cover if a PA does get left because he's got the war cry and stuff to be able to always.
But they ban it and respect.
And they ban it anyways. Who cares?
Did they not have the exact same opener when they were playing up against Alliance in Game 3, Team Secret?
They won that game with the Sven, right?
No.
One of the games I remember watching, they did win with the Sven, right?
They won versus Tundra with the Sven.
They won with the Tundra. Okay.
But I like the Sven pick because my concern against and why Fogg likes Magnus is because cores don't really want to buy Battle Fury anymore. They want to be active items, like we see Juggernauts going like SMY, maybe a Maelstrom, Ags, and same for pretty much all cores. It's about fighting. And when you get Magnus in the game, it improves that tenfold. So there are a few heroes that innately can farm to the same capacity that an empowered core can. Of course, Sven with the cleave pretty much bridges that gap.
Surprised to see the Centaur ignored then so far, which is I think maybe you want to pick Centaur instead of Sven. I wonder, because Sven's not going to get banned.
Oh, potentially. Right? Well, honestly, I think it could have been, for sure. Like, when you think about the cores that have such quick farming mechanics, Sven is up there. And I think that is a team like Secret, they identified their loss comes from the fact that they needed PA to come online and they had to make moves. Like, Sven simplifies the process. So, no, I fully respect this this opening of the Sven.
So there's an easy ban then for Secret, as their third ban will be the Juggernaut, right?
Potentially, yes. I'm trying to think else what really comes into play that is disruptive. PA, we just saw Void work really well. Juggernaut would come to mind if they want to go super high pace. Let me see what they picked last time when they had the Enchantress. Anything specific? Not really. They just keep it pretty open.
Ooh,
and there it is.
There we go. Okay, there we go.
That's the adjustment.
Yeah, I like that ban much better than we did see that when we did see that Grimstroke ban.
Yeah.
But Liquid's still going for the same type of style bans, the big counter initiators, right? They're banning out the Phoenix, they're banning out the Tidehunter, these two combo breakers.
To me, though, this is like the beauty of a best of 3 with like tier 1 teams. It's how one team wins going into next game. They're not changing too much, just picking what's given to them, and then the other team, they've kind of drastically changed up how they're approaching like certain bans, how they're picking new heroes in new phase, and potentially this could be why Liquid is unable to win game 2, is because they are a little bit more happy playing the same strat 2 times in a row.
That's fair.
And then game 3, that's when they really bring up. But it's interesting to see how one team, or Liquid specifically, they align themselves to what works until it's broken. One more ban from Liquid though.
Yep.
Counter initiation is the story of their bans thus far.
And they'll ban out the Centaur still.
So still just
that's nice.
Focusing on Zai quite a bit there.
Surprise!
So yeah, it's now it's going to be more of aggressive kind of style.
Yep.
Sven can also suffer a bit versus, I mean, Soulbind is just an annoying ability in general, even when you get BKB, since Sven's big timing is that. I mean, this is just Liquid specialty.
What did they pair up with the Grimstroke? Like, do they pair up anything in particular with that? Because, with the Oracle, we know Lesh is coming. What do we know is coming with the Grim?
Well, the main pairings are already somewhat removed. The PA ban is a key one. I guess Juggernaut's still available for that style of play. A lot of high pace and fight, but like when you look at the previous games that they've run, it's only been 3 Grim games so far in this tournament, and it's been a Drow lane, a Jug lane, and a Void lane. Like, these aren't like the most potent of kind of Grim +1. It's more about the game and what it brings.
When you're saying it was a Drow lane, Grimstroke was played by Quoifa, so that was a mid-Grim.
Yeah, that's true.
A little different story there. But I forgot what I was going to say.
No?
Oh, yeah, no, I remember what I was going to say.
What were you gonna say?
Something that we saw previously banned, Tiny, because we haven't seen Sumail on that many different heroes, right? It's basically
That is true.
Leshrac, Puck, Windranger, Morph, and Tiny. Tiny's still in the pool.
Works well with it, Grimstroke, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a flex pick, of course, for Liquid as well. Mickey can play it. They'll end up going for the Willow on the side of Secret.
I think the main thing here from Liquid is the fact that unlike other Enchantress players, Tiger often goes for tankiness. He goes for his Solar Crest, he goes for a pipe, and he's the one face checking the high ground, like he kind of did on the Snapfire, utilizing the blink and getting in the face. And that's where Secret, they need to make sure they have damage types to deal with Ench coming face check, and that's why they go for a Willow.
They're gonna go
Sven eats through it, and
they go
Juggernaut.
Yep. There's a hero that doesn't, like Willow doesn't do anything to you. In laning phase, you do not care about Willow at all. So I do like that pick. You're great with the Jug synergy. I like Willow though versus that Enchantress. We've seen a lot of times the Ench is just unkillable. So I do like to at least go for that. And it's counter initiation. That's one thing too. It's like you see this RP come out, you just blanket the area with that fear. You can actually cover decently. Pre-BKBs, or I mean, if there was no spin, Magic Immunity instantly off. So.
But we saw the Jugger coming, so Secret, they have to be prepared for this as well.
And they've got Warcry. Like, Sven can be pretty good versus Sir. You do see, you know, the armor is great, but there's going to be Maelstrom that comes up for the Jug. And now it's 100% like Maelstrom build because you're going to be playing into Guardian Angel.
Such as like a
buffed up Sven.
It's like a traditional counter to Mag Jug. It's like you either have Wyvern for the Cold Embrace and the Winter's Curse, or you just have Guardian Angel on the Omni Knight. Just mitigate the physical damage, pop that ult with Neo, and then turn the fight around.
There's a Dispel, though. Enchantress.
There is.
So that could be, it's only a single target one, of course, but it could be...
It's enough in the RP.
It's enough in the RP for the single target, and that's what they're going to go for. They're going to just go straight for the Sven a lot of times, so...
Get a creep in there too. Maybe if an Ench has the creep plus the Ench, that's now 2. You're looking good.
Yeah, there could be.
But at least Secret, they have the counter. I think the main fear for Secret, even though Omni's a pretty speedy boy, he can be potentially threatened in laning phase, and deaths could occur there. But overall, yeah, they have some responses now.
What if they go for something like an Invoker for Team Liquid? The Quasquack's super valuable for Dispels.
Yeah, that's true. No, yeah.
It's actually really, really good versus both Sven and Omni Knight. You remove Warcry, you move Guardian Angel inside the midst of the fights. Also, just EMP versus these tanky strength heroes is super valuable. And Alacrity for Jug. It's all going to be about buffing up, so I think it's a possibility, but we haven't seen Sumail play it in some time, I don't think.
The question for Secret, they have the first pick coming out of the ban phase, and it's what do they need? Because they have immense amount of physical damage with Sven when he gets items. They have an immense amount of magic damage with Willow and Snap. So it's not as if they're like needing to kind of fix anything in their draft. If anything, I'd say cheap wave clear is the key thing for them to be able to continuously take fights.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of aligned to like maybe like a Kunkka, in my opinion. Just connect the team fight right now, because they just lack a little bit of that something to glue everyone into the same position and force a fight.
I mean, it's a Nisha special.
Yeah, exactly.
That's for sure. And it does give you the Rum. Rum buff is always going to be nice versus that RP and everything, too.
Okay,
They're going to ban the Storm.
Right.
Okay.
Which, again, like both teams, they lack clean disable, because you have Roots from Willow, you have a Cookie, and then it's Sven's done. That's basically Secret's team fight. And they just go...
Windranger!
Oh, wow. Well, in that case, I mentioned the lack of stun. That's what enables Windrunner, right? No tower damage and no stuns gives Windrunner a free game, because she doesn't really pressure objectives, and she doesn't really pressure the map too much, so she's more of an AFK style hero until she has farm, but okay. That's fair.
But you're also into the Dispel, like a Windrun. Well, you can be dispelled by an Enchantress, can be very, very annoying. Also, now it's 2 heroes. Like if you do get this Soulbind on Windrunner, as well as like a Sven or something, it's gotta be pretty devastating. That's an interesting pick.
That's the main thing here. It gives Liquid a window of the game to utilize Enchantress to mitigate what Secret has.
Yeah.
This Dispel will destroy in the pickoffs. But when BKBs come into play and the mid-game fights come in, this Ench will just be a tanky hero running around. This Dispel is now out of the window, and Winner will be able to execute whoever she goes on.
That's very true.
BKB +1. So yeah, it does. Secret has just been a lot more patient game. There we have to farm up, and then they'll scale to a happier point, like unlike the last game where they were always looking like they're on the clock forcing the play. Like they're not forcing anything right now, because eventually Sven Winona will be the biggest in this game.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, BKBs will be. I mean, that's going to be a big timing. Like it's all. Sven is usually built around like you get you get the speed of your items. You get this BKB +1 item faster than the other core. So yeah, Windranger definitely work out there nicely, and they're just going to go for a safe
casual DK.
Casual DK. No funny business.
Run of the mill.
Just going to be able to farm in the mid lane very nicely versus Windranger, and it's a hard lockdown. Yeah. And they do have the Grimstroke. There's a lot of times when I don't really like when people just like you double down too much on the Grimstroke combos where it's like you need to get the Doom. This is just a soft commit. You know, it's a Dragon Tail double stuns, gonna be really potent, and now they can actually set a fast tempo on Liquid too. It's got greed with the Magnus to scale, but it's also got a good group up mentality with DK Jug.
Yeah, Secret, I mentioned that they lack wave clear. This Windrunner pick doesn't really help that too much. And now when Liquid, they kind of double down on map pressure with DK, they can easily start pressuring these ejectors. Secret are gonna have to kind of quickly recover the map and then try and take the fight. So yeah, Liquid gave themselves a nice window to play around to punish what Windrunner and Sven need in the game to get online. And it's kind of like the script is kind of flipped now. Because in game 1, Secret was a team that needed to make the moves and they're going to have issues playing later. But now, it's kind of the opposite. Secret, the one, they'll happily play Cert. They'll play for the late game. And it's on Liquid to ramp up that tempo and stop Windrunner from getting to the point where she can 1v9 with 3 or 4 items.
The way you guys are talking, though, I'm getting the feeling that you both are favoring Team Liquid's draft in this one.
Not as much as the last game, but still favoring them a little bit. Maybe like 60, maybe 55, 45, 60, 40. Very slight, to be honest.
That's what I was leaning towards.
Well, that is
it's all about the Windrunner, because you know Windrunner they can pop off or they can do literally nothing. Yep. So it's it's basically just
no pressure.
No pressure at all. You either do something or you do nothing. Windrunner games.
All right, well, let's find out if Nisha can carry his team to victory then here in game 2. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Cap and Kyle.
You know, Kyle, not to expose you or anything, but after that game 1, took off the headsets and you said, of course we're going to see a game 3. It's Liquid. And I was like, wait, let me look through the history. And yeah, of Season 2 and Season 1, there has only been one 3-game series where Liquid lost the first game and won the second game. Every other series has gone 3 games, which is a lot of them, by the way. They have won game 1 and then lost game 2, and then it's a toss-up from there.
Yep. They can't win game 2s, Cap. That's just how it is.
The only times they outside of that one OG instance in Season 1, yeah, they've 2-0'd Hellbear Smashers this season, you know? But, like, every other one is... What is that? There's got to be a reason. That is just not coincidence.
Game 2 is winner bracket.
Okay.
Game 3 is lower bracket. You know, you can't afford to lose again, so it's a little different. As to why they can win the first game, I'm not sure. Maybe it's something to do with their preparation. You know, they've got a couple of great coaches that help out the squad. Notably, they're committing to first 2-ing Koifa's hero. I think this is the right move. His pool is a little limited at the moment. He's just switched. And I think that their drafts, you'll notice, are pretty much built around his hero's kits. Whether it's Slaughter or Mag, damage amplification is the name of the game.
What do you think about this pickup for Sumail, though? Like, Koifa, all right, Yeo Faithful, get him those kind of heroes, but Sumail, we've seen him so many times on Leshrac so far for Liquid. Now being put on the DK, it's not really exciting for me, Kyle.
But it's the right pick. And I think knowing Sumail, he'll find a way to make it entertaining for everybody. They'll probably still lose again game 2, but Ember Spirit was the other direction I thought they might go, but I think DK is a stronger pick. They needed something a little tankier, and the point stun is really nice against these backlines, you know, finding the Wind Ranger later on. Also a better laner. Wind Ranger's really annoying to lane against, but DK, of course, with the built-in plus armor, should be just fine at level 3+.
And what do you think about this Omni Knight pickup? I mean, Owen in the back was Omni Knight. What's going on here? But do you have the same kind of reaction? Do you not like Omni Knight core right now?
I think it's pretty solid. I think Zai's probably been watching Siraction Slack's streams, much like I have. The offlane Omni Knight is definitely something that he's exceptional in. It is.
Okay.
And in theory, it does sort of fit. You know, there aren't many good offlaners, right? We keep talking about Koifa's pool being small. Maybe that's just because the pool itself is small. What have we seen? Centaur, Slardar, Magnus, maybe a Beastmaster here and there. Like, what other... You know, we've seen people forcing Necrophos, LC. I'd rather have an Omni Knight than an LC.
Yeah, it really seems like only China is managing to make Legion Commander look really good.
Yeah.
And in theory, I've always liked the idea of Omni Knight with the Heavenly Grace that they changed, giving you that bonus 32 strength.
Yeah.
If you have a strength 1 position, I feel like that's a huge boon to you, and Sven is going to be one of the best heroes to take advantage of that.
Yeah, Secret might not have been successful so far in Season 2, but you know, this does make a lot of sense. You can see the way it was crafted, because not just the plus damage for this Sven, he'll get the massive status resistance as well. 50 base every level. I don't know, I'm telling you, Omni Knight, it's one of those heroes, it's either never picked or it's OP. There's really no middle ground, the way that the kit's balanced.
TP's out, but the Inkswell came off just in time, and first blood for Insania.
Not bad. That's the Grimstroke Juggernaut lane in a nutshell. You just can't really ever beat it.
That being said, Kyle, it does look like Matama Man's lane is not going so hot. I'm going to assume this is the power of Taiga and his Enchantress and the effect of Impetus. Impetus Man makes even the tankiest heroes just look... Oh, pull back again. Puppy's in trouble here. The last shot, does he have a Fairy Fire? He doesn't. All he had was a healing salve. Didn't want to pop that. So a second kill now for Liquid.
Yeah, Ench is really nice against this Sven. It used to be a bit better when Impetus was the ulti and then pierced BKB. And that's another kill onto Zai, it appears.
Yeah.
Yep. But the Dispel on Warcry is very nice. And I think Taiga is going to have one of those games that you just go off. Windrun is also dispellable, so the defensive abilities of both cores can be removed easily. And look for Taiga, especially if he gets off to a good start in the laning phase. I think he can really take this one over. And a threat to mid as well. If he saves W, there's no save mechanism for Nisha. He's going to just straight up die. Pop Windrun, dispelled, then slowed. He'll go down to a DK +1.
Brambles catches Insania, but he's already dug away through the trees. Mickey, he may have gotten some kills, but now they're out of regen, so trading hits with Zai doesn't feel so good. Mid lane matchup is going kind of like you talked about, pretty even so far.
Yeah. That's what we can expect. Oh.
Surprise cookie. Koifa is pretty tanky, so he'll survive through this onslaught for sure. But he doesn't have a bunch of regen, so he can't really re-engage to help Taiga too much. All he can do is throw out the Shockwave, but the Impetus shot and another Shockwave perhaps from the Satyr would get him low. Not enough to kill, though. Yapzor. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hey, 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 hey! Courier, there goes a magic wand. Bye-bye. Back over to top lane. It looks like they try to go for the kill and do manage to get it this time on Puppy.
This lane is so strong. Arcane Boots already up on Koifa, just spamming spells, and Taiga gets the best creep possible to come pressure a lane with. The Satyr does so much damage with the Hadouken.
And the regen, Aura helped out Koifa and brought Sinead Chi back into his pool. He's actually stacking for them so he can clear it with the Tornado. Cute play.
Yeah. Dude, Ench is so underpicked. Like,
yeah.
I think Chen as well. It's these two heroes, you know, there's really 4 or 5 that I think are just going to be staples. You know, we saw TI announced. It's coming. We all know what's on the calendar. Chen, Enchantress, Nature's Prophet, Earthshaker, Wisp. We'll be at every TI. We'll be strong at every TI until proven otherwise. It's been a decade. Oh?
Do you feel like the big team fighters like Enigma and Tidehunter will get more popular? Or do you feel like they're already kind of at their peak?
I think it's situational at the moment. They'll always be valid, but hard to say.
Love this rotation, by the way. Enchantress coming in with an enchanted creep. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're going to go for Zai here. I feel like the Purification probably puts him over the top here. As, yeah, he's more than healthy enough to be able to survive through this.
Look, he got a regen on Sumail, so he can pressure the tower now.
Oh, yeah, and they still kept that tower alive. Thanks to all these enchanted creeps that Taiga's bringing. They managed to get the mid tower super early. It's going to cost Taiga his life, and they also managed to get the deny. If they can get Sumail as well, that'd be fantastic. A nice shackle shot, but they don't have the damage to back up the disable.
Ooh. Man, if Nisha hadn't used his ulti at the end there before he went back to base, I think that's a kill on Sumail, because he has the Javelin, so the magic damage procs, very effective.
Nice little double bounty rune here. By the way, I'm not 100% certain on this, but I believe runes percolate again.
Percolate?
They now increase their cost the longer they sit there. You get more gold out of it. I believe for some reason that changed, because I've noticed when double bounties are set down, you're getting the same amount of gold for both of them, which would imply it's more important about the time than when it spawned, the current time than when it spawned.
Huh.
So just a little heads up for people out there.
It's kind of dangerous, though, to leave those on the ground.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I'm not saying it's a good idea.
On the ground, Cap. Omatu. You can see he's actually skipped Warcry out of fear of the Dispel. I mean, I think most Svens probably do, but I think I've seen a lot of 1-3-1s in the past. He'll likely just move to the jungle at some point. Farming quite well top, even down 5-1. Liquid have been successful getting kills up top, but it's really, really difficult to just shut down a Sven.
You want to know how I found that out, Kyle?
How'd you find that out?
I was playing my pub. We were winning the game super hard. Went back to our triangle. 5 bounties sitting there.
Wow.
Picked them all up, and I'm like, wait a minute. These are all worth the same amount of gold.
Yeah. Our observer confirming that in the little info box on the top right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Always love confirmation. 5-1. Net worth very even right now. You may be seeing a lot of good kills all around the map from Liquid. This time it's Secret being able to find the 1-up here. But once again, Liquid getting kills, but not necessarily winning the net worth exchange in the laning phase. It's kind of interesting, especially since they took the mid tower so early. Sure, it was denied, but it's still a little bit of extra gold.
The deny, I think, is what really hurts them in that regard. But the map control will be nice. It just makes it easier for Taiga to play. Has the medallion rush. Now looking to perhaps make a move up on top. Yeah, Sumail's here. You have Empower. Why not just push another tower? But that means Secret, they're likely going to abandon. Sven to the jungle, and I would assume more heroes towards bottom to try and pressure in return.
But it does mean you're moving a bunch of heroes into a Juggernaut lane, which always kind of hard to pressure, right? He's one of those like known heroes, lifestealer Juggernauts. And, like, it's hard taking his tower because it's hard killing the carry in the first place.
I like the build. Liquid are going for a much more aggressive strategy in this game. You know, Blink is going to be the item rushed on Sumail. Juggernaut going a Maelstrom. It is the benefit, of course. You have a mag, so you can afford to go for these fighting items because your late game and your scaling won't be punished because you're always going to have free cleave handed to you by Koifa. So I like this. And they also, when they wish, can set up for a pretty easy Roche. A Medallion into Solar Crest Rush will be the choice on Taiga. And then they have Healing Ward. So whenever they have time, they can just walk into the pit.
TPing up to top lane, seeing if they can punish Sumail here. Never mind. That's 2 supports.
Yeah.
I saw the TP in, and I was like, oh, maybe they're making a play. I didn't think about whose color was who. It's a Snapfire Dark Willow. That's not going to be enough.
That ward Puppy had placed earlier in his own jungle should have seen Taiga place his. Puppy and Kuro, 2 of my favorite 5s to watch ward. They're always really diligent about ensuring that when necessary they place defensive wards. A lot of supports can get caught up thinking that vision across the river is more valuable, but in games like this when you've lost a couple of towers, it's really important to have that.
Sumail's coming! And he gets some. The haste drone allows him to catch up. They're going to chain it with the RP. They weren't using him for much anyway. Nisha may still be able to survive here. See if he could juke it out. He doesn't have a TP to go back to base though, so honestly, I feel like he almost needs to die here just because otherwise he's spending a lot of time not hitting creeps. He's going to try for it, pulled back into that tier 2 range. The win run lasting just long enough that only one of the shots goes through to hit him. It's almost enough to kill him. Still has 11 Magic Wand charges and a Fairy Fire. This time, if you win runs through, Taiga's going to be able to catch him with the Enchant. But Shackle Shot, he tried to catch him before the Enchant, which was a smart play, but sadly, doesn't quite work.
I think Sumail just ditched. He's like just farming mid that whole time.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Omni Slash. Sticks onto Zai. Does a decent amount of damage. Still has a spin. But Tumbleman's going to make sure that Mickey does not feel good about going for that kill any longer. They're going to get out the Healing Ward. And Koifa still sitting on the side here. Surprises Zai for a second, but he's got plenty of backup. The 2 supports are here. Everybody out! And Zai, one of the downsides of Omni Knight, that's an offlaner without a disabled, so he can't stop Liquid from retreating like that.
That was terrifying. He just got it's a rushed Echo Saber on the Tumbleman, so he nearly, I think Mickey wisely immediately retreated. Otherwise, he almost certainly goes down. Stun lands.
Still gonna go for it, trying to get the chain stun here. The Inkswell will buy Koifa a little bit of space. They don't want to overly commit, but still, Bramble, wait, oh, still managed to get him after the skewer. Matumbaman claims a kill. And they'll go back to chopping away at that tower.
Yeah, selfless action. Empowered his Juggernaut rather than skewering away immediately. Leads to his demise. But it will give Mickey that extra farm. Priorities.
I'm just imagining Mickey. Bro, before you die, before you go, want to hit me up with an Empower? Taiga doing his typical some big greedy 4-position thing, farming the other side of the map. This is a guy you want to give farm. Sadly, he does go down here. And it's going to be traded up for Yapster on the other side. So, both of our greedy 4s down another death.
That's a blink reveal on the DK, but they'll take that kill. And yeah, Wind Ranger, quite nice in this game, both against Ench and Jug, because you just channel your ultimate, and later on in the game, I've been convinced slowly by some of the other talent that Wind Ranger is actually better and better in the late game than it was previously, just because of how mobile you are with Wind Run and Ags, and then the threat to always be able to kill an enemy core. Like, even an item behind, you can kill an enemy core because of that MKB rush. But we'll see. I mean, Sven, top of the net worth, and Matu, you know, he's played this hero many a time. He understands his position, has the mask too, so not punished for the lack of lifesteal. Should be able to sustain his farm no matter what he takes down, even this big ancient stack.
What is it about Secret that I've noticed that they could be down in kills quite a bit, but they're very efficient with farming. I guess Camp Stacked is pretty good metrics there to show exactly why they're up in net worth despite being down 3 kills and 1 tower.
They play the map better, I think.
Yeah.
Gotta keep in mind, Liquid, you know, consider that Wind Ranger kill, right? How much CS time was lost as 3 heroes chase Nisha all through the jungle. This is a Secret lineup that's very good at min-maxing. Their macro, I think, is a big part of the reason they've been so dominant throughout most of this season. Well, not this DPC season, but, you know, the last year and a half.
Yeah, the last, you know. They've been successful for quite some time. The Terrorize into the Bramble, and Koifa's very dead here. So, a successful smoke gank. Meanwhile, much of Liquid is on the other side of the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They don't necessarily have... they've got some physical damage, but I was thinking about, like, how early can these teams Roshan? Secret, much better at it for sure than Liquid.
Maelstrom completed a BKB rush on Nisha. I think it's the right move. Can't dispel Wind Run through the Magic Community, which means that theoretically you can't kill Nisha. Like,
yeah,
you just can't, as long as he gets the BKB off and Wind Runs before.
Oh,
nice
the Illusion Rune! Disjoining the ranged Dragon Tail.
Did he mean to do
nice.
that? He must have.
100% he meant to do that.
Wow.
I mean, maybe he didn't know exactly what was going to be happening, but he hit his panic button.
Indeed.
You know?
Reflexes.
Beautiful stuff.
Oh, he saw them. Okay, he had a little bit of warning.
Yeah.
All right. I've played the reflex game. I've definitely lost a step over the years. And there's the trademark Nisha smile. I just outplayed you. His hands weren't even on the keyboard, Cap. What was he doing?
Yeah, you know, I mean, he's hitting neutrals right now, so, you know, who needs to...
I wish I could be so relaxed playing Pro Dota.
Oh, God. Tell me about it.
We tracked my heart rate for a couple of scrims even, and I was spiking up to like 160, 170, and that was when I was in shape.
Do you feel like you were you prone to panic ever?
Wouldn't say panic, but definitely, you know, had the similar mentality and attitude as to when I was playing like more active sports, like, you know, American football and such. But I don't know if that mentality was really suited for esport, to be quite honest. You gotta have ice in your veins to perform with a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, you gotta have that, at least for Dota anyway, it feels like you need that cool, calm composure at all times.
Yeah. Easier said than done.
Absolutely.
Let's see, Zai, what's he going for? Yeah, Solar Crest, big surprise. It's another reason I feel like Omni should perhaps find a place in the meta. Think of the items he buys, right? Soul Ring into Solar Crest, yeah, that's pretty much offlaner special right there, and makes a lot of sense on the hero. Mid, we might have a fight. They're wrapping. Sumail.
Gonna go for Sumail here with Matamaman catching Insania in the back line. A beautiful execution by Team Secret as they now look to be able to finish off Sumail. The Omni Slash skewer away. Koifa will protect his team by keeping Matamaman at bay. Mickey wasn't able to do much damage with the Omni Slash. The Inkswell stunning 2 supports, but again, not much is here, and Insania may just be dying a second time here. The cookie hops him over, and that's a dieback for him. Terrorize. Trying to get it out. Beautiful shackle shot from Nisha's Liquid, lining up like pins for that one to work out. Koifa, he's going to be run down all the way underneath the tier 2, and if Sumail's not careful, Secret may just run him over as well. They turn back to the tier 1 tower. Great team fight for Secret.
Yeah, they're just way too strong right now, Cap. Excellent wraparound. They force Sumail away, but they, more importantly, get the kill on Grimstroke right off the bat. And the trouble is, Liquid, they just don't have the damage right now. Sure, you have Mag Jug, but consider the HP pools on these cores. Not to mention GA. So just straight up negating RP and potentially the Omni Slash as well. Omni is also one of the old school counters to a Magnus. If you RP and you don't get the Omni, he can remove it. And he can also then just GA. The whole Omni Slash negated. Now what? The damage output disappears. Matu, so long as his ult's running, his damage output is static and consistent. And he's 3,000 net worth ahead of the game. 4,000. It's huge.
In some ways, it feels like Team Liquid. I mean, isn't their lineup? I know they've got Mag, and so they've got this Empower, but like, shouldn't Sven out-carry Juggernaut?
Oh, yeah.
So this is just going to get worse and worse, right?
I think with the Omni as this sort of I win card. Oh, God.
Oh, Matubba, what happened to you? You got a grudge against Insani or something? That's 3 kills in a row for him.
And also just want to shout out to any of you pub stars watching. Notice the lack of a Midas in Matubba Man's inventory.
Oh, yes.
Didn't buy a Midas. He went for battling items. His net worth still fine. Still on the top of the charts.
But if he had a Midas on top of all the kills in CS that he had, he would be even higher, Kyle.
That's true. He might not be 6-0 though. And deaths, unfortunately, do detract from your investments. Meke is going to get out of here, but a long TP.
Yeah, seriously. The Shackle Shot almost caught him because he TP'd onto a shrine.
Old shrine duration TP would have got him 6 seconds versus the now 5. But yeah, you said major damage issues on Liquid.
Yeah, seriously. It's looking Insania for death in a row at the hands of Matubba Man. It just won't stop.
Yeah. I love this Sven build. Just all in on the move speed. No blink either. Just straight up damage output. And the Daedalus is just such a sick third item. Nobody on Liquid can afford evasion. He's going to walk up, stun somebody, and crit him to death.
Yeah.
By far the most damage per gold efficient item on a Sven, because you get so much plus from your ultimate.
Yeah, to add to what you were saying about like him just no blink or anything, just running at people, he is ignoring status resistance thanks to, or a bunch of stuns thanks to status resistance from Zai, and then he's also got the cookie to help him get a little bit of extra mobility and a bit of a chain stun as well. So he is fully taking advantage of his allies toolkit as well. See, Taiga has indeed been playing the top half of the map this entire game, pretty much.
Yeah, but typically Liquid's able to exert a little more pressure on the map. You know, just check out Secret's warding. You can kind of see the way this game is going. They are firmly rooted in Liquid's side of the map at the moment, so no one can really play up here with Taiga and use the space that he's making. Sure, Mike, he can farm this jungle, but it's only because Secret have chosen to run at the other side of the map. But for now, oh, hang on.
I mean, he's just going to be forced to spin TP just like we saw Deja Vu a minute and a half ago.
Yep. And I was talking about how the Mag just sort of removed the damage issues Liquid might run into, but I think I might have been mistaken. The Omni Knight covers you in the team fights, and farming speed-wise, Sven needs no Empower to be able to clear jungle plus wave super efficiently. Sumail has Blink and Halberd. Those are very, very low damage purchases. Like, you just don't kill the Secret lineup for now. Maybe a big Grimstroke ulti into a double stun. We've seen one RP, it only landed on a single hero, so magic may still happen, but I say that with some trepidation because this is Liquid, and it is game 2.
Yeah, with the lineup that was supposed to take over the game a bit more than they have. And now a Daedalus, boy, the big hitting items just keep rolling in for Secret. Yeah, this is looking like, unless something dramatically changes here, as Taiga does manage to...
Well, he took the outpost.
He did.
They took it back.
They literally got nothing out of that because the experience that outpost gives you happens on the minute.
Yep.
So it didn't even deny 20, 40 experience, I think.
Yeah, and now I think if you're if you're Secret, you just walk down lanes.
Yeah.
This is the power of the draft. Like, Zai, he just solar crests his Sven, and Mataman says thank you and hits buildings.
You're gonna catch him this time. The Terrorize to chain up with the shackles.
Yeah, and Nisha is not even necessary, so he's just continuing to hunt. Has the Grove Bow.
Is it just the BKB winner? Like, I feel like Liquid should try and punish Nisha's solo plays eventually, or maybe they can punish Matumba Man. He does have an Aegis, but there's nobody around.
There's a Zai.
He doesn't have BKB. I think he's just dead. Underneath the tier 2, they're going to make sure of it too. They throw down the RP. Zai's coming in. Soulbound up. Silence does manage to get off the Guardian Angel and turn around. The damage is coming out, but the Skewer will hold the Matumba Man Sven in place long enough. Nice blink away from Koifa as well. And an opportunity to change the fate of this game, perhaps, for Liquid. They killing the carry, dead for 50 seconds. So let's see what they can do with this.
That's a sick play. Like, man, Koifa, you talk about how is he adjusting the offlane. That was nasty. Their only real opening, they not only kill a core, the one with the Aegis, turn the game on its head, and now they hunt. You don't have RP, but you still have DK for him if you can find somebody else.
Yep, he's speedy.
There's a clutch silence from Insania to prevent the immediate GA and cleanse from Zai's Omni.
Yeah, I mean, that like Koifa, he had to skewer at the last second there just to prevent Matumba Man from wiping him out. What a world of difference it would have been if there was a faster Guardian Angel at play.
Yeah, the one benefit, though, this is why Ench traditionally always quite nice against Omni Knight, is that you can dispel the GA, and of course, Impetus pure damage goes through the Guardian Angel itself, even if you don't remove it.
Yeah.
So Taiga is really, I think, the one to watch from the side of Liquid.
Do you think he's made that call too? That's why he's been farming top so aggressively and stuff. He's like, guys, if we're going to win this game, it's going to be me carrying it.
Yep. I really do. He's even getting a Witchblade. He has the Dragon Blade. He just got a Grove Bow. This is actually the dream for an Ench, the ideal neutral item.
It does mean Secret are going to have to be very careful when they do push high ground, because it still looks like Team Secret's going to be controlling the map. They may be the ones pushing high ground first, and that's probably where Enchantress is going to be the most deadly.
That was the first Roche, right? Yeah. So the second Roche is actually pretty big here. Liquid would love a Shard for their Juggernaut, because effectively just the extra gold and more so the damage output, because he's going that build as is. Manta into Scotty, it appears. But the Shard would be very nice.
How does Team Liquid itemize to deal with this Sven? Because obviously, like, he's going to be a problem for the rest of the game. He's 100% online. He's going to have a Satanic soon.
Hard to say. So the Halberd is nice. It limits Sumail's damage output, but at least it gives you a tool you can perhaps get a disarm off as he opens. They got to run from his TP, though. Maybe this is a better answer, Cap. As you watch 4 Liquid heroes retreat from a lone Sven TP. That's how you handle him. Force Staff's quite nice for that reason. Yules are okay if he continues to play without a BKB.
Think you still get the Aghanim Scepter and the Shard on Sven? I mean, it's still an incredible tool, right?
It's pretty good.
Or is it one of those things maybe you don't get it because you're going to rely on Roshan to give it to you?
Yeah, I don't think you can invest your own gold in it until you're more slotted, but it allows you to continue scaling for sure. They're not bad to have. I think the Aghanims, it's not as broken as it used to be. Sven doesn't get picked as much anymore because you can't just... I don't even know what to call it when he picked up Aghs previously. You would just get its second item and like force jump onto your enemies to crit them in 2 hits, but still solid.
All right.
The Shard is pretty okay in a game like this because it would force Koifa to be on the ball with his re-empowers. Could consistently purge it off of enemies.
Yeah. Purge off Inkswell, perhaps.
Lower cooldown, too, is not to be discounted.
Man, Matumba Man must be just loving this game. Like, the way he's just been able to, so early on, as a carry, just run around fearlessly.
Yep.
Only time he's really been caught was when he was totally isolated underneath a tier 2 tower. Oh, they're going to break the smoke, but it's no, it is. I thought for sure Samael wasn't going to get there in time, but he does. The BKB is going to go off on Nisha, though, and this is where, Kyle, you were talking about. Yep. This combo makes him invulnerable to Liquid.
Yep, there's just not a damn thing you can do.
Samael's still going to try and maybe catch up. No, he gives up on
No, you can't. He's too fast.
Yep.
You've got 100 to 0, or it's just not going to work. So they're going to need to be on point with the Ink Swell into Dragon Tail. Has to be pre-applied.
And it is worth noting that the new BKB means that it's a lot less punishing to be forced to use BKB in those kind of purely defensive scenarios. Uh-oh. He's going to get caught by Matumba Man, perhaps blinks away before anything happens. But Matumba Man, I'm surprised because I knew he had that haste rune, so I thought maybe they'd still go after him.
No. Oh, nice. We're going to see this fight one more time. So Matu got the jump on Insania, the buyback immediately, but it doesn't really matter.
Oh, these are all of Insania's deaths to Matumba Man.
He's dying in the same place.
Production or memers, man. I mean, it is kind of been the same kind of rectangle. Yeah, Insania's probably not a happy boy with that one. Of course, we are paused right now. That's why we're going through the memes. As you can see, Insania is suffering in net worth due to constantly being hunted down, persecuted by...
that was such a sick play. Yeah, look at this. So the blink, immediate shockwave skewer. Like, no time for Matu to react. Immediate Sumail stun. And Zai's just... I don't even think you can react. And you'll notice on his equipment now, he has a blink dagger. I think mostly because of his experience right here, where he realizes, yeah, if Liquid make this play, I need a blink because they have too many tools to reposition. Even the second skewer that comes out. And that's a very much a
Yeah.
I feel like that he's just missing that little piece of alfalfa to chew on.
Yeah. Taiga again.
Wait, is this a replay? Oh, live. Unfortunate.
I'm struggling to understand the importance of taking this outpost. Believe me, like I feel like outposts are not taken seriously enough, but like this is just suicide.
Oh no. Liquid?
Oh dear, they're about to get sandwiched hardcore. The damage already come. Oh, Koifa didn't get hit by that one. Now the spin TP away. That's going to be successful as well. Koifa, I cannot believe he did not get hit by that fire glob.
That was too close for comfort.
I mean, I thought that was very smart. Lead off with the damage to make sure the blink dagger can't go off, but it just barely missed. Puppy.
This is great. Now Titanic on Matu. So the thing about the Sven is you can't kill him, you can kite him, you can control him. You gotta find the supports, but the trouble you have is that Wind Ranger in itself is also a threat because a shackle from Nisha will force some core. Like he'll kill anybody if they don't have some sort of escape mechanism. And I actually think Liquid, you gotta be watching Taiga. His damage output is gonna be pretty insane, and the Purge, if it could still remove Satanic, I'd say he'd be feeling a lot better, but it's really tough to actually deal enough damage to kill the Sven. I think he just has to come last. Like, just kite him. That's really your hope here as Liquid. They're going to try and force a Roche. No real hard initiation from the Sven, so...
This is bold from Liquid, that's for sure, especially since they have Power Shot to be able to reveal. Jump forward from Samael.
Nice cleanse.
Poking at Puppy. Nice stun. Cursed Crown. They're going to be able to catch Insania at the start of the fight. The Soulbind onto 2, but the Terrorize is preventing them from doing much about this. The BKB going off. And actually, the Wind Ranger in some trouble. The Wind Run's barely going to go off with Guardian Angel as well. Nisha playing around with trying to get around Liquid members, but he's going to be Omni Slash to finish him off. That means Matumba Man does have a little bit more room to operate. They're going to stall out Liquid, though.
He does not have a buyback.
Strength is now back up. Nukes are coming in. Installed on Matumba Man, but now he's going to activate that God Strength, and now they have to kite Matumba Man, but he is ripping into Samael. That damage was intense against a hero that had so much armor. Koif almost getting caught, but he managed to skewer up the cliff. Let's go back into the Roshan pit, says Matumba Man, and he will finish off. Get the Aegis, Shard, and Cheese. Back into play they go, but this is insane. Matumba Man he will take all challengers right now. The RP just to be thrown down, and they do manage to finish off Puppey, but still, they're really going to go for this one. They have to try and go for the kill onto Zai while kiting out Matumba Man. Koif almost getting 3-shot, 4-shot Rampage for him. Samael doesn't have damage left anymore. Matumba Man, double Rampage for him. Zai, he's just slowing him down at this point and let Matumba Man do the work. Double Rampage for Matumba Man.
Yeah, you should tip the man. And it's, maybe we should just keep the single.
Nobody did damage but him.
16,000 almost compared to the rest of his team is what, like barely 3K?
Yeah.
That's the strat for Team Secret. Buff the Sven. He needs no assistance, really. Other than that, Zai, Solar Crest, give him the extra strength, which is also then bonus damage.
Give him the attack speed that he needs for...
Oh, it's so good to spend too, because the God Strength, remember, it's only base damage.
Yep.
So if you get the Heavenly Grace and then pop Ultimate, well, I guess it just doesn't matter when you have it, but as long as you have the Grace on you, it's plus 32 Strength, which becomes plus 200% bonus damage, so let's call it 100 damage. It's not bad.
Not bad at all, and it's going to be at least 2 lanes of barracks.
You just got an AC.
Team Liquid, I honestly don't know how you stop Matumba Man.
You don't.
Like 50% God Strength damage, minus armor from the AC. Like, he was 4-shotting people before. Like, now he may legitimately 2-shot them.
Like, he just went all in on damage, and his team just kind of covers him, as you said, the Snapfire to help him from getting kited. Zai just buffing him at all times. So he's not really a target, but he's the only target for Team Liquid. He's killing all of you.
Managed to get the shackle shot. Going for the chain stun. Inkswell doesn't quite land. They're going to have to retreat back to their fountain. Look at the pure damage, though, doing a decent amount of work, but look how quickly he healed.
Koifa.
Satanic in one swing. Oh, Jesus, Samael. His bonus armor is not allowing him to survive against Matumba Man or man-on-man. Mickey. Yeah. They're trying to put a stop to this guy, but they just can't. They're not even putting a dent in his armor at this point. Chain setting up. Very nice from Puppey. Matumba Man doesn't have the God Strength anymore, so the damage is a lot less. The Omni Slash are going to bounce over to the Wind Ranger here, but onto the Mega Creeps. That limits most of the effectiveness there. Koifa still managed to get the RP. Doesn't have a skewer to toss him into the fountain. So they don't really have a hope of stopping the Sven, so it's pretty much the Toilet Bro show going on here, and that'll be GG. Sure enough, Liquid, true to the prophecy, will drop game 2, and we're going to go to the full series now.
Yeah, I mean, it just... even the Titan Sliver at the end there, so much status resist, plus the Heavenly Grace. That DK stun lasted for less than half a second. You can't control the Sven. He's running too fast. He's hitting too hard. And Secret take the W. There's really not much else to it. That was a first 2 Sven, keep in mind. Liquid either gonna have to ban it or have a better answer for game 3.
Similar strategy to game 1, right? Where they were trying to amp up the PA. This time it's a Sven. What made it work this time? What made it look so good?
I think PA maybe just needed too much offensive support. Whereas in this case, you know, Sven doesn't need any real help. He just needs to stay alive and he needs to be able to hit targets. And they also kind of exploit maybe a flaw in Liquid's strategy. Their overall game plan relies upon them getting the initiation. Well, Sven can't be initiated on, but if you go past him, he's just going to click somebody to death. So really no easy answer for Liquid here. Just, you know, come back game 3. It is game 2 after all. There's really nothing you could have done. Fate decrees. We get game 3.
It's absolutely right. Fate also decrees that we now head to the panel.
Indeed. And I love that we're going to a third game here because these two teams, they make me enjoy Dota all the more. We're going to, of course, talk about that game 2 first, though. And, of course, also prepare for game number 3. After the break, after the break, after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Since we saw a rampage in the upper division, let alone a double rampage, and that is what Matu got rewarded with here in this specific fight. This was the fight that won them the game, the cookie over the skewer.
Beautiful.
Woo! I mean, at that point, you know that there's no going back from this beast of a Sven, Fog.
Yeah, what a game by Matu. Literally just the one mistake where he gets skewered. It was a sick play from Liquid playing with that ward, skewing him under tower, but besides that, I mean, look, he was just laughing at the whole way. He had a perfect game. It's so rare that you see a Sven being able to get into backlines without a blink dagger. I noticed that so many times. We saw the highlight clips, the highlight reel of Insania just getting slain by Matu throughout this whole game. Somehow he's always finding these right targets. It was a really, really well-played game by him individually.
Yeah, it was for Liquid, though, it's kind of an awkward game because they don't have clean stun. So when you have this Windrunner running at you and you have to deal with that threat, and then you have this Sven with status resistance through the roof, which is SMY, Sliver, it's so difficult. And of course, the Omni backing that up. Like, you see the Juggernaut, he's itemizing to deal with the heal aspect, going for the Skadi, but he still needed like MKB and Ags to then have real fight contribution. And the fact that Secret never gave them that room to farm that space, like, it just gives Metaman this time to just, 1v9, it felt like.
Yeah, it was a great game for Matu, and that's why Purge also wants to highlight Matamaman.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Matamaman and the rest of Secret's draft made a lot of sense. Liquid had some laning stage advantage, though. They pressured Sven decently well, and they got a bunch of kills on the offlaners. Omni Knight was a good idea to try to offset this massive burst damage with his Heavenly Grace and his heal, but many times it wasn't quite enough. And then on the other side of the map, Sumail did a great job pressuring towers, as Dragon Knight is supposed to do. This is the mid tower being pressured about 5 minutes into the game, ends up dying about a minute later after some back and forth. Secret did slow this down a bit, but the problem is that Liquid couldn't then get on the map and get stuff done, and that was something that was missing a bit from their lineup. So even though they're able to take 2 towers, it didn't quite feel as strong as it could have. And once I hit 6 on the Omni Knight, he's got good solutions against the Juggernaut. He's got 6 armor between Phase Boots and Soul Ring, and he can do a huge amount of damage towards Jug, and he's also not threatened against Omni Slash like almost all carries are. So even though the laning stage went a little iffy with Zai being 0 and 2 at the moment, a little bit of pressure from Matamaman rotating over after he's cleared Ancient stacks means that Zai is actually pretty defensive. You can actually cover him by popping ulti and saying like, all right, if you want to kill him, you're gonna have to fight through me, and I'm gonna 3-shot you whatever's left of your HP. So Sven provided this like really good solution against Jug on top of what Omni gave, and it just made it really difficult for Liquid to take these like 10-minute engagements, because even if they do RP Sven, he's still got 1800 damage, and they don't have that much solo kill power. Maybe one of the negatives of picking a hero like Dragon Knight in the mid lane, for example. I'm sure they wish they had something like a Lashrak instead. And then Wind Ranger did what Wind Ranger does. You get solo kills on heroes, and with Terrorize to back it up, that was really, really effective for them. Here's one of their first big fights. They smoke in. Matamaman doing a great job heading in the back line. They jump forward. Power Shot interrupts Sumail's Blink Dagger so that they get to take a great fight there. They just made Sven look like an unkillable hero that could do pretty much whatever he wanted to when backed up by Omni Knight. And that was the key to their success that helped Matamaman be strong and helped him scale into the game, and basically just made Jug not feel like a great carry in this match.
And this was a fair first phase, Sven. Why wasn't there an answer?
I think they may have tried to get some answers, but I think the buff ups, right? We saw that. I think that's how you probably want to look to be playing that Sven. Just give him the Solar Crest, give him the Heavenly Grace, build this nice lineup around him, and have a Space Maker like Nisha, who dodged a lot of ganks too. We saw the clutch little illusion rune thing too. Did make a lot of space to be able to enable Matu, not with actual like plays of enabling him, but plays of just giving space for that Sven to just go crazy.
Yeah. Are you worried about a Sven first phase again after a game like this?
Not really, just because of, I think it's the final end of that draft, which was the key thing. When you pick this Windrunner, you realize, okay, we need to counter that. And you can feel in the draft, Sumail's like, give me DK, because I can beat Windrunner in the laning phase, take his tower early. And because you have that reactionary component, you then don't have this mid hero that's going to be explosive enough to deal with Sven. So I feel just because of the Windrunner pick, it forced the DK pick because of Sumail's comfort of the matchups, which overall didn't really help the big picture of what they needed to do.
Okay, well, I can't wait to see the big picture of game number 3, because that is coming your way very soon. We'll be right back. We've got game 3! Woo! Yes!
After the break.
Telling me what you think it's over. Should have jumped from the ship, now we're up to our shoulders. But hold on, just a little bit longer now. Yeah, hang on, just a little bit harder now. You need to relax.
Game 3 and the deciding game here between Team Liquid and Team Secret. And when was the last time that I informed you all of how important this series is? Team Liquid, they want to have a shot at making it on the top of the group, therefore getting directly to the playoffs of the major. On the other side, Team Secret, can't believe I'm saying this, but they want to avoid relegation to the lower division. So that's what's at stake here. And I mean, this is a very exciting game. We have the same bands coming out once again. Team Liquid will be Radiant. Team Secret will be Dire against Snapfire this time around. Game 3 so far, every time first pick picked up, and this time it is Liquid again. We saw Taiga on it, obviously first game, very, very good. Now we also know that it is a hero that Insania plays, so it is a little bit of a snap pick, but also a flex pick, I wanted to say, as a Wind Ranger picks up first. What? This is the evolution of the series, if anything. You're going to have Liquid, who's now first pick for the first time in the series. They're trying to steal that Snapfire straight away, and then Windrunner. I don't mind it, just because I feel like in mid lane, if you draft the best lineup around it, it is really known to deal with, especially into the mid game. But we'll see what direction they go with, and they just steal the Magnus themselves.
I feel like I used to see this from a certain Secret at one point.
Yeah, that's true. Was the first one?
I think it was the first iteration, right? When they were picking it every single time.
Yeah, it was the S4 one.
Yeah, they used to love this. But
this is a pretty potent offlane as well. You're going to have a lot of chip annoyance in the lane with the Shockwave build from Magnus, and then you have obviously Windrunner playing that if it's 4. You can flex it to the mid if needed. So the key component from Secret now is how do they get through second phase, picking their 5 and their carry without it being like, I guess, too counterable potentially.
And they're going to go Legion, huh? I thought I heard that one. I didn't have my earbud in, but I thought I heard a Legion.
Yep, and so this hero, you actually talked about it this morning, T, because even though we basically don't really see it, it is super popular in China.
Yeah, so of course you have the idea of like the Purge, it helps. In China, it's mainly because of Shaman, Lion, and that concept. But I think in this scenario, this is, again, it feels like Sumail's contribution is dictating the draft a little bit here. Because in game 2, he's picking DK for the Windrunner. And in this scenario, he's asking or potentially talking about the Legion for the Windrunner, because Windrunner is always elusive, gets in and out, fight physical damage. What type of lineup thrives on that? Legion Commander. He loves locking down these heroes that like to buy BKB, that like to try and poke and get in and out, and then you blow them up inside that duel. So, yeah, pretty much that.
What's our win rate for Legion, though, in the Europe region? I think it's very, very low.
Yeah, correct.
I think basically people are not playing it, not doing it the same type of thing.
It's 2 games, and I believe it's 50%.
Oh, it's actually played twice. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought it played a little more, but
this is only upper division that I'm referring to. Yeah, so it's 2 games and 50% win rate.
Okay, well, doesn't give much.
So Secret actually won with it already, and then Hellbear smashes, well, the loses with it. So potentially you might argue it's undefeated.
I mean, it seems like it's going to be about these. I feel like it's going to be a lot about these super carries this series. Right? We did see that now both times. We saw one super carry on one side, super carry on the other side too. All the buff ups, saves. Great setup too. And I mean, lots of Rosh enabling. That's what I've been seeing too. Is like Snapfire is always just going to be able to get these Rosh. I think T was saying it too. I'm getting a little sick of seeing Shredder Solar Crest on it. Legion
every
can
time
even buff it up even more. And it's a good gank combo.
Yes.
Always going to be a pretty strong one.
But I feel for Secret right now. Now that you have this Legion, I'd love to see Winner just put in the 4 role, play off the fact that you have Shackle. I guess Legion as well thrives there because you have this hard dispel, so you're propping up that 1 core to play well.
But then at least your Wind Ranger won't just, die in some situations. Yeah. So just if you do get caught out of position from a duel. And they're going to ban out, buff ups. Magnus is there, so they'll take out the PA, take out the Troll. Legion overall is a lane bullier as well, too, in a lot of situations, too. So if you do ban out a lot of those just lane winners that are up against it, you can actually dominate the lane pretty hard. And I've been just seeing, man, like Taiga with the Snapfire, he's very good at just dominating lanes. So,
well, especially when you have Legion Snap in the same lane, right?
Yes.
If you go for the overwhelming build plus and the cookie, it's like there's a lot of explosive damage. Or you can just go Legion for a more of an independent build, playing off of your lifesteal, and then putting the Snapfire in a more active role, playing into mid as well. Like there is variation, but Legion as well is a hero that very quickly can be bullied, and
it's true.
Like for Anti-Mage, for example, for Secret comes to mind because you might go Anti-Mage, Legion counters Anti-Mage, but the laning phase, it gives Anti-Mage free farm. And maybe in the game, of course, Legion can have the 1-up, but in the general entry of what Anti-Mage asks for, he completely can destroy this hero.
I wonder if we're going to see a Razor in this series too. I was thinking that we could see one.
Yeah, a nice little casual Razor wouldn't be opposed.
Razors are nice, especially because there's all it's all about these like super carries. I'm just waiting to see okay, link them up.
Yeah, a Razor, a little bit of the anti-super carry.
Yeah.
Well, we got a couple of spirits banned out. There's, of course, Earth Spirit and Void Spirit still left in the pool.
So that would... Those bans would indicate that it's a Wind Ranger core in a way too, but maybe they're trying to kind of bait him a little bit.
Which I hope
that info. That's kind of cool.
Thank you for me. I was hoping that some teams when they get to this point, especially game 3, the bans can really be quite telling because when you pick a flex hero and you kind of ban like teasing your opponent like, hey guys, we're banning as if it's a core, but then suddenly it's now a support. Like you can waste. And this is where Liquid, they just need to see through this. At no point should they change out their bans. They just need to ban one more core for the Magnus and power.
Winter Wyvern coming out.
Ooh.
Great with the super carries as well, making sure that the super carry on the enemy team kills the people around.
Will we go as far as saying it's also a block pick?
I was about to say steal pick, because I was thinking about it the first series. It was the AA that did put it off. That's why I went for Oracle instead. But this is a hero that I do think is a little on the rise. Not phenomenal. Also can be dealt with by Legion too. The Dispel versus the Arctic Burn.
Okay. Are they just going to go for the casual IO Gyro then? Secret now. You have
I think so.
The confidence here is they pick IO into Wyvern. Of course, you have Wyvern is one of the counters. You always blow up the eye with the pair he's playing with. Magnus as well. AoE control against IO is not great. So the question for Liquid is, depending on this pick, this IO could be a carry with a really strong 5 enabler, so now you remove that threat. Or B, it's a gyrocopter because Secret has maybe some weaker lanes and he can just run over the game. You offset and just ignore the type of Wyvern counter.
Exactly. I actually think, Gyro fits really nice. The magic amp too with just gyrocopter, overall magic damage. Then your Cold Embrace is one of those that you don't really want to cast in a lot of situations because you actually get like 2 full sets of barrage off almost during that.
They could also still just go Leshrac. You know, they don't have the Oracle, but with the IO.
IO Lesh?
Yeah, IO Lesh. Still pretty potent.
Why not both? Gyro and Lesh if it's both open.
So much damage. So what did they actually go for?
Why not? We got a Wraith King for Matu this time around.
They did need some component of frontline. They got a lot of heroes who want to reinitiate and play on the fringe of the fight. So at least it simplifies that engagement. He can play into Legion pretty well. And in the game, not scared.
And we're protecting. We're saving. Where is the Wind Ranger going?
As expected.
It's still flex. That Wraith King pick does make it still open if it is going to be mid or if it's going to be moved and relegated as a 4 position. See what the approach is from Liquid if they do just pick up that Gyro.
I guess the main concern for Secret right now is they don't really have any laning pressure or any rotation pressure in the game. It's all about pushing out lanes, farming up, and then playing around the counter offense. You know, when you're playing in your tier 2s, tier 1s, having the numbers ready to make that play. They aren't going to be looking to smoke up and make any plays. That's where Liquid, that's where they can maybe utilize pressure in this lineup. Because when you're a lineup that's reactive and you're like overwhelmed, it's so hard to recover in these types of games. You know, they're taking their time for this pick. This is, it feels like the discussion of, is it carry or 5 IO? Are we enabling the IO or are we getting the IO to enable someone else?
And do we want to prioritize Lesh or do we want to prioritize Gyro? If they do want to go for this too. So they could still go both routes.
Does that
Let's hurt like Abaddon.
So yeah, this is the IO carry with the 5 to enable. There it is.
Is that good nowadays? I thought it was nerfed quite heavily.
It definitely was.
Okay, so the main idea, I know so basically the nerfs are basically just damage being reduced.
Yeah.
But the main concept of the hero is still there, right? It's the overwhelming pressure. You get the Ags, you have Helmet Dominator potential, you just overwhelm your opponent with just non-stop balls in the face pressure, and it's painful. It is painful to still play into. You're just not really killing heroes, you're just, you know, slowly poking them away from their own jungle.
Your mixed damage as well too, right? So you will be able to go through Cold Embrace, you'll be able to do this physical as well if your team does need it. You've got double save behind you. Very rare you see a Baden and Legion Commander in the same team.
That's true, that is true.
Dude, this is sustain on sustain on sustain. And Secret, they're the ones banning out the A in the first 2, and Liquid's like, thank you very much, we're gonna pick, you know, triple healers and maybe even a Snapfire can situationally be a healer.
Is it so flexible? No, I think that's probably that's just the end of it there. Take out the Necro. We've seen Secret run it a couple times. Seen a couple teams run it a few times. Not really super fond of the hero, but they do have 4 strength heroes right now.
I'm looking forward to... So Secret has technically got, you know, 3 stuns. You know, Wraith King, Shackle.
Sorry, the Timber Band just makes me laugh because they have 4 strength heroes. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's
these bans went super fast.
They are going to flex it.
There it is.
Oh, so who's going to be mid now?
Yeah. No, but okay, so in this scenario, I feel like you put the Gyro mid lane, you put the IO Abaddon in the safe lane, IO core, Abaddon 5, Legion, Snapfire as your offlane duo, and then you have, just good, strong lanes everywhere.
But it looked like Secret was prepared for this, considering they banned out the cores, they banned out the Lesh and the Bristle, rather than the Lesh and the Gyro, so they knew.
So what is Secret's answer here? Like, they need... Okay, realistically, so right now I think itemization is pretty key. You don't have the hard counters, so like a Morphling would play really well into a Gyrocopter. You can't do that. You can't go AA, of course, you wouldn't work in the draft. They need someone who ideally buys like a Skadi, or can at least have some type of like mitigation of heal potentially, could come into play. Or just wave clear. Just double down on prolonging the game.
So you think they're still going to keep the Io Abad in bottom? They're going to put the Gyro mid and they're going to do Legion Snap? That sounds weird to me.
I think that's what works the cleanest, I feel.
I've not really liked the mid
the
I have not liked the mid gyros like almost at all. There is the Razor. I was hoping we'd get to see it. I actually love the Razor pick. I think it's such a good. It's got great synergy with Curse too. So you're not doing damage, but you're stealing all the damage away.
Yep, as expected. There it is.
Going to be the mid. Okay.
Oh, no flex here. We've seen through it, Liquid. All right, so we've seen Gyrocopter's mid be either amazing or do literally nothing, and that's where I think Razor is going to be pretty okay in this matchup.
It's going to be annoying.
He's going to be annoying. And of course, mid Gyrocopters, they play more on a flak than like a barrage and a rocket. There's less lane to run your opponent down. So it's more about utilizing your farm. And of course, Razor can happily do that as well and be efficient in the jungle. So yeah, mid's going to be a potential kind of farm war where Razor might actually have the advantage because Gyrocopter is more of a right clicker in this type of lane. So that's where Razor's pretty good. And yeah, they have really nice frontline eventually with the Wraith King, but again, it's just getting there.
What's the rotation potential for the supports then for the mid lane?
In regards to Secret, it's near nothing.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of rotations.
No, just a lot of
Liquid
stacking, a lot of farm. Liquid does have a little bit of an advantage just because of Snapfire, but again, realistically, both teams will be looking at who can make the most stacks, who can farm them quicker, who can get to a timing first to start running over their opponent.
Anybody in particular that you like more here? Because it seems pretty even here.
I think I like Secret a tiny bit more. Same thing, like very, very small this time. I like Liquid's a little bit more last game, but I think this Razor is the changer for me. I think Razor is one that I really wanted to see it in these type of games when I'm just seeing these like super carries.
Yeah.
And I think it actually does have its thing. And Io Gyro, they're both cores, so it does make it's not going to be them like tethered up and maybe
when they're 25 fogged.
I mean, that's
play for late game.
Play for late game.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
Seems like we're gonna have a little bit of a stable laning phase and then some maybe explosive mid game fights. I hope so at least, and I know our commentary team is hoping that as well. It is Cap and Kyle for game 3.
Yeah, certainly. We saw such a fun game 1 and then game 2 very lopsided. A Liquid game 2, I guess. It's really very rapidly becoming a mantra for them.
I don't even know what to say about it. Maybe just pull out the pocket strat or something next time, because the standard stuff is certainly not working out. And this draft is bordering. It's definitely weird, not quite criminally insane, but it's close because we have a Sumail mid Gyro.
Yeah.
A first 2 LC.
Yeah.
And they picked Wisp into Wyvern.
Well, so everyone's gonna spam out some lines. Okay, so I want to tackle the first one. First 2 LC. It's been very successful in China for Aster in particular, who is looks to be the top dog of this season.
True.
Why do you not like first 1-2 Legion Commander?
It's good as a counter to the mag.
Okay.
I like it a lot more now that I see Koifa is rushing Soul Ring, which is, I believe, the way to play the hero. I think he'll probably be maxing his W as well, so the name of the game is going to just be Heal Mickey. I'm just not sure the hero Wisp does enough damage post-nerf, even with the Ags and the whole itemization that we've seen.
No, well, he does have Gyrocopter that kind of fills that damage hole, right? It's like, Gyrocopter's just pure damage.
Sure, but he's really not a great matchup against Wraith King nor Razor.
Yeah.
So it's just not a great game for Sumail's hero.
I will take you up on that argument of, because you don't, like, he's not a good hero against Wraith King because Gyrocopter is very much like a pretty burst-heavy hero.
True.
Right? And like Wraith King survivable. But with Io Gyrocopter, you are actually really good at extended, long, drawn-out fights, right? With Aghanim Scepter and all the heals that you get from Lifesteal.
No, that's a good point. Like, Secret's lineup, they've got the Wyvern ulti, the RP, the Link, the Shackle, etc. It's going to be all about finding burst kills, whereas Liquid's lineup is built all around survival. Wisp Gyro, they never run out of damage. They just have to stay alive, and the whole lineup is sort of built around that concept. And
that's a really good line when you're being chased by the Gyro Rocket.
We're gonna. Can you use, so if you were to buy like all the team's pennants, can you use as many voice lines as you want, or is it one team at a time?
No, it still has the normal chat wheel rules where you're only going to be able to spam 2 at a time before there's a cooldown.
No, but how many do you have access to? Have you bought
you have access
team?
to all of them. Yeah, you just put them into your chat wheel.
Huh.
Taiga is very fire. He's good. He's good. He's good. But yeah, I particularly like the comment. Somebody said OG's next play is going to be using team chat lines against teams. You know, you're playing against Liquid, you just take all of their lines, start spamming it against them.
Yeah. I don't know how many of the community members could afford to do that, but I know OG can definitely make sure to buy every single team's max package.
And there's probably a reason why we didn't see any chat wheel lines in the lower division game.
No. That's psychological warfare is a rich man's game. And let's see here. So, laning phase, probably going to be relatively even across the board. It's pretty tough to find kills with Wispa Baden.
Yeah.
Same goes for Wyvern Wraith King, although they did almost find Taiga. Mid lane is the one I'm zoned in on, and this is the thing. You last picked Gyro, you sent to mid. Check out the net worth. This CS is just not good.
Oh, this is risky from Sumail. He's going to turn around, actually, with the creep wave. He had Rocket Barrage going, thought he could maybe catch Nisha there, but just outmaneuvered him with the 1 level of the passive like that. That's kind of nice. What you doing back here, Insania?
And like, I don't want to take anything away from Nisha here, but you know, Sumail's one of the better mid players in the world. And if this matchup is so poor, he's 5-3 against 8-12. You gotta question whether that was the right last pick for your win condition.
Yeah.
It's just very troubling whenever you see a hero, because mid lane, we've heard multiple players speak about it, no one most notably over in Eastern Europe, discussing how you really can't lose mid anymore because there's the rune at 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and 4 minutes, but Gyrocopter can't really just translate mana into wave pushes as easy as other heroes.
Yeah.
Flak, Q, sure, but you just need more levels before you're able to do that sufficiently.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it would have been okay if he had like 2 or 3 more CS and could have had a bottle in time to be able to pick up that water rune that he just picked up, and like he would be kind of okay. But he was so ruined from the first 2 or 3 creep waves that as a result, his bottle is so incredibly delayed. Sumail's going to have to make the long walk back to base. Oof, Insania. Oh, they dove the tower again? How do they keep finding themselves back here? I can only assume it's some good skewers from Zai.
I figured. Man, no matter what, Arteezy always finds a way to make it back into EU. And I wanted to check out top. Koifa went for the build that I like to see. Typically we see 0-2-1, but I actually like this in this spot because you're just hitting the Wraith King in the face. We'll probably see him put an extra point to W. This is how to play Legion Commander. As soon as you have level 2 W, it's free. Soul Ring, W, attack the enemy. And Wraith King, typically one of the harder heroes to trade hits with, cannot do so against Koifa's LC. It just won't be possible, even getting the Orb of Venom for better trading. And then Taiga, Blightstone, and the Minus Armor, they're actually going to be able to apply some pretty heavy pressure up top to this Wraith King with levels.
You know, when you cast with somebody long enough, you get used to like some of their points, and that is the first one I've certainly gotten used to. You, Kyle, I know you love whatever the Legion Commander gets picked up. If anybody does anything other than Soul Ring and maxing out W, Kyle's gonna have a problem.
I will have a problem. I watch good players, okay, play Legion Commander. Ice, 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 every single game, this is how he plays it, okay? It is universally the way to play the lane. If you're not doing it, you're doing it wrong. I can stand for 2 points in queue. Maybe. In specific scenarios, 1 is typically the most you'll allow. And yeah, Koifa wins 0-2-2. Another very fine gentleman, an excellent player, a scholar. Love to see it. Love to see Liquid ahead in the lanes, but mid is still pretty much a disaster. Taiga's come over to maybe try and help out. You do threaten kills with the rocket into Q combo on Denisha, but he's a little too wise to that, and he already rotated out.
I'd be a bit afraid of Nisha turning around on them with the 3 levels that he's got on the static link, and now his ultimate up. They're going to start going for it, but yeah, he's already drained enough damage. They got to get out of here. Where's the cookie to bail out Sumail? Nisha doesn't want to dive just yet. Perhaps aware that Taiga may be lurking there in the trees. Sumail on his second trip back to the base.
There's just nothing you can do in this lane. I really love the way Nisha built here. That 1 point aura is now... Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's not dead.
Nisha can try and catch up to him. Yapsor certainly will. One 1 hit, 2 hits, that'll be enough.
The link damage faded, but oh, hang on, this could be... He has no...
The Rocket's coming in. He's going to do the second round of Rocket Barrage. Is that going to be enough magic damage? Oh, no, he got out of the way. He got out of vision for a second. Koifa's going to come in. In one swing, and he gets him. Oh, man.
Oh my god.
Nice deny on the bounty rune. Well played.
Koifa had 0 points in Q, right? So if he doesn't get that kill and they somehow turn around, I would have had to quit. That would have been too much of a caster's curse. But they do get the smack. Very, very fortunate, because if you don't get something out of that, it would be quite grim. And poor Sumail, he just doesn't really have an answer to being ran at. Oh, whoa! Yep, so he canceled his auto attack. Should have denied the rune, but misclicked or something.
Unfortunate.
Maybe he didn't see him and thought that there was no threat? Not sure.
I'm hoping that William will forgive me for this. So Blitz told me that apparently Sumail said that if I lose a lane, I will play 20 pubs per day till the next official.
Oh. Well, I am sorry to say, Sumail, if you end up watching this VOD, you didn't just lose this lane, you got thoroughly thrashed. And I know you might claim matchup, but, you know, can a king... Are you a king if you make excuses? I thought you were responsible. You're lord of your land. Whatever goes down on your turf, that's you.
Yeah. 2-1 Secret holding a slight net worth lead here in a critical game 3 for both of these. Liquid on the upside for them. They get this victory. They still have a chance to be able to tie with Alliance and potentially take away first place from them and go automatically into the playoffs. On the other side, Team Secret is kind of in danger of being relegated, as weird as that sounds to say. They have not been doing so hot in the second season of the DPC after they were completely dominant in Season 1. Rotation coming in. Big smoke bag, but Nisha, they're going to catch him just inside of the AoE, but a shackle shot delays out the duel. They'll finally get it off, and it is still a win for Koifa.
That was huge. There's the Snapfire. Like, we see now why this hero is being first picked by both of these teams. Great body blocking by Tiger.
Yeah, that was sick. Now Sumail's full health with the full bottle.
It's a combo. It's the laning prowess, the kill threat that Cookie is providing, but the minus armor represents so much damage amplification. 5 minus from the little shredder. The Blightstone makes it 7. That's a Deso. He's walking around with a Deso. It's 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah, no, that minus armor has been super fearsome. And then we've seen how good the Cookie is to be able to assist. The Sven from last game, nice gank here from Nisha, but they already blew their stun.
Man, the healing from the press the attack level 3.
Oh my goodness, Kyle. And it's free if you use Soul Ring.
He didn't need to there because he was trying to escape. But yes, the stick into the W. Wow. Such sustain. Much wow. Gyrocopter. Now might be able to get a rocket on Nisha.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Insania turned the wrong direction. Maybe it's for the best. The TP was already coming in from the Winter Wyvern. Meanwhile, we haven't checked in on Mickey for a while. He's not quite keeping up with the Wraith King, but he's doing all right for himself.
You got the best creep for farming.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can pop the Soul Ring, give mana to the creep, and spam lightning.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about the mana regen aspect, giving the creep. That's cool.
Yeah, because it was nerfed in the past. You can't get like so many free lightnings off.
Yeah,
but now,
it used to be you could cast it like 8 times or something.
Because it's a 4-second cooldown. I mean, it's pretty ridiculous amount of damage. It's a max level Zeus chain lightning.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Wow. And as a result, he is actually kind of keeping up with a Wraith King who I would expect you to naturally out-farm an IO, just because you have skeletons, you have like ways to be able to... Oh, Nisha, this is troublesome. Sumail's going to catch up to him. Another round of Rocket Barrage until he's sniped out of the air. Yapsor hits him with a powerful shot there. Insania is going to be run down as well after being skewered back to the Tier 1 tower. Doesn't work anymore. 3-4.
I was just testing you.
Yeah, it's a good test. Good test. It was a nice pop quiz. Middle of the team fight. Pop quiz.
Hey, it's when you least expect it. Mickey Yeah, he's just farming. This game is going to be more slow paced, folks. You got a Wraith King on one end. Liquid, their timing, maybe slow pace isn't the right term. In theory, that item right there just queued it up on Mickey. Aghanims will change things. Koifa, cookie away.
They're going to wait this time to use the stun, but the Mortimer's Kisses are raining in. Insania does have the helping hand of the Aphotic Shield. If anything, they could have maybe gone for the duel. Take away the first life, skewered back in. Insania still not level 6. It's put into a nasty situation. Matamba, man, they're still trying to take away that first life. They've got Sumail. Oh, nice RP. That's only on to 2, though, and they're going to back away because they didn't catch Mickey. The Relocate's going to run out fairly soon here, but the Cookie does stun up Yapzor. They're still chasing, but Nisha, he's now leading Sumail like a dog. That's not good. All of his damage being taken away. Is skewered to be able to stop the TP away from Taiga. Catches Sumail as well. Double kill for Nisha.
I was so sure Mickey was going to take somebody away, or Mickey was going to, bring Sumail out of there, and then you see them kind of in no man's land, like, wait a second, this is not where I want to be. We don't have numbers here. Secret doing a great job. Rule number 1, playing against a Wisp, always be ready to take a team fight as 5. They brought the entire squad, and they were ready for that, and oh my god, is that a stack.
I like that. Using the shockwave to cut down the trees, because getting these stacks, pulling that direction on that big of an ancient stack is kind of hard.
Perfect timing, yep. And they know, okay, no relocate. We got a bit of a window here, so time for Matu to take this stack.
A bit of a DD as well.
Yeah, this is something you never see. Wraith King with the, what is that, a quad ancient stack?
Oh, yeah.
12 minutes in. You typically can't farm these ancients at all, but with the benefit of Empower. And now an armlet, all right.
Don't stack Ancients for a Wraith King, guys.
No.
He'll hate you. It literally becomes a camp he can't farm because of you.
Yep. The built-in Battle Fury, though, paying dividends. And now we'll see. Secret off to a pretty good start, but it's all about the Gyrocopters game. And Sumail, the trouble with this hero, especially for the mid lane, you were hesitant about the pick for the same reason, I think. What do you do to catch up? You're all about fighting. You have to be strong. You have to be able to run at enemies. This hero was popularized by Havost, for run in, divide. And if you're unable to do that, the hero just straight up feels underwhelming.
Ooh, Taiga. He was tempted to try and outplay Yapzor there. Throw out the Mortimer's Kisses. I mean, that would strictly be a game of juking and judgment at that point in time.
Oh, but this is wild. So Koifa, he rushed a Blink Dagger. You don't see this very often.
Okay.
Typically, there's a Blade Mail. I'm a big fan of Armlet. That's what I saw Ice buying as well. But the Blink Rush is interesting in this sort of game because he's their only initiation. Right now, they're behind. How do they get back into this? Maybe some reload setups. A Blink duel on almost any core. If, let's say, you had a Snap or a Gyro there, Wisp comes in, that's going to be a kill, almost certainly. So it forces Secret to be a little less greedy because otherwise, right here, Koifa's going to go for it.
And they've got some real damage to pump into it as well, whether it's a relocate, which we're going to see here. Not quite good enough, though. The relocate comes a little bit too delayed. Koifa goes for the TP out. Puppy is, well, he doesn't have the mana for Winter's Curse, so Mickey and Insania will both make it out as well. They managed to force a heavy rotation from Secret, and look at them. They're immediately trying to poke at mid as a result of this.
That's the way you got to play it. Both teams really playing this strategy. It took a little while. Game 1, very sloppy. Game 2, bit of a disaster for Liquid. Game 3, both these squads are certainly on point. Liquid have to make plays. The relocate nerf, of course, makes it take a lot longer.
Yeah, seriously.
I kind of take back what I said about the pickup potential. You need to pre-relocate, it feels, for that to be successful. And Secret, they have the tools to respond. If the mag is off map, if the Wyvern is off map, the relocate might do you more harm than good.
Go for again, but this time around, the minus armor from Taiga. It feels like Snapfire, very important for this, because Mortimer's Kiss is an overwhelming amount of magic damage, and then the minus armor from Little Shredder will help Koifa out a lot too. So
I think this is more what you're going to look to see. Mickey farming with himself and a creep. Abaddon trying to keep Sumail safe, but Taiga and Koifa, they have to hold hands because I think you've got it. The Snapfire is really the only true dual damage.
Yeah.
He needs to be playing with Koifa. Secret, let's see, Matu, he went for the Desto build. I like this a lot. He's going to go Armlet into Desto, which is not like the pure farming build, but Radiance against all the sustain is pretty worthless. You need that hard burst damage, the ability to trade to go 1-to-1, basically making himself into the Sven from last game, where nobody on Liquid would be able to then go toe-to-toe with him. Duel becomes very dangerous for Koifa to cast, and it should enable him to be the hero dealing most physical damage on map for, in theory, this entire game.
You got to go a little LL Cool J on him, right? Mama said knock you out. You just got to go for that big old one-hit punch. We haven't been talking about Secret's strategy a ton here, more so on Liquid's, because theirs is very straightforward, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's Wraith King, like you're talking about, build up his damage. They've got mag, so he can empower farm. Like, it feels like a very relaxed and easy to execute game for them.
Yep, hold one of the big spells to combo break Liquid's jump. Get a link on the gyro. You're probably going to win the fight. Wraith King does all the damage you need. Maybe not as high numbers as we saw in the Sven, but certainly enough. And yeah, it's go time. They have the Desto, so they want to fight.
Blinks away. Matama Man holding on to the stun as they now begin their assault on the Tier 1 tower. Cold Embrace helping the creep wave tank for them.
So much damage.
Liquid need to find a way to respond to this, and it's not like I don't think they're going to come up with the answer fast enough. Kyle, would you say that, do you still favor lineups, even at this level of play, that are easier to execute? Because that is a bit of the difference, right? We've been talking about how does Liquid make this lineup work, basically. Oh, nice pick on Yapzor.
That's one way to get started. They got to be cautious, though. He's got a buyback, and they are being wrapped around on.
Yeah, Secret. They're not going to give up this mid tower without a fight, I feel. Leading off, stun onto Mickey, who's got that Aghanim Scepter that you were talking about. A big power spike for Liquid here.
They don't have Zai because he's 10 gold now away from the Blink Dagger. If they can pick that up, they'll probably look to fight mid.
Oh, yeah, this will be a huge surprise. Big opportunity here. But Liquid actually back down.
And to answer your question, I think easier to execute is almost always going to be more comfortable. The caveat is, do they need to win a near equal number of team fights to take the win? Because easy to execute is nice, but if you lose one fight and thus the game, it doesn't really seem that easy. In this case...
RP straight up, Zai skewers him back in. Shackle shot, that is so much damage. Look at Viol Scepter to be able to stop the event. He gets off his ultimate. The Winter's Curse laid out. The Aphotic Shield tanking as much as they can, but it looks like the damage is going to overwhelm him. Now Insania doesn't have its ultimate. The Cookie to try and bail out Koifa. Samael, now he's being targeted, shackled to the other core of Koifa. It's a disaster for Liquid as they are going to lose 4 outside of their Tier 2s. And look at Taiga. He's hoping that he can find a rebuttal here, but he will not.
Too much damage. They were not ready. Looked like, man, if Mickey just has anybody behind him as this begins, maybe he survives. The RP, they've multiple cleanses, nobody there to remove it. Here comes Sumail. He's actually the first one in the vicinity. Great Yules from Nisha. He forces the ulti from Insania just to be able to try and get heals off, but you have the Wyvern as well. This is the danger. Liquid's whole lineup is going to try and fight in this concentrated ball. That was the easiest 3-man curse you'll ever see. Another shackle from Yapzor, and that's 4 kills for nothing.
Yeah. Sick Winter's Curse. A great pickup against this lineup. And Liquid now really feels like they're against the ropes. 5,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. Oh, no! Tried to blink in and catch Zai, but Shockwave catches him mid-blink, and he is not able to grab Zai as a result.
Yeah, this is one of the dangers with LC. Big fan of the hero. I liked Koifa's build, but Brown Boots, Blink Blade Mail, you are running around. You're a duel, and that's about it. And hey, a Dispel, not bad, but will
be able to give that to Mickey. He's looking for the jump away, but again, the Winter's Curse is there to make sure, even as Mickey is barely looking for the escape, he is still overwhelmed by the big team fight. Secret looked to be able to chase for more, but Liquid are able to cover the rest of their heroes. But yeah, as we could see, that ward very important in Team Secret's, in the confidence that they went for Mickey. They knew there was not a whole lot of heroes behind him.
It's a 5K gold lead, but you know, I will say, Liquid's course, more fortitude than I expected. Sumail is somehow on top of his team's net worth charts, which might actually be more of a problem for Liquid than you think about it, considering how terrible his lane went. And this is likely a free Roshan, considering the DD on Matu.
Yeah, that double damage cuts down this time by a lot. And as a result, Liquid just now respawning on the IO. He's going to TP to tier 2, but it's a bit too late. Mortimer's Kisses start going out. Koifa's already down to half health. And the Mortimer's Kisses are being shrugged off because they just don't have the levels on Liquid here. Oh, tempted to go for a skewer. Oh, Insania! That was 1,185 damage. He almost got one shot 21 minutes into the game.
Oh my, this is spooky. It's really reminiscent of that second game. Matu is just so damn strong. If you get... Oh no, Mickey's caught.
Yule Scepter coming into play again. Fortunately, he's got another tether out.
That's the way that you would hope a fight would start for Liquid. Oh, not like this.
Start chunking away. Sumail. Another big crit like that, and that would be the end of him. But Matumba Man did not have any follow-up disables. He was way out in front of his teammates.
It's a reverse of that first game. Liquid now, they want long fights.
Oh, nice catch, but the turnaround here. The focus fire, relocate in. May not be able to win the duel damage. Oh, they do. Barely. A decent pick off and punishing YapzOr for going for a greedy pick like that.
Zai?
They're looking to come back in. The relocate back and a TP in as well. Coming in from Koifa. Chasing after. Matumba Man already being low. They're hoping to be able to take away that first reincarnation, that first life. Koifa very low, as you said, with just the Blink Blade Mail. He's so squishy.
Yeah, they need longer fights. They want to just kite and bait Secret. They have two huge cooldowns, the RP and the Curse. You maybe consider Reincarnate as well. And in fact, consider Link a teamfight winning spell. They need to kite them. They need to ensure that all damage is available on their Gyro and their Wisp, and then accept damage and just heal through it, dispel through it. 20 to 30 second engagements probably would go Liquid's way, but the trouble is, they catch an RP and a skewer away before anyone can react. That hero's probably just going to die to Matu.
Yeah.
He's 3,000 gold ahead of the game. He'll have AC, it looks like, complete soon. No, that's got to just be the Hyperstone he has queued up for now. I don't see anything on his courier.
Now they're, guess they already had the outpost from taking that mid tower, but they will further control this part of the map now that both the tier 2s are gone. And Liquid are just forced to take refuge inside of the dire jungle.
But just remember, the way that the Wisp lineup wins is much like we saw at TI. It's been nerfed since then, but the HP regen amplification from the San, that's going to be very helpful. You have the range on the Spirits at level 20, the plus 60 Spirits hero damage. That is insane. It's an extra 3 levels represented in terms of damage output. And that's the win condition. Suddenly, Secret, they can pummel all this damage in. Wisp heals through it, continues popping Spirits.
Oh, didn't get the blink off in time because Matumba Man blinked on top of him and went for a hit with his sword rather than the attempted
Ouch.
But yeah, we've talked in the past about experience-dependent lineups, and it almost feels like this is a downside of Liquid's because they didn't get the ball rolling early at all. Their Mortimer's Kisses has been level 1 for the longest time. I think Taiga just now getting his level 12. As you said, like this IO, very dependent on getting his levels to 15 and 20, but now he's only 16 and may just be dying again here. But fortunately, the Cookie bought him a lot of time. Insania gets him out there. Skewer back, he's going to be able to get the 2-man RP. And the Gyrocopter's being ripped apart, being saved bit by bit by Insania, but a beautiful shackle shot. They're trying to give him the tether option, but Mickey doesn't have it up for another 8 seconds. Now Insania, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That damage. BKB for Nisha as well. This is looking like Secret may call an early GG out of Liquid. As yeah, Winner's Curse, a solo one, so it's not going to last nearly as long, but it is enough for Zai to be able to get the skewer back in. Shackle shot beautifully set up. Secret are just kicking out on all cylinders right now.
And they start spamming their own voice line, an apt opportunity because that is kind of the feel right now. In fact, Insania is probably saying that exact line through voice comms to his team. Yeah. And I understand now, Secret, they're using EG's voice lines and sprays, perhaps stealing some of the strategies too. YapzOr's Wind Ranger reminded me a little bit of crits. Some 6 shackles. I believe that was the 3rd or 4th time we've seen both cores caught together. And unfortunately for Liquid, they just don't have the sustain. And a perfect reincarnate timing. The skewer back after the RP. And then you notice as soon as Matu came up, he was empowered. So I was just a definition of an alley-oop.
I like to think about it more as the natural cycle of life, you know, Arteezy's cycle from EG to Secret. Here, he's back in Secret in some form, at least.
Oh.
Try to go for a duel once again. Just a bit off the mark.
Really?
And they gotta, I feel like they almost got to get out of here. Double damage picked up for the mag.
Really good shard he picked up, Koifa. It makes him very much a support Legion commander, but that BKB, oh no, it's Insania.
Insania just playing the front line, seeing if they can get a little information. Then Mortimer's Kisses starts throwing down, but they don't have any stuns off of that, so he's just hoping for damage at that point, and Yapzor easily finds where he's planted at the river. Gets the kill on him. Winner's Curse to be able to stop Koifa's delay, but Sumail, he's the one who's in real trouble right now. I'm not even sure. Have they put Reincarnation on cooldown yet? Finally, they do. Matamba Man loses the Reincarnation for like maybe the first time this game. It's just been crazy.
They can't fight. Liquid, their whole draft is based on being able to accept damage, and they're too far behind. So, you know, their lineup, their one stun is a blink and a duel. You can't really do that at this point because Secret, they're just too damn far ahead. And I don't want to say they've accepted it, but based on the spam, they may know the way that this game is going. Secret, fighting for survival. Likely going to be qualified TI on points no matter what they do so far this season, but can imagine they'd rather not have the shame of falling to Division 2 before they come over here rather, to Stockholm to play TI.
Certainly. And after all, like, you could use as much practice as you can get before TI itself, right? Nothing. A DPC, you know, it's one thing. It's a very different beast. At least majors get a little bit closer to the pressure, the timeline of playing so many games in fast period. Koifa with the shard pickup. It's another interesting idea that could have been able to help out this IO lineup and make it look really good. But Matamba Man is just a beast right now. The Sven, the Wraith King, it doesn't matter. He's just charging in. They're going to be able to take away the Reincarnation without losing a hero just yet. But now Nisha's in with the BKB, Static Link, and the Winner's Curse on top. Koifa's going to be chased after by Matamba Man while Nisha deals with Sumail, challenging the opposing mid laner to a duel that is just all but unfair.
Did he just crit him so hard?
Yes. Mama said knock you out, Kyle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's time to call it. Oh, that is nuts. I have not seen that in months. Absurd amount of damage. Well played by Team Secret. They may be down, but they're certainly not out. Dominant performance. Second loss for Liquid so far this DPC. That means Alliance will now control their destiny. If they can take down Hellbear Smashers, they're guaranteed #1, going to the major with 800 total points in their pocket.
Yeah.
But Secret, they get the dub.
On the climb back.
Yeah.
Now tied up 3-3. Much better position. Still can be contenders for major placements, absolutely. Especially if Liquid loses against in their final series against OG, I believe. That'll put them at 3 losses as well, and that could actually be a tiebreaker for second. Still, big tie-breaking opportunities available here in the Western European DPC, second season. Secret, do you feel like people are talking about it? An angry Secret. They've been losing too many games. Do you feel like they came back in this game with the force, or was it Liquid just looking a little bit weak?
This is more like we expected, right? Because game 2, game 3, didn't, you know, we were thinking, oh, maybe there'll be some fight, maybe there'll be some turnaround. Never was. There was just straight up domination. This is more reminiscent of the 2020 Team Secret we came to know that beat everybody. But we haven't really seen that squad since Season 1. So a little bit better, I would say. In Liquid, I think maybe a bit weak on the draft. You have Sumail, you got the King, you put him in this matchup that just
DK
isn't
first,
winnable.
And then Gyrocopter in a bad matchup.
Yeah, just pick, you know, take a page from Eastern Europe. Just put him on a Spirit Hero. What could go wrong?
Easy advice coming from Kyle. Is Secret back in top form? That's a question we'll leave for our analysts.
It certainly looked like they were, especially this third game of the series. And we're going to talk more about that and talk to one of the winners after... Okay. The break. After the break. was hoping that this third and deciding game was going to be a back and forth, battle upon battle, fights upon fights, going from the Raiden side to the Dire side, Liquid ahead, Secret ahead. No, it was a little bit of a trash, and it started in the mid lane, Sumail losing horribly to Nisha's Razor, and it just went downhill from there for Team Liquid. They didn't take the tier 1 tower mid down at all in the entire game. I'm here with T and Fogged, and why was this game so one-sided? T.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, Matthew's
popping
yeah,
off.
normally when they win, they're just more like kind of stone cold killers, and it's like, yes, another day. But this time he's like, yay! I would love to know what he said, but we'll ask in the interview. But yeah, I feel like Team Liquid, their draft was very much like sustain, death ball. If they get a couple items, then they group up and go, but they weren't really given that, mainly because of mid lane. I think in the pre-show, we were talking about how, Nisha v Sumo, what's the situation. Game 2, reacting with a DK, this thing. Game 3, he goes for a gyro, gets counter-picked with a Razor, and I think the fact that you have to play gyro so differently in mid lane, that Razor dismantled it, and it's hard. It feels like you're playing like one hero down because of how much recovery you have to do.
I didn't like the Abaddon and the Legion. I think it's too much of the same thing in one draft. I think it can work well in... even if it was like a carrier Abaddon or something like that, but I think they forced the issue of the IO carry a little bit too much. I think I would have just liked it if they did just go for pick that gyro in the 4th or something, pick something different in the mid matchup. Of course, it's hindsight's 20/20, but I feel like they put themselves in a tough situation because, whenever you see like Legion and Abaddon, that's where Razor is just like screaming, and then the gyro comes down there. Like, it's even better now that Razor just ends up taking over most of the game. He died twice early from like some rotations from Koipa, but besides that, it was absolute clean showing from Secret.
A very clean showing indeed. Also curious to hear what Purge has to say about this one.
Thanks, Cheaper. I think what Liquid was missing in that game was their draft was very focused around shields and heals, but unfortunately they didn't quite get to have those engagements necessarily. They got Legion in the game here with this nice smoke. They got our duel off on Nisha, which Sumail desperately needed, but most every other fight afterwards didn't feel that good. Here Sumail gets gone on again. They're going to back him up with Io, one of the 3 heroes that they have to heal him up, and it's looking pretty good. He's getting some heals here, but the nice power shot from Yapzor is going to clear him out. And then with Abaddon rotating over before 6, it puts the heals and save that Insania is supposed to be able to provide in a dangerous place. That actually happened in the next fight as well over here by the top rune. It was Koipa being initiated on. He puts a heal on himself. He takes damage. They're going to defend him with some nukes. Insania is still level 5 here. So when they do decide to go high ground with Insania leading the way, it's still, well, and by leading the way, I mean skewered into the way. 2 fights in a row now where he gets skewered out of position at level 5. They get to take another fight. Him not being 6 was a really big deal. And much like last game, when he was playing Sven, Matoma Man's looking for these solo pickoffs because he has this big advantage. And Zai once again getting a great skewer back, putting the IO super out of position, which makes it harder for his team to back him up. Great Yules there on the Abaddon to delay his Dispel on Mickey. And at this point, as the healers group up to try to save him, they get Winter's Curse. So Secret just dismantling these great defensive capabilities from Liquid and pushing them on the back foot with the laning stage and playing amazing.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much, Purge. And I believe, there we go. We got to talk to Puppy here after his victory. Congratulations, Puppy.
Hi.
Hi. Can you hear us and see us?
See? I don't know about that one.
We can see you, so that's good.
But I can hear you.
Good.
That's fine.
That's the most important part anyway. Game 3. It was quite one-sided. Did you guys feel like you outdrafted Team Liquid, like it played out?
Game 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think I don't think they can win team fights. They're a little bit stuff that LC struggles with. If your cheesy strat doesn't work out with a Legion commander and you're not the one aggressing constantly, then that hero just falls off and you can't take team fights anymore. So yeah, that's basically what happened. They couldn't kill a single tier 1 tower with confidence.
Yeah, it did turn out that way indeed. Puppy, I have to ask a hard question here. You guys are now 3-3 on the rankings. We compare that to previous season.
It's pretty good, right?
Pretty
Congrats,
good.
Man. Congrats.
Previous season, Team Secret was having a lot cleaner record, though. What do you contribute that to?
I think this one is pretty good also. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is pretty good. You guys are still on the up. There's still Major on the horizon. I think your last opponent is Brame. So there's definitely still a chance of being second still even, right, in the group. So yeah, okay, pretty good. Thank you.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Hello, Pupon. How you doing, my man?
What's up? Doing fine.
Yeah. You know, people are always asking about the team, asking about drafts and about whatnot. How are you doing? You know, how's your life been? You know, these last few months, just being at home now. You've had some time to chill out.
Honestly, I did not know that it was summer 2 days ago, but it became summer 2 days ago because it has been snowing like a week ago.
Oh.
So I think it's giving some energy to the team. We're a lot of northern, you know, Europeans here. It's maybe affecting us. I don't know if it's not. Who cares? But at the same time, it's kind of boring to constantly just be outside and it's just snow all the time. So yeah, it's been pretty good. Got my first barbecue out and everything. So
nice.
It's good. Good feels.
That's great, man. Good to hear.
Yeah. So at the end of Game 3, uncharacteristic performance from the Timberman. He was actually cheering and like air pumping. What was he saying at the end of Game 3? Was it anything specific, or was he just happy to have won the series?
No, he was happy. He was feeling it. You know, I wanted to pick Winter Wyvern for myself. Matu was like, you know, my lane's gonna be GG, bro. And then I said, dude, trust me, bro, trust me. You know, and then you know, whatever. I don't care. I'm still picking Winter Wyvern. Trust me or not. But I show him, you know, that it's possible.
All right, and then follow-up question. Your team very active on the in-game sprays, the team packs, but you're not. Is there any reason for that? You just focused on captaining here, or you just don't want to get with the kids these days?
Bailey told me to, you know, not use the Enigma things. I really want to use Enigma things, but, you know, like...
You didn't want to have their little logo next to your name?
Yeah, I didn't want the logo and stuff, but I like the Enigma ones, you know, especially the one GH says that you might need. I'm worried for you, bro.
Oh, I like
that one.
Oh, I like that one too.
I mean, you should use it next series. Don't let him say no. Just go through it. Just like you picked Wyvern for yourself.
My
use
voice
the
lines
fan
are
pack.
like mine. That's kind of... Yeah, that's kind of weird, you know. I don't want to use my voice lines.
Well, I mean, just use any voice lines. You use none.
True, actually.
Step up. That's what I'm saying here, Chief. Come on, I need
No,
some
I don't
more.
like voice lines. Right.
Okay.
End of story.
That's fine.
I just like having them, but I don't like using.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Collectors.
All right, Puppy, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, and congratulations, of course, once again on a fantastic series.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We could take a tiny quick look at the standings as well before we head over to our next series, because this series was super important for not just Team Liquid and Team Secret, but also very important for Alliance, because Alliance now undisputed #1 here in the Western Europe upper division of DPC League. Now, they still have one series, and so does Team Liquid. So there is still a chance that Alliance lose the series, but guess what? Their opponents are the Hellbear Smashers.
I think the best thing here for me is simply that OG Nigma both 3-2. They play each other.
Yeah.
They go 3-3. And then you have basically the setup where whoever loses will be forced into a tiebreaker, most likely with Tundra. So tiebreakers are pretty likely here.
Yeah.
And of course, Smashers, they have to do the Alliance run and have to play that for just honor, because of course they're already out. But the tiebreaker for elimination, it's still anyone's game. It could still be OG there. It could still be Nigma. It could still be Secret or Brame or Tundra. Like, it's all of these teams.
It can't be Liquid, though. Liquid has 4 wins.
Yeah, Liquid's now like, they're in the good. They're in the clear.
In the clear.
Those, 4 teams or whatever I just listed, 5 teams, they're the ones who are like, anyone could be in bottom 2 still, which is amazing.
And I think for Team Liquid as well, important to note, their final opponent is OG. They don't want to lose their series there either, because that would mean that they are 4-3, and that potentially is all of a sudden like a 4-way tie for 3 slots for majors or something like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Like, it's madness. Okay, it's madness. We're only a week away from our last series, and there's still a lot of things up in the air. By the way, if you're curious, the Liquid versus OG series is actually our very final series of the upper division for the Western European DPC League, which is this week, or rather this time slot, but then next week.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
So not this week, but next week.
Next week, this time
I got a
slot.
little confused for a second.
I made everybody confused.
Yes.
But it's okay. Next week, this time slot. There you go. Now what we're going to go for next, though, it's a lower division series. We'll be back after a break. It's going to be Team Viking taking on Ghost Frog. See you soon.
I was soaking up the sun with you, umbrella dreams. Put your hand over my chest until we fell asleep. Strangers from small towns are begging for the drugs. Summer dreaming, endless feeling. Don't wake me up, don't wake me up. I wanna find a way. I wanna find a way to stay like this forever with you.
If I was told
In the lower division of the Western European DPC League, we are going to have a series between Viking, GG, and Ghost Frogs. And Viking, at the moment, top dogs of the group. They are 5-0. Ghost Frogs, on the other hand, they're 3-2. And on paper, we can start by taking a quick look at the standings. On paper, there is still this tiny chance to make it to the upper division next season. Kyle.
Yeah, they've got to win. Straight up. Ghost Frogs, they got a shot.
They got to shut the tiebreakers, I guess. They would have a tie with Level Up if Level Up lose their last series.
Yeah, so Level Up is still playing up against Chicken Fighters and then Team Board, so that would allow for that. But yeah, for now, Ghost Frogs, they are a team that had kind of this breath of fresh air in its tail half of this season. They just picked up MTD in replacement of Boromir.
Yeah.
They did confirm in the interview that MTD will be basically with the team for the rest of DPC. And I think when they played up against Chicken Fighters, it was just a dominant showing. And that alone puts them in good stead against, arguably the most likely undefeated team of lower division, which will be Viking.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to drop a game, to be honest. I think Viking.
You mean Viking?
Viking.
Okay.
You think they're going to be cruising?
Yeah, I hope so. They got the names, right? They have some of the... remember when we looked at the rankings of the teams by their average rank on the MMR leaderboards? I think Viking was like top 5, including the Division 1 teams.
That is true. And one of those high MMR players, I believe, is Boom. And Boom sat down with us earlier to talk about confidence.
The back line, Shaz starting poking, Boom jumping forward immediately, trying to take down Gork fast enough. Is he going to be able to do it? Those questions stop coming out in from KZ. They just cut Gork apart.
Confidence is always very important. Well, obviously, then if you're confident, then you need to, then you're maybe going to be more motivated to like prove your point. Obviously, everyone has bad days. Nobody is perfect. So, I mean, you get the confidence back by just practicing more and like focusing on yourself and. doing whatever you can to improve. Sometimes I get my confidence from watching some series even, you know, or movies, whatever, about some sports people like Michael Jordan, for example. I watched The Last Dance, and after that I felt very motivated, or just some random videos on YouTube that can help you as well. I think confidence in between us as players, it comes from just everybody's individual skill, and I think everybody is skilled enough, so I can believe in them, you know, put my trust in them every time.
As they're gonna try, oh, the buyback's coming out en masse. They're not happy about this at all as Boom makes his way over. They're focusing down Gork here on the side. Does have the couple of slash coming out though. Turn back around, manages to get the kill on Celery, but eventually Gork will fall.
Yeah, Boom has a lot of confidence, and it is obviously easy to confuse confidence with cockiness. This is a team that dropped a game to Hippomaniacs by being maybe a little overconfident.
Yeah, it's reflected a little bit in their play. When they play up against teams that are kind of lower seeded than them, they have a lot of confidence in how they play them out. They're very run at you, relentless aggression, and against better teams, that can sometimes, you know, bite them in the butt where they turn it around and suddenly they're back in the game. But yeah, Viking in this lower division in online tournaments that they played, it is a breath of fresh air seeing how they're approaching draft. Because an issue in last season, they kind of copied a lot. They kind of just fell in line with the meta was. But at least this time, they are showing some of their own ideas, which is helping them just dominate this division.
Yeah, it also helps that they moved down to the minors. Like, it's a little bit different when you're playing and drafting against legendary captains with more than a decade of experience versus squads newly formed, relegated, qualified. I like that they can beat up on the little guys, but I do want to see them perform with a little more consistency. You can't drop single games to a team like Hippomaniacs and feel confident.
On the bright side for Viking, anyway, if we compare them to the other team that got relegated down from the upper division, Viking still has their spites, their fight and spirit of chicken fighters. Not as much. They are kind of falling flat here in this lower division. I think it's very good that Viking is still putting their best feet forward.
Yeah, I think we're just kind of nitpicking here because we expect so much from Viking. And it's like they are the team that's forever chasing to try and be that tier 1. So we are like, if they ever drop a game to a tier 2, tier 3 team, it's like, you shouldn't be doing that, and that's why we're pretty much set. But yeah, overall, it's not too bad.
Not too bad indeed. Let's talk about Ghost Frogs for a little bit, but before we talk about Ghost Frogs, let's hear J4 as he talks about his journey into Dota 2.
The Tinker instantly.
Oh, but the save!
Not the Tinker though.
I feel like my whole esports career is based on my passion for competing, and it all came out from my childhood and how much sports was around me. My father played professional basketball, and he was even part of Soviet Union youth basketball team, so he was really good. So I wasn't very athletic. I had the wits to play basketball, but I didn't have the athleticism to do it, so that's kind of why I do what I do now for a living, because I love competing so much.
As well, they're onto the monkey kick and they take him out. No, they jump over, but now the BKB coming to win. They've got the control here. The arrow. He's trying to take him out. Can he get close enough?
My family wasn't very supportive of me until it started bringing me some money. It was pretty hard, let's put it that way, especially in the beginning. Because, you know, the parents are always like, you should learn, you should study, get a job, like classic way.
On a scout.
Oh, nice
using the cover guys. Supreme. But he getting jumped himself.
Supreme, he's dead without buyback!
Now they're pretty supportive. Like, they even follow my matches, they try to follow. My mom is even scared to look at the results of my games. It's pretty funny.
I bet it's nerve-wracking seeing your kid, you know, playing this video game. You just want him to do well. As a parent, I mean, that seems pretty nerve-wracking. I can't relate, but I can. Yeah, let's talk about the draft. Oh, cats!
Oh, and Kezi wearing his Chaos hoodie.
Yeah, it is. Ghost Frogs, by the way, has been on quite the journey this season. I feel like they're this team that could have had a slot directly, right? Because a large portion, a couple of players, rather could have had the slot of, I believe, Creepwave.
Correct, yeah.
And they said, no, we want to earn our slot there. That's what they said, T. Don't ruin the story
there's so
here.
many like semantics
but then they
to
played
that.
through the qualifiers and they absolutely crushed it. And it has been looking very good. This team has a lot of potential, I think.
No, they do. And honestly, I think this addition of MTD turns this team from being just kind of one that would exist within lower division to one that might have kind of like the level up story where they could ever string a good set of games together and maybe contend. Maybe not this season. It's going to be a much rougher road, but in future seasons to come. But yeah, I love the fact that Boromir, star player, but he fails to really find his footing when he last played on Mud Golems, when he looked dominant. Something's clearly a bit wrong there. But MTD, very active, very in there for Ace and Viking, picking up the Shadow Fiend. It's one of their best combos so far.
Talk about confidence.
Well, it's their #1 strategy they've run so far in the season.
At the moment, yeah. They did the same thing against Chicken Fighters, and they crushed with it.
Interesting. I don't even think I've seen Viking play this season.
Then you've just not been paying attention.
No,
they played a lot of series.
I mean worked while they were playing.
Well, I know for a fact the first series of the entire season was a Level Up versus Viking, and the panel was me, you, and Moxie.
So you're saying, okay, that was like 5 weeks ago.
No, it was 4, but I'm saying that your memory is starting to suffer. Are you okay?
Jeez, it's like 3 games a day for weeks.
Yeah, I remember.
No comment.
Sorry.
Just throw me under the bus. Don't worry about it.
Easy. I can tell you which other series of them you've been a part of.
Notes are cheating. You gotta show your work. Anyway, Snapfire, a lot of minus armor threat. This is, I don't want to call it a Division 2 draft, but it's reminding me a little bit of NA in a way, where teams focus all about the laning counters. What is the counter to SF 1v1 mid? For years and years, it's been a TA. Although it is a skill matchup, SF can certainly recover with the new first
notes.
What?
Notes?
Is that allowed?
I'm sure a single sheet of paper is acceptable. We saw Noto of at least 3,000 going into TI finals. We're fine.
I think we're good.
This is acceptable. But yeah, going for Ghost Rogues, you mentioned the idea of TA being the counter to SF. I think SF actually doesn't do terribly nowadays. It's not as like 90 to 10 as it used to be, but in regards, both teams have that aspect of minus armor. So one bad fight around the Roshan pit, either team will capitalize, and that's why I'm excited to see just kind of the vision game in this type of game where they have to think about every move they make. Roshan is always going to be quickly taken soon after.
Yeah, I mean, both teams can really threaten Rosh quite easily, but I would agree. Slardar TA is born for it. And
it's skirmishing dominance. Slardar as an offlaner, it is so hard to pressure if you don't have some like dispel to deal with the sprint, or you don't have some type of kill potential to at least run him down and kill him. But again, it's so hard. So they now have a TA who's going to do pretty well mid. You have an offlane that's already pretty hard to counter. So yeah, they're going to be in good stead to have just skirmishing prowess, and that's why I'd love to see Viking draft a couple more kind of defensive heroes that can punish the aggression Ghost Rogues need.
Be curious to see how the SF itemizes, because traditionally this would be the sort of game you'd like an early Manta, maybe an AC, but I've seen a lot more Spellcaster SF style.
So the way that Viking plays it is full right click normally. He goes for like quick BKB, Dragon Lance, just full right click stuff, but some variation would be required, especially against the amount of right click coming out.
Yeah, single target, right?
An AC for sure, like BKB, Dragon Lance AC. That sounds pretty good. Hurricane Pike, maybe, if you want to be
I really like Manta. I really like Manta for the Dispel, and also you can juke the Meld Strike quite easily. And then you rip through Refraction. So even with the BKB, TA can't trade as easily against you.
Yeah, move speed's also pretty nice.
Indeed.
We'll see. Again, it's up to Boom. He's played it so many times. He's played so many different builds. This is a very big comfort pick. And it does stem from the fact that mid lane is so hard to punish nowadays because so much regen, but also cheap and effective. And yeah, it's pretty annoying to deal with.
Both teams banning out a mix of cores and support. Rubik Wisp.
They're just respecting Milan right now. That's simply it. They know the threat of this potential like pos 4i with Slardar. Snapfire is a lane killer, but right now the heroes that would be the killing threat with a Snapfire, like a Jug, you can't pick into Slardar, so
it's true.
Does that mean that we're going to see Mirana with the next ban coming out from Viking? Because basically that's been looking like Milan's best hero. We actually had a lot of teams first phase banning Mirana against Ghost Rogues.
Potentially that could be the case.
Lina
banned. Okay, that's fine. Ban Lina.
And Clockwork Pit.
That's not for the souls, is it? Is that
No,
still
no, no.
works, but
It does still work.
I don't
It's not
think that would
good,
be.
though.
Yeah, I don't think that would be the case. If they do that, why not?
I
Let's
mean,
see
it's
it
not the
come
first
back.
time. All right, last time they had this exact draft, they also had a PA and a Omni Knight with it.
Omni Knight's not bad here. Don't know about the PA, but Clock
In regards
is,
to Viking?
Yeah.
Okay. So they go for the Marana. Yep. Especially when Lena's banned out and Clockwork's picked, having the 4 that can just disconnect from cogs and just be annoying, it works its way in.
Yep, there it is. I can hear it before it's picked.
There's the Omni Knight.
The
But
Omni Knight.
there is your answer to physical damage. There is your Dispel for the Slardar ultimate.
And I
Health
guess this
Strike
is,
removed as well.
This is the main thing about the early TA pick is in some positions you could go for like the Invoker for Dispel. You have options, but when you've already shown your hand, it is pretty hard. And like you can't confidently pick like Enchantress here because that single target Dispel, it's going to feel uncomfortable playing into quick BKBs.
What about Oracle?
You know what? They should go just a casual Troll. Get the Ags in the play.
True.
That I think could be pretty good.
That could be pretty good. I'd agree. Natural BKB buyer as well. Pretty strong in the lane. Clock can't really do anything.
The drafter J4 gets last pick for his own pos 5. That's a dream. How often does that happen, Carl?
Yeah, never. You kidding me? You know how hard it is to early pick cores with NA players?
Yeah.
We'd have fights. We'd have to rock, paper, scissors to see who would get last pick.
And somehow you just always lose. It's like they're just in your head. Okay, they go for Monkey. The comfort for Crystallis.
Yeah.
We heard this in an interview. We questioned why were they looking for Monkey King as an option, and it was simply Crystallis. It's his favorite hero. He just when he's in, backs against the wall and he just wants to get one, go for the casual Monkey.
And he won that game.
Yep. Still opening up the last pick for the 5 position.
Yeah.
Some type of laning pressure. I'd like them to lean towards, just double down.
I mean, we've seen a lot of different heroes coming out from J4. If they want to double down also on some minus armor, Elder Titan is still in the pool.
Yep.
They liked that one when they played Monkey King last time around.
I really would just like a ranged hero.
I'd love like a Warlock, or just a casual guy to provide big team fight, but also some type of BKB piercing stun, so you aren't relying on your Slardar to be the guy cancelling some Requiem. Because the way that Viking play, it's SF up front, everyone playing behind. And if he ever steps his face up and has BKB, you blow him up. Like, that's going to be pretty devastating.
I like it too, because then that, you've got insane raw single target physical damage. Warlock suddenly gives you team fight AoE. It's really nice as a combo.
Interested by this Undying ban though. I was thinking of suggesting it for Ghost Frogs, but then I was like, well, Snapfire's in the game, it's not going to feel too great. And it was made for laning phase, but the idea of zone control, you drop down to Tombstone, it disrupts Clockwork Cookshop. I can see the value of the ban.
This cat seems so fluffy.
Also makes the bottom lane unplayable. Care what
You'd have to skip waves.
Clockwork, Omni Knight. Yeah, the one downside, maybe why we don't see Omni, a lot of the pro offlaners, they can just kill creep waves with their bodies. They buy Vanguard, back lane. Omni can't do that as effectively, and right now, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to run successfully at the Monkey, which means he'll likely dominate you in the lane. In fact, right now, it looks like Viking might get dominated in all of their lanes.
If you want to play Crystallis against Crystallis in pubs, these next 2 bans will most likely be everything that he hates to play against with Monkey King. So Troll PA, keep note guys, if you're playing against him in those Immortal games and he's on Monkey King, pick a Troll or a PA.
It might just also be the PA, because that's what Viking went for last time around. They were in this exact situation.
Guys, look at the notes. But yeah, especially against...
someone had a slice, it's a sheet of paper.
Just a PA, just one bit, 2 letters. But no, yeah, again...
PA, must ban.
Ban. Or pick, but yeah. With the physical damage, of course, it's a very noted ban.
Wyvern ban?
It's a BKB piercing stun for the Shadow Fiend. It also, against a right-click build that Boom often goes, Cold Embrace will have a lot of value. And when you have Omni Knight as your off lane, you don't really have this kind of mixed damage. You rely heavily on someone else, and what do? They just go for an AA. Okay. Yeah. If Boom ever pokes his head up to be that aggressive, confident mid that he often, tries to emulate, he can get blown up pretty quickly.
You pick PL here, right? Some Illusion Core for sure for Viking is the answer. I actually wouldn't mind a CK. It's pretty nasty here, although a little weak against a Monkey King Wukong's. AA is nice just because, makes the Omni a little annoyed.
Why not just like a casual Razor?
Yeah.
A casual lad for the laning phase.
Too much burst damage. You don't really win the lane super hard, or at least not hard enough, I think, to justify it. And it's not as if you're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Slardar, Monkey King, and TA.
I'm just thinking the way that they normally play around Shadow Fiend, like they need something to give a bit more. They need a lane to be like, we have to deal with this. And right now they have nothing. I think they're just on the too much of a farming game there.
Okay.
They'll lose their side lanes, retreat to jungle. Shadow Fiend will apply pressure. Omni's enabling. Like they need someone who's like, look at me and deal with me, and then suddenly Shadow Fiend comes into the game.
Carry Omni Knight, pick Bat Rider.
Let's not do that.
What happens? What if it happens, Shiva?
I don't think it will happen.
You don't think it will happen? Kyle thinks it will happen. Who's smarter? Find out. Kyle suggesting one hero, or Shiva suggesting 109 other heroes. Hey! And it's me. Go me. High five, Kyle. I did it loud enough so maybe people heard.
Maybe people heard. But the Razor picked up by Viking. We've seen Razor. I think like that's been the trending hero of the day already, and successfully so. It's won a lot of games.
Yeah, it's someone to at least play around, and it gives them some presence in side lanes. That's the key thing. When you have Omni off lane, you need people to go in front and make things happen. And if you have farmers, it's going to be a bit difficult. But yeah, I like Ghost Frogs and kind of the general idea of their lineup. When they get this Aegis, it'll be disruptive. But if they ever have an initiation where they miss that jump, or they don't jump the same guy cleanly, that's when the Clockwork, the Omni, the Snapfire, these heroes will just completely dismantle the type of initiation because they have disruptive movement spells. So yeah, I like Vikings draft a lot, but I can give merit to Ghost Frog's desire to run them over with a quick Aegis.
I think it just depends on the pacing that they're able to get to. How well do these lanes go for Ghost Frogs? They could take a Roche in 10 minutes if all goes well. I've seen TAs run away with games like this, but Viking, they have the Razor, they'll have early BKBs. Will that be enough to outlast? They should also outscale in theory. Itemization is going to be very important. Against Slardar, buy armor. It's the rule.
So you both are thinking Vikings and take game one?
I just think, execution comes down to it, and Viking, of course, is a little bit ahead in that department.
Yeah,
and they
on
just
paper,
have
definitely.
Yeah, I think Boom just looks so confident on this hero, and like he spoke in his interview about confidence, and this is the hero he is so confident on.
Shadow Fiend first phase pick. We don't see that every day, and there's a reason Viking has been able to go back to it time and time again and actually won with it as well. Well, what will happen in this game one? We cannot tell you. You have to experience it for yourself, and what better way to experience it than with the lovely voices of Odie Pixel and BSJ in your ears.
Thank you very much, GVS. Game one here of Ghost Frogs versus Viking. Brian, what do you make of the lineups as we are for the panel? You know, this is some very similar stuff from Viking from what we've seen from them before. Ghost Frogs, on the other hand, also looking rather good.
Yeah, this is signature Viking. The Omni Knight SF. First time I saw them do this, that was like, I saw teams do this, was maybe 2015, 2016. This is a throwback. I haven't seen it in like the 3-4 years, but they've already tried it. I'm really looking forward to not having it against me in my games, because if you guys have ever been right-clicked down by like a Dragonlance Daedalus SF, it is quite frightening. And even though you have this Razor as a carry, it's kind of what I would consider an underwhelming position 1. That's the nice part about the SF pick, is because it's more of a right-clicking carry-esque mid, I'll assume he'll go for that type of build. You can take a little bit of that carry late-game pressure off of your 1 position.
Yeah, well, we saw the strong stuff here before from Viking. And then on the side of Ghost Frogs, I mean, a lot of it sort of fits together quite nicely when you look at their lineup right there. It makes sense. You know, they've got the setup, the starter, follow-up from the Mirana or the AA. And when it comes to just getting in the punches, it's a lot of physical damage from Ghost Frogs.
Yeah, I think a lot of the responsibility of team fights actually falls on Aramis this game, because they have such a combo-based lineup on Ghost Frogs. Slardar into a Boundless Strike, into an Arrow, into the AA Blast. Everything feeds off of another spell, so if he can be disruptive, that's the idea of this Clockwork pick. Get into the fray, draw some attention to yourself, cog some people away. If he breaks their initial combo, I see no problem with Viking GG being able to win every single engagement.
So we'll see if it ends up going that way. We're going to see here to start things off. They are prepared as Viking. Their old teammate, they know where Toby's going to play. They're going to be able to run him down. Have they got enough damage? They don't.
No salve. He'll have to go base, I assume. Looks like for now,
yeah,
okay, he is.
Yeah.
That's pretty costly nowadays. Last patch, that wasn't that bad, but now that you only get 1 teleport scroll to start, and it is 100 gold, it's just not something you want to spend money on, so... all things considered, it might be best for him to die sometime in the first 5 minutes so he gets another one of those.
Is he going to come out to a different lane then?
Not. Oh.
I think he's not heading straight back top.
Is he walking top?
Okay, he just casually walked out a little bit and then decided to TP, so maybe was still umming and ahhing what side lane setup they wanted.
Yeah, every Viking GG series I've seen personally has been a lot of lane swaps.
There's been a lot of musical lanes from Vikings
Yeah.
off of things, yes.
Looks like they highly prioritized this. So they wanted to really dodge the Omni Knight versus Monkey King, which makes sense. That's traditionally a really bad matchup for Omni Knight.
Sure.
And he was probably discussing with his team on the Slaughter whether or not they wanted to mirror.
Yeah.
And Crystals is probably thinking, I'm underneath my tower, it's good for now. They might end up swapping in the future, but because he TP'd top on Toby, they're glued in for now.
Oh, there we have it, yeah. I mean, yeah, this is what we wanted for the memes, though, of course, when it Toby versus Kezu. You know, the real chance to duke it out here between the two offlaners.
Yeah, Slaughter loves this. Once he gets level 2, the bash. Pretty much get every single CS with the double damage. Pretty insane buff to the hero. Oh, Kezu? You're gonna get chased down now because he's obligated to walk to that creep wave there.
Sure. I mean...
Bonk. This feels so bad against Slaughter.
Yeah,
He's
you
allowed
just
to
get it
hit
beaten
you.
away from your creep wave.
Yeah, now there's a
what'd you do?
Radiant creep wave coming into his tier 1, so he might even have to TP on Kezu just to get there.
Yeah, but how do you TP under the nose of a Slaughter?
Well, you're gonna
Get
have
under the
to
tower.
do it underneath
There
the
we
tower.
go.
That's a lot of mana that he had to use on Kezu. Like, Omni Knight does not have a lot of mana to spare early game, and it's also that 100 gold that we are so concerned about Slaughter using originally. I'd say so far this is going great top lane for Ghost Frogs.
Yeah, and then down bottom at the moment, we've got Chrysalis, 8 CS against this Razor lane. I mean, this lane, you should expect, right, Viking to be able to shut down the Monkey King, right? Even farm is not good enough. You have this Razor for a reason, and that's to smash him early in the lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm a bit concerned about. I don't think Razor's an amazing lane dominator level 1 and 2. It's really the level 2 static link that makes a big deal.
Okay. We'll see them make an attempt onto Chrysalis with a cookie combo. They'll bring him low. Has he got the movement speed to get away from this? I think he might. He's out.
He did go first item boots. Really smart against the Razor, but how long is he going to get chased for? They both have boots. He's 5 movement speed faster on Aramis.
Oh, batch yourself up in a second, but it's just fast enough. As you said, with the early boots in this lane, it will save Chrysalis. Get him out there. He's going to have to spend quite a bit of time walking all the way back to base and returning to the lane. J4, of course, will pick up some XP whilst he's away.
Out of all the carries in the game, I really don't mind Monkey King having a bad start, especially with the lineup they have. TA, you want her to have her own little world, nobody messing with her. So Clockwork's going to start doing that, it looks like, but up until this point, she's had complete free reign, top of the CS by a large margin. And then also Slaughter, we saw him having a really good start. Monkey King's going to have time to recover. TA will make space much earlier on in this game. I didn't like TA last patch. Mid lane didn't have nearly as much time to farm, but with all the way the bottles and runes are working now, most mid laners farm for the first 8 to 10 minutes. SF's probably not going to rotate early either. I'm just imagining a game where Monkey King will have a lot of space come 8 to 15 minutes to pick up where for all the early game inefficiency he's had to deal with because of this Razor. He's still doing decent, too. He's got 15 CS. Better than the Omni Knight.
Yeah. No, Kezu definitely having the toughest time right now with the setups. We'll manage to get the pull off here.
Dude, nothing against Mason, dude. That line is getting annoying.
Dude, I love it already. I'm honestly at the start when the packs came out, I was kind of like, this is it's a bit of money. But I'm hearing some of these lines, seeing some of these sprays are like, I got to get the Mason, I got to get the Arteezy.
The Arteezy spray.
The Arteezy spray is top tier. The Mason line is top tier. There's a few of them, and happy to see that the pros, of course, already having a bit of fun with them.
Dodge there.
But the Simply 2 based is very nice.
I wonder whose idea that was on the team.
Oh, I'm sure Mason, he's the brains behind it all, I'm sure. He said, put me in. Bottom lane, Shad.
These dodges have been pretty on point.
I mean, Shad's going to live. He's into the trees, pops the salve. And won't quite be able to finish him off there.
Yeah, the boots win lace not going too badly for Crystallis, though.
No, I think he could definitely be having a tougher time with the setup that he was given.
Thing is, I think Clock now feels obligated to protect his SF now that TA is level 6.
Yeah.
Traps plus any roaming Mirana will be enough to kill him. So because Clockwork's kind of glued to the middle area, that means Monkey King's not under any kill threat. Yes, it's annoying. He's going to get linked. He's not going to have all the free farm he wants. But we saw what happened earlier, getting chased to base. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. Oh, Stacks coming out as well.
Very nice. MTD will be happy with that.
Rune is bottom. Unlucky for the TA. Illusion, not actually kind of a big deal against TA. It lets you get rid of that trap.
Sure. Did use it straight away, but...
Well, never mind. It gives them some new bottle charges.
But I know what you mean, yeah. Sometimes against these certain mids that are going to set up on you like that, it can be nice to hold. Obviously, instantly popping it. It's going to speed up the farm a bit. Split it up. Push the lane out. Our passive start. I mean, 6 minutes in, nobody yet to die. A 1k lead for Ghost Frogs. They're the ones reveling in this opener. And, you know, dare I say, you know, with their lineup, and say, especially the fact that there was that Razor matchup, and it hasn't gone too bad for the melee core that was playing against it, Ghost Frog's probably going to be quite happy with this first 6 minutes.
Yeah, there's a lot of experience-based damage coming, or I'd say impact coming out from Viking GG.
Okay.
And there's a lot of small items that make the Ghost Frogs lineup accelerate quite quickly. So I think this game's going to pick up the pace in the next 3 to 4 minutes, and it's going to be from zero to full, really. You're going 0 to 100 real quick.
And who's going to be bringing sort of that momentum first, you think? Which team is going to push it more?
I think it's going to be Slardar that's going to be starting it, and it's going to be on the Clockwork to counterplay it. But honestly, with Slardar, you're very content just farming for like the first 12 to 15 minutes because you don't end up farming very often. You're a hero that's an insane threat off map as the game goes on, and so because you don't want to show yourself, you end up really falling off and farm later. So you got to get most of your farming job done in the early game.
This will see this jump air aggression from Chrysalis and Milan onto Celery, and they'll take him down. First blood finally goes the way of Ghost Frogs as they strike on the bottom lane, and a good eye for it as well there. Was rather close to his tower, but they knew they could chase and burst him just in time.
Something I didn't really consider about the entire draft is that, yes, Viking responded defensively to the arrow combo and the overall stun lock, but this Mirana can go wherever the hell he wants. Like, how does he die? Like, whenever he has 1 or 2 leap charges, who kills him?
Absolutely. No,
like, even if you hook him, what's the combo? Where's the follow-up? You're going to need to basically work your way towards ignoring this guy, and that's your inevitable game plan. I don't know. I'm starting to like Viking GG's draft a bit less after I think about it. Slardar is similar to Mirana, where, yeah, maybe he can get locked in the cogs, but other than that, he's a movement speed, mobility-based, like that's his entire kit for survivability. How do you lock these guys down? You have Razor SF Omni Course.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit too all in on the counter pick and defensive aspect of the draft.
I mean, and draft-wise, I think it's understandable to see that because, you know, as we know, Viking, they have run an incredibly similar draft. 4 of the 5 same heroes. You would imagine Ghost Frogs coming into this series, you know, they would have been doing their research. They would have prepared, and just as the panel saw, you know, like 3 heroes, and they know the sort of direction that Viking's going, and they can address that. And perhaps they have done so here, as so far looking like a good start for Ghost Frogs.
I think they're getting out-greeted. It's basically what's happening here. Monkey King is not excited about what's happening to him, but he's okay. He's got phase
living
boots.
through it.
Yeah, Windlace. He's got a Slardar. His damage output's going to be decent no matter what happens.
Yeah. I mean, with the progress that he's had, you know, if that was you and you had been playing this lane against this Razor Snapfire and you're at this stage of the game right now, you'd be happy with the outcome, right?
If I look at my TA's levels and I look at the fact that my offlane Slardar is level 8 free farming, I would be very content with what I currently have as that Monkey King. As a carry, the worst thing that can happen is when you're having the game that he's having and then you look at your mid and he's down by 3 levels. And you're like, oh, God. Oh, the Clockwork. I forgot about that. I think the cogs have 0 armor. I'm going to have to check that.
Oh, is that? Yeah.
With how that works with the side blades.
I mean, I didn't even realize you side blade off cogs. There you go, learning new things every day.
Yeah, I've seen that before, but I forgot. You know, it's one of those mechanics that you don't encounter too often.
Wow, well, there you go. I mean, that certainly does the job. We'll see that again here. And look at that damage straight off the cogs.
I'm pretty sure it's pure damage. Like, because there's 0 armor.
Sure, but the side blades are pure damage anyway, right?
No, it's pure damage based on how much damage you did to the primary target. So, like, if the primary target has 30 armor,
so
you're not doing all that much damage to the person behind.
But if it's, as you said, a target that's effectively working at 0 armor, it is going to amp it up even more. Yeah, well, we saw that right there. Very nicely done.
So he already has the blink up on MTD. TA nigh unkillable as well now. Like,
it's
yeah, you can hook her, but unless you manage to bring down the refraction charges in the duration of the stun, he'll just blink out.
Sure, which is, you don't have a lot of means to do that, right? You don't have any sort of heavy dots that you can throw on the TA this game.
Yeah, you'll have to like hit him with a Snapfire ulti at the same time or something. I think he's about to get evaporated here on Celery.
See, and now they'll even be able to pick up his courier as well. So the courier, a kill. Of course, all this space and this whole little world that Slardar's been living on the top lane, you know, Toby's got the blink done. 11 minutes in, he's ready to go. They've got that jump. This is, just so far, incredibly smooth sailing for Ghost Frogs. As
double blink.
They got a 4K lead here, 11 minutes in, as Viking just yet to really do anything. Aramis, he's looking pretty dead.
Who needs setup when you just see him coming up the hill through a ward? The whole map is theirs right now. Look at the way Viking GG has to play. They're underneath towers. They're stuck in their triangle right now. Okay, you see this Mirana. He's just yoinking your bounty rune
and he's out.
Leaping away.
Doesn't even need to use all the leaps. Still got a spare charge.
And he's got an Ocean Heart, so he's like, just bathe me, water. Bathe me.
Ocean Heart does feel rather nice when you're
They've
sort of roaming
so
hero.
much.
I mean, it was already kind of tasty, but what's it now? Like 10 HP and 5 mana?
Yep, 10 and 5.
Yeah,
when it came out, I think it was
numbers.
like 2 and 4 or 3 and 6, something like that.
It was a lot lower. It's a very nice one to have for these heroes that are making their way up and down the map consistently, like Mirana.
Yeah, now I'm really... It's like you see the bigger picture of how both drafts are playing out. I don't think you try to outgreed a TA, man. It's like they went for this outgreed play where they don't have all that much playmaking potential on Viking. But then they also picked a Razor.
Sure. Like, you feel like this draft, that Razor finisher did determine the way that they were going to play overall quite significantly. Like, you could have gone with something completely different, something greedy, and the draft would have still worked and allowed you to play in a different way.
It would have let the ball be in Ghost Frog's court where they had to get something done.
I mean, look at this.
They're kind of just playing their own game. They're just ignoring Viking. They're going to go maybe for the snipe, but they're going to be too late.
Yeah, 13-minute Roshan inbound here for Ghost Frogs. There we have it. As, I mean, this is, well, look at that.
The Nana record.
Anan. There we go. We saw nothing. 2020 average time, 40.02 previous record, but there we have it. The new record. A new record. 13 minutes and 19 seconds here.
That's the issue, is it took them so long to get bottom tower that when you're Radiant and you have strong Roshan potential and you see the opponent group up to take your bottom tower, you just snap respond with that Rosh. Ghost Frogs on their toes there, completely ready to capitalize on that small opening, and you saw it. It was not a very long window, but they took it so fast.
They've got the jump, they've got the blink.
Boom.
They want to go for this? They do. Straight in. Arrow follow-up as well. Everything down on a Boom. They'll be able to get him out to the side of the cookie. They even pop the ult. Doing everything they can to get Boom out of there. Now with the Wukong's down though, Shad's got to be a little careful. Will manage to get out of it. Aramis is going to go in deep with the control onto the TA. The TA is going to get taken down the watch. They look to run down Milan, but Milan's still got leaps at the ready. He's up to the high ground, turns towards Aramis, jumping from MTD. They bring down Aramis. Another jump here, Toby. In with the crush. The Red Crim starts to push back. The TA, have they got the damage? They do. They'll bring down MTD. As Viking finally able to get themselves their first kill on the board. They'll get another here as well. As J4 cannot run, Milan jumps back in to get the kill, but he'll give up his life for it. As Boom, he'll be the man getting the cleanup here as he picks up a triple kill.
Okay, Ghost Frogs, if I was your coach right now and I was allowed to talk to you, I would say, guys, this is the only thing their lineup can do. They have Omni SF. They have no playmaking potential. They can only counterplay you. Don't go this deep. Don't overcommit. Don't play into Viking GG's hands. You have a 4K net worth advantage. TA has complete free reign of the map.
Yeah.
Monkey King can kind of like play on his own, maybe show up to some skirmishes. You have such good single target. You got the Slardar, TA, AA, all of it's meant to blow up one guy. Don't do that again.
Sure.
You learned your lesson, run it back.
Just at this stage of the game, you don't need to be going for these obvious 5v5s.
Yeah, no reason to give it to them. Because Viking, their lineup has to fight its way back into the game, and they have no way of forcing that fight. So just don't give it to them, as they look very intent to just go again. So that's why I'm on the caster's desk, not coaching.
Let's see. And they're going to try and, at this time, as you said, maybe just be able to focus down that big target to start things off. Also have a little bit of a window where there's no ult here from Kezu.
Yeah, it's just the Heavenly Grace alone is probably enough to save Boom. As you look at the map now, looks a lot better for Viking than it did a few minutes ago. Suddenly, they've got Shad farming off on his own. They've been able to leave their own side of the map. It's about a 50-50 split in terms of the real estate that both teams are farming right now.
MTD has got the those crucial 2 openers, opening items done. The Blink Deso already on the TA, so
I think this BKB would be a huge mistake from him. I think
you don't like.
I think he should go Hurricane Pike. I think against Clockwork Razor, that's
you know
way
what?
too
Yeah,
good of way too good of an item.
I think that's not a bad shout. We'll see if he does decide to change his mind. I mean, what would you say is the big ability that he is going for the BKB for? Is it just sort of the Requiem pushback? I
think it's the Requiem Snapfire.
Yeah.
The thing about the Hurricane Pike is not only is it almost going to get you out of everything, it saves your Slardar and your Monkey King as well if they ever get hooked. Just quickly get them out of that danger zone of the Requiem follow-up. Because once Viking pop their volley of spells, the Guardian Angel, pretty much every ultimate they have, you can just Force Staff away and reset and go again. You have no cooldowns other than the Monkey King Wukongs, and you can be pretty patient with that spell.
Yeah, and you feel like if you have a BKB and you commit BKB and then the GA comes out, you can back off, but then your BKB's on cooldown.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't usually promote items that give you survivability like Hurricane Pike over BKB unless they truly do make you nigh unkillable in fights, which I think a Hurricane Pike this game is just too good.
Sure.
I would be quite surprised if he ends up completing that BKB. But he's already gone for the Ogre Club. Technically, it still could be a Dragonlance.
He still could. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what way MTD wants to go this game.
He has the Grove Bow as well as the level 10 talent, so he's already attacking from quite far.
And they're getting away with this tier 2 for now. We'll see Viking. They do smoke and head up to this area. They'll be able to stick around, get the tower, and by the looks of it, get out. Viking won't be able to catch them in time. We see the build as well for the Monkey King. I mean, Chrysalis, this game, do you like this full aggro, going for the Diffusal Blade, as we are seeing some of these more aggressive Monkey King carries liking to prioritize?
Yeah, I've been down for it. I've been trying it on like Troll Warlords and Ursa's Diffusal Blade in a game where you're not the late game carry. It feels really nice. And what I mean by the late game carry, it's like, yes, you're expected to have high impact later on in the game as a Monkey King, but the TA, look at the net worth, right? He's the one. So Diffusal is a great enabling item. It makes it really hard for the opponent to fight, and we saw what a Diffusal can do against these really beefy lineups that are meant to take longer fights. A TI with the Gyro against the Bristol. It's a similar idea with the Omni SF. It's like, yeah, maybe the Omni ends up saving his teammates or himself, but if you burn all their mana, it doesn't really help all that much if they're still alive. Swinging a whiff there, but we're fine.
Matter.
That's what the Diffusal's for.
Exactly. You know, just a bit of a taunt there with the Boundless Strike right in front of him.
I think he was like trying to get the Creep Wave and the Snapfire,
yeah,
and then missed both because he was going for both. I've done that too many
efficiency
times.
play would have definitely been in mind there for Chrysalis. He does like to max out the capabilities when it comes to farming. He kills a kill. And he himself will also be going for the BKB next, making sure that he can just commit on the front lines.
They do have the Force Staff on Milan. That's a good item. Same idea behind the Hurricane Pike. It's not as much for him as it is for his teammates. Because it's such a free Mirana game, that's the nice part about this. It's such a free Mirana game that he doesn't need to itemize to keep himself alive at all. You don't see this Yule Scepter or Glimmer Cape or Greaves. He can just buy items that make his teammates' games easier to play.
I see another combo here land on Aramis. As they do have that set of... That's a lot of damage, and any time they have Ice Blast, any sort of stun setup, they'll be able to blow up most of these heroes. MTD also picks up the tier 1 tower mid.
Imclaw is such a nice item on Monkey King because all of your clones have separate cooldowns.
That's pretty wild.
So you saw the Clockwork getting crit like 4 times there. It's basically 30% on all your clones, right? For the first hit, which is really nice. Especially when you have pretty value damage items, the Orb of Corrosion as well as the Diffusal. Going for the Mithril Hammer component of the BKB first. What feels so nice about having somebody else be the carry when you're Monkey King is that you never really have to go in, so you can completely play up around your Boundless Strike and your ultimate. So notice how he's not building to survive with all of his items. He's building to have those be the most impactful use of spells in the fight. And it's a lot of a contribution for casually throwing out 2 spells in a fight compared to most other heroes in the game. BKB on Razor. This is your 10th pick Razor going first item BKB. That can't feel good.
I mean, I guess his job in the fight is just to sort of survive and get a full link off. But you feel that even with this BKB, I guess you're not super safe, right? It's a lot of physical. You will probably die.
You're against Slardar, and you're also against AA. So even if you're BKB'd, he's gonna pop BKB. He doesn't want to go on Toby until oh my god, the damage.
He's not gonna get the chance to pop it. As Shaq gets taken out, they do catch MTD over to the side, and that BKB ain't gonna save him at all.
You know what would have saved him there?
I knew you were gonna be straight in there, Brian. What would have saved him there, Brian? Instead,
Hurricane Pike would have saved him right there, Owen. As it turns out that having a BKB when you're just getting cogged, and that's the only way they can keep you locked down, is maybe less impactful than a Force Staff.
I think he might be realizing that after that move. As I mean, with this BKB, he just has to be super careful about the clock.
To be honest, I don't play TA very well, so I'm just confused. I just know Clockwork Razor are hard countered by Force Staffs. You're breaking the link, which is pretty much Razor's entire impact in a fight. And once the clock hook cogs, that's most of his impact.
Yeah, and that sort of trade, just not going to feel great for Ghost Frog. Sure, you killed this Razor, but you're losing your TA, and that's always going to hurt.
TA is one of the most punishing heroes in the entire game to die on. But the net worth lead didn't really stagger at all, so they have 3 BKBs being built on Ghost Frogs. It's so weird to me. I have such a different vision of this game than they have. You can just start a fight and leave against Viking. You can just start it and leave whenever you want. All of your heroes can just get out.
Sure, and you're doing that with the intention of getting like the GAUs, the BKB pop.
Force a reaction and disengage. And yet they have this like all-in commitment, which I just don't think, but they're all on the same page, so I can respect that. Like, the whole team's building around the same plan, so whether or not it's what I think is correct, they are on the same pitch, which is good. Rather have 5 people doing the same thing than having 3 people doing one right thing, quote unquote, and the 2 people doing the other. It might cost them, though. I'll be honest. If they start losing fights, I think it's these 3 BKBs.
Sure. Because they're, on the numbers, it's 9 to 4. They're 7K ahead. That's a sizable lead in net worth, especially in a game that's this sort of passive and slow in terms of kills. But you feel like they're not playing or being able to utilize this lead in the way that you maybe expect a team that was this far ahead.
You all bought BKBs? This SF has Manta Butterfly. If you lose one fight, you might just lose. That's kind of the problem with this build. It's kind of all in. BKB doesn't feel as bad nowadays to all in, but yeah, they just have no stuns, so you can kind of just blink away.
I'm thinking about getting back in here with the Moonlight Shadow.
Roche is going to be up already because of how early the first one was.
Very hard to go on this SF if they can't get to the Omni.
This second Roche is huge. Already an Ag Shard for free.
Yeah.
Usually we don't see that happening at 25 minutes in, but both teams have quite a lot of physical damage against Roche. SF with the Presence Aura and that ridiculous right-click damage already being pumped out. Once he hits that level 20 talent with the extra damage per soul, that's pretty crazy. 60 extra damage. Going for the Daedalus.
That's actually one of those things, isn't it? I never really thought about that, but I guess Roshan does allow you to get the shard before 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Have you ever had a game when that's happened?
I have not seen it yet.
2 Roshas before the 20?
I have not seen it.
No. But theoretically, you could try and play for that.
Man, it's so weird to see Snapfires having no point in Scatter Shot.
Quite a change from how it used to be played, just with the changes and just the power of this little shredder.
Is he saving for buyback? Because he has gold for the solar. It's 1150 to complete it. Maybe he thinks his buyback's super important for the rogue.
Yeah, exactly, because of this Roshan status. I think that's exactly what's going on. If he dies, Celery needs to know that he can get back in TP over and still have the kisses to go from the high ground.
He's their main team fight threat.
Yeah.
If they go on the SF, there's not too much to punish it other than the Snapfire kisses, so I can respect that he valued his life for a bit there and wasn't sure to commit to his item.
They've got another BKB now, Crystalis. Has his done.
We got the awkward standoff. Both teams have a lot of vision. That's a cute little ward there from Viking GG right outside the pit. They have 2 of them. They see everywhere. Both teams see everywhere.
And Aramis is going to start things. He's in straight away on the back, will die immediately, but he's cocked the 2 of them, sets up the kill onto J4, but the jump's there, they're on top of Boom, the GA comes out, can they keep Boom alive? The Wukong's command is drop Boom, revving up the Requiem, he'll be bounced out to the side, in fact, he's going to turn and right-click down Crystalis, as the BKB did nothing for him. The physical damage, the right-clicks of this Butterfly SF just tore apart the Monkey King in his own Wukong's command.
I don't think they understand how Omni SF works, I'll be honest with you. You have 3 BKBs, he's just gonna click you, man. They buffed, what happened, the reason why we're seeing a lot more of the right-click SF, for people who didn't read all the patch notes, is that they buffed his base attack time from 1.7 to 1.6. So he's just the exact same hero, but he's attacking approximately 10% faster.
That's a big percentage.
I mean, when you're right-clicking that much from high range, it adds up. Oh, gets a little unlucky with the Manta split there.
They're really trying their best to push Viking away whilst Crystalis is down. Another hook shot in though, Aramis.
Spying time, I think.
Will be able to force themselves away from the cogs. But see this commitment from MTT. He has on the hill, but he's on the cliff.
They have no force staff.
He's got a TP over. We'll have the tier 1 tower to TP in towards, but it is going to get the space there for Viking to finish the Roche, get the Aegis. Shard going to be going the way of the snap fire.
He's going to give it to the Omni Knight. Boink.
Is that the best one they've got?
He's probably never going in, so it's probably the Clockwork for vision. I think Razor's is kind of underwhelming this game. SF's is decent, but it's just magic resistance, which they don't have too much.
Yeah, it's only, what, 14%? That's a bit of an underwhelming
It's probably Clockwork. I'd say Clockwork's like a B tier Ag Shard at best, but this game he's probably got the best one.
Okay. Oh, J4. Oh, no.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no.
I'll call it from my biased opinion of how I see it. These BKBs are game losing.
You hate the BKBs?
100% game losing.
I mean, they are looking underwhelming. We've seen both situations. The BKBs for Crystalis and MTD, they have just done nothing. They haven't allowed them to do anything that they wouldn't have been able to do without them.
There are games where you buy BKB because when the opponent pops their spells, you need to survive the spells and turn it. With this game, you just disengage the spells. It's a big difference. It's a small difference with the big impact is probably a better way to describe it. They're actually going to give the Ag Shard to SF, so they value that 14% magic resistance aura. Oh, who's taking it? Okay,
it's got the clock in it. It's gone to the clock.
Yeah, I thought it would be clock. Okay. Yeah. You're also going to like triple his net worth here. Let's see. Does it go up? I've actually never monitored this.
It must do.
Yeah, it does. Nice. Yeah. Clockwork's almost up with Kezu. Kezu doesn't know how to farm. GG.
Damn.
No, Omni Knight, you become a third support. He knows this when he signed up for this role.
Yeah, he's just got to back up Boom. As Boom, of course, still in a very good place to carry this game. 18k net worth on the SF. And well on his way towards that Daedalus. We saw as well, the AC is done. Just all these things coming together that...
yeah, I like the AC.
Yeah, it is just going to make these BKBs look even more helpless.
You are not going to carry this game on Shad, so buy an item that's not bad for you. AC, completely reasonable item on Razor. Usually you go with like 3rd, 4th item after you've built a bit for yourself like an SNY, but it's the item that buffs up his SF. And against the, tilting the armor balance between the two teams by 10, you give your team 5, the opponent team loses 5.
Huge.
Pretty big deal in this game.
Now what do you do about this?
You absolutely do nothing. That's the problem. They could force all 5 heroes back, and maybe Viking will be content with that. They don't have the Daedalus done just yet. Because you don't have a Satanic and you're also against AA, you don't necessarily feel
Aramis
completely comfortable sieging. Yeah, he's in. That jetpack.
Yeah?
Look at that. What a great line. The watch out, watch out, watch out.
You can get it today.
That is an incredible line.
Aramis. Oh, he's in. MTD. Put the BKB. Turns towards Aramis. Aramis. He's out. And he's away. And he's going to live. And MTD's got to run.
If he crit there, he would have died.
Ooh, that was close. Toby's gone in. But he's instantly going to take the
BKB. Oh. Did protect him from getting...
No further control.
Yeah, I guess the control.
Yeah. The rocket flare was available. Rocket flare could.
The thing that confuses me is that Dota tells you how much. Okay, no, I'll fight.
They got the jump on Boom. Boom. He's gone the once. Crystalis will get the Wukong's command down. Shadow as well, popping the BKB. Crystalis has got to back away. He can't fight into this.
Nice force staff.
That's the Aegis gone.
Dota tells you what kind of damage you're taking now. If you have Dota Plus, please subscribe, Gaben. But it tells you what type of damage you're taking. I'm pretty sure Viking is dishing out 75%-ish physical.
Yeah,
That's
we've
why
got to
these
be able to see
BKBs are
after the game, but you don't think there's a lot of magical going on at all?
Yeah, it's just the supports, really. Omni Knight's pure damage.
They're going in for this. The arrow, they got the ice blast, well, they will be able to put low up Shad. They're over to Boom. Boom pots the Mansa, but they're in with the bashes. Hookshot comes from Aris, but they've brought him down. They'll take down Boom. Aris, he will TP out, but they strike back hard there, Ghost Frogs, and get themselves 2 big kills. Shad and Boom will get taken down.
My only defense for my argument is they just got 2 crucial kills without popping a single BKB. That is my only argument. And the point is, like, to actually stop being a smartass, is that they are, as long as they can take the fights on their own terms for Ghost Frogs, the abilities have already been baited out, they catch the Razor slightly out of position, they are going to annihilate you. They have the Slardar Corrosive Haze, they have the Meld and Deso, you will evaporate. So it's just a matter of not giving Viking the synergy between their heroes, not letting the Heavenly Grace go off, the Combo Breaker, the Static Link full duration. Ghost Frogs will still walk over you. They have damage out the wazoo.
They do. They get their hands on you, and they've got the burst. They've got the physical burst.
Going Nullifier on Mirana. That's ambitious, but if they get there for the Guardian Angel, that would be insanely strong.
Oh, Aramis. He's in with the hook shot. BKB's pop, but they're in with the Static Link. MTD's trying to run, but the Static Link is killing him off. He's into the meld. He's got the refraction up. He's actually able to get the blink away. MTD. He lives. He's out and he's away. They'll take down Shad. Toby will fall for this. But MTD survives.
Wow. That Yules from Milan was clutch. Didn't allow Aramis to get the cogs off. That would have pushed TA back into base without refraction on. Almost certainly would have gone down.
Chrysalis. He's going to be all right. We'll be able to clean the wave out.
He's got to be careful with Spider Legs. If you pop Spider Legs and then jump to a tree, it immediately destroys the tree and stuns you.
Does it still do that? I thought they didn't take that out.
Oh, it's absolutely like the worst item on Monkey Camp. I'm surprised he has it.
He likes to live on the edge. He likes the danger.
Yeah, pop the Spider Legs. Do it.
I mean, if we see that, I'm sure he won't. You know,
it's actually really weird that he's holding on to it because he's not using them. Spider Legs is an item that if I have it, it's because I want to be spamming that active. Maybe he's... okay, I actually... Take me out.
Nice.
No, take me out. Or hear me out. He's doing it 100% for cogs. If he ever gets hooked, he wants to Spider Legs out of the cogs.
Nice.
Never mind.
Yeah,
Makes
Aramis
sense here.
tries to get in. Kisses are coming out. Oh, one more hit. Oh, it's not even needed. J4, he's going to dodge the damage over time. So they get the trade.
I got to make sure I pay Palkizu after this game. Because I coached Arkosh to victory last night, I am getting part of their proceeds.
Yeah. Nice. Kezu's certainly a fan.
Thank you, Kezu. I'll remember this when I'm thinking about who I'm going to host with my next stream. As it'll look a lot better if you guys win, so maybe a bit of bias from your caster here.
Oh, let's see. Satanic's going to be coming up next for Boom.
The AA Blast is going to be crucial once that comes out, because before they can bring him down, but if they don't have the AA Blast after the Satanic, I believe he'll be able to stand his ground, because before the Slardar 25, it is another Dispel. So now, once he pops the Manta and the Heavenly Grace, they can get the amp on him, but that Satanic will remove it again. Slardar level 25 talent, probably one of the most influential level 25 talents in all of them.
It's a pretty crazy one.
Both smoked.
What? That's going to Dispel on Boom. They're being careful, Viking, but there's a set of Boundless. Into the stun, they'll be able to force him off to the side. They're going to go deep here with the hook shot as Aramis. He's right onto the back lines. The BKB comes out from Toby, tries to turn towards Boom, but Toby's got to run. Then I'll start to back away. BKB popped by MTD. He's got Blink up in a second. Should be able to make it. Actually does get hit by the illusions here. Chrysalis is going to set things up for the tree. He's going to turn straight over to Boom. MTD's in as well. Can they burst Boom down? Boom. He's able to turn. He's back for these people to bring him down. Chrysalis and MTD stand their ground. Take down Boom. They're even looking for more potentially as MTD's looking towards Shad. Shad's able to turn with the Static Link. He's being buffed up by Kezu. A buyback will come out from Boom. Toby is in with the 3-man crush, but they've lost MTD. Toby will also die there for his efforts to try and take down Shad. It's Chrysalis. He's pretty deep. The hook just got him, Aramis. He's found the catch. And just like that, you know, Ghost Frogs, they really were starting to find their footing again, but they lose 4 of them. A 3K gold swing at least there, and almost an 8K XP swing off the back of that fight, back in favor of Viking.
That might have been one of the funniest fights I've seen in a while, because both teams have insanely good counterplay, but not the most reliable initiation, since both teams have a bunch of 4-stabs now. Whoever was chasing the other died. Did you notice that?
Yeah, it kind of did work like that, yeah.
Like, Vikings like, okay, we pop GA, run at him, and then SF gets bursted, buys back, they chase after the Razor, they all die. It's pretty funny. I actually think both teams have to be much more careful about how much they pursue into the other team's counter initiation, because both teams have such high damage output in such a low amount of time. As we're going to see here, overextending a bit, I think, from Ghost Frogs as they got a little excited after bursting down the SF.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get Shad there. Both MTD and Toby really committing to try and bring down the Razor, but they couldn't quite get the job done.
He bought back on Boom, so he has to be very careful. They're going to be content to back up now that everyone on the side of Ghost Frogs has respawned. Satanic 1,000 gold off. Forgot how much they made Reaver cheaper.
Also got the Lotus now done on Kezu, so something else for him to be able to throw out on Shad or Boom.
Trickster Cloak.
And that Nullifier is getting close for Milan.
Okay, Leveler. That is an insane item here. 5 armor now that they added to that item. Very impactful this game specifically. Probably give it to the SF. Why not attack? Yes, he already has it.
Yeah. That was all. Accelerate.
He has buyback. Immediately buys back. Knows that they do Rosh in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, they want to contest this.
He can't wait to see if the opponent's Rosh.
It's going to be so quick. Whoever gets their hands on Rosh.
Oh, they're thinking about it.
It's going to go so quickly.
They got to go.
I mean, Vikings not there's no chance they're not getting here in time at all. It's just far too fast here. As Ghost Frogs take it down very easily. Refresher Shard, Cheese, and Aegis is theirs.
That might have been the most improbable Aegis last hit I've ever seen snipe there for Clockwork. He almost got it. That would have been hype.
It would have been. We've had some good snatches and steals here in the league, but
they just do it so fast.
Yeah.
Right here, the flare. The funny thing is that's like 1 hit from TA.
Yeah, it is, with the amount of physical.
Spell Prism, who does that go to? Omni Knight?
I think the Omni Knight, or yeah.
Probably Omni.
Probably Omni.
It could go Clockwork, honestly.
I think Omni spells it. What's Omni carrying at the moment? What's Kezu got at the moment? I didn't see what he had before, but yeah. Clock's got the time this relic, so he's also happy.
He's got a lot of items.
He's happy.
On Omni Knight. Even the Soaring Phase Boots don't mind having that extra bit of cooldown reduction.
Oh, here we go. Next fight, Milan. He's got the Nullifier done, so we'll see how much that helps them be able to take down that target without the concern of some of the saves being able to come through from Kezu.
I'm keeping an eye on Toby. If he gets level 25, I'm pretty sure this game's over.
Well, you rate it that highly.
They are so reliant on their dispels on Viking. They've got Manta Satanic on SF. They've got the Heavenly Grace. They've got the BKBs. Like, they are all about removing that Corrosive Haze. And you see what happens to the SF when he tried to fight the Monkey King underneath Corrosive Haze. Like, he just... You turn into paper, man. It's crazy. He has 43 armor with the Solar Crest on and the Leveler. But once he gets Corrosive Haze, that 43 turns into a measly 19. Then you're looking at the Orb of Corrosion, 16. You're looking at the Deso and the Meld Strike. That puts you at, because of the talent from TA, you go from 43 to -2.
That's pretty wild. And against this sort of lineup where pretty much everyone's going to be right-clicking you down.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
He's banking on standing his ground. That's what Omni SF's all about.
But did you take into account the ACs there?
Both teams have one.
I guess, yeah, that's true.
So let's just assume they cancel out.
Yeah.
Slardar did complete his. That level 25 talent from TA.
It's pretty big
8
as well.
refraction instances. Didn't that used to be 3?
It did.
Pretty sure that used to be 3.
It was one of those ones that it had to be changed. Well, had to, you know, because the bash was just too good.
Bash I think used to be 2 seconds as well.
It did. Bash got nerfed to the refraction.
That's crazy how much they've tried to balance that one out. Probably tipped it a little bit too far in favor of the refraction instances. 14. That's crazy.
Very good this game as well.
Yeah, a lot of
just the kisses damage over. Everything else is very much instant spaced.
Low amount of instances, high amount of damage per instance. Very good here.
Smokes up from both teams. Oh, hook shot straight into the neutral.
Who put that neutral camp there?
Oh no! As Aramis, he is away with the jetpack. He'll be able to get out of there. They turn on towards Toby. Static Link going. Shad trying to chase down, but the Wukong's command is out.
Nice.
They'll split, wait out the ult.
Yep, both teams got to be careful when the other team pops their team fight ultimate.
And Chrysalis actually having to pop his BKB. He's a little concerned of any further follow-up.
I think he knows if a fight occurs, he's going to have to pop that refresher shard for his ulti anyway.
Sure.
So that's why he puts his BKB and ultimate on the same cooldown. It's more of a just in case. Last thing I want to do is die like an idiot here. I've been there, done that.
Oh yeah, we all have. As again, I mean, it seems like we're in that sort of similar state that we were like 20 minutes ago, right? Where Ghost Frog, they have a lead, but it's, as you can see, it has been up and down sort of a little bit. But the question is, you know, what can they do with this? They're up 9K. How do they start the fight? You know, if Viking are always prepared, the turnaround potential, as you say, from both teams is pretty huge. You know, making the jump is not easy for both squads this game.
Yeah, slight misstep either way. They will die. I don't think this net worth lead matters at all. I think it's neck and neck. All comes down to execution. Who gets the 3 seconds to kill the other guy? Kezu's positioning is going to be crucial this game.
I mean, they're not leaving the base here, Viking. The
Slithering Crush with the Shard has an extra 75 radius, which means that he'll have to be even more careful on Kezu. How close he is to the SF. He's got to be close enough to cast the spells, but can't be too close to also get caught. Pretty tough. Smoke into what is kind of the problem here. The Aegis did expire.
Oh, now Aramis is in. He's going to try and start things off onto Toby. BKB pop, boom. He's got the damage to bring Toby down. He does. Toby will be able to get away. Aramis the first to fall in this fight. There's MTD thinking about getting back in. They've got the numbers advantage now, Ghost Frogs, but Aramis does have buyback. Actually, this is one of those games where he has taken the meld hit back.
He tried to deny the ward at 43 minutes in. Who cares, Shad? What if he had died for that? Oh, it's 270 gold. It's like, yeah, sounds like a lot, but 43 minutes into the game.
A lot of money on some of these heroes. MTD, he is going to spend up, and he's actually going to go back now and get that Hurricane Pike out. With the setup here, with the arrow. Found this into the Ice Blast as well. Boom's going to get low. He has got the backup of the Heavenly Grace.
Had to wait for the
out as well. Boom's got to be careful. He's going to tick out. As Boom goes down, they have lost MTD in return, but now with the refresher pop, Chrysalis, he's ready to look for round 2, but the BKB's out from chat. Chrysalis gets the Wukong's command out for a second round, but he's starting to lose his teammate.
Die?
They get the control onto the Mirana. Chrysalis being run down by the Static Link. He's got to try and get out of here, but Viking, they've got the chase. They've got the slows. He'll go for an ambitious TP, but the damage comes out from Boo.
What did I miss? When did TA die?
We'll catch you on the replay. Died at the very start of the fight.
Oh. That's a little awkward. That was a sick patience from Kezu holding on to his ultimate.
I think one of the first to go down the TA.
Yeah, I gotta watch. Yeah. Purple on the mini-map.
Okay. I think we get the
creeps are breaking the refraction.
BKB.
Oh, he literally just... Oh my god, he died instantly. I was so focused on SF going down, I didn't see the TA die to the SF. Yeah, Kezu held on to the very last second for that ultimate. Really good patience through the nullifier, but that nullifier was just too strong. Really great pickup from Milan, allowed them to do enough damage to bring down Boom through all those defensive spells.
Well, another buyback. Buybacks from both the mids. Boom and MTD now playing with the buybacks on cooldown.
They've got a leveler on SF. This base is going to melt. He's also got the Presence Aura affects buildings talent. Oh, and he's also got the -4 Presence Armor talent at level 25. So suddenly those buildings have 11 less armor.
You're going to play it careful, Viking. I mean,
next Roche.
That push again, another example of sort of he who takes the first step, you know, ends up being the first one to fall in these situations. You know, starting the fight, it's just not easy. It's how both of these teams just having a real tough time fighting into one another. The ones that end up playing on the defensive are just coming out on top pretty much in the majority of team fights we've seen this game.
I'm almost surprised anything's happening in this game. Both teams have the audacity to start on the other team. We saw the Clockwork start at the triangle and die instantly. Then we saw Ghost Frogs try to go on Viking at their own base and die as well. DD on TA. Not the best DD hero this late, because mostly plus damage rather than base damage, but does have a Swift Blink. They want to make use of this extra 200 damage on the TA.
There we go. They can jump and take down Boom. The game could be over.
Shad has buyback, so he's intentionally being the one in front here.
Yeah, they can't allow Boom to get jumped.
This is smart positioning by Viking. They're being patient on Ghost Frogs. They know this. They're aware they don't want that as their target. They want Omni Knight or the SF.
Yeah.
Roshan is up. Games going on here.
What is this, the fourth Rosh this game?
I believe so.
It is indeed.
Yeah, it's got both. Whoever wins this fight wins the game.
I mean, both teams know they're so scared about making that first move.
They both know exactly where each other are, too.
Yeah.
Process of elimination for Viking, I believe, and then obviously Ghost Frogs has ward vision.
Neither wants to make the first move.
Yeah, this is a bluff.
It's...
Bottom lane is an issue. A lot of creeps, no tier 3 tower.
Sure. Someone's going to have to deal with that.
This is chicken... Is that called a chicken fight or whatever, where you...
Like a game of chicken.
Game of chicken, game of chicken.
Game of chicken, a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah,
The whole lot of that.
Rana TP's bottom. I don't know if Viking can really capitalize on that, though. Probably the best hero out of all Ghost Frogs to go. Shad, really pumping up the GPM, farming these traps.
Oh, Shad's going to start to poke. But on the side, Aramis is going to be able to get out to the side, but they've caught the big one. They're on top of Kezu. Kezu gets forced to the side, but Kezu goes down.
He has no buyback.
Shad is trying to get something going now, but without his Omni Knight, this is a bit risky. Aramis onto the side. They've caught Milan. Milan trying to sneak around, but he's out with the leap. That's two, that's three down now.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, jeez.
Boom and Celery have to be careful. Buyback's coming out for the two, and then Boom trying to stand his ground. He's caught in the Wukong's command. Nullify, slowing him down. They'll be able to cook him out to the side. Boom will live for now. Turns to try and fight back into the two of them. Empty. Coming in with the BKB. Boom. He's getting low. They'll bring him down. Boom to fall. Shad brought back for this as Ghost Frogs are on top of him. Triple kill for Crystalis.
Wow.
As that's got to be it. You said it was going to be all down to this fight, Brian. With 4 dead, it's over. GG, it's called. And Ghost Frogs will take game 1.
Kezu slipped up just a little bit there with his positioning. That was a tough game on both sides. I think Ghost Frogs weren't quite patient enough with forcing fights. I think they could have gone for a few more accelerating items to basically get a bigger lead before they tried to take the fight straight to Viking. You saw what happened. They were up by 7K, which seems like a lot, but Vikings' team fight was incredibly strong, but the execution at the end of the day, they ended up getting the fights they needed. They bursted the right targets. Really good patience. Not going on the Razor there. He's been a nice little dangle bait there coming out from Shad, but they didn't take it and ended up taking that last fight. And solid victory for Ghost Frogs, even if they had a little bump along the road.
They did, but at the end of the day, it meant that they got to play more Dota. You know, they got to sort of test themselves a little more. And yeah, as you said, right up until the end, nail biters of a fight. Could have gone both ways, but yeah, unfortunate for Kezu that he's the man to get jumped, as that really was what it was going to be down to at that point. Him or Boom getting caught at the start of the fight was always going to be the catalyst for Ghost Frogs running away with it all, and they certainly do here. As game 1, the execution, it is just that little bit more superior here from Ghost Frogs. They'll take the lead so far this series. First game goes to them against Viking.
Very exciting stuff here in the first game of this best of 3 series. We're going to break it all down and prepare for game number 2 of this best of 3.
After the break!
Thank you.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Fresh blood. Fresh blood. Seeping through me. Bad bones. Bad bones. Got me down slow. That's the way my dear played it along with your disease all over me. It's so this. Let's breathe. Let's breathe. Skin tight. Skin tight. Mutilation. Cold hands. Cold hands. Bold plans. A picturesque escape. That's the way my dear played it along with your disease all over me. It's so bliss. Let's breathe. Let's breathe. Nothing gained. Nothing's changed. We're all the same. Alone. Fresh That's the way my dear played it along with your disease all over me. It's so this. Let's breathe. Let's
It was a confident first pick, Shadow Fiend, coming out from Viking GG, and we have seen them win with that before, and to be fair, boom, had a great game. Unfortunately, the rest of the team did not, and the first game of this best of 3 series goes the way of Ghost Frogs. If games go as late as 50 minutes, Comfort triumphs all, and you could see the comfort from Crystal's Monkey King. He was crushing on it, jumping around, killing everybody, and Viking on the receiving end of that, and a lot of happiness and cheers, of course, on the side of Ghost Frogs. They took down the top dogs at the moment. Viking is 5-0. Now, Viking has lost first game before in one of their series, but generally they don't lose. They do here, though, T.
Yeah, this was a pretty good showing from Ghost Frogs just because their draft had just nice, easy to execute timings. And I think there was a point where the game got pretty shaky, but the saving grace was how Vikings set up their lanes. It basically put Kerzu in a supporting role the entire game. Milan always was high in net worth, just being more efficient with just a map. Of course, Miranda Wolf farm better than Omni Knight. And that disparity alone forced the entire game to feel like if Boom dies, the fights are over. Shad was a sacrificial core, Kezu sacrificial core, Boom v the world. We saw the first highlight, 31 minutes. They throw in pressure high ground, and how easy is it to just jump the one guy?
Indeed, and that's why I was leaning Batrider. You know, if you're going to push him into this like kind of off-lane Razor anti-carry role, why not just pick a hero that will dominate? Not just the laning phase, even harder than a Razor, but also then throughout the game with the BKB piercing disable, because they didn't have any. Brian's discussing, you know, Ghost Frogs are shooting themselves in the foot because they don't need BKBs because they actually can't be stunned.
Yeah.
And just real questionable maneuvers. Also didn't think Slaughter would dominate Omni so hard.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, they outthought themselves, maybe a little bit with the draft on the side of Viking, or maybe with the laning stage itself, not even with the draft, putting the Razor in that off lane. Maybe not the best choice, but, you know, hindsight is easy talking. We're also going to listen to Purge, who also loves talking about games on hindsight.
Boy, do I. Now, what started things off for Viking was they left Kezu in that 1v2 lane. First creep wave was fine, but then ends up in this like 1v1 with Slaughter. When Slaughter has a level advantage, that's going to be a bad time. That's why Omni ended up behind. And then in the opposite place, they did an aggressive tri-lane, but unfortunately, if you take a look here at the 2 and 40 minute mark, he still has decent last hits to start off the laning stage, and he even avoided this death here. Oops, I'm going to have to zoom briefly. I messed up my hotkeys. JK, sorry. Okay, we're good to go. He ends up doing pretty well in the laning stage regardless. Oh, you can just see this. Great. Okay, well, hello. This is my new mouse pointer. I hope it's very clear to what everybody's seen. Anyways, they take this laning advantage. They take a really fast Roshan at the 13-minute mark, which was great. Very good for them. And then they turn this into a nice dive on Shadow Fiend mid, which is a lot of burst damage potential, but let me see if I can draw. I can. Beautiful. Kezu puts a great heal on Boom to keep him alive, which basically just delays Ghost Frogs from being able to do something with this big net worth timing that they have from their advantage. The TA ends up dying once here and then once again over on the right. So basically, great defense from Viking to delay things. Just wanted to throw this one in really quick because I thought it was funny. J4 getting exploded. Great, moving on. And then because of this nice comeback that Viking did, they go high ground here, which looks really good at first, but there's this really crucial moment here. You got to defend Boom while he hits buildings and then try to get a kill on the Templar assassin. Now watch what happens. The hookshot comes in when she's looking this direction, but just before it comes out, she turns this way. This allows them to force staff her while the hookshot's going through, and as a result, the cogs doesn't push her this way. If this works, they just kill TA right there. Watch how close she gets to dying even still because of the SF right clicks, which is still pretty effective, right? So gets her pretty low relatively. They hit backline, and what Kezu does is he uses his ultimate here, which was actually a big mistake in hindsight because that wasn't actually the moment that they were committing, and they didn't kill Toby either on the chase. So this basically lost Boom their timing. They didn't get a TA kill. They didn't get the tower because they had backdoor protection. Boom ends up dying not once but twice here, and this is what lost Viking their advantage even after they came back into the game really nicely, and that's why they missed their timing.
They missed their timings, they lost the game, and they could be facing their first series loss here in the lower division. We're going to find out if Ghost Frogs can close it out with a 2-0, or if Viking will get a third game against Ghost Frogs. We'll find out after the break.
Just reminded I can't hold the way that I used to love you. Your mother told me I would never be of any use to you. I just wish that you would pick up your telephone to me. I just wish that you would pick up your telephone to me. Sense when you said I was always the first, but I don't really care cause you were always saying those things to me. I just wish that you would pick up your telephone to me. I just wish that you would pick up your telephone to me. Tied our hands cause it was the first thing that we always decided to do. And I will never hold back when it comes to complimenting you. I just wish that you would pick up your telephone to me. I just wish that you would pick up your telephone to me.
Of Viking GG versus Ghost Frogs on your screens right now. We got DreamLeague Season 15 powered by Intel with the lower division of the Western European DPC League, and so far Ghost Frogs against the odds, 1 game up. This team came from the open qualifiers. They're going up against Viking GG, which is the team that dropped down from the upper division and has been crushing everybody, and Ghost Frogs is doing it. They are living the dream. Can they do it 2 times in a row? That's what we're going to find out. We're in the draft. I'm here with Kyle. I'm here with T-Gov. T-Gov on brand with actually a cup of tea.
I am buzzing. This is my first proper breakfast tea, British breakfast tea that I've had in like 15 months.
Nice.
So I'm going to be soaking it in as I get to watch Kezu play some Centaur.
I mean, it's going to probably be better than the Kezu Omni Knight. I'm not saying that he was bad at the heroes, just
no,
it didn't really. It didn't.
All the Kezu fans heard you.
All the Kezu fans right now.
Backpedal.
Yeah.
And we could
wouldn't say
not
if it was gold, would she, Carl?
No,
huh? Exactly. Yeah.
We could not
Absolutely
see
loves
him
gold.
shine on the Omni, but we know he plays a mean Centaur, and he definitely shines on that.
The main difference is he is being set up for success this time, and Viking isn't just throwing him to the wolves and making him solo some Omni Knight and be a support. So yes, already for sure, much better. The question simply is right now, Ghost Frogs, they are one of the few teams, if maybe the only team, to have run carry axe before. This is very much in the playbook. They might do it carry, they might do it offlane. Have to keep it open.
I like it. I like the Warlock too. This is a pretty solid opener. Can't really go wrong with Warlock Centaur.
There is no Warlock.
Shadow
what
Demon.
are you talking about? That's a
The
Shadow Demon.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You want to do the same? You can't really go wrong with Centaur Shadow.
This is what guys, I was testing you to make sure you were paying attention to what I was saying.
No, this is just I had a glasses prescription 8 years ago, lost the glasses, never got new ones. It also sort of sounded similar.
But anyway, SD Centaur, hit us. What do you think and what are you saying?
A lot of burst damage.
Wow.
You get the Soul Catcher into the stun double edge, easy disrupt setup, BKB piercing disable, and then of course Centaur with a global supportive ultimate.
Stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks. SD makes them, and now you have 2 defensive heroes in the offlane with a bit of pressure. It is, yeah, very solid.
Yeah,
from the
you
side
can't really go wrong with Shadow Demon Centaur.
You can't, exactly.
I think SD is definitely underpicked. Him
it's
and
better than
Warlock,
that's for sure. Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's also nice because it's hard save against an Axe Call into an AA Blast. Because when you are in that Shadow Realm, banished, beneath, wherever, you do not get affected by AA ult.
Do we know how
Where the
Kezu versus
the muffin
Toby
thing?
was swapped?
Huh?
Well,
I mean-
obviously Toby is going up against his former team. Was that a
So,
like, do we know any goss about that?
Well, basically, the TLDR of the goss, and I say that is, I believe, remember in the upper division in Season 1, Viking did lose to a team where arguably they shouldn't have lost to.
Okay.
And because of that, they were like, wait a second, shouldn't we be kicking some players? And it was High Coast Esports they lost to. And because of that alone, they decided to have some shuffle around the mix, booted old Toby, brought in old Kezu, and then still failed to stay in upper division.
Yeah, but
now look better for sure.
And now look at Toby. He is making the redemption arc complete here if he wins the next game.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't hear what you guys were saying. I tried very hard to keep the conversation going because if I know that if you both press the mute button, you're just out.
That's the point.
We're coordinating. You know,
we're setting up on
we
that
got to see JJ and Scriff behind the scenes.
You should see our behind
Elegant.
the scenes.
Oh, I have seen you behind the scenes.
All right, shit, calm down. That's not for
it's like
a broadcast.
Thank you. Conductor cast the camera as well. Me and T, we put a lot of work in with both of our buttons muted so that we can properly coordinate draft analysis sheet.
Preferably you do that. You know, not during the actual
We do it before, during, and after.
Yeah, we're doing it at all points of the game.
Speaking of all points of the game, I'd love to see Viking make sure that their lineup can function well at all points of the game. Felt like it got progressively more difficult for them because the burst damage of that Ghost Rogue's lineup was too high. The team fight not bad either. A lot of physical damage. Talking about stacks on stacks.
I feel, though, that these bans, you know, you're talking about all points of the game. I feel like Ghost Rogues, they're banning out heroes that are going to be disruptive for potentially carry acts. I have some feeling that this is what they're aligning towards because you ban out Spectre, you ban out Lifestealer. Sure, it could just be some offlane, but the fact that Ghost Rogues are banning like this, it does give an indicator that they're giving Crystallis another comfort hero.
Also, with Axe still like picked up, it seems like Viking is just ignoring the chance that it's carry, meaning they're leaving all the other offlaners in the pool, and I am mostly talking about Slardar.
Yeah, the main thing for Viking right now is in this type of draft where there is that flexibility, unless they have a big need to ban out a hero, they should just ban out what activates everything, right? And for Ghost Rogues, MVP most games is often Milan. When he's on the right hero, he makes the space, makes the moves, enables MTD to pop off, enables Crystallis to be that kind of semi-core that he becomes in that carry role. So, yeah, now they pick up a casual Tiny, little bit of Flexer because, of course, mid-Tiny for Tiny. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a Milan hero, so you get a bit more active nature on him.
Always nice to have the flexibility, though. They'll get more information out of Viking before they commit.
Yeah, for them, they just need to pick up most likely their 5 here, because this is kind of the natural draft order. When you pick offlane 4, you don't really see what's happening in that regard. And I guess that's the strength of Ghost Rogues right now with this Axe pick. Like, well, what do we want to go for? Even like a casual Undying would be pretty strong, because if it's 4 Tiny, he will do nothing in that lane.
Well, that's miserable.
Yeah, it's kind of doubling down on the idea of pick heroes that won't die to the jump. Of course, AA with the mitigation of heal might not feel great, but
the tomb is still pretty strong. I'd rather just something more, I don't know, less fancy, right? I don't think we need to all in on something. If you imagine like Undying.
A casual ET then? Just a casual 5 boy? Get some right-click slap going in? Like, how casual we get in here? Like, how many buttons are being undone?
It's a little complex. You know, I want something pretty basic. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
That,
now
32% win rate here in European.
It's very simple. You're going to cast your ultimate.
Too hot.
Shadow Demon cast ultimate. now you have double the ultimates, double the BKB piercing disable.
That's in the game?
Oh my god,
that's crazy.
I wish this season was longer. You know, 6 weeks season 1, 6 weeks season 2. It's just not enough time to spend together.
Oh yeah, Carl, we need like 24 weeks.
The Grimstroke.
I never want
This
to.
would be the first time Viking play it this entire season.
Okay.
Not true, actually. Celery played it once. My bad.
I was gonna say, Sheaves.
We remember that game.
I do.
Yeah.
We do.
That was a great game.
That was a fucking corker of a game, mate. It really reminded me everything.
It's a fair stream. Wait, actually,
mate, look at it's 11. Exactly.
That's true.
It's 11. That's why I've slipped in the cheeky.
Shout out to the fans, because while we may find it hard to put up with one another after so much time, I cannot believe y'all are sticking with us. We appreciate you, and we hope you've enjoyed season 2, upper and lower
more
division.
than Kyle.
Now. Oh, well, this is not a contest, Shiva. We're not vying for people's love in different forms.
Are you sure?
You're gonna write me a note, Sheaves? I like all of my colleagues except for Kyle. Puck picked up. I like the Wraith King from
No
Viking.
one would ever do that.
I like the Wraith King from Viking. It's really nice in a game where you're down to tank through the AA blast. You'll get bursted. You'll respawn. But more importantly, Tiny, Puck, AA, you obliterate these heroes.
Yeah, the key thing here is what we've saw from the Liquid Secret series is a team wins game 1, the losing team adapts to how they lost, and this is kind of what Viking's doing in this game. Ghost Rogue, same style, different types of damage, but same implementation of fight. It's that jump, and now they have the SD, Centaur, Wraithing. All heroes will thrive at taking the initial fight, surviving, and turning it back around. I guess the main question we have here is just for Ghost Rogues, the pace that they can set can be difficult if Viking don't have a dominant start to lanes, because Wraith King early damage, pretty underwhelming, maybe like Armlet +1. Same for a Centaur, like he's annoying in lane, but he doesn't do biggest damage.
So pressure on the Boom hero then?
Yeah, for sure. You need to see him on some Ember Spirit, some Void Spirit.
Void Spirit just banned.
Yep.
Storm also banned, so Ember, the only one of those three still in.
Well, wait, there's one more, Venge.
Well, and the Earth Spirit too, if you're going to be technical about it. But I mean, like in terms of traditional mids, we got the Dragon Knight banned out.
Yep. Puck's now mid. Of course, Tiny's now your 4. Axes this flex between offlane carry going into the last pick for them.
Yep.
And for Viking, just what is the Shad hero? I think Ember Spirit just comes to mind.
He's also played Invoker and Queen of Pain this season as the other heroes that are still in the pool. And the Morphling, but I don't really want to see that.
No,
very flexible Milan there. Very.
What? Is that his leg?
That is his leg.
What the hell?
He uses that to control his BKB. That's his BKB.
Are you sure that?
Foot.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so when he's playing, if he needs to BKB, left foot down, right foot up is actually his yours. It's very creative gameplay.
What?
Yep.
That's...
Up, spin. Whee! Look at him. Look at that. That is just, beautiful stuff.
Hey, flexibility is an underrated trait.
And then another spin. He's actually he's telling us the axe is the key component of their draft.
Yeah, he's doing the
telling
spin.
Crystalus, you better if we're putting you in the carry, you got to spin for us, brother. That's what he's saying.
Leshrac will be. Is that ticking the boxes that you want him to?
I dig it. I really do. I think whenever you have raw physical damage on your hard carry, Lifestealer, Wraith King, Leshrac is perfect. It's damage galore. It gives you structures. It's nice against this lineup of Ghost Rogues who effectively only have burst damage. If he survives, he kills everything.
You also don't really care too much about this. If the axe is the carry and they really lean into that gimmick that they like, then this Lesh will just have to run through and not care too much about this damage. And I think in Viking, they had a lot of survivability, but they needed something a bit more explosive to play around. And now this rounds out their draft. When they get to the timing of Armlet +1 on Wraith King, some Blink Dagger initiation from Centaur. This is where Leshrac, with even just a Shroud, will happily want to cross the river and apply some pressure.
And you can't pick like any mage here into Shadow Demon.
No.
And all these stuns.
You've also actually got SD into Axe, so if it was a carry Axe, well, you kind of offset that a little bit. And they just go for, was that a Sven I just heard?
It sounded like a Sven.
It's a solid pick just because of the lane.
I'm happy they didn't, like, Ghost Rogues or, Creep Wave, the biggest issue that this team had in previous season, this season, was when they had a gimmick or an idea, they'd always latch onto it. And I was worried that they'd really kind of commit to this Axe carry. So I'm happy that they didn't commit there. They just picked up a stable carry. They have stuns for days, they have pressure, but it's just, do they have enough damage to eat through these heroes?
With all of what you said, while I do agree, I think their draft is inferior. I just straight up look at Viking, think, okay, you've got some counter initiation, you've got excellent damage, you're going to scale, you can farm more efficiently. I look at Ghost Rogues, I think, well, you need to find kill after kill after kill. Crystallis has got to pop off.
He's got to emulate Matumba Man from
But
the Secret
we've
series.
seen Svens do that, and...
There's an SD.
Okay.
He's just going to get purged, Matu had nothing to slow him in that series we watched earlier. It's a little different here.
All right, so you're thinking compared to previous game, because previous game we said the draft was fairly even as well. This time is not even at all.
Oh, this game, Viking isn't going to have laning setups that put Kezu in the supporting role straight away. They're not going to force Shad to enable Boom. It's every course for themselves, and that aligns for a strong team timing. And I think the fact that Viking was close in that game just say that they are slightly better team strategically, but I think the draft was inferior, and that's for how kind of Ghost Rogue just demolished the game in the end. But yeah, this draft, it has grounding, it has scaling, so I prefer Viking for sure.
It's just stronger. Like on paper, they've got heroes that are top 3 at their position.
But the X factor, they just won a game with explosive play. Maybe they do it again, Kyle. Maybe they have that pow. They have to spend performance.
They could.
We can't count them out.
And maybe Viking is broken after that game.
Maybe they're disorientated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
it
happened to their
is late.
confidence? Could be shaken.
Could be gone.
Could be gone. Who knows?
We
can't-
don't know.
We can't crawl in the heads of these players. We can watch them play, however, and see how this game's going to play itself out. Because these two, do they really know what they're talking about? Let's see what Brian and OD Pixel think about it.
Thank you very much, GV. Yes, do they really know what they're talking about, Brian? I don't know, but we'll find out what's going to happen here in this game too. Brian, what do you make of the lineups here coming into this one? We just had a pretty solid showing from Ghost Frogs in game 1. Can they get the 2-0 here?
I'll be the guy everyone wants to hate right now. I'm a little annoyed. We saw yesterday when we saw Lions versus Tundra that you have Lion, Doom, Puck, and the other two. That's like this burst of damage. Screw this one guy, and Alliance just pick Wraith King. And I'm seeing like the exact same formula here. You have Puck, Tiny, AA, Axe. All 4 of these heroes are all about just burst the hell out of one guy with our initial volley of spells.
Sure.
And they're against a Wraith King. I just can't imagine later on in the game how Ghost Frogs executes. I think past like 25, 30 minutes, they're going to see a Wraith King and they're not going to be able to go. Because he's got the Shadow Demon Disruption. He's got the Centaur you don't want to initiate onto. But if they can pick on Boom in the early to mid game and make him somewhat of a non-factor, Viking will be missing damage in the mid game. Boom is almost their sole source of mid game damage.
Okay.
He is their enabler. That's what the window I'm looking for Ghost Frogs to hit. I think it's difficult, but quite possible.
And, I mean, as you say, you know, it is obviously a lot of burst to sort of take down the Wraith King once, but maybe not twice. Is Sven, you know, with God Strength, is that not sort of considered a hero that's able to deal with him twice, or is your worry that there's just things to deal with this Sven?
I have had the displeasure of playing Sven into Shadow Demon quite recently. Okay. That matchup is agonizingly painful. I think it goes really well with their lineup, and when in doubt, just pick something that works with what you have. Most carries don't feel very good against Shadow Demon, but any carry that relies on running around in fights or blink mobility, the Shadow Demon Poison, the Disruption, the Purge, it's all just so annoying. And I'm surprised they let Shadow Demon Centaur through. Shadow Demon Centaur is just one of those dual lanes right now where you go, I see both heroes I'm against, I get to pick my carry, and I still have no idea what to play.
Sure. Like, you feel that with this lane setup, down bottom, Sven AA, not going to have a good time into this lane.
They'll do okay because Sven AA is quite a strong lane.
Okay.
It's just that you have to kind of draft for the lane as well as around your strategy just because Sven, in this case, is bad against Shadow Demon in the game, you know, later on. In terms of executing team fights and even just setting up ganks on the Sven later. Like if they smoke and they start with the Disruption, he will go down to the Leshrac stun, Centaur stun. Probably need that earlier BKB. They don't have that Omni Knight that Matu had, which allows him to go for the greedier items like the Echo Saber and the SNY, the more feels-good, luxurious items. As Crystallis, man, you have a too easy for Arteezy spray right there, and you're not getting the CS.
Oh, no.
Just doesn't add up.
Now what we're seeing elsewhere, of course, top lane. Well, we've started to meet behind the tower with Milan making the pull. And the mid matchup, when you look at the two mids, I mean, which do you imagine is going to have the easier time of having more of an impact this game out of the Lesh and the Puck?
Mid-game Puck, for sure. It's Weather the Storm for Boom here. He's the one that's vulnerable. They don't have any instant disables to bring down the Puck. So that means that Puck will always be on the aggressive when it comes to both of them. They're going to be farming, right? Both of them are probably going to remain in the mid lane for a decent amount of time. But they can both look to counter-initiate really well, so if Axe or Centaur are cutting creeps, which will most certainly be happening, I'll be looking for a lot of TPs from the two mid laners to go to their own safe lanes, and then it comes down to the fact that if they're both farming mid, Puck will kill Lesh with a +1, but not vice versa. So if Boom does not die, like if neither of the mid laners is dying, that will heavily favor Viking.
Sure, yeah, this Lesh is going to kick out a lot of issues in the team fight. And we'll have a brief pause here, so apologies for this, ladies and gentlemen. But I do believe the reason is lag, even though I believe it was typed leg. I don't think we have any leg-related issues. At least I'd hope not.
We got a lot of legs in this game, to be honest.
Yes,
Ancient Apparition kind of fell short on that front, but we got Leshrac with 4
else got
legs,
legs?
got Centaur with 4 legs.
Great, Grim doesn't have any legs.
Grim has legs, he just doesn't use them.
Ah, smart.
That's efficient. He's saving those for next game.
Okay, okay.
Kind of like Arteezy BKB.
We're just gonna randomly flame Arteezy. I mean, we just had Arteezy on the mine today, isn't it? With all these sprays. There he is. There he is.
He gave me approval on that stab. He's like, hey, good one.
Good on Artur. No, he's gonna make an appearance here in the EU DPC, thanks to the sprays. And definitely seems to be the most popular spray, honestly. The Arteezy stonks are rising.
I will be honest, I looked at that EG page and I thought that Arteezy spray looked really stupid. But now that I see it in the game, it's pretty great.
Yeah, it's definitely top tier. Shad, some nice body blocks here from Milan. That's going to do it.
Yeah,
I'll set up for the first blood.
Not a good lane matchup for him. Very surprised he took skeletons. I don't fully understand why people do what they do sometimes, but usually with Wraith King, you go 1-0-1 against the axe. Those skeletons actually kill you. Because
that's true.
They're
but
just proccing
you're
the
not
spin.
just taking it for the lifesteal, or is that lifesteal 10%? It's just it's
well,
not
the thing is, if you
pop,
if you take it, you just don't use it.
Yeah, sure.
You know,
okay,
what I mean?
it's the usage.
He actually used it there, and you can't control the skeletons. They were just hitting Toby the entire time. They were just hitting Toby. It's like,
that is a little bit of a mystery, because yeah, you're absolutely right. Is that these skeletons are not going to do anything to him right now.
It's an interesting starting item build from Toby. I like it a lot. Because Wraith King as a carry has a very high base damage and Axe has mediocre base damage, he elects to go for the double Gauntlet of Strength prior to the Vanguard. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it seems to be a build he just likes to do on these just strength offlaners. We saw his last game when he was playing the Slardar. He also had just the double gauntlets out. Yeah.
That case had ended up probably paying off a lot because he was in a 1v1.
Yeah, for sure. This situation, as you say, is definitely a bit more unusual, as we just sort of come used to seeing these axes with like an empty inventory, other than a ring of health and a boots and a bit booster coming in.
I have noticed that safe lane duos are getting much better at punishing that early vulnerability window, as you're seeing Toby getting done for just that. It's basically really greedy. It's like going for a Midas to just rush a Vanguard, right? Because that's the off-lane farming item. But if they get a few kills on you before you get there, then is it really worth it to rush that Vanguard? And I think that's what a lot of offlaners are realizing. And even though he did go down there, it did take a little bit of an extra oomph because of those early stat items. Oh, celery.
Easy courier. We'll take that out. MTD will be able to get the bottle refills. Get quite a bit of damage done here to Boom, but actually same to be said for him. Boom kicking out a lot here with that 3 points in the Edict.
A little weird to take an engagement outside the creep wave for Puck there. A lot of creep wave dynamic trading in this game. So Axe, when there's a lot of creeps, you want to be near. You don't want to be near him. With Lesh, you only want to be near him when there's a lot of creeps because of the Edict and the spin. So just got to be smart about where you take the little skirmishes in lane. Might just go base on Boom? What's the idea here? Is he getting a bottle fill? Nobody's at base?
No one's going to be coming out with a reset.
He's going to be...
He's got South coming out.
Soaking 6.
No, he's just got Boots coming out. So.
Yeah, I think he's soaking 6 from this creep wave and then basing.
Yeah. No, there's nothing coming up on the map for him unless he wants to wait another 50 seconds for that bounty.
Both mid laners look like they have to reset here. Puck is also going back to base.
Yeah.
Puck has coil, so wants to be full health, full mana to be able to utilize that aggression. Leshrac also wants to not die to that coil, so he's going base.
Let's see bottom lane.
It's going well. It's a strong lane. Sven AA. It's a classic. Any stunner plus AA. Cold feet.
See top with the rotation. MTD comes in, and he's got the catch, and they've got the damage.
Yeah, kind of surprised the rotation went to top, but because both offlaners don't have their Vanguard yet, they're not playing deep in the other team's territory. So really nice catch before the Wraith King 6. That's probably the last chance you're going to get as Puck. You never feel good about going to a Wraith King's lane once he has that reincarnation. So really good timing window to hit there. Looking really good for Ghost Rock so far. All 3 cores, top of the charts on CS. They're also up 3-1. I was almost surprised that net worth hadn't ticked over to 1K yet, but now it just has. Now it's not. The suspense.
See, Aramis, he's going to try and get aggressive here, but backup's inbound. Chrysalis heads over, but same to be said for Viking. Booms in with the stun control.
He has no mana.
It's Chrysalis. He's going to go for the TP.
He's going to live because he has no mana.
Oh, they've got enough damage. It comes through just in time before it wears out. Boom has enough in the tank to bring him down, as that's Chrysalis dead. And of course, without that TP to get quickly back on the map.
Yeah, that sucks even worse. He does get the refund of the TP, though. Every time you die, you just remember you did gain 100 gold. Technically. That's what I tell myself to cope with it, at least.
Yeah, it's, you know, nice little pad to the GPM.
Oh, wrap around from Milan. Nice toss.
See, boom. See if he can get something in return again. Dreamcore's going to be used to trying to hold him back from Milan, and it's enough. He can't quite run down Milan.
He has Orb, though, because of the Arcane Rune. I don't know if that Disruption's going to save him. They have Avalanche coming up.
Ah, boom. Still, it's pretty dead.
J4 probably doesn't want to be there, but he's fine to be used as a weapon.
To his part to take down the mid lash.
Nice dodge from MTD there.
Aramis.
A lot of stacks.
He has got a lot of stacks, but not enough.
What's he doing?
As massively, you know, overestimating the amount of damage he'd be able to do.
That's a value tip. Kezu elects to go for the hood as opposed to the Vanguard. I don't mind it. Sven's a high damage carry once he has the God Strength, so Vanguard doesn't block all the damage, and you're also dealing with AA Puck. Oh. But because of that, he might be going down to these right clicks. Milan with the reach around.
See what Kezu can get to. Oh,
I think he went up.
Oh, he's outsmarted them.
The creeps know.
Let's see that he has shown himself again, but he's got backup.
This is so awkward.
Boom's here.
The body block.
They're ready to take this fight now as Crystalis is in trouble. The whole team pretty much turning up here for Viking as they move it on to Crystalis and Milan.
How do you let that happen? You know, you got to watch the fog from Ghost Frog's perspective because it looks so obvious to us from bird's eye view, but
yeah, there's just no telling of whether he's gone up or down, and of course, most of the times he would be heading back towards the safety of his tower, but Kezu, with the smart moves, just making Ghost Frog spend that extra little bit of time that gives Viking all the chance to turn things around mid. MTD trying with the outplay. He's got the backup of Milan. They step in. They know that there's no backup coming in for him on the mid with the aggression that was brought down bottom. So Ghost Frog's able to punish Boom.
MTD thought he was going to toss him to him, but instead he just burst him full to zero with the combo. Is level 6 on Tiny at 9 minutes into the game. So that could be quite scary moving forward as Wraith King, really the only core that feels super good against the Tiny, because Tiny plus AA Blast will be enough to bring down Centaur, is going for a Midas, so his presence on the map won't be felt for a long time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sure, Kyle's shivering a little bit seeing that Midas. I know it bothers him.
He's not a fan of the Midas?
I don't mind it myself, but Armlet has been a bit more favorable nowadays, but now that AA is so popular, you just don't want to go for it.
And I think, you know, this game, as you said, you know, the Wraith King is going to be, you know, he's going to win the game. So if he can get away with the Midas, the Radiance, it's going to pay off massively.
Oh, the stacks feel so good for Boom.
Oh.
Ambitious.
Yeah, very hard
I don't
catch.
think that's theoretically possible. I'm not sure. Does Phase Shift have a slide animation? I don't think it does.
Probably get it frame perfect.
Well, then Kezu's got to go practice it in a lobby. Step it up.
I mean, it's pretty possible. I don't think we'll ever see it hit unless the puck's being slow. Because I see what you, because like, can you go from being disrupted straight into the phase shift, or do you have to appear before you?
That's a great question, Owen.
I think there must be like a frame. We'll give it a serve.
I think if there's anything you can lay on the ground like an arrow, you'd be able to hit it, but not anything that.
Like, it wouldn't be humanly possible unless you get incredibly lucky to time it.
I actually think it would have to be something that's based on collision, not based on timing. I think that's the only way you'd be able to stun the puck. There's like certain stuns that are laid on the ground that are considered like on the ground when you come out. So like Nyx Impale, you probably land. Same with the arrow from Mirana. And the spear from Mars.
Oh, Celery. Oh, they're not going to try and head up blindly here. Celery has backup. Kezu and Aramis around. Definitely a lot harder this time round for Ghost Frogs to make aggressive moves. And as these moments pass, you know, sure, we're seeing a lot of farm being built up on the Axe. But over on Viking side, this Wraith King getting all the space in the world. But we'll see things change now. Toby's got his timings. Vanguard, Blink is done. Can expect to see some aggression coming out from Ghost Frogs now.
They do have pretty decent follow-up this time around, as opposed to the axe we saw earlier in the Bald series and the Hippomaniacs. A little bit surprised that the AA took the Tome, as Tiny is still level 6 after being level 6 3 minutes ago. Like that he's putting a couple points in the Ice Vortex. A lot of them have been leaving it at 1, which I haven't been a huge fan of. Especially when you have so much other magic damage on your team. 20%, 5% per level there. Duration and cooldown does significantly decrease. Do they have the damage to bring down Kezu? I believe they do if he does not get the Shadow Demon save, but he's ready on Aramis.
Yeah, Aramis in perfect position here in the trees.
The dangling action from Kezu, putting himself right in front of the crucial objective. They are going to poke it down, though. Yeah, that is a very nice emblem Kezu has next to his name there. I just noticed it. Goes well with the Centaur hero emblem.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Look at the tower, and Toby, he'll get the jump. Oh, and he's found the good one. Aramis. If you catch the Shadow Demon, there'll be no one to disrupt him. So an easy kill there. If they get that jump any time, there's no other help, of course, for Aramis.
Yeah, at the tower. Pretty nice for them, but as you notice, the net worth still going in favor of Viking just because of that Midas Wraith King hitting up the newts, baby.
I mean, he's going to hit a very good timing on the Radiance as well if this continues.
He is hitting a lot of neutral zone.
I mean, and can they make the move? I mean, as you said already, it's just if you're not involving the Sven, you just don't see those other 4 heroes really being able to take down the Wraith King twice before a reaction comes out from Viking and they're ready to turn.
Yeah, pretty much. The problem with Sven that I feel like is that if you don't feel good about participating in mid-game team fights, the hero just doesn't want to trade farm. You want to be able to win fights and then quickly farm and then go back to fighting again. I think that's how Sven has like the winning formula. We saw how early Matu was able to participate in the game. And I don't think it's because he's like playing poorly on Sven. It's just not because of the Lesh, the Shadow Demon. It's quite difficult for that mid-game team fight contribution. J4. Not a bad.
He's got Crystallis here to help him out.
No Sven ulti though.
And J4 is going to try and run, but the Stampede's in. They run down J4. They're straight over towards Crystallis. Boom's going to have the damage output as Crystallis. Can he get out of this one? Milan's going to offer up the Avalanche. That will give him the space to get out. Toby jumps in with a call. Gets the grab onto Kezu, but they don't have the damage to take down the Centaur. Kezu, he can walk this off easily. And we'll save Crystallis though.
Interesting build from Kezu. Has the 4-2-2 skill build. Maxing out the stomp and synergy with that blink timing. That's just good understanding of a hero. Had a good idea of what level he would be right when he got that blink dagger. And leveled his skills accordingly. Toby also has the maxed out call. Electing to skip the level 10 talent for now. I don't know how I feel about this BKB. It's like, I feel like you kind of need it, but where's the damage? I really am concerned. Sven without any buffs is pretty underwhelming damage. I will say. The other game, they had the Solar Crest, the Omni Knight.
Sure.
You know, neither of your supports easily buys a Solar here. Tiny's going to go for the Blink. AA is going to be operating on food stamps. I wouldn't even mind if Axe went for like a Solar or a Blade Mail or anything really that offers up some damage. I thought he was going to get away for a second, but Milan, he was ready.
Time is ticking though. This Radiance is going to be very quick this game.
These fights will go long despite having an AA and an Axe. You might be able to burst one person.
Yeah.
But the rest of Viking, the problem is they're all threats. Every core has such high impact in the fights. And the supports as well. Like, and you have to invest your combo to kill somebody. So the other 4, I think it's going to be a lot of fights where Viking takes it 4v5 and they'll win. It's the concern I kind of have. Moving forward for Ghost Frogs, Kezu just planting himself right in front of those towers. You can tell what mode a team is in when their Blink Initiator's constantly putting himself in front of his own towers. It means we're in chill farm mode. Leshrac farming. Wraith King's farming. I think the status quo is perfectly fine with Ghost Frogs right now. And a lot of pressure on, on Viking. Yeah. A lot of pressure on Ghost Frogs to get something done.
Sure. Especially when you have this lineup, right, where You've got 3 heroes that have got the blink now. 60 minutes in, you have 3 blinks. You got to be getting some mileage out of these blink daggers, right?
Absolutely. I love Kezu's moves here. He might be going down. They feel forced. Like, yes, they're threatening with a coil, but if you were to watch this game back and you're trying to learn offlane, this is actually such good play from him because whatever lane he's in is the lane the puck's in. He's just putting himself in the primary playmaker's lane of Ghost Frogs, and it's making it so if they want to cast spells, puck's like, I want to use my spells. I want to coil somebody. Why aren't these guys dying? And it's just because you constantly have this Centaur right in front of you. While Wraith King and Leshrac are kind of playing this dodge game, it's Shadow Demon constantly positioned behind his Centaur in order to save him. They may have had a small window, but it's hard to capitalize on such a small window where Kezu was away from Artemis. As this is such an annoying part about playing against Lesh. Takes the tower without you even seeing him.
Yeah, they just fall in an instant to the Edict.
Sadly, they're just going to have to take that leap of faith and go at some point sooner rather than later for Ghost Frogs. I've lived through this story before. Coming from the Sven's perspective, this game does not get easier.
No, for sure. The Wraith King is just going to he's going to get out of control. Completely out of control. He's already 2k ahead of the farmer, Sven. Like, that difference massive for this stage of the game. It's only going to increase with the Midas and the Radiance. He's just going to be pumping up gold.
Both carries are going to get kited in fights, but one of them has to click you and the other one has a Radiance. So I think that kind of explains why I'm favoring Viking so much in fights right now. Oh, the bounty rune. Even asks his mid laner if he wants it. You saw that brief moment of hesitation. Can't tank towers nearly as well as he'd like to because he doesn't have the Vanguard, but he does have the shovel giving him Salve procs, which is nice. Looks like Ghost Frogs is electing to go for the trade, but you just will never take a tower as fast as a Leshrac, as now Shad.
He's ready to charge in. And with the Stampede onto J4, J4's going to get left behind.
Yep, notice how he is now the one immediately confronting Ghost Frogs. This was my concern. 20 minutes plus, you got this Wraith King with a Radiance. He's going to walk at you, and I don't think Ghost Frogs can ever go on him. What do you do about this? Like, if you have 4 heroes sitting there and you just see this Wraith King, now what?
I mean, they've got these 3 blinks, but what can they do with it?
Yeah, like, who are you blinking on? The supports are never showing themselves. They're constantly sitting behind the guy that is presenting himself on a platter to you. And that platter's a bait. You do not want to eat that. It will come back to haunt you later.
These towers they're taking down, it's going to start pushing them ahead, but we'll start to see Viking just grow this lead now unless Ghost Frogs are able to make some sort of aggressive move.
Yeah, the Wraith King Lesh, the reason why this draft works out so nicely for Viking is not only do you not feel good about going on them, so you have 2 options. 1, you can try to initiate on the backlines, which they're not going to give you. Or 2, you just say, well, since this guy's so strong, we'll give him like the Medusa treatment and just ignore him. But you have this Lesh. Your towers are dying in a matter of seconds. So you're not getting a lot on the map during the time that you're avoiding this power spike. So even though it looks nice for the net worth, because a lot of Ghost Frogs is farming right now, the map is going to quickly close off for them. Because now Viking, they've taken all the towers they want, they've done the necessary grouping in order to do so, and now they're going to start to look to split up the map and potentially just out-efficiency you because their kill combos are stronger than yours. So that's what I'm going to look for. If Viking gets caught out, though, that dynamic could quickly shift. Because they do have Axe AA. Boots of Travel, Eternal Shroud on Boom. I like the build.
They line up Kezu. See if they have the damage.
There you go.
They do. This time around, getting a good grab in the midst of the creep wave.
Good move. A little bit. They broke the formation on Viking. Artemis not behind the guy that's positioning himself aggressively. They were gearing up for a smoke, so Kezu caught a little bit off guard. Oh, they were looking, but Puck.
He's going to have to pop the Dream Coil, but it's not going to save him.
Wow, no respect there, man. You just got done ganking their offlaner. You don't think they're going to try to rebut?
They're going to catch J4 on top of it as well. We're sitting around behind him in the trees.
They were almost surprised that the Puck blinked in like that, you saw. Like, Shad was ready to go on the puck when he was sieging the tower, let alone when he blinked in behind the tower.
And then suddenly that pickoff that they found, it's going to be pretty much impossible to turn into anything.
I think Milan has to be a bit more sacrificial this game. He's doing it well now. I'm not saying he hasn't been, because I haven't been watching him closely. But you need the lanes to be pushed out to ever make moves. And because the kill threat from Viking is so high, I think he's kind of has to tank these ganks. Kind of like he's doing now. Maybe not. It's like, yes, you're clearing waves, which is great. You cleared mid-wave, and you got the Arcane Rune. But this might lead into a Roshan for Viking, and it's okay if Milan dies if no objectives are taking off of it. That was what I was going for, but if it leads to Viking GG taking this Rosh, that is a disastrous death. But looks like they're content with farming just for now. Hyperstone on Shad, quickly ramping up. Now 3,000 ahead of Sven.
It's just out. I mean, Chrysalis, he's obviously doing his best to try and keep up, but it's pretty much impossible with the Midas and Radiance and the space that Shad's getting and the action that Shad's getting involved in comparison.
I almost wonder if Shad should have gone, or Chrysalis should have gone for a Midas as well.
Honestly, with how passive some of these points would have been, this could have been a game where indeed that would have worked.
It seems like Shad had a better understanding of the pace, right?
Sure. Like, yeah, Shad knew in this draft it was likely to go like this. Obviously, Ghost Frog, they definitely had the intention to get more done. They're buying these blinks, but they just haven't been able to find the opportunities.
God, A blast is so annoying.
Well, heading over here, Ghost Frogs, but Viking are prepared.
They see Boom.
Shad's in. He wants to start things off. They're coming with the Stampede. Toby's going to try and jump in for the call. The BKB's out, and Milan will go down. They bring down Shad the once, so they can do it a second time. Chrysalis is coming in with the God Strength. Shad's getting low. Try and run him down. They've got the catch again here with the call. He's been stunned. Ice Blast comes out. Nice. Shad will fall. A huge move here from Ghost Frogs. As Chrysalis has taken two. Okay. He's over them. They got the call. They're going to be able to get Boom as well.
I underestimated Ghost Frog's ability to take fights. Toby getting the call on Lesh, dragging him into the fight further than he wanted to. The Purge came out, but he had already died the first life on Wraith King. His skeletons, as well as the Centaur, were hitting him in call.
I mean, they're buying back. I don't think can they stop this? Chrysalis with the God Strength. He's taking this down. It's gone. Roshan, Aegis, it's Ghost Frogs. As Aramis, he'll die, caught in the river. Ghost Frogs having a fantastic fight here there with the turn up of Chrysalis as they shake up Viking completely, and they're not even done. They got detection on them.
Nice, nice.
They don't. So Celery will get out of there. But a huge fight for Ghost Frogs now, pushing themselves ahead.
I'm thoroughly surprised that Ghost Frogs was able to win a fight. And I think it was just... I had a similar impression that Viking had. I thought they were way stronger. And Shad just blinked into the high ground. I think that was just a bit too ambitious. I think it's like understandable why that he thought he was that strong. But Ghost Frogs, they knew that that was the best opportunity of a fight they could possibly get, and they could not let a Lesh have Aegis. No, they could not have two unkillable cores.
An excellent choice of time to take the fight there from Ghost Frogs, and that difference between the two carries been shut down pretty heavily. And Sven's catching right back up off the back of that cleanup that Chrysalis was able to execute.
This Boom itemization, it seems nice in theory, man, but if you get ice blasted, you're just gonna die. It's all about status resistance combined with the spell Lifesteal of Eternal Shroud amped up by the Sanj and Kaya that he's buying. Man, A is such an annoying hero. I just think about all these items and I'm like, damn, and if any other hero was in the game, they would be nice items. But against the A, so maybe that just makes them the right items and you just have to not get hit. I don't really know what other solution there is. Pretty much the most like anti-carry support in the entire game. Ancient Apparition. They're taking map control.
Well,
they got themselves an outpost.
And these moves, they know as soon as they get this momentum, they absolutely can continue to make jumps. Especially at this point where Viking, they've just been shaken up pretty hard. Ghost Frogs can look to continue to punish this and maybe catch Viking at a point where they haven't started to coordinate their next team move.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like the Veil for Milan. They definitely had damage issues. And it buffs up Cleave.
Look who's down here. Shad. He's got to be careful that they won't catch wind of him being hit.
Looks like Crystallis is just going to cut the creep wave, look to take this tier 1 tower. They do have forward on Dire, so we'll get stalled out. If they use it! GG.
GG.
They had it. I looked at the bottom left. It was available.
Those extra few seconds of stalling. Adds
That's
up.
7 seconds, man. That's a lot.
Ooh, Milan. Really finding them there on the way out.
Tier 3 neutral items coming out. Paladin Sword, quite nice for Sven, as he's got the Mask of Madness. Does Spell Lifesteal work on Cleave?
No.
Say that with confidence.
I feel, yeah, there's, no, surely not. It doesn't work on Battle Fury Cleave, right? So.
Are you sure? Prior to Paladin Sword, what carries bot Spell Lifesteal?
Because he'll have that, well, yeah, exactly, yeah, but when you have the Paladin, right? You don't have that, like, glow of the Spell Lifesteal, right? Because I imagine you'd see that.
Oh, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? Like the hero would have that Spell Lifesteal glow. As well, that's a very dead Sven, but he's got Aegis. He's ready for round 2.
It's not the ideal use of it, though.
Let's see if he can fight here with a second life. Crystallis. Demonic Purge. BKB's out. We'll see the jump from the back lines.
Oh, nice jump.
Put 2 supports. Milan and MTD find the perfect jump here on the back of it all. Toby's in with the control, has the cooldown onto Boom. They take him out. Shad will turn towards Crystallis. Crystallis life stealing back up, but Shad will still be able to take him down.
Yeah, he has no armor items is the problem on this Sven. So once that Warcry expires, the AC plus the lack of armor, he's just getting shredded by Shad.
Oh, and a good catch on MTD. So Viking, they buy back on Celery. Keeping control of the game a little bit here. Ghost Frogs, as you said, not the ideal use of the Aegis.
The problem is you have
Toby! Another one.
When you look at fights, who stands in front on Ghost Frogs? I think Viking's worst target to initiate onto is the Tiny that they did near the Roche Pit. And if they catch anyone else, the AA to break the combo, or any of the 3 cores, I think Viking's content with that initiation. So gotta be a bit more selective on Ghost Frogs. I don't think you can just present yourself at towers like that.
I mean, this is gonna hurt as well. This could be a set of racks. With the amount of siege that they have, they do have buybacks, but they're probably not gonna want to use them. There's still a tier 2 in the mid. So that will at least give some safety here for a second set going down. So they'll be able to hold on to the buybacks, but just like that, Viking, they take the fight, they run down a lane, and this is going to happen. Anytime you lose a trade with this team, your buildings are going to fall.
After that Aegis, Sven and Wraith King were neck and neck. Suddenly it's 4,000 net worth. Advantage to Wraith King. I gotta watch closely. Does he get glow?
But I'm worth so much more.
Are you trying to see if he gets the spell lifesteal?
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't. It's weird because it does get amped by Veil.
Wait, no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Cleave does get amped by Veil, 100%.
It does?
Yes,
But Cleave gets amped by Battle Fury as well?
Yeah, I tested it on Underlord.
Oh, wow.
And I know for a fact it works with Mag and Power, so I don't know why.
I mean, if that works, maybe you do spell lifesteal. But you don't think you're seeing the...
I don't see the little glow that you were talking about. That was a good point.
You know, you would see a glow, right, if you're spell lifestealing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember buying it for one of my supports who had magic damage,
Sure.
and then I realized that they were dying in the RPs, and I was like, why is everyone dying so fast? And then I checked it, and you do more cleave damage, but at least in power, so I would assume it works on other forms. But you know Dota could be very well opposite, as we have smoke action.
Dire are scanning.
He's got the full Daedalus on Crystallis.
Spider legs for scouting.
Oh.
Nice, that was good. Good use of spider legs.
They have been scanned out as well, though, yeah.
If they can jump the supports, they did buy back on the side of Viking.
They did not, yeah, Celery bought back.
Oh, they're going to see that stroke of fate.
Shad.
Oh, they're fighting on vision.
Oh, Shad's going to jump. He's in with the opening stun.
Nice
Pushed up. It's off to the side, though. It won't catch Crystallis. Crystallis able to turn. Toby's in with the call. And they got the damage to bring down Kez. They're trying to come up with the BKB and the God Strength, but the Sven's getting brought down low. Sven, he's able to turn.
Run.
He's still alive. The life steal keeping Crystallis alive here. They bring down Shad the ones. Toby with another call. Locks down the Wraith King. They'll take him out a second time. Crystallis comes in with the damage as they bring down 2, and now Vikings got to run. They've lost the two important ones here. Wraith King and Lesh now unable to fight. Boom will manage to TP out, but the rest, the four of them getting caught out.
If you look at the recipe for a successful fight, you know, you have the vision, you get the initiation, you get the counter initiation on the axe call to save the Leshrac theoretically. It looked like everything was going the way of Viking, but Crystallis, they managed to bring down the Wraith King's first life, and
look
he's
how
the
low
only
this
threat.
Sven gets, Crystallis.
He just crits the Wraith King here. Boom. Gets to reset. Life steals a bit off the skeletons. That actually probably saved him. That was like 600 HP of lifesteal from the skeletons randomly. Wow.
Yeah, we're seeing in these fights just a very good sort of idea on how to fight around Sven. Crystallis definitely knowing that the timings of when his hero is as strong as he's showing it to be.
It's an interesting theory. He didn't buy any mobility items on Sven. He's against Shadow Demon. He's just assuming he's not going to be able to move.
Boom.
So he just buys a bunch of damage.
Crystallis taking quite a bit of damage. But Toby's in for the call. They've got Boom. Crystallis.
The ball's on
this
man.
He's still alive. He's alive. He's alive. They've got to be able to kill him. They do. It cost them a buyback, though. Boom will bring him down. Crystallis just playing incredibly aggro. And if the rest of them get out, okay, J4 won't. I mean, sure, he dies for it, but that's it. That's a buyback out of Boom.
Laying on Rax as well.
Yeah.
He realizes he needs a BKB on Shad.
Shad.
Oh, Milan. Haste Rune.
Oh, the juke.
No way. No way. This man.
Is he actually getting it out of
this?
this?
No Yules on Lush or anything. I think he's good.
I think he's golden.
Oh. Dude, I actually think he's good.
He's good. He's very good.
That's
he's
a
out.
fast rock.
Wow, look at that.
Patrick would be proud of that boulder right there.
S4 would be proud of that rune.
True.
Well, there we have it. Milan out to safety. A good job as well for him. He's had a lot of money in the bank. 3k gold working in on that E-Blade next. We'll see that again. The great escape here from Milan. Nothing to catch him. Nothing to hold him. And you say Boom with the full tank build. Not having any sort of setup.
That is space. That was all the time that Sven was dead. They could be theoretically taking map control. They could be accelerating they could be accelerating the Wraith King to his BKB. Instead, they are chasing after this annoying Tiny, and he ended up selling his Midas. He's already filled up on slots. I'm a bit surprised. I guess he just needs the BKB.
Wait, so okay.
Usually, you want to like get that Swift Blink as well prior to selling the Midas, because you inevitably do want that in your 6th slot. But they are going for the Ags on Centaur. Will be even harder for Ghost Frogs to get the initiation they need when he gets that. But suddenly they're up by 7k net worth. And even though Sven's losing to Wraith King, it is apparently Wraith King against the world right now.
It is.
Kezu and Boom are just underwhelming on the net worth.
Yeah, how is it that Boom has started to just fall behind as much as he is this game?
I think that Roche fight just lost them all map control. That was supposed to be his Aegis. He was supposed to be running around the map with these boots of travel. You have this like tanky split push build that suddenly you lost map control. How do you use it? You know, where do you go? You just got to get bursted in fights. So I think his whole game plan fell flat on its face when they lost that Roche fight that they expected to win. And I can understand why they thought that.
Oh, Milan. Oh, MTD.
Be careful, buddy.
He's going to put the BKB here. Over to the side. Stampede comes out. They'll turn over towards Milan. Milan will get taken down here by Boom. Shad is in on top of Crystallis. Crystallis backing off for now. See Milan try and make his way back over towards the action. Ice Blast in onto the Wraith King. Crystallis, he's not committing. He's still being careful about this one, Crystallis.
Shad might just go down to the AA Blast.
Let's see if he ticks out. I think he might just be high enough on the HP.
Roche is up. They bought back Milan.
Oh, Milan! He jumps straight over and in onto Celery, but it's not enough damage to kill him. Celery's going to live. Another buyback comes out here from J4.
Oh,
the call! The call! Crystallis, he's got the god strength, he's got the damage. They bring down the Wraith King the once. Crystallis now turns his attention over towards Kezu. Kezu trying to run, the Who Stomps out, but the BKB still up for Crystallis. They bring down Kezu.
No coil. No BKB on Sven. I would say this is a win for Viking if they don't get the Roche during this God Stream.
They've still got a bit of time left on it.
They're going for it. They're trying. I think Kezu needs to buy back. He's their AoE punish.
Here we have it. There's the buyback. He said that if they can stop Ghost Frogs from getting this, they're going to be in a very, very strong position, but it's already gone down.
Cheese on the ground.
He's able to pick up the Aegis. They do lose MTD. He's left the cheese in the pit.
Nobody needs that. Lactose intolerance.
They're just focusing on getting out. J4, they'll let him fall. They'll get the other two back to base.
They're sending the courier out.
Well, they might still get the cheese. You're right.
Yeah, the courier's on a mission.
Let's see, is he able to get there in
Milan,
time?
he bought back for this. He has so much time to think that this is what he's using his time for. It's a good idea.
And he's going to be able to pick it up. So the cheese will get there. Just take a little bit of time. Now, a window to be had, though.
Oh, he can't see it! Couriers can't see in the rush pit anymore. Oh, that's actually really funny. He can't see it. He's spam clicking the ground. I don't even know if you can pick it up.
You can't.
Oh, that's a funny one. I've never seen that.
You can't pick it. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay.
You can't see the cheese.
First time for everything from my perspective. They have a tier 2 mid, so they can't get megas. That's hilarious.
Yeah, he can't do anything about it. You're right. There's no way. No way to get the vision, and if you don't have the vision, you can't make the click.
He's like, wait a minute.
Ice Blast.
Yes.
Is it worth the Ice Blast to secure the cheese for this high ground defense, or do you need the Ice Blast for the high ground defense? What would you do? Cheese or Ice Blast? What do you want?
Probably save the Ice Blast. You need it to kill reliably the Lesh in this.
Let's see. He's up in 15. We'll see if he goes to give the vision to pick up the cheese.
Viking backs off.
Yeah?
Because the mid creep wave is still on their side of the map, and they don't take down the tier 2 yet. Oh my god, an illusionist cave for Wraith King.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's so game changing.
Here we go. Yeah, straight to the pit. Here we go.
This is Dodo. This is first. This is historical.
Wow.
That's actually some shit right there, Owen. Modern problems call for modern solutions.
Yeah. And that cheese is, well, it's going to be more of an ice cream now. With frozen dairy on its way back. So they get it done.
I don't think cheese turns into ice cream. Maybe like a cheesecake.
Oh, you should have told me that before I put my cheese in the freezer.
Let's see. Might have some deeper problems on your hands here, Owen.
I'll find out when I open my freezer tonight.
Let me know how that goes for you.
Yeah.
They have spider legs on the axe, which allows him to open up a slot to carry detection. Pretty important here since there is a glimmer that can save really anybody from that burst damage if they manage to get out of the call alive. He also has the shard, so he will be dishing out a lot of pure damage.
Yeah?
I tested this without a Manta, like in my game itself, and it feels pretty good how much damage you're outputting during the call because the attack procs register separately from the defense procs.
So what's your point?
It means that you can, since it says attack procs ignore the cooldown, you can do a lot more damage in the small duration of the call.
Sure. And he's, again, found the dream item, right? He's not got a Manta, he's got an illusionist cape.
Oh, he elected to buy another pair of brown boots or something? Because now he's got no boots.
Wait, why has he got no boots?
Yeah, okay. Because he had a spider leg, so he didn't have
Oh,
boots.
yeah, okay. That's true, yeah.
I guess he rebought his brown boots, or maybe he had held on to them that entire time.
That would have been pretty big brain. If he was prepared, you know, for the eventuality of maybe getting such a superior neutral item. But the legs had to go.
I'm surprised. I'm thoroughly impressed with Ghost Frogs making it this far in regards to, I thought the later the game went, the easier it got for Wraith King, but Crystallis has proven me wrong.
No, it's been some solid play on this one. It really has. I agree. I don't think this is an easy game for Ghost Frogs at this point, but they're bringing the fights very well.
Why was the SNY in the backpack? I wonder. He was holding it there for a while. Maybe he just forgot.
What did he have in instead?
He didn't have anything in there. I think he maybe clarity'd earlier or something. Not sure.
Probably did.
AA does have the shard, which is really nice for him. Helps him clear a creep wave if he's ever stuck defending base, which is quite likely since there's 2 lanes of racks for Viking. It's a unique dynamic because one team has 2 lanes of racks, the other team has 1 lane of racks, but they're all different lanes. So mid lane's in favor of Ghost Frogs, while the other 2 lanes are in favor of Viking.
Look at this, though. See if they catch someone off guard. And Viking, they're aware. They're playing it smart, playing it safe.
Is Strength Blink better on Sven than the Swift Blink? It's kind of interesting, because you get the bonus damage from Strength on your ultimate.
Yeah, you're super tanky. I don't know. I mean, most of the time, I feel like we do. The Sven would buy, you see more Swift Blinks than overwhelming Blinks, right?
Yeah, usually the Strength Blinks are the offlaners or the mid-tinies. He's going for the E-Blade on Milan. I'm really digging the Force Staff, by the way. If you guys have Svens on your team, please buy a Force Staff. It's so game-changing to, like, get stunned as a Sven. We've seen some like, the Force Staff at the top fight broke the Centaur Stomp combo.
Yeah, that was huge. Otherwise, Chrysalis was going down there 100%.
Yeah, Sven just, sometimes he gets caught in the fray. He needs to, like, get out for a sec, pop his ult, reset. He's got the Shard on Sven, so he dispels the Glimmer as well as the Eon Discs. So if he can hit the supports once, then stun them, it's really good, because it will remove that Eon Disc proc.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's almost worse for the Sven to have an Aegis. He doesn't have a slot for that Blink Dagger. Desperately needs it. Surprised he isn't electing to use the Spider Legs. Yes, in theory, the Leveler is really nice, but you need that extra slot just to move for the Sven.
Yeah, that is an interesting decision, especially considering what we saw last game. You know, Chrysalis did like to play with the Monkey Legs. I guess there was more argument for that. Sorry, the Spider Legs, because he was playing Monkey King against the Clockwork, had to get out the cogs with the Spider Legs. This time there's not such the same sort of hazard that he's trying to break out of.
It's just interesting. Buy the Blink, put the treads in the backpack, put the Spider Legs in. I guess that would be 80 attack speed loss, which would hurt. But the thing is, I don't think he needs to attack very many times if he's jumping the supports. But maybe he's being the dangler here. He's like, okay, I'm frontlining. They're going to go on me. I'll let my team counter-initiate. This Illusionist Cape is so nice. Shadow Demon even disrupting the Wraith King to push out some creep waves. Quite a stalemate. Very similar to Game 1, where both teams aren't all that confident to go on the other team, as the counterplay is quite scary. What's he going to do with this 3k gold on the Axe? I've seen Octarine Core from Zai.
Oh.
I'm curious if he'll go for that, because if you get the level 25 talent, and then you get the Ags from Roche, it's pretty insane damage, as well as the cooldown uptime of Call is like 80%.
Is there not the temptation to still just... Yeah, I was going to buy the Manta. Yeah, he's just going to buy the Manta, right? You found Illusionist Cape, you've got the Shard, just go back and get the Manta. You know, this build without the Manta is... It's just not going to feel as good, right? You want to get the Manta.
I respect it. It's a lot of damage. It makes your proc chance, I believe, 30%, 27%. Chance to Helix is 20%, but it doesn't actually it doesn't increase it on the stat itself. It is 30%. So 30% of 180 would be 54 damage. So every attack from an illusion, you're theoretically doing 54 pure damage. That's a lot. Pure damage goes up in value the longer the game goes on. Heroes have higher armor, they have magic resist items. I have to believe Centaur and Wraith King will die to that pretty quick. They're using the Illusionist Cape for the Grimstroking swell.
There's going to be a lot of illusions all around the place. Shadow Demon, Illusionist Capes, Manta Styles, and of course the Dark Portrait. A lot of chaos is going to ensue in these fights. Now Roshan's up. Easy skeletons hit. There's Toby just trying to scout things out here with the illusion. Well, illusions sent in themselves though. See what sort of a jump Viking can make. If they can stop Chrysalis taking this down. He's doing it pretty quickly.
He's saving his ult for this too, which is really good.
Kezu, he's in with the jump. They're going to try and see if they can blow him up in time. Toby's going to come in with the counter play, gets the call off onto the two of them. The Ice Blast flies in, but the Double Abyssal is down, locking them out. They've not got the damage to bring down Chrysalis. Chrysalis will continue to commit. Pick up the Aegis! He's going to be able to grab it. Chrysalis will manage to pick up the Aegis in time. They've got the bashes. Chrysalis will fall.
Wraith King got the Ags though.
We'll see if they can get them out. They've got the control, the jump, the defensive disruption comes out from Aramis.
No,
That will save the Wraith King from the stun. Chrysalis now being focused, run down by Kezu. Kezu, he's in on top of Chrysalis. Chrysalis.
The cheese is on cooldown!
He can't get out of it.
From the previous cheese.
As he's buying back. He's buying back. He's getting back in on this Chrysalis. See if they can catch any of Viking. Viking starting to back off, but this is the jump in. They've got the Ray 5 blast onto MTD. MTD's gone. Another buyback coming out from Ghost Frogs. The stun control onto Kezu, trying to charge him, but Shad is getting the bash off onto Crystallis.
He has no buyback on Crystallis.
Crystallis has got to be ever so careful. He's trying to finish off Boom, but the stun connects. He's in trouble. Crystallis, he needs help, and he needs it now. He misses down. The Cheese is back up in HP. He's going to try and fight on, but Shad is continuing to bash him. Kezu's in with the control. Who stop? Jump onto Crystallis as there's a dieback on the Sven. Crystallis out of the game, and up to the high ground is also a dieback on MTD. The two big cores down for 2 minutes whilst Viking had the full roster still alive.
I don't think I've ever seen cheese cooldown matter.
They'll lose the Shadow Demon. A good jump from Toby and J4. J4 will pay with this. It's a huge test now for Ghost Frogs. Can they hold with just the 3 of them?
I don't believe so.
Okay, he's got buyback, so still just the 3 of them. The damage is going to be done pretty quickly. The Ancient is exposed.
I recommend buying back, Tiny.
As with a death like that, it's over. It is over. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of a stalemate for the longest part of it all, but at the end, Viking, they pull it back together, and they will be able to take this game too.
That was a nail biter. I thoroughly enjoyed that game. A lot of things I've never seen before.
Yeah.
Cheese cooldown, scouting Roche pit just to pick up a cheese with Courier. Some crazy shenanigans as the Roche dies. You're scrambling to pick up the items. You pick up the Ags on the Wraith King. They manage to disrupt him so he can blink away and reset to get his ultimate to come off cooldown. At the end of the day, I do think it was harder for Ghost Frogs to play team fights, but either way, I'm very impressed with both teams. Very exciting game. They're thoroughly enjoyable to catch.
No, absolutely. I think, as you say, for this game, considering what they had and the fact that Shad on the Wraith King was having such a good build-up, a good time, the difficulty was really going to be there for Ghost Frogs, but they did give it an excellent shot in those fights, similar to what we saw actually end up getting them the victory in Game 1. Some good execution. Just didn't matter at the end of it all, as Viking, they were able to come out superior here in this game too. And yeah, Shad just having a brilliant time. 11 for an 11. Incredibly solid stuff on the Wraith King. They could not deal with him having the 2 lives, some nail-biter fights around the Roshan. But there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get a Game 3 here. A deciding match now as Ghost Frogs drop their second game to Viking. Viking against Ghost Frogs now stands 1-1.
1-1, and indeed, like Owen said, nail-biting fights around that Roche pit, and we're going to do our best to break it all down and, of course, prepare for the third game to see who is going to take the series. We'll do that after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Sipping
the limelight. Yeah, you seem different, hoping I'm right. Took a little time, you know my mind can't be finite. I just might fall for you, know this wasn't planned out. My spirit needs you, so I'm coming with my hands out. Take you somewhere, we both catch a tan now. It's getting too real, so you know I had to stand down. Like, could you be what I imagined? You make me whole, all I ever been was fractions. Ran into you and I can't believe I'm crashing. You got the fire, all I ever felt was passion. Never have to worry, I'ma take care of you. Never thought I'd find this, it's been a miracle. Thinking you're the only reason that I make it through. Every day I'm thanking heavens just for making you.
Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Ooh, sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl.
Just sipping while I'm looking at you.
Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Ooh, sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, girl. Just sipping on a beer while I'm looking at you, baby. Ooh, sipping on.
A mad ending to a great game of Dota 2 here from Ghost Frogs and Viking GG, and that means that we get a third game because it was Viking that come out victorious at the end. And to be fair, I mean, this was a great game and I love it, but him here with Kyle and Tigov, and we must also look at these two teams in a different manner because we have an open qualifier team versus the upper division Team T. Is it supposed to be this close?
I mean, sure, why not? I think
not?
Up-and-coming teams have got a bit more tenacity. Of course, Viking, you know, they're out there swinging, but we had the interview with Celery. They do have their off days, and they're having a couple of these inconsistent days, you know, back-to-back now, which is a bit worrying, but they are still looking pretty good, though. They get that second game off of the back that, unfortunately, for Ghost Frogs, Crystalus on Sven wasn't really able to get too much into the game. You know, I think, what was it? He only had, you know, 29,000 damage, 30,000 damage on a Sven. Normally, that's, you know, double. Yeah. You get a bit more oomph in these type of games from Sven.
Some weird play. Sven is a lot about your presence in a fight, being willing to brawl. Yeah. And there were a lot of times I'm like watching him do a drive-by stun, walk out of a fight, walk into a fight. Just didn't really feel like he was playing with confidence.
Yeah, well, it boils down Viking. They just had such a nice draft where they have difficulties. They actually were. It looked like they were going to lose this game at some point because. You know, MTD playing well with Milan. I think a couple fights, Milan got that perfect initiation on supports, but yeah, well, they just had a nicer, cleaner draft. They didn't have some weird, you know, game one support Kezu. That's the key thing.
That is true. That is true. Love the Ancient Apparition scouting for the cheese pickup. That was funny. We're also, I mean, I know that there have been crazy late game fights in this game, but at the start of the game, there was a first blood, and Purge would like to talk to you about that one.
Thanks, guys. Obviously, lots of amazing team fights in this game, but I thought what was really cool this game was that Ghost Frogs did some different skill builds to change things up. Tiny almost always goes toss level 1. Battle Hunger is usually the first thing that Axe grabs, but look at what they started off. He grabs the Tango right away, he gets spin, and he just runs into the creep wave. He dodges the nuke from Celery, and look how much damage he gets into Shad. Throws one stun, throws one attack, and he gets all of these spins to put Shad from basically full HP down to nothing almost immediately. And what happens immediately afterwards, Milan goes to pull the creep wave. That's going to make sure that he can deny at least one creep wave of experience from the Wraith King. Toby will adjust back towards the wave, zoning Shad out, slapping him around a little bit to lower his health. And then after killing these creep waves, Milan's going to guarantee level 2 now, so not getting tossed didn't actually hurt him at all. And even though he skilled Avalanche to harass earlier, thought that was very cool. And then after he pulls the creep wave over to reset, He ends up getting just part of it, which ends up being really effective. He's going to deny some of these creeps outside of experience range for the Wraith King. And then because Celery moved all the way over to secure the water rune, what ends up happening afterwards is now they have this like double up creep wave. So Milan's able to move behind Shad, which is now going to give them this opportunity to do a toss back into the full creep wave. Then he gets to do a body block avalanche after he gets behind Shad, so he can get in front of him again to continue blocking, and that's how they got first blood. I thought it was a really cool way to change up the normal way to grab your skills, to put your opponent on the back foot, do way more economic damage than you expected to, and get you an even faster start to the laning stage that helped Toby do really good in the mid game.
He did do really good in the mid game. He was even wealthy enough to go back for the Mad Style later on, but unfortunately for him, didn't end up mattering in the end, because in the end, they lose. But we win because we get the third game, and this was definitely a brawl here in game 2. Can they do that again? Is it going to be another one of the back and forth games that we've seen so far? I hope so. I know you hope so as well. We're going to find out what the drafts are going to be for this game 3 after break.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, we just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top, we're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, I just wanna know, I just wanna know, I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know, I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, 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 I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A third and deciding game between Viking and Ghost Frogs in the lower division of the Western European DPC League. You're watching DreamLeague Season 15, powered by Intel, and Viking today was still 5-0. They haven't lost a single series. And Ghost Frogs, team coming from the open qualifiers, has a good shot of taking down the #1 team right here in Game 3 because they have shown that they've got what it takes. They can fight, they can go toe-to-toe. They did, however, this time around, did not ban the Shadow Fiend that Viking likes to pick first in their drafts. I'm here with Kyle and T-Gov, and they're going to talk more about the Dota 2.
All I want to see is more fight, more tenacity. I think Ghost Frogs, especially with the change of MTD to Baroneer, they are doubling down on active cores. When you have Crystallis, when you have MTD, these are lads that want to have a couple quick semi items and be flooding the map.
Slardar makes a lot of sense why they'd prioritize it here, because it kind of turns these semi-carries into heroes capable of winning you a game.
Yep.
Also want to shout out MTD. I think he's playing incredibly well. Definitely a different team with him in mid.
Well, I think the key thing is it's refreshing to see a new face to the scene. Of course, he's not new to the pub scene. He's been sporting 9K MMR for some time, but yeah, it's nice seeing some new names pop up.
Yeah, and being good and high MMR doesn't always translate into being good and professional, right? So it is good to see that he is able to make that adjustment.
Yeah, we're currently in that kind of honeymoon period where he's having some good games. I think it'd be nice to see his consistency over the span of the tail end of this league and maybe the TI qualifiers to come. But yeah, it's so far so good from him.
What do you think of this opening by Viking? A bit uncharacteristic, I feel.
But it's solid in the idea of they have double counter to Slardar now. They've got minus attack speed from Phoenix in that lane, but also the egg in the mid game, and then you have Ench in laning phase to pressure.
Looking at Milan's face, I think he's happy with this, though. He gets his trademark Morana.
And
excellent
it's
Phoenix
doubly
counter.
effective.
Yeah.
That's true. Very true.
Really good magical burst. I think you're totally cool with this. Great lane as well. This is such a fearsome off-lane combo. I hope you've got better tools to answer at this time if you're Viking.
Yeah, so far, Viking's second phase ban have been double IO into then a lot of emphasis on Milan. So this will be the first time Viking enters this ban phase with a little bit more comfort of we can actually ban some cores out that we don't want to play against, and they don't have to just respect Milan because again, his hero has been picked in the form of Morana.
10 seconds remaining.
They're going to be so happy. He's like, damn, boys, I got the best Morana game. And you can just see it. He might even do a chair spin if we're lucky.
Not now. Oh, no. Very close, though. All right, so the logical thing for Ghost Frogs to ban out is some of Kazu's heroes. We see the usual suspect Centaur already banned out, and I would imagine that Viking is going to focus on removing some of the Crystallis heroes from the pool. Please don't fall. If you fall, you break your neck. And I guess Sweden got good healthcare. You're good.
Yeah.
I got travel insurance, guys. Don't worry.
I think I do too, but I don't know what my policy would cover. It only costs like $7, so.
Ah, yes, you're that one. Yes.
Yeah.
Mine was 8.
I was
You got the extra package.
yeah. It's for bumps and falls.
I'm one of those people. Look, whenever I don't buy insurance. Not when I'm playing blackjack. Not when I'm driving. That's not true. You have to. It's
That's
legally
terrible.
mandated. It's
Oh
legally
my
mandated.
God.
But I definitely have
Don't listen to Kyle.
No.
I've got what we would call minimum liability. If I crash my car, they say, "Welp,
What?
that was a bad move, man."
Yeah,
here's a postcard.
You're a smooth talker. You'd
That
convince the
doesn't
other
seem
guy
like an
that he
insurance
crashed into
policy
you.
at all.
What?
That's not an insurance policy.
Yeah, it is.
They don't insure. They don't repair your car.
No, you crazy?
What
That
do
would
you
require.
insure- what are
You
you
need full
insured-
collision. You need the whole package.
What are you
for that.
insured for then?
It's if I hit somebody else's car, they would insure me up to like $5,000.
So if you crash into, let's say you crash into T's car, T at least can get money from your insurance
Correct.
for his car.
But you
Assuming
can't-
he stays
But you
alive.
can't get your car back. Let's
I'm
say you
alive.
totaled
In
your
this
car.
scenario, I'm alive.
No, if you're not alive, if I were to crash and
Yep, I know.
irreparably damage you,
Yep.
then your estate would get up to $20,000 from the car insurance,
The state.
which I think is overpaying for T
Wait,
personally.
the state.
No,
His estate.
my estate.
Oh.
Yes. Us British, we do have much
Yes.
estate. All of us, we do own some lands.
All right.
But no, Sheaves, I would not get a dime for
That is
my car.
For
straight.
your crime.
Yeah. You didn't realize that? This is pretty standard. Like, basic insurance, you don't get coverage for you.
Yo, Kyle, quick
But
question
isn't
though.
that, like,
Guys.
okay.
What's the insurance policy right now for Viking?
Thank you.
I'm really stuck on this whole thing because I wanted to get into the no fault scenario. It's why most
No,
insurance companies
yes,
will say no fault.
subsection C, yeah.
Because then
Ooh,
it's not your fault, it's not my
spirit.
fault. So neither one of our insurances has to pay. We just pay
Is
for
that a
ourselves.
Medusa I just heard?
It is. That's somebody who should have got insurance. She did not see Hercules coming.
That's the policy that Viking needed. They need someone to rely on at the tail end of this game. When things look rough for the aggression of Ghost Frogs, that Medusa was going to come in clean.
Thank you.
Recovering those lost funds, those bumps
Very
and
happy
scrapes.
we moved on from that.
I mean, somehow we segued, so damn! Woo! Feeling it.
You
Second
were
win.
leading. You guys were asking leading questions.
So for Ghost Frogs, do they want to pick up Crystallis as hero now, or are they focusing, you think, on getting a support? Because they still miss J4's hero.
They do.
And picking your position 5 last is strange. However, they are focusing heavily on
Okay,
to
hear me out.
Crystallis. So
Bane. If there was ever a game for Bane, for J4, the hero he loves,
he has played it before.
it's right here.
That's
He
true.
won.
It's a pretty good Bane game.
Actually, it was almost. It was also with the Mirana and the Slardar. So yeah, it's on their radar.
It's set up for the arrow and for the Void Spirit. It's
There's
really
no
nice
clean
against
stuns.
Medusa.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's actually the Bane game.
Darkseer. Okay. That's a little tricky.
Wait, yeah. What role is that? Is then the
All right,
Slardar?
so basically-
oh, it's Crystallis Slardar.
Yeah, so that's what, potentially. We've seen 2 variations of Darkseer so far in the low division. Into the Breach on Exantic has run it mid.
There's no way.
Hopefully it's not that.
This
Most
has
likely.
to be 4 position Darkseer or Slardar. There's no way you're running Slardar, Void Spirit, Darkseer and expecting to outcarry Medusa ever.
Well, that's my fear. I think, potentially as well. It could also just be, Mirana mid.
What?
With some Darkseer Slardar lane. Void Spirit, I don't know, man.
No, there's no way that
you
Milan
need
is giving up his.
You need
Mirana.
a carry. You need to be able to actually
So who's
take
the
the game
5 in
after
this
20 minutes,
scenario?
or at least have tower damage. This is just, hey, we're gonna kill you 100 times. Eventually, you'll lose. But they have a Medusa Phoenix. They're gonna win a fight at some point.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Viking has the late game for sure. But when I look at Ghost Frog's heroes, what variation do they have? Void Spirit into Puck is the matchup you want, so that's kind of set in stone. You realistically want Milan playing a Mirana, and then now you have the argument of your 1, your 3, and your 5, and that's shared between Darkseer and Slardar. Logically, Darkseer 3 and Slardar 1 is the one that makes sense, because right now, if they change it up, it's just worrying. I think they put themselves in a weird position. We'll see what their last pick unfolds, because against Medusas, the best thing you can do is apply map pressure, is apply kills. It does put you on a massive clock, especially when you're playing into such great defensive heroes like the Enchantress who can face check ganks, like the Phoenix and Puck that can turn around every team fight. So yeah, Ghost Frogs put themselves in a position in the draft right now of they need to outplay and style and dunk on their opponents.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I felt good saying those words.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll see if.
Is it the Phoenix or the Puck? Because right now as well, what they can do on Viking is put the Phoenix into the 3 role or the 4 role.
No.
That's
It's a 5. It's a
4. You mean?
Well, Enchantress and Phoenix are swappable, but just give me a solid Puck mid, Medusa carry. Keep it simple, and just play Dota 2. I don't really.
This is
so here's the Ench safe lane. You can dispel the ion shells, which is nice.
Yes, Kyle, you can.
What? I know you said it. I'm just thinking about whether or not they're gonna win the lane.
No. Again, I mean, I'm with you all the way. Yeah, this is a great Ench game. You know, whatever lane you go to, be it the side or be it the Darkseer, you're going to be able to apply that pressure. It's
yes, but it's about protecting the Medusa. I'm trying to think about
the name of the game. It's the insurance policy, Kyle. That
yes,
we spoke of.
I know, but is there anything you can do as Ghost Frogs with the Darkseer to abuse the Medusa in the safe lane? Because if you can't, I think you're just going to lose the game.
What is a hero that is purple other than Bane?
No. Stop. Bad. No, Shiva.
That is a good point.
Witch Doctor.
Oh, that's a good
Witch
one.
Doctor, yeah.
Just let's stop. There we go. Disruptor. Just pick up a 5.
What in
It is a Slardar carry.
Oh my god! Look, you know, Ghost Frogs, you win this game, you have my respect because zero tower damage.
Wait. They don't have your respect if they lose?
No, it's more of like think of me as a Don.
really
you know,
rude.
it's not saying they don't.
You should
not
respect
have my
every team evenly.
Yeah.
Kyle.
I do,
Yeah.
but I'm saying they could earn, a
More
favor.
respect.
Yeah.
A favor?
Oh my god.
Any favor?
What favor?
Guys.
Whoa.
Have you never seen The Godfather?
I mean, not your edition.
Oh my god.
Viking,
It's after midnight here.
Yeah, of course.
We're just enjoying watching some fun Dota, and we're gonna see what the last pick is for Viking. They're looking for an offlaner, most likely. What is still in the pool? What is still in the pool?
Anything but Sand King.
Please no Sand King. Kazuhiro.
This is a rare time.
Underlord.
This is a
Underlord.
Razor. Omni
Oh,
Knight.
no,
okay,
yeah.
but then even
this is the Underlord.
No.
But okay, this is, to be fair though, Ghost Frogs, they have the draft, like Kyle mentioned. It's all about individual skill. It's about the pressure they apply. They are going to run into this brick wall Medusa eventually. But I guess Viking, they don't have a lot of, good, nice wave clear to deal with this onslaught. It is Medusa v the world in that scenario. So I think Puck's going to have to skip some waves, and I'd love to see a little bit more wave clear. We joked about Underlord, but I think it works out pretty well here. Someone tanky can match the aura buying of the Darkseer and can just frontline a little bit more. But yeah, Viking has pretty much reactionary team fight with the massive scaling of Medusa. Ghost Frogs has questionable wave clear, questionable high ground damage, but insane skirmishing team fight and Roche potential. But yeah, both drafts have their own little merits there, and it's been a bloodbath all 2 games so far.
It has been.
Viking have eaten through a lot of their reserve time.
Yes, they have.
What will they go for? We don't.
Tiny.
Oh.
Is that a? So who's? Is that a Phoenix core? Or
could be a Puck offlane.
Yeah, it's most likely the Kazu offlane
Kazu Puck.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bit risky. I mean, you're playing to Disruptor Slardar.
Disruptor's
of all
the key
the lanes,
thing, yeah.
I would have not gone that route. So
both offlanes are going to have some issues here. You're going to have how can the offlane Darkseer even apply any pressure to Medusa, and then how can offlane Puck apply pressure when Disruptor's there to enable. So
yeah.
Story the offlane for both these teams.
Yeah, main point for me, Viking have such easy combinations. Coil, toss away, the Medusa ult, Phoenix ult, their team fight's nuts. Ghost Frogs, the whole draft is predicated on get ahead, stay ahead, kill some more.
But I like the fact, though, from Ghost Frogs, they at least have this nice chain stun scenario where Medusa's all by herself. There are no saves. So if you ever lock in with one stun, then you arrow, then you Remnant, they can potentially blow her up pre-25 minutes when there isn't, a Manta, a Butterfly, or a Skadi, or a Satanic, or any of these bigger items, which will pretty much mitigate most of this pressure.
Quite a few.
Yeah. It was more like a pick and mix scenario. You can get Manta plus any of the delights if you'd like.
Okay.
But this will just be a back and forth bloodbath. I have no idea who's going to win. The whole series has been a bit up in the air. So
what is up, Kyle?
I'm Kyle's just doing my thing where he's like, make faces, and you're like,
All right, well, I'm very excited that you guys said that it was going to be the battle of the offlaners, because it would be very fitting Toby fighting up against his replacement, of course, Kazu, on the side of Viking. We're going to find out who's going to take this exciting Game 3 of the series, together with OD Pixel and BSJ.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, the deciding game now between these two teams as we get ready for Ghost Frogs versus Viking. Brian, I got to ask, what do you reckon about this? We are getting the Carry Slardar coming out here from Crystalis.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. This is a hot new take on drafting. I don't know how I feel about it, but you first pick a hero that's generally in the offlane.
Yeah.
It gets hard countered, and instead of demoting it as a flex pick, you promote it to a carry. It's kind of weird. Slardar carry in theory seems nice. Perma bash, double moon shard, late game kind of memes, but your whole kit's kind of built on amping other people to carry you. So I'm curious. I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. I'm skeptical, but there's some balls on the side of Ghost Frog to pick a draft like this in a Game 3 of a best of 3.
Yes. And I mean, it's a very Crystalis sort of thing to do. The man very confident, as we've come to know from the interviews. And this is a game to really express that. Can he pull this off? Carry Slardar, as it looks on paper one of those games that you got to imagine if they don't get ahead and stay ahead, Medusa's just going to carry the game, because you don't have that sort of carrying potential. At least you could think so from what we know of Slardar and what he can achieve. But maybe we're going to see Crystalis show us that Slardar is good to carry at all stages of the game. We'll find out here.
Yeah, I legit have no idea how this matchup goes later on. Absolutely no clue. I'll be keeping an eye out for it. The problem with Slardar is he doesn't really naturally buy any acceleration items. Gonna probably be looking out for a Midas You don't go Maelstrom because it desynergizes with your entire minus armor. Battle Fury is just not a good item on Slardar. So how does he plan to even remotely match the farm of the Medusa? Either you go for something like the Midas, or you straight up just run at them. So that the Medusa, you're like, if my farm's gonna suffer, I'm taking you down with me. That's the other approach. As it was kind of cool, we saw the Tiny Boom there trying to be aggressive, but then the Void Spear got the deny, so he didn't get level 2. Couldn't use Avalanche. Celery, he did not eat his vegetables today.
He is dead. First blood here for Toby. On the top lane. The beautiful arrow connects from Milan.
Nice deny from MTD. MTD, the MVP.
Oh,
nope.
Couldn't get that deny.
That was a nice play by Boom. Gets 2 tower shots, making him have to run away. Both heroes pretty low armor to start. A lot of little mind games going on here. And now they're calling it a truce because they both have no HP. Oh, he took another tower shot. He needs this last hit to get that bottle. Usually you don't struggle. You don't see mid laners struggling to get bottle right now since it's pretty much rushed on every hero. Again.
Oh, he's at least got the dive now. So we'll manage to make it away, but well, we're certainly seeing him. Milan, he doesn't miss these arrows.
That's kind of weird. People are tending to pick range supports with Darkseer. I've seen Darkseer Willow. Now we're seeing Darkseer Mirana. What is this new meta stuff that I am unaware of? Usually you see those guys that you say, here, take this Ion Shell and make space for me as I farm the lane. But that is not what a Mirana is going to do. Maybe it's just more centric on playing the lane static and trading as much as you can with the ranged hero.
We can see a little bit of an annoyance there for Chrysalis. Does lose his courier. Was bringing out the remainder of a bracer. Gonna make his name a little.
Enchantress is so freaking annoying.
The Stormcrafter. Zap.
And his stick is at base.
Oh, that's yeah.
It's 120 damage on that first proc. Super annoying. It does drop in chain lightning damage from target to target, but if they just target you, it's just a free damage is the problem. All these neutral creeps got this like mana regen buff and all that a long time ago. Now Enchantress is just back in full force. They might get the trade though. Disruptor not bad at helping catch the Enchantress. Gonna have to call PETA as well. Oh, Chrysalis brings down that courier.
Courier and a kill. So Chrysalis, his farm's been going very well as well down here. 15-1. No one really struggling at all in the lanes. So all cores doing all right here. We're off to a pretty close start, even in that. Apart from, I guess, the mid lane. The mid lane's where we're seeing the biggest difference, actually. 21-6 against the 13-3. Tiny just having the superior time. With that just a bit of an easier way to get the CS high damage and able to just do lots more damage to the Void Spirit every time the Void Spirit tries to step up to the wave.
Armis may have overstepped. Does purge the thing though, or the Guardian Sprint.
I guess one more hit though. Oof. He's gonna have this. South. It's not gonna save him. Or Kezu as well. He's got orb up. So Kezu will manage to save himself, but they're having a pretty good time on this Radiant safe lane.
Yeah, he had 3 bash charges there too, so if he had managed to whack him once, Kezu would have gone down. Mid lane, though, is a disaster.
It's not going to get any easier now for MTD. He's fallen too far behind.
Yeah, I told him he was MVP earlier, and now he's... Whatever the opposite of that is, it's too late to think.
PVM?
There you go.
There you go. That is it, just back to front. But it works. Oh, Milan.
The Iron Shelled Mirana.
Milan. Oh
my God, it's actually going to make the difference.
Milan!
It actually made the difference. I was memeing right there, but I take it back. I'm sorry.
I mean, this man, definitely one of the best Miranas in the game. That is some... He knew he could get away with that. That was... Look how he knows. He knows he can get away with this. He knows he's not going to die here. That's crazy. Very nicely done. Milan, yeah.
Just another day in the office.
Easy.
He cracks the neck at the computer desk.
Love it. No, they're getting the kills. Getting the kills 4-1 here. So we're going to see what sort of moves Boom's going to be able to make with a good start that he's having mid at the Tiny. And so yet to see what the build-up's going to be for Crystalis after the treads initially, if he is going to get that, you say, sort of potential farming item. Or if it's going to be all in on just bringing that action as soon as possible.
I'm down for like the Mask of Madness armlet, you know, something like that. I think you're going to need a bit of sustain and attack speed dealing with all this DOT and the Phoenix attack speed slow. He's struggling in lane. Is that a... He's just going to go down. He has a Windlace no salve being brought out.
CJ4, and not going to be able to take down Keza in return. So yeah, this time Viking able to push Crystalis over the edge.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
It's hard to explain, but certain heroes just benefit much more from the dynamic of what it's like to lane from the off lane and what it's like to lane from the safe lane when it comes to like tower location, lane equilibrium. And Slardar operates on chase distance, and usually that benefits you more if you're an off laner. So it's just kind of weird, as they do utilize that capability now. But isn't he supposed to be like a strong laning carry? I'd have to imagine that's what they were going for.
I mean, he's killing.
Yeah, I guess he is beating Kezu by 300 net worth. The double bash proc probably just gives him guaranteed CS every creep wave. I'll have to try this one out myself if it works here.
Yeah, have you ever tried the carry Slardar yourself?
I saw Mason do it, and then there weren't any wins, so then I just didn't do it.
MTD, he's not going to have the damage to do that. Top lane. Toby is going to drop down the wall. Shad, he'll simply walk away from it. Nothing else to follow that up. Bottom lane, it's another kill for Crystalis. I mean, he is killing. He's getting a lot of kills.
Milan is crazy, man.
This Mirana is a nightmare to play against. It's just Milan in full control.
Use that Ion Shell. Clear the creep wave.
He's letting Toby have it.
Good man, good man.
Milan knows that he's going to be able to get his money from these kills that he's been able to set up with these moves.
Yeah, I would not give this guy Mirana.
No.
That's day and night difference impact, I feel like, from most other supports he plays. No offense to Milan. This is just an incredibly impressive showing on Mirana.
Oh.
Chad?
That was awfully close there.
He didn't even look at that. He's like, I'm perfectly on pace to dodge this.
Going for the Midas on Deucer, Brian. Fan of this?
I will say TBD.
Okay.
Against Darkseer, it makes sense because the guy that usually invades you and ganks you is the offlaner. But they have a very, very active other 4 heroes. So I think he might be underestimating the amount of Ranat that he's going to be dealing with. And something like a Yasha or a Dragonlance might have just been much more impactful. Like, if he had treads and a wand right now, he might not die. I guarantee you he would not die. So
maybe they can get something in return. They get the Dream Collar down to the 2 of them. Combo comes into play. Crystalis is pretty deep. They've got the Moonlight Shadow to try and get him out of it. Not going to save him. Kezu will manage to take him down. So, a carry for a carry.
We'll keep that in mind, though. That's one death for sure caused by a Midas. Like, I'm firmly confident that if he had 2 bands of Elven Skin, treads, and a wand, which is about the same price as the Midas, that he probably would have lived there.
I think, definitely overall, though, it's going to be that confidence from Viking that, you know, they're just looking at the lineups and they're saying, look, if we just don't let this game, if we keep this game going for as long as possible, we're going to win. We got to do so. What have they got? What have they got? You know, I don't think Viking are going to necessarily rate the potential of a Slardar carry in the late game. So they just feel that, you know, Deucer, we just keep the game going. Midas is going to just propel him to even greater heights as the minutes pass.
You know what? I'm not going to count out the fact that they have a Darkseer against this Medusa.
Okay.
You will be turning the strength of the Medusa against herself, and she's not good at killing her own illusion. Because she is spread damage, right? So I have to imagine Darkseer might be pretty good in theory late game. If one Medusa is an illusion and has the amp that's amping up that damage. It's a really cool theory, like idea behind the way Ghost Frogs intends to win this game. I have absolutely no clue if it'll work, but it's kind of cool.
There we go.
Nice
Now we've got the
remnant.
setup with the Dream Coil. The coil down, nothing to be done for MTD.
Slack said it. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Buy that fan pack.
Very catchy, bro.
Thank you. That's about as good as it gets at 1 a.m. From me, that is.
I mean, it's close stuff. Less than 1k in it. Toby at the top right now with the farm. This is getting very tanky on the darks here.
Number 1 now with Darkseer. I didn't even notice that.
He's just soaking it up here.
Oh, he's going for the pipe. Kind of would have wanted to see the straight ags, you know? Just like give the HP to your teammates. Ramps up your ability to push lanes. I don't hate the pipe. It's against a lot of magic damage. Tiny, Puck, Phoenix. They pretty much have no physical for a while, actually.
Oh, that's the dead disruptor. But out of all the heroes, that's probably the one that you choose to let go to a smoke gank.
Yeah, space. Value Fluffy Hat for Milan here against the Tiny combo. I wonder how he's going to itemize, right? Because when you're missing an actual carry...
Would you go a bit greedier on the Mirana?
Yeah, well, do you go like the, you know, Veil Ags? Like, how do you play this? Curious to see. Is it crazy for him to go Diffusal? We saw him go Nullifier against Omni Knight. Would it be too crazy?
It's just a one-man Dream Coil, and there isn't the follow-up. Toby's going to be fine.
Here it is, the Medusa illusion. Oh, no, it's a tiny illusion.
Oh, they got the Static Storm control with the glimpse back. They grabbed him. The Egg's going to come out. They're going to turn their attention towards it. They're going to be able to easily take it down.
He went Mask of Madness. Wow, I didn't actually think he would do it. On the Slardar. Oh, he calculated that Fluffy Hat right there.
Actually saved his life. They really did that. Fluffy Hat, that 125 HP.
Okay, so he is going for the Mask of Madness BKB Blink on Slardar. Yeah, you probably need the sustain. I assume you used lifesteal from the bash damage. Let's see how much he lifesteals here. Well, that's a pretty good amount. And if you can farm ancient stacks, it's not the fastest, but it's not the slowest, to be honest.
No, I think that if there was a build to do as the carry slot, this is definitely the most sensible build, right?
Yeah. He's gonna get that 20 damage talent, pretty nice for Slardar.
Yeah.
Going for the Agi treads consistently to get those bash procs. Look at that, decent farm speed there. Like, he cleared that in 20 seconds. I'll give him that.
Well, it's definitely looks like it's going to have potential. I mean, he's having a good game. 5-2-2. It's been a solid opening here for the first 13 minutes.
Yeah, but when do you ramp up the pace?
I'm not sure, because that Medusa is sitting at the top of the chart. And with that Midas, you know, as fast as you may be able to clean up like the Ancients, you're not going to keep up with this Dusa. You've got to keep going against them.
Yeah, when do you go for the Roche is also my question. With the Slardar, I have to imagine you look to capitalize on that Corrosive Haze Roche potential.
Yeah, I think if they get a kill, they'll go for it. If they catch the Phoenix.
Bonk. Hit the mid tower, hurry.
I'm sure they can defend without their Phoenix here, Viking.
Don't hit that creep, Crystallis. That's your bash proc, no.
Already, they're going to drop the Dream Coil down onto the Void. They've caught the Void Spirit here, but they've not got follow-up. So there's a Dream Coil down the drain, and now they've got the control on the Shad. They drag him back into the Static Storm. They make the jump over towards the Dusa. See if they got the damage to bring him down. They do. Shad's gone. Can't get the Stone Gaze off. The damage was already done. The shield had broken down his mana pool.
Yeah, I'm straight up flaming this Midas. Midas means that you intend to not participate in fights, but then he's finding himself stuck defending his mid tower, and then he's dying. And he's crucial to being that dangler.
Oh.
J4?
He's going to get burnt down by the Stun Ray, but they've been able to get the grab onto Kezu for it.
That is not going to work.
And now the Egg. The Egg's gone as well. Another smooth move here as Ghost Frogs making some fantastic plays around the Crystallis carry Slardar. And Viking, they're just not ready for it.
This guy studied the Mason replays. I'm telling you.
Dire's middle tower
It's looking good. This tier 1 tower, it's going to be gone for sure. Oh, I say that. Shad's TPing in. They still want to try and push them away. Get him with the jump on a Crystalis. Crystalis, he'll get taken down.
Maybe he studied a bit too much.
If he could get more from this.
Oh, the double remnant. One was Link. That was kind of cool. I've never seen that. One was from earlier, and then he just laid that one to hit 2 people at once.
Well, it did take him down. They get Crystalis.
Such a valuable solar crest this game against the Slardar for Shad from Armis. Super early.
Now they're on the verge of getting a tower themselves here in the mid lane, Viking. Nice and early. 16 minutes, they push back around Shad. The Ghost Frogs want to make a play. Crystalis is going to be up in a couple of seconds. The tower's gone, so Viking will manage to move in and keep it even in the mid lane.
So Milan is going for a Yules. I don't know how I feel about that. Wonder what it's for. You don't really need the setup.
It could
I
be
guess
nice
to protect himself.
Sure, it could be nice for trying to trip up the puck, right? Kezu, messing him up when the orb's out, holding him back.
I guess your Slardar's not going blink yet, so if he can land the Yules arrow combo on the puck, it is possible. You can't phase shift if the arrow's on top of you when you land. He is getting a lot of farm on Milan. That's the nice part. Is Viking has kind of drafted a lineup that doesn't want to use spells on a Marauder, you know? Doesn't feel good. So even though you'd think on paper he could die to a Tiny and a puck, they don't want to use... They don't want to reveal themselves on the map as a Tiny, and you don't want to expend that coil cooldown just for a 4 position. So it's going to net him a lot of net worth this game. Celery.
Well, they're tempted to jump him. They'll spot him out. Celery. Gonna back off. TPs are coming in. Actually gonna pop the egg here. Those Ghost Frogs, they'll easily be able to step away. Celery will keep himself alive.
That's the stranger danger egg. Don't get away from me, I'm scared of you. I don't want you here. Boots of Travel on Kezu. This is a very greedy build from Viking. It seems like their intent is to fight as little as possible. At all, like, it has to be the most desperate of situation, like defending a mid tower or potentially contesting a Roshan. I really think they just have to go for the Rosh. Maybe they're waiting for the Slardar. BKB.
Amazing. And he's at the level 12.
They're not even going to wait for
level 13, in fact, as well now.
This may be a bit rushed.
And they know there's no egg.
Yeah, that's true.
So Viking, they want to try and jump this. Well, Ghost Frogs are respecting the poke here from Viking around the pit. They are a little hesitant about committing, with Vikings starting to show their faces around the area. These seconds being brought, bringing Celery closer towards having the ult ready to go again. Shad needs to find someone to pop his Midas on. There we go.
Well, that's a nice neutral item for Slardar. Quicksilver, Amulet. You pretty much always have an ability on cooldown because you pop that sprint. So it's just a 25 attack speed and 10% movement speed or so. Will the BKB be enough? It does reduce pretty much all the damage, but they do have a lot of control in the Medusa, Stone Gaze, and Phoenix Egg that go through the BKB. Nice D-ward.
Oh, and it's actually going to be Boom that goes for the jump. He's in straight away, takes down the Disruptor, but now they're ready with the counterplay. The walls drop down, Vacuum as well, they bring down Boom.
Nice
Supernova, nice placement on the high ground. Crystalis getting the bashes in onto Kezu. Kezu's able to jump out in time, but MTD's in with the chase. They bring down Kezu. 2 down on Viking, and now with the amp up on Shad, they're going to have the vision and drag him back with a glimpse. Static Storm drop down as well. They're able to fully focus in onto Shad. They got the control and the damage with the bashes coming through from Crystalis. They certainly do. Shad to fall.
Something about a Slardar just Mask of Madness bashing you is pretty funny to watch.
I mean, it's absolutely working. This Slardar is not giving any opportunities for them to, like, how do you even fight back at him at this stage? They're just not prepared. Ghost Frogs getting the team wipe here against Viking. And with that said and done, easily enough time to get into the Roshan and finish it off for themselves.
Dude, this draft by Ghost Frogs is dope. I kind of hope it wins just because it's so cool. The Disruptor pick was perfect, I think. Because the only issue they have, as you noticed, is that Viking is trying to avoid fights. Ghost Frogs is trying to force them. And what better hero to say, come back here and fight me, than Disruptor with the glimpse. These glimpses have been crucial. Yes, he got bursted at the start of the fight, but Boom traded his life for it, and then he just bought back. So they were able to get the Medusa as well.
Oh!
That fluffy hat, man. That fluffy hat.
That saved him a fair few times.
Wear the proper head protection, guys. It will save lives.
Boom. He's found Chrysalis. Chrysalis. He's not going to risk things here. BKB and a TP out. Doesn't want to lose that Aegis quite yet. Wants to save it for a better fight.
Yeah, it's 7.29. Who gives a crap if you pop your BKB?
That's true.
It's crazy how much less punishing it feels by taking the maximum duration down to 9 and the minimum down up to 6. It used to be that the max was twice as long. Now it's only 50% longer.
Do you not find that the longer cooldown hurts you, or
the 5 seconds? There's obviously going to be crunch situations where it'll matter, but I personally have not felt it so far. But I also don't buy BKB. I'm from North America.
Buy BKB.
I'm kidding. I do buy BKB, guys.
All right.
I just forget to press it, so it doesn't go on cooldown. He does almost have Blink if he elects to go for it on Crystos. I'd like to see the Blink. I think he can shred the two supports.
Sure. He
which
just
is
gets in
his build.
Master Man is BKB, and they're gone. What do you do when a Slardar comes flying at you like this? It's very, very terrifying.
After that AC, I want to see a Moon Shard from the Slardar. That's the dream. None of these heroes are buying status resistance. You could permabash them. The only way they can stop it is the status resistance. They're looking. They know he's down here. I think they scanned, maybe? Oh, wow. They found him. EU region 100% hunts trees way more than...
We're seeing it a lot.
I've noticed it in my pubs as well. I'm like, holy shit, they're actually looking for me here. I've been here for 45 seconds waiting for them to leave, and they're still looking. It's a lot about process of elimination, it seems like. If they don't see you somewhere else, they'll assume that you were where you were just last seen, which even if that was 45 seconds ago, if it was bottom, they're like, well, where else would this Phoenix be? You know, did he really TP to his own tier 2 to sit there? Probably not.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, let's go. They're smoked up. Chrysalis, the blink is out.
Grove bows really value here since they're having some single target damage issues, bringing down these beefy boys on the Viking side.
And still 2 minutes to play with this Aegis.
Yeah, I can't get that courier yet though.
She's still dead.
Death.
Ag's done on Toby.
I wonder what he takes at level 20 on the Slardar. Does he take the Lifestealer or does he take the Baros of his? Is he gonna get him?
Oh! Oh my goodness! Would you look at that there, MTD?
This is beautiful.
I mean, what a catch. Just as you were saying, the skill when it comes to finding people hidden in the trees.
I've already gotten slightly better at it myself. I can't imagine what happens when you have years of practice doing this crap. Everyone does it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
No, there's nowhere to say. You can't hide. You really cannot hide.
I think the meta probably developed in a way that people fought a lot more, so people tried to dodge fights, and people realized the only way to dodge fights was to hide in the trees, and then people are dodging us in the trees. We have to learn how to catch them in here. And here we are, 2021, people.
Chrysalis. I mean, Shad's got to be so careful, even himself. If he gets jumped, a fight's just going to be forced out of Viking. 1 minute left on the Aegis. See if Ghost Frogs can get something done with this. Jump onto Aramis.
What's he doing? Slardar just showed there.
I mean, he's getting away. Will be dragged back by the glimpse, but the Ag's now done on Shad.
Yeah, he needs that Mask of Madness octave to actually hit the Enchantress.
I've got to be careful with that timing now, though. Aegis is about to expire. They'll swing away from the action mid, head towards that top tier 2.
I'm surprised Miranda didn't buy a solar this game.
Yeah, you would have liked to just see him sort of.
I feel like it'd be real nice. Not as an aggressive solar, as a defensive one.
Sure.
Or as a buffing one. Give him that extra 55 attack speed. How do I permabash if you don't buy solar for me, Milan? That's what I would be saying right now.
Maybe he'll get it next.
I'd be muted already though.
You'd be muted. You wouldn't be in this game. Yeah, this is like This is top 100, Brian. You know.
Yikes. I have no counterplay for that one. Yeah, this seems to be the new Medusa build. I haven't seen the shard picked up like this early.
No, we don't normally see the shard done.
They do have a lot of single target stuff. A couple Yule Scepters, corrosive haze.
All right, there we go. This time around, he's not getting away alive, Aramis. They've got the damage.
They see, they have the Radiant Ward. Boom, the glimpse.
They've got the grab.
He's dead, man.
I mean, you said it. These glimpse plays, J4. He has set up so much for the team.
I wonder how long that'll take to not be funny.
I mean, it's a beautiful picture.
There's just so many scenarios where
honestly, I really weren't gonna spend money, but that I think that might make me. I got to get that Arteezy stamp.
Maybe it's just because it's so late that I'm laughing at that so long, but
I don't know. I was enjoying it this morning, you know. We've been here a long time today, but the good old Arteezy thumbs up, finger guns never gets old.
I'm telling you, man, it looks so bad in the preview picture.
Well, it looks like someone's just sort of they just opened up paint and just copy pasted it on your Dota game.
They legit copied it, where it was like a small picture that they dragged to be the right size, so it's terribly pixelated. But something about that in actual game makes it more entertaining to see. I don't know why, but it's something about like a high-profile player being done so in such like a appearingly amateur way.
We're just sort of just
throw it on there
casually and just have an Arteezy.
I like the idea. That teams can do that, though.
I feel like we should have more pro players putting in their photos.
Oh, for sure.
We need more photos of pro players. Like not to take anyway, because some of the art designs are also very cool, but the meme value of just a good old-fashioned JPEG is, you can't beat it.
Where's the OG with like the hands cupped underneath their chin or whatever they
that's one of those things. Yeah,
that'd be a good one.
It would be. Well, hey, maybe next season.
Yeah, I'm giving away free ideas. I'll take 10% royalties, please.
Oh.
I was just trying to keep him alive. Oh.
Come on, J4. Oh, that detection.
He just snaps it. Good idea.
He's out. He's actually out of the way. J4.
Heads up play to just walk out.
Ah.
Okay, that's the counter to the permabash. He's got the Titan Sliver.
That helps. Certainly does.
Oh, he didn't keep it.
Oh. I mean, Grove Bow's nice.
It is. He's not respecting the double Moonshard Slardar coming in hot.
We'll see if that sort of bites him in the bum. If Chrysalis does get that jump and gets those bashes going.
I somewhat hope it does, just because it'd be really funny.
Because because
imagine how long it'll take Slardar to actually kill him.
How long?
I'm saying like it'll probably take Slardar like 20 straight seconds of wailing on him.
20 seconds?
I'm guessing 20 seconds. But he's not going for the Moonshard. He's going for the MKB after the AC, which is an attack speed, Adam.
It is. How much attack speed you get from MKB?
35, I think.
35, yeah.
Not quite as much as 140, but, it's close.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. There is, inevitably probably, there's going to be a butterfly on.
He's similar to Faces, but you don't want to miss your attacks because of the bash proc. Super important. Oh, they're just waiting.
Whoa.
Dire are scanning.
It's like those zombie movies where there's the zombie in the claws. You don't even know how close you were to just getting bitten. They're just going to take the high ground.
Wait, what normally you do though? Because the zombie comes out the closet. What do you mean?
No, it's like a
zombie don't stay in the closet.
It's dormant. You haven't seen where they get to wake them up. They just took like a long sleep because they were starving.
What's the zombie doing? Just chilling.
It like fell asleep in a corner. I don't know. It's Hollywood, man. I don't write the script. I just watch every single one, so they keep printing them, you know?
Oh, Milan!
That fluffy hat. Oh, it's in the backpack.
Hey, and the Yules, he's got leaps ready to go. He's away. He won't be able to burst Milan.
Yeah, it was close. This fluffy hat was backpacked. Gotta be a bit careful there.
Easy Centaur. I mean, they can look for action, but of course, I think Chrysalis is also going to be rather happy to just get this AC done before anything kicks off. I was honest with this Carriage Slaughter. Really, yeah, 23 to 10, 3K lead. I think this is going the way that they would have planned for. When they come in with this Carriage Slaughter, I think they're hitting the timings. So far, so good here from Ghost Frogs.
I have legit no idea who's winning right now. And that's a cool feeling.
That's kind of happened this whole series, right? The games have been very hard to sort of see what the outcome's going to be. We've had a lot of back and forth this series. And this game, again, it's one of them. Yeah, like Ghost Frogs, I think they're hitting their timings. But overall, the question's going to be asked, you know, is it going to be enough of a lead for Ghost Frogs to take a fight and end the game? Or are Viking just going to be able to stall things out and we're going to have sort of a 60-minute banger with Deuce just becoming the sort of the ruler of the entire game in the late game?
Yeah, his farming on Shad's getting slowed down a lot because he's forced to group up with his team. And it's hurting his other cores a bit as well. Kind of similar to the Wraith King story, where Kezu and Boom have just fallen off a bit in the net worth. Much more even distribution from Ghost Frogs most games. Usually it's Shad, 3 Ghost Frog players, and then the rest of Boom, or the rest of Viking GG.
Are they going to find him in the trees here again? I mean, they're hunting.
He missed. Oh my god, this man is a master of the jukes.
Oh my lad.
He has Yules. Oh my god, the timing. Oh.
I mean, even if you timed that, I don't think they're going for that one. Underneath for tier 3, that would be a little risky. I like, you know, Milan. Full aggression here from the Mirana.
If they can get that Disruptor Axe, that would be pretty game-changing. Also the Shard, if they give that to Disruptor. That Disruptor Shard.
Yeah, the Shard buffing up the Slardar. I like it. Oh!
Come on.
Ah, he's cool. He's got leaps. But,
that was so dangerous for Ghost Frogs.
Oh, Boom.
He has no BKB on Boom. He's got to be a bit careful.
25 seconds. A very peaceful game.
Yes.
Do you like the sound of Deuce's CSing? It's quite a nice one, isn't it? Does it rank highly on sort of your nice carry sounds to listen to while you're farming?
I think I'd prefer the bonk of the Slardar personally.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's quite abrasive.
Medusa's is like soothing, but
Yeah.
you hear it 98% of the game, you know? Because
You
she's
just hear it too
always
much.
hitting creeps. Slardar, you don't get that euphoria from just bonk.
Yeah, but it's... Yeah, but listen to that. It's like the lovely, gentle sort of pitter-patter of the arrows. Like it's nice, because it doesn't sound threatening, but...
Eventually you have 2
does.
rapiers, and it is.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Steps into a Remnant. Steps into a fight here, but they're on Chrysalis. Chrysalis, he's got to get out of the pit. As he can't, he's stuck, he's dead.
That was an Axe coil, so he's just glued in place.
There's the combination of the stoning here from the snake coming out. It's just freezing him in position. Come in with this buyback. Oh, jump here onto the back lines. MTD.
The snake is so annoying.
Chrysalis, he really wants to finish this road.
He has no BKB.
This is risky. He brought back for this. Chrysalis. Boom's going to get the jump point on him. Chrysalis is going to get bashed by Roche.
A punch.
The vacuum down. They've got the damage to bring down the finish, but a buyback comes out straight away. And Kezu is in the pit trying to finish off Roche, but Chrysalis goes down. That's a dieback from Chrysalis. Milan's trying to finish off the Roche, and Milan won't get the kill, but he'll get the Aegis. It might not matter, though, as MTD goes down. Milan's able to get the blink off in time. He's out with the Moonlight Shadow.
I'll be honest, I think MTD had to pop his BKB and just man up and take all the damage there while Chrysalis was hitting the Roche. I think they just had to make the rest of Viking do something. They all just were like, oh, he's hitting Roche again. Let's go poke him down.
Sure, yeah.
Slardar never hit a hero there. He just got avalanched, orbed, hit by Roche, Phoenix Sunraid, and just died.
And what did we have? So, you know, Milan, he got the Aegis, at least denying that away from Viking, I believe. Shad's got the cheese. I think Boom took the shard.
Boom already had its...
Oh, he already
Oh, wait, no. Boom. What is... He did take the shard. Okay, that's actually a pretty nice shard.
Yeah?
Forgot about Tiny Shard. Yeah, that's a nice shard.
Now a bit of a window of opportunity here. 30 seconds, no Crystallis.
Gives him a lot of building damage.
Oh. And the BKB pop, boom. He's ready to just charge in and start the action off. He's in onto the Disruptor as he'll take down J4. The vacuum back, the wall down onto the two of them. MTD jumping across, boom. He's backing away, the X coming out from the side of it all, but they've got the Remnant controlling, boom, boom. He'll move in, boom, still alive. But MTD, he'll finish him off. That's boom.
Slardar's alive again, and they have no Medusa ult.
On the glimpse! He's back in the base, Shad. Shad.
Now what? Punch him.
He's trying to stand his ground, is Shad. The illusion's out against him. Crystallis. He's not going to be able to get the blink in. See if they want to chase outside of the base. He's trying to close the gap. He's trying to look towards the backlines, but again, the Axe.
He has to stand there and fight because of the glimpse. Yeah, at this point, it seems like Crystallis just doesn't threaten the Medusa enough. I'm kind of disappointed that he didn't go all in for that AC. He saved for buyback for the Roche fight, and you saw that he didn't kill Roche fast enough. I think he kind of just had to buy out there. He only has 14 armor, and he has a Mask of Madness as well. He has 6 armor when he pops that. He's going to now invest in it, but... I mean, you can't afford to fall behind, you know? You bought back... Is that even worth it to buy back when you're Slardar against Medusa? You know, it's... I feel like going all out for your itemization. You got to hit those timings.
Oh, that's a nice one, though. Penta-Edge Sword. Does he take... Oh, yeah, is he going to take that one?
Yeah, he took it. 45 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
100 attack range. Okay. Maim. Old Sange. I guess it's cool they put that back. I always forget about this item because it's usually pretty underwhelming in comparison to most tier 4 items. But they did buff it a pretty good amount.
I think we're definitely seeing that the difficulties arise now for Ghost Frogs at this stage. If they don't get someone on top of this Medusa, then Shad will be able to just sit there and take them down. It's getting to that point where, you know, Medusa just is ruling the stage of the game. She will carry you. She will out-carry you in these team fights. It's MTD! He weren't ready for that.
As we once again most likely see innovation fall flat on its face.
Dire's top tower is under
This is for all the viewers out there that say, why do I see the same heroes every game, every patch I play? Just makes me a bit sad every time.
Oh, what would you take? Penta-Edge or Leveler on the carry Slardar?
Probably Leveler.
Or Minotaur Horn. I mean, all are very nice for Slardar carry.
Probably the Leveler.
Yeah. Go all in on the attack speed.
Yeah, the 5 armor is not bad either. Ooh, do you take the Spell Prism on Dusa? Oh, he gave it to Puck, okay. Oh my god, he's gonna have a Refresh Orb on Kezu. This is like the I Grief enemy carry build.
Sure, we just lay down 2 of these bad boys on the carry, and it's what do you do?
Yeah, if you get coiled with Ags and they just have the Medusa even remotely nearby, you're dead. Because they're going to pop the Stone Gaze, the Egg's going to lay on top of you. They might have to consider buying, like, Eon Discs or something. Just for that, which sucks. And I don't think they can afford to do that. Not the network distribution I think Ghost Frogs had in mind. If you asked them, you know, 39 minutes in, who do you want to be your top net worth? I don't think it was Darkseer.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now there you go. You know, AC's now done for Crystallis. On the side of Viking there, that's the Daedalus on top of the Skadi. Shad, he will tear them all apart.
Have some conviction. Put that Midas back in over those treads. There you go. There you go.
I'll have a minor pause here. It's getting to the stage where things are going to be rather difficult for Ghost Frogs. They need some incredible sort of execution. We'll see a little highlight of the arrows, I believe, probably coming in here. As Milan, they did a lot to set up for the amount of kills that they were finding this game. As they're, you know, 26 to 15 right now. They did get a hell of a lot of kills with those early plays, early movements. But at this point, it's definitely a question of what it's really amounted to. As they are now facing the late game threat of the Shad Medusa. Oh, there he is, Milan. He's certainly done his part this game as the Mirana, but only so much that can be done. 6-0-11. He's certainly put his heart into this. Has nearly got the Aghanims, and that will help with the D push. You know, allow them to keep the game going. See,
it should be called the Fluffy Hat highlight reel.
Very original, Brian.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, again, apologies for the pauses, ladies and gentlemen. Much love to you out there in this evening, this morning, or wherever you are in the world for staying with us tonight. As I think you definitely agree this has been worth the staying up for. We've had a lovely best of 3 here between these two, Viking and Ghost Frogs. Now at this stage, you got to ask yourself. I mean, for you at home, what way do you reckon this is going to end? Is it going to be the Deucer just taking the late game, or do you think Ghost Frogs have any more tricks up their sleeves?
I'm going for 37.
How many Medusa illusions have been slain?
37.
Let me just do the maths on that one. I would say... I'd say actually probably about 28.
I'm waiting.
He said,
I said 37.
Yeah, well, they don't listen. He said 37. Oh, come on. Wash your ears out. Oh, I was close.
How am I supposed to beat his guess?
I was close.
Oh, I should have just gone with 1 under because that's like the classic.
Yeah, you could have had it. Wait.
What's up?
No.
I wonder how value Witchblade is on.
No, okay, no. It said Deucer killed one, and I was like, wait, what? But I guess Deucer killed. You get what? Do you get 5 gold for killing the Darkseer one? Yeah.
You do get 5 gold for the Darkseer one.
So Medusa indeed killing one of our own illusions there.
Okay, so
1 moment. I mean, this has got to be at least 2 moments, Brian.
Okay, there we go.
That
was at least 1.5. I would
1.5 moments.
I would round up. The Witchblade on Enchantress late game hypothetically seems really good, just for the projectile speed.
Witchblade?
Yeah, that blade.
That blade.
Yeah. Oh, you were just stating? Yeah. Okay, I thought that was a question.
I do like that. I think that's actually one of the things that the chat does do that I was like, that's genuinely funny. I just know every time we say someone says Witchblade in the class, there's a whole spam of just like, Witchblade? Witchblade?
That one.
That's pretty smart. Good job to all you humorous viewers out there. Your comedy has been appreciated. Well, this is we're stretching into the 3 moments here, I would say.
Yeah, that was over 2 for sure. I'm not sure if we're rounding up to 3 yet. Okay, they are ready.
I mean,
they said,
but our Ghost Frogs. They are. The G's been called.
It's simply too based, my friend.
Here we go. Mason gives the call.
Too based, my friend.
RTZ's out. So here we have it. Ready to approach the high ground now, Shad. Cheese at the ready. Can they stop this map?
Leveler on Tiny. That was like a 4-shotted tier 3.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I got the whole squad up, but not seeing any moves here to stop Shad from hitting the barracks. Here we go.
They're just so scared of that puck coil.
How do you do this? How do you stop this? Oh,
the punch!
Oh, the punch back into the crush. Static Storm down as well. Arrow going to have to vacuum the wall. They're taking down the...
Take him down!
They've got the damage. It's going to work. They pull together the defense here, Ghost Frogs. They'll lose the Void Spirit, but they'll absolutely take that glimpse back onto Boom. And just the 1 punch there from Toby. It did it completely. Knocking him back up into the follow-up of Crystallis. The combo from Toby with the vacuum, the wall. And they do it there. Ghost Frogs holding against the odds here.
My jaw is dropped, Owen.
Look at this.
I have no words for this moment. That is
I mean,
Medusa
they're
losing
holding.
to a carry slaughter.
Yeah. They're doing it against an incredibly stacked Medusa as well. Yeah, this is not a Medusa sort of struggling through the game. Shad, he is massive. But they've just gone to show here. They've still got ways to shut him down. As now they're up to the base of Viking.
They had no buybacks. They are wamboozled on the side of I saw Arteezy. I said Arteezy. That guy's just dead.
4 dead.
End the game.
Can they? Tier 4's an end?
End the game.
They got 20 seconds.
I think they're just going to take... They
They'll play
have
it
2
safe,
tier
but-
2s in the other lane, so they're not going to get any more off this. They don't feel comfortable tanking the tier 4s, I think, would be the issue there.
Well, there we go. Look at that.
I'm not going to lie. I don't think anyone other than Ghost Frogs thought that was going to happen.
No, this is some big brain stuff from Ghost Frogs.
That was a budget walrus kick into the base. I didn't realize how far the punch actually sends the Medusa. That wasn't very far, but it was very crucial.
Yeah. That was quite the punch.
So max power is 900 distance moved, and the max is to move them 350 distance. So that's like a little over half of a 4-staff. Okay, yeah, I mean, it sent him far enough, that's all I know.
And it looks cool as well. That's what it's all about at the end of the day in Dota 2. You've got to look cool doing it.
That is very important. That's what
Chad.
the fan bundles are for.
Chad's a little split from some of the... Okay, the rest of the team is grouping back up on the high ground. Oh, boom! He's in with the combo. J for the Static Storm's going to get dropped down onto the Medusa. They're trying to get on top of Shad. Can they bring him down? The normal punch, the wall's down. Shad, he's in trouble. They take him down. Shad to fall.
The Axe Static Storm, dude. He's just dying. Okay, he died too.
Yeah, we're seeing them hit back hard this time around, though, Viking. As they get Crystalis, J4, and MTD. Milan and Toby will make it away, but Viking, they'll come in with a buyback on Shad. They will be able to secure the Aegis for him, though, with this.
I believe their game plan is now going to be countered by a Medusa with 2 lives.
Oh, this is... But if they could take down Shad twice, they could have this.
I don't see how that's going to happen.
Is the refresher going towards Kezu for the triple Dream Coil?
Do you remember the $3 million triple Dream Coil? Is my question.
Well, there we go. The triple. Oh.
Hit him. Solo kill him.
Oh. If only it one-shot towers.
He does not have any defensive items on Puck, so if they ever manage to get him. But Slardar, no buyback. That's a leveler, Tiny. Medusa with a Daedalus. And a Solar Crest. Solar Crest the Tiny! What are you doing, Armus? It's late.
Now what do you do? Do you buy back? Do you let a set of racks go?
You let 2 sets go. You have.
Let a second set go.
There is the Solar Crest on the Tiny. Oh, he popped the Ninja Gear.
Oh.
But it got broken.
Ah.
They might actually be able to take Megas before they're alive. Look at that building.
Oh, they got fortification.
Yeah,
fortification.
He does have the cheese on Tiny.
Oh, they're in. The vacuum. They've caught the 2 of them. Have they got the damage? Normal punch comes down. Tiny. They take down Tiny. And they take him down during the Static Storm. Shad. He's got on the ones.
Do they have a refresher on Disruptor?
Dude, look at the walls as well. They put the pullback with the Remnant. The Eggs coming out from the side. Good Sunrise well keeping Shad buffed up and healed. They're trying to split away from Shad.
That's Medusa ulti down.
Milan, he's drawing the rest of the attention away from them outside of the base, but Milan will go down. They get the jump on Shad if they got the damage.
He has no buyback.
Crystalis committing it onto the Medusa. The back come out. Shad gets taken down. The egg, though, it's gonna pop. Crystalis will die. MTD's down as well. So's Toby. MTD the only one with a buyback available here.
Wait, is that a bug? Did he get the toss bug? He did.
I think he did.
He respawned in the same spot.
Now, can MTD defend against 4? Oh, boom.
Oh, he missed.
What? Diving? Oh, he's got cheese.
Dude, if he had hit that Remnant, I think he might have died.
He would have definitely died.
Because the Fountain does more and more damage over time.
He's going to have... Ooh.
Disruptor's up in 17. He will have Static Storm.
Is there a chance they can hold this?
I don't know. How much does Slardar need for... They all need like 1,000 gold, so that's not happening.
That's not happening at all.
But Disruptor has Axe Static Storm. The game is not going to end, I think.
All right.
He's gone for an Eon Disc on Medusa.
He's had enough of these Static Storms.
That is a first. Milan's baiting with the Courier.
J4's back. MTD and J4, can they hold?
I don't think so. Minotaur Horn?
Well, J4. I mean, No, that's not going to do the job. They're not going to get the kill here, J4. He's back to the fountain. Oh, and the avalanche of the tree. It's going to take him. Now they got the Dream Coil onto MTD. As MTD, he'll die as well. All dead without buyback. Viking, they will be able to close this game up as the series. It's theirs.
That was a game on.
It was indeed. And, you know, Ghost Frogs, you got to say hats off to them, right? They tried something a little different. They go with the Chrysalis Slaughter. It had potential. You know, they made Viking work for it. Viking, up until the very last moments, you know, Shad was still getting dealt with by the Chrysalis Slaughter, but it wasn't enough at the end of the day, as they had the definitely a more traditional out with their draft, their build-up there. Sort of the draft that they've been winning with for a long time now, Viking, this whole idea of the Deucer plus 4 heroes ready to make plays all around him. And as they do pull it together, then they'll get this game 3 victory.
I memed about the Darkseer at the start, but that illusion was something to I don't even know the right words. It was very powerful in the late game in tandem with the Slardar Corrosive Haze.
Yeah.
That was a weird-ass game. I thoroughly enjoy weird-ass games, and it was a pleasure to be a part of it.
It was. Well, there we go. An excellent series here. A lot of fun here with this best of 3 between Ghost Frogs and Viking. But with that victory there, Viking will come out the victors again here in this lower division as they'll take the series 2-1 against Ghost Frogs. Have a good night.
3-1 indeed for Viking. Ooh, they made it close here again. Credit to Ghost Frog for, of course, putting up that fight. We're going to break down Game 3 and talk to one of the winners still, but only after a quick break.
Shelter from the storm, when it rains it pours, forgetting all my losses, chalk 'em on the board. I've been feeling so high lately, I just can't come down. I don't know why you hate me when you come around. I'ma burn it to the ground, something new will come around. Build it up to break it down, walls are crumbling, hear the sound. The heat is on and I know I'm cooking. Oh, are you with me, are you down? If you're rolling, I'll tell you something. Don't miss the moment when it's found. Slow down for that stop sign. Roll now, but I'm alright. Storm clouds and that sunshine. Called you when I roll by, roll by, roll by. Running through the city till I drop. Don't know if you're with me or you're not. I'ma keep on winning through the lows. Holla if you hear me when I go, when I go, when I go, when I go. Running through the city till I drop.
Man, I've been back on the road. You wasn't ready to go. Straight from my soul. Thought that you never would fold. Really, that's all that I know. That's what's for sure. You left me out in the cold. Had to survive on my own. It helped me grow. Carrying all of these stones. Really just trying to get home. Yeah, cause I thought that you would never leave. We was moving up to better things. We could kick it till we 70. All the lives that I was bettering. Now you complicated everything. Yeah, well, I gotta be the first or last to know. We've been circling the block, I'm pass and go. Never playing by the rules, you smashed the go. We were all in together like casserole.
I'm running away, running away. You never change. Get out of the way, out of the way. I ain't the same. I'm sick of your games. You running in circles. No, you are not in my lane. I'm taking my losses, count 'em as gains. Oh, and I'm fanning the flame. I'ma burn it to the ground. Something new will come around. Build it up to break it down. Walls are crumbling, hear the sound. The heat is on and I know I'm cooking. Oh, are you with me? Are you down? If you're rolling, I'll tell you something. Don't miss the moment when it's found. Slow down for that stop sign. Roll now, but I'm alright. Storm clouds and that sunshine. Called you when I roll by, roll by, roll by. Running through the city till I drop. Don't know if you're with me or you're not. I'ma keep on winning through the lows. Holla if you hear me when I go, when I go, when I go, when I go. through the city till I drop.
Well, this game, we see here the tail end of it a little bit, but let's be real, Ghost Frogs, they put up a clinic on how to play Mirana, how to play fast, and they kept applying that pressure. Viking, yeah, they got the better late game, they got the Medusa, but boy, did they have to work for it.
They got the win.
They got the win, but they had to work for it so hard, and to be honest, it shouldn't have been that hard.
Well, yeah, again, but you described it a little bit there. You know, you have this Mirana put on a clinic. I think he completely removed Celery from the early game, and then you have this Medusa going for a Midas. He accepted that the game was a little bit rough, and then it was like, you know what? Let's make it rougher.
Yeah.
But then eventually, rewind, fast forward, whatever you want to do. I don't know how it'd work out in the scenario. He then becomes the raid boss. Couple DS walls later,
yes,
it was a rough one.
And but the DS walls.
Oh, we got an interview!
We do. It is Shad.
What up, dude? You won.
Hey, Shad, congratulations.
Sorry, I don't know why I said that like that.
Thank you, I guess.
Just thought it'd be. Congratulations. You're in the upper division next season, technically speaking.
Is that true? Yeah, 6-0.
6-0.
Very much so. Shad, why was this series more tough for you than your previous series?
I think they all just like they were probably like very motivated to win this series, right? Like Toby obviously was in our team, and Crystallis also has like kind of a rivalry with us.
Ooh.
All of them just want to prove themselves, and I think they played like pretty well.
And for you, for playing up against your former teammate Toby, like did it also mean extra for you? Because you're saying, okay, they played, you know, extra well because they really wanted this win. Is there any extra pressure on you guys for this one?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we don't want to lose to him. It's it would have felt pretty bad if we lost, I guess. Yeah.
And what made you confident that Midas in this game for your Medusa would be the play?
Was it the play?
And was it the play on hindsight?
I mean, I just had like a pretty free lane, and I wanted to like make sure I keep scaling in the game and not let that they like kill us non-stop and I don't get any farm, you know. I felt like what happened in the game isn't because of the Midas, because our heroes should be stronger than them at minute 10. Like even with Midas, I think if we press our buttons correctly, we just fucked up.
You just didn't press your buttons correctly.
All right, in that case, who do you think pressed the most buttons wrong on your team then? You can be honest here.
No.
It's an open forum.
You can't say Toby.
You're already in upper division. Yeah, it can't be Toby. You're in. It's an open forum. You're 6-0. You're in the upper division. I think your teammates will get over this if you call them out.
Well, like in the first 15 minutes, it was definitely Celery, I think.
Okay, that's fair.
I think he was struggling, I think, in the game.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you.
Yeah. Mirana for Milan is obviously a staple. You probably saw that one coming. You still picked Phoenix. How come?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You can ask my coach about that some other time, I think.
Yeah,
that's fair.
His Mirana was definitely a standout performance in the series.
Yeah, he was a top lad.
And what's interesting, I actually checked out, if you check out the Immortal Faith Guide to Phoenix, it says, worry about Mirana as a possible counter.
And on the Ench one too, it says, that's crazy, yeah.
Sorry, okay.
No.
Enough memes. How do you feel? You know, obviously a bit of a disappointment last season, you dropped down, but now you're 6-0, relatively unchallenged. Does it feel good? What are your sights looking at the TI qualifiers? You'll watch the major. What? Sorry, apologies for my colleagues. It's been a long night here. How's it feel finishing a match at like, what is it, 1:30? Fatigue effective?
Amazing, man. No, it doesn't feel great. I will probably not be able to sleep tonight, to be honest. Yeah. Back to the question. I mean, I felt pretty sad actually that we're in Division 2. Like I'm watching like the Division 1 games, and I feel like I want to be there.
Yeah.
Like this season, it felt so. Like I'm happy. Of course, we're gonna go to TI qualifiers, but yeah, I will of course try to work to go to TI. But I'm happy we'll be in Division 1 again as well after that.
Yeah. All right, cool. And I guess any shout out to the fans or supporters that have been rooting you on, making it back up to the majors. Big boy land.
Not right now.
Not right now.
No.
It's in the work
I can't really think very well right now.
Yeah.
All right, then Shad,
I feel that.
I've got a final question. You know, this was a pretty hype series, definitely from a viewer perspective, can only imagine from a player perspective. Like that gets a lot of adrenaline going, obviously. Can you actually go to sleep straight away, or do you need like an hour to wind down?
He already said he was going to have fun.
I'm not gonna sleep today, I think. It's
sleep.
not happening.
So are you playing ranked then after?
I'll just like lie on my bed and I'll just be awake for like 5 hours.
Okay, so you're not playing ranked. You're not going to suddenly hit up, 5 solo queue games.
No, that's not happening either.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, thank you. Just making sure we had to put the announcement out.
Yeah, that would be regrets in the morning
Shad,
for sure.
Sleep-deprived ranked gamer. Maybe check if he's in a game right now. That's fair.
Loses 300 MMR in 8 hours. Yeah.
Or gains it, please.
Or gains it, who knows?
Mate, I don't think you've ever played all-night Dota.
Yeah. I think I would lose.
Yeah.
I like it. Shad's a realist. He knows what's up.
That's fair. Realistic.
All right, Shad, we're going to let you go so you can wind down a bit after that. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, and it was great watching you guys play. Congratulations once again, of course. Great record.
Yeah, thank you for the guys. Good night.
See ya.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Am I the only one applause it? What the?
You can't hear that anyway, and he can't see you. What are you doing it for?
He said they're top 2. They're in the... I don't know how the system works
Whenever
anymore.
you use that voice, though, it makes you seem not serious.
Yeah, can we check out the standings?
You say you put a little higher, but you're like,
though he doesn't sound
they're
serious,
6-0. You put on like a little
actually
British.
serious.
Johnny Ho, they're in the top 2.
No.
No.
No, stop that.
I'm so tired. I want to go to
Why?
bed.
Don't stand on the chair. Yes, Viking. They moved to 6-0, undefeated Chiefs. Now guaranteed a place in Division 1 next season. When will that happen? We don't know. Will we be covering it? We don't know. But hopefully we'll see Viking in it.
And Viking, of course, have to play one more game. Their game is going to be up against Into the Breach because Ghost Frogs, even though they lost here, they still look very good. There is still a chance that Level Up will also lose their remaining 2 games, and therefore their second place is still an option for the Ghost Frogs. And we did say Ghost Frogs, they had a good shot, depending on how Level Up does.
Speaking of, did you know?
Wait. Go on, please. Poise.
Did you know poison dart frogs are only poisonous in the wild because of all the poisonous ants that they eat? They actually then steal the poison and it spreads their skin and you touch it.
That on Kyle.
Okay, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. I'm holding their mute buttons. Saturday.
Don't mute her. We can't go home.
On Saturday, we will have a series in the lower division between Level Up and Chicken Fighters. There you are.
Snap, crackle, pop.
But this is
That's
important.
a Saturday.
That's a Saturday.
Because if you want Ghost Frogs to be able to have any contention of that upper bracket tiebreak or low bracket tiebreaker, you do need Level Up to start losing some games.
Alliance versus Hellbear Smashers as well.
Alliance versus Hellbear Smashers for the last series.
This is really important, Carl. Do you know why? Carl,
there's one team that is 0-6.
But this is important because if you want to have the tiebreakers for first place between potentially Alliance and Liquid having the rematch of Alliance v Liquid, but this time Liquid having Sumail, you kind of low-key want Smashers to have a comeback against Alliance, winning, going 1-6.
Already eliminated.
First win, so that you get the rematch of Alliance Liquid. But if you're an Alliance fan and want Alliance to win, then they just want to win and go first. But we don't really know. It's late at night. Can we please end?
And the last series on the Saturday is going to be a great one too. It's OG versus Team Nigma.
The TI9 Grand Finals rematch.
It should be really good.
Both teams playing for a spot at the major.
And this time Anna is playing again as well. Obviously, they haven't played against each other yet since the addition of Anna. We're going to see ILTW in action as well. It's going to be a great day on Saturday, but we're going to obviously have 2 days where we're going to relax and chill a little bit. Of course, you can always watch some Eastern European Dota 2 that will be on ESL as well. But, you know, for DreamLeague Season 15, powered by Intel, we're going to take a little bit of a break. So we'll be back on Saturday with more Dota 2. See you then.
Go.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Searching for my soul. I think I lost my way. I think I lost my way. But I'll be careful now, like I was careful then. Wish I could turn around and do it over and over again. Oh, 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 oh. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. Oh, 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 oh. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. Hey, well, I'll be on my way, and you can take your time. But no, you can't take mine. 'Cause, oh, you took my heart and soul. You took it from my hands. If I can't get it back, then nobody can. Oh, 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 oh. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. Oh, 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 oh. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. Now I think I'm waking up. Whoa, all I see is ash to ash and dust to dust. And now I think I've lost my way. If it's the last thing that I say, I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. I'll never give it up, never gonna give it up. Make a wish, boy, let it go. Hope to heaven before you're old. Hold your hand out as it rains. Catch the moment before it fades. Take a deep breath, fill your lungs. Ask the questions while you're young, young, young.
Live your whole life to the full, and you will get there, don't give up. I'll send the answer. I'll send the answer. I'll send the answer. You could be a risk taker tonight. You can change the world without a fight. You could choose the better road. Just make a wish, boy, watch it grow, watch it grow. Yeah, you can let it go. When you wake up in the morning, you see a better day. You see a better day. You could be a risk taker tonight. You can change the world without a fight. You can choose the better road. Just make a wish, boy, watch it grow, watch it grow. Send the answer. You can let it go. Make a wish, boy, let it go. Hope to heaven before you're old.
My heart is beating like a drum, burning like the sun. I've only just begun. My blood is running through my veins. It's hitting me like a train. Some things you can't explain. I need it like I've never needed anything before. I'm on the ceiling looking down on the floor. My heart is ready, ready for war. I know that I need it like I've never needed anything before. You knock me down, down on the floor. You're coming back, back for more. Time, won't you take me by the hand? Won't you help me understand to be a better man? Yeah, my heart is beating like a drum. When it's all been said and done, I'm not the only one. I need this like I've never needed anything before. I'm on the ceiling looking down on the floor. My heart is ready, ready for war. I know that I need this like I've never needed anything before. You knock me down, down on the floor. You're coming back, back for more. I need this like I've never needed anything before.
again, again, again.